Origins. Free to fall. There is no iron law that commands my people to always be at odds with the greater galaxy, but it often seems like there is. Blotus the Hutt, Supreme Chancellor of the Republic 8734 BBY. Year 1 of Zim's reign. 508 LE. Men thronged before the throne. A youth stood on the dais, on his feet instead of sitting, so he might tower a little higher above the assembly. His audience, older than him to a man, looked at him uncertainly. Then, one by one, they dropped to bows. The last to bow was frontmost, a scowling human with black hair, black mustache, eyes nearly as dark. Finally, Thane son of Thauk dropped to one knee, and Zim son of Zer stood supreme. Your loyalty will be rewarded, said the new king of Arge and Kron. Now that we've completed our conquest of the Livian League, my father looks forward to his well-earned rest. Zim smiled a tiny, cruel smile. That means the weight of ruling has to fall on my shoulders. It's a burden I'm willing to carry, but I will need help from all of you. Together, the men of Arge will show mankind unity it hasn't known since the days of the tyrants. But it will be our unity, by mankind, of mankind. There's still work to be done, and I promise if you share the effort, you will share the glory. Are you with me? Zim son of Zer did not have the natural charisma of his father, but he could still bellow loud enough to rattle the hall. From the back someone shouted, "We're with you." More joined in. Then Thane son of Thauk reared to his feet and put a fist in the air. Everyone followed his lead. The gathering hall thundered with shouts and applause. Zim remained a statue on his dais, looking down on them all. A minute later servants appeared with goblets of wine, and the assembly dissolved into triumphant chaos. The men of Arge would be satisfied tonight, so Zim stepped away from the throne and disappeared to a back room. It was the chamber from which Ossus had watched the whole show through a narrow slit. It's done, he told Zim. It's done, Zim agreed. And his hard face cracked a smile, less joy than relief. The past 7 turnings had been strange to say the least. While continuing to jest in Zer 8's court, Ossus had helped Zim lay the groundwork for his father's ouster, using his unique talents to spy, build alliances, and promote conspiracies. The final coup had happened as a carefully synchronized 3-pronged strike. Zim crushed the last resistance by the Livian League at Jantoria. Prince Marco IV Jaminair killed his father on Saraska, and Ossus himself had the honor of taking Zer 8 into custody at Chandar. Now Zim controlled the old Argaean holdings, the Cronese systems, the 3 allied kingdoms, and all of League space. In just 7 years, the sullen stargazing boy had built the largest empire in the history of his species. And there was plenty left to conquer: the Thanium worlds, the Udusk Federation, the Ranrune holdings, and beyond. That was Zim's goal. He'd made no secret of it. The question of the evening was what Ossus's fate entailed. "Come, my friend," Zim said. "I'd like to see some stars." They ascended the narrow stairwell that corkscrewed from the chamber to the palace's top parapet. The steps were narrow and high, the rock slippery from use. It was a challenge for Ossus to pull himself up, but he'd grown accustomed to this difficult trip, because the destination was worth it. When they reached the top parapet and stepped outside, they were surrounded by blackness and deep starlight. Arge was a moonless world, and the surrounding mountains were reduced to all black bulks. As cool wind blew between them, Zim took the bottle he'd brought, unscrewed the cap, and poured it full for Ossus to drink. The Argaeans down below might be filling their stomachs with wine, but for Zim and his Tiain, there was only water. It was a remembrance of how they first met. "It's done," Zim said again, after minutes of silence passed between them. "What will you do next?" asked Ossus. "There's still plenty stars left to conquer, and I'll conquer them," Zim stated, as though observing the weather. "We'll rebuild, consolidate, see what good to Severo's Janissaries are, and the discoveries on Abrixen. But the question tonight is what you will do, Ossus." Ossus knew what he needed, to do. What he didn't know was if Zim would allow it. The son of Zer had been generous to him so far because Ossus had been useful, but there was no telling how far his generosity would extend. Ossus's power couldn't compel him. The Tiain couldn't even read his intentions with his third eye. But Zim had brought him here tonight and shared his water. Now Ossus had to answer the question. "I would like to go. If you can procure a small ship that will carry me through hyperspace, that will be all I need. Will you go back to your homeworld? Ren has nothing for me." "Then where?" That was a truth he couldn't tell. Jedar hadn't forgotten him during his captivity. 6 years ago, after he'd made his pact with Zim, Ocf had found a message scrawled on paper left folded in his bed. It had read, "Forgotten you he has not." That had sent Ocf into a week of panic. He'd used his third eye to scour the other slaves' minds but found no hint as to who dropped the message. He'd also been paranoid Zim might discover his power, which he kept closely hidden even as they schemed. But nothing happened. Years passed, long enough for Ocf to wonder if the message had been delusion. But then, around the time the Cronies campaign began, he got another note left the same way. "Progress you are making. Continue to strive." More panic followed, then more years. After the pact with the three kingdoms, he received a third message. "Almost ready you are." And finally, just yesterday, Ocf had received one last message. "Find him you will at Idux." He hadn't even heard of Idux, but it was on the frontier of the League's beacon network. He didn't know what he'd find there, but he had to go. He also knew he couldn't explain it. He told Zim, "I've been in a cage too long. I need to explore the galaxy and see what else it could hold for me." Zim nodded in the dark. "It will be dangerous out there, especially for one of your kind." That was truer than he knew. But Ocf said, "I have to go. There's much you can hear." Zim insisted. "You wouldn't just have my protection. You'd have my authority, and it would be yours to wield. We've accomplished great things, Ocf. We can accomplish even greater things, together. You don't need me anymore." Ocf flicked his tail. "I'm good at sneaking through palaces. You're a conqueror of worlds. That Geminier fellow's better suited to your current work. Marco's talents are different from yours. I could use you both equally." After a short, dark pause, Zim said, "You would also have my friendship." One word tempted Ocf as much as Jedar's scattered notes and ethereal nudges. In Zim he'd found the closest thing to an equal partner he'd had in his life. Close but not equal, for no one could ever equal Zim. He admired the human's ambition and brutal pragmatism, and at the same time basked in his respect. If this was what friendship felt like, then Ocf was glad to have a friend. But friendship wasn't enough. Greater purpose beckoned him to Idux. "I'm sorry," Ocf said. "I have to go." He gulped down the rest of his water and held the upturned cap to Zim. The new crowned king stared at it but did not touch. Zim had just spoken of friendship, but in that moment lethal silence filled the night. They both knew how easy it would be to kill a Ti. A squeeze of the neck. A toss off this high tower. Nobody would care if Zare's court jester ended up dead tonight. Ocf had special powers, but he was small and mortal amongst greater beasts, and it would be wise for Zim to kill him. Ocf knew more of the king's secrets than anyone, even Geminier. Some of them, if sold to the right people, could destroy the new crowned king. But Zim said, "It may take a few days, but I'll find a ship for you. Something appropriately small, but capable of light-speed travel." He smiled, slightly sad in starlight. A payment for services rendered. His third eye didn't avail much when it came to Zim, but Ocf felt sincerity. "Thank you," he said, choking slightly. In all his life, he'd never received such generosity. From a man like Zim, to whom cruelty came so easily, it meant even more. "I owe you more than you think." Zim sighed and looked at the stars. "It was clear like this when we met, wasn't it? You could see every star in the sky. You were ready to die that night, weren't you?" Ocf admitted, yes. If he hadn't met Zim, if he hadn't found the promise of freedom, he'd have died then or soon after. There'd have been no point in going on. What Zim said next was so soft the breeze stole his words, but Ocf's keen ears heard. So was I. He stared up the human. Zim's eyes were still on the stars. He said nothing else for a long time as Ocf begun to understand their relationship anew. After a while Zim said, "You were right about spending too much time in cages. The stars are what you deserve. If you ever get sick of freedom, my friend, you can come back. I can't say where I'll be, but I won't be hard to find." Chapter 11. Demon. Everyone is defined by his fears, so we must ask ourselves, what scares a Hutt? Their tales of liberation are all triumphant. According to hearsay, the Hutts held captive tyrants and zoos until they were deemed too tasty for their own survival. Another conflict, more elusive, seems to have left a deeper scar on the Hutt psyche. Who or what was this demon that drove their species to the brink? Further inquiry is recommended. Special Plenipotentiary Ocf's report to Zim, 532 LE. 537 LE. Asher Gell hated flinging messages into the void. He hated standing before the camera, seeing his reflection in the dead view screen, and imagining the face of the recipient light years away. He especially hated it when that recipient was Jekka, who he'd much rather see in person. To hear, smell, taste, touch, especially now. By the time the Theophany had ferried them to Olmatra, they'd repaired the Dawn Chaser enough for a long-distance hyperspace journey. Chiraba had urged them to go to Karsabeth, and while Asher and Talayak were indeed curious as to who tried to kill them, they had something else dominating their thoughts. Asher had debated how much to tell Jekka when he could barely explain it to himself. For now, he'd tell her what she needed to know. When they met in person, whenever that was, wherever, he'd hopefully have a better grasp on what he'd seen staring at him from the lake of fire. Talayak granted him privacy for this moment, so Asher sat alone in the Dawn Chaser's cockpit, right before the camera eye. He drew straight, took a deep breath, and tapped the recorder on. "Hi, Jekka. Miss me? I definitely missed you." He tried to smile and felt stupid. He wasn't a teenager pining over a crush. They were both Jedi with the weight of the galaxy on their shoulders. He stopped the recording, erased, and tried again. This time he leaned closer and said very seriously, "Jekka, I hope you're safe wherever you are. We heard about Morlan, and I am so sorry. We heard about the beacons too? Talayak and I got out of the Supremacy safe. Yes, we found what we were after. I'm not going to explain it right now though. It's complicated. We're going straight to Idix to talk to Jedar first. We found something that, well, we have to talk to him about it. That's what we're going to do. There's something I'd like you to do, if you can. When we were deep in the Supremacy, somebody tried to kill us, and not the worms either. They used T&E's ships, but the crews were all from Hutt worlds. What that means we have no idea, but we think they were based off Karsabeth. And yeah, we know about the beacons, but if you take the Hand of Light or Ashley's Dream, if you've still got those ships, you might be able to get there. I don't know what to look for or what you might find there, but there's something happening we don't understand. It runs deep, and is important, so please, if you can, if the Force can guide you there, see what's happening on Karsabeth." That was everything important, but when he looked at the camera he knew he couldn't end like this. He didn't try another stupid smile. Instead he spoke from the heart. "Jekka, I know it must be really hard for you now. It's hard for all of us. I wish I could be there right now, telling you this, but we all have things the Force needs us to do. Just remember that wherever you are, whatever you're facing, I'll be there for you. I love you." And that was important. Feeling heavy but satisfied, Asher turned off the recorder, slumped in his chair, and stared at the hypnotic blur of hyperspace. He'd done what he could. When strength returned, he pushed free of the chair and walked to the Dawn Chaser's hold, where Talayak was meditating. He found the Talat sitting cross-legged on the deck, lower arms in lap, upper pair held in a lotus pose. Asher hadn't meant to interrupt and started to retreat. Without opening his eyes, Talayak said, "Stay." Asher felt awkward standing in the doorframe. He said, "We're passing through the Cyclada now. It should be smooth sailing after this. I'm glad. I recorded a message for Jekka. I'll cast to Kovari when we leave hyperspace. It should find its way to her from there." Best they could tell, the beacon network was still intact beyond the Cyclada, and Kovari was a major Imperial staging area. Maybe she was there already. "You wish we could stop?" asked Talayak. "Only if the others are there. I'd like to find them as well, but it's more important we go to Idux. I know. We've got a lot to talk about." They hadn't, not yet, even to each other. Since they stood before the burning lake they hadn't spoke aloud what they found there. Hadn't even mentioned Jedar's name. Asher couldn't bring himself to pronounce it now, but he felt the urge to say something. "Master," he began, "do you think he was one of them? A rebel angel?" "Yes." Talayak finally opened his eyes. "I don't know. How old do you think he is?" "Well, he claims to be middle-aged by his people's standards, and he's also said they live about as long as a Hutt. 500 or 600 years. Give or take," Asher said. "I have an idea. I've been thinking about it, and it seems likely, or at least possible." "Go on." "They said the demon took followers when it went to that world. Maybe he was born there. He was raised by the demon's followers, and maybe thought like them for a time, but after the demon died he escaped. He must have wandered for, I guess, 3, or 400 years before he sat down on Idux. That is a long time to wonder. It's also a long time to change. Then you believe Jedar seeks, what? Redemption, maybe? To build on Idux something like what the demon did, but better. Something that's a force for good instead of evil. Then why hasn't he told us this? Maybe he was afraid too. If I had something as dark as that in my past, I wouldn't share it with anyone. Would you? Talayak didn't answer. It was a stupid question to ask. None of them could live as long as Jedar, or understand the kind of burden that came with so much history. Yet Talayak's silence frustrated him. He could tell the Talid was shielding himself with the Force. Asher said, I know you don't buy into all we've been doing on Idux, but believe me, there's nothing dark about him. Nothing that remotely compares to what we felt on that planet. No, Talayak admitted, there's not. There's only one way to get the truth. That's to talk to him and hash this out. Yes. Silence swelled again. Asher pried, you kept saying there was trial coming for the Jedi here. Is this it? Talayak shook his head. Perhaps. Or perhaps that trial was the illusion of an old man desperate to believe. I can't see what lies ahead. Jedar was the prophet. They get no answers except from him. The city was deep into nighttime, but artificial light drowned unseen stars. Spaceships lashed nose up into docking towers and skyscrapers rose in the distance, but the area near Galora's port was a sprawl of low warehouses. Square kilometers were filled with ugly cinder block walls and rust-chewed metal roofs. So this was Slaherin. Vadas had always been curious. Other Morgulke had gone on missions to the den of Cossack the Clever, but not him. Now he was finally here, but it felt mundane, like any other industrial trade world. He stood alone on roof of one warehouse. A cool breeze blew, but nothing stirred. That was all right. He settled into a crouch and waited. When the gravity scorn had arrived at Slaherin, their borrowed transponder had worked perfectly. Before settling into dock, Vadas used the comm unit to release a single transmission, one which most listeners would disregard as a misfired static burst. Within the transmission was a special code used by Morgulke to signal one another. An hour after docking, the gravity picked up a responding burst, similarly encrypted. It requested that he come here. He'd come alone, armed with knife and pistol. There was no telling how badly the Morgulke had been compromised. This could be a trap, but he needed information. When Vadas heard the rattle of someone ascending the utility ladder, he stood, drew weapons, and waited. The person seemed to take forever to ascend, but he heard no other noises and saw no aircraft moving through the sky. Finally, someone pulled into view. Vadas's night vision was keen, and he marked them as a pale Esralsanicto. But that was no guarantee they were on the same side. He lifted the gun. The newcomer raised hands and spoke in Gudro Kadasku, Vadas's own language. You're right to be cautious. These are dire times for us. How long have you been posted here? I haven't left Galora in 3 years. I lay low and listen. Safer work than what others have, I know. Vadas lowered the gun but didn't put it away. He didn't bother to ask the Esralsa's name. I just arrived. I need information. I gathered that from your comm burst. The Esralsa lowered his hands. They remained 3 meters apart and spoke just loud enough to be heard. Ask. I guarantee nothing. I need to know about a Morla named Kalismar. Ah. You came to the right place. The Esralsa scanned the surrounding rooftops, then pointed. Do you see that building, about a kilometer southwest, with the radio tower? Vadas squinted at the darkness. I think so. He operates from there. How secure is it? 3-meter concrete walls, topped by electrified barbed wire. There are ways around that, of course. The compound is about 1 acre wide, mostly storage facilities. The radio tower is the real thing. It's a sophisticated translite unit, but they've disguised it to look like a standard sublight comm. Translite comms were hard to come by, unless gifted by a Hutt. What kind of security is inside? I don't know. Sorry. He had nothing to be sorry for. That was better intel than Vadas had expected. You've been watching him closely. I watch people. It's my job. But Kalismar is unusual. Do you know if he's there now? His ship has been in port for the past 2 days. Yes. This one had been paying close attention. What else? He comes and goes. So do his associates. Nictus, Weequay, Saborians. Never Hutts or esteemed, but I assume he has their blessing. Cossack's blessing. It stands to reason. What do they do off-world? I know only what happens on Slate, but at least I know it well. Indeed he did. Thanks for your help, Vter said. The Esralsa didn't respond. A cool gust blew between them. He was waiting for more. I need to get inside that compound, Vter said. I have a few people with me, but I'm not sure how useful they'll be, and I don't want to put them in harm's way. The Esralsa understood he wasn't talking about Morgake. Are you after Kalismar himself? Yes. And will this help free our world? Vter didn't know. The liberation of Kenton seemed more distant than ever. The hated Mdweshu priests had been minuscule compared to the interstellar might of the Supremacy, and there was no way a handful of Nikto rebels could bring down the Worm's mighty empire. But that was the path they'd chosen, Vter, and the nameless Nikto with him now. Yes, he said. Less an answer than a hope. He had a feeling the shadow figure knew that. The Esralsa said, I'll see what I can do. When will you make your move? Tonight, if possible. Can you be ready in 3 hours? Vter looked again at the radio tower. Yes. Do we meet there? There's a garage 1 block north and 2 south. The gate will be closed but unlocked. We'll be there. Thank you. Anything to hurt the worms, the Esralsa said, voice choked with anger. It was the only emotion he'd shown the entire time. Without another word, the Esralsa went back to the roof's edge and clambered down the ladder. Vter listened until there was complete silence. He counted another 3 minutes in his head, then went down the ladder himself, and slipped through shadowed lanes back to the gravity scorn. Sometimes it was amazing how fast a plan could come together. The ship was a registered Imperial bulk freighter with the homely designation of NF3R4, though his crew called it the Nefer. It had originated at an orbital port at Loric, and its destination was Abraxan. Its manifest consisted of raw Kyrium shipments, Midak crystals, duranium alloy sheets, and several tons of microcomputing chips. Hidden amidst the cargo were 3 Jedi. When we reach Abraxan, the Nefer will remain in orbit. The cargo crates, including yours, will be dropped down the facility. The guidance software will make sure you land in one of the industrial berths south of the factory. Entry will be rough, but as long as you're strapped in tight, you will be fine. This was explained by the Nefer's captain. He was an aging human with gray hair cropped to a fuzz, sloping shoulders, and a waxing potbelly. Daniel Kane met him in a private cabin as the ship barreled through hyperspace. His companions, Shen and Moray, were safely ensconced inside one of the Nefer's heavy cargo crates. The bare space had been installed with heating, oxygen supplies, and food for the journey. What happens when we land? Kane asked. Standard procedure is that they go through the crates and unload. They check inventory, and then they reload the crates with material to be shipped out. Mostly that's waste products, scrap, used parts for recycling. They might load us up with some fresh war robots though. The captain scratched his cheek. They like to pop those on you, but no warning. Operational security, I guess. How long will that take? For the amount we're carrying, I'd say 6 hours. Once that time's up, they rocket the crates back into orbit and rejoin with the Nefer. So whatever business you've got planned, you will want to take care of it in 6 hours maximum. Do you have any more information about the facility? The captain shook his head. Groundside intel is even more classified than the Beacon Freak. I'm sorry, but you're on your own. I understand. And thank you. You've done so much already. You truly had. They found this man on a list of sympathizers offered by Kel Olander, an Imperial Terniduxan. They hadn't expected much when they made contact, but it turned out the captain was willing to sneak them aboard his cargo run to Abraxan. No questions asked. The Jedi had agreed that Kane would be the face of this mission. Shen and Moray had secreted themselves aboard their storage crate before being loaded onto the Nefer. A Selkith who spoke no Taiwanese would rouse confusion, a tyrant panic. The Zabrak was a welcome sight in comparison, especially when Kane covered his horns with the cap as he did now. Once you get back to your crate, seal it tight and stay there, the captain warned. No point taking chances. And if it looks like you'll end up getting caught groundside, we know. We won't implicate you personally. I was going to say don't let him catch you. Loric would love to take you apart, I imagine. Kane knew that name? Edon Loric had directed Zim's special research projects for decades. Is he at Abraxan now? They say he never leaves. That's good to know. Thank you. Kane extended a hand. You won't hear from us again until you're on the outbound trip. Hopefully, the captain agreed and shook. Before he maneuvered for the door, Kane said, "Can I ask a personal question, Captain? If you'd like. Frankly, I wonder why you're doing this. You get my name from Olander. He and I went through a lot together. That can't be the only reason." The human looked askance. Kane could tell this was difficult for him. "Maybe I just wanted to meet one of you. Now I can believe in the stories they tell. You wouldn't risk your career for curiosity." The captain sighed. "Well, it'd be nice to believe in something. Zim, you see, I'm a Barseg man. I was still pretty young when we threw our lot in with him. No conquest, mind you, just a treaty. And for a while I thought Zim was all right. Every ruler's a bastard, and he didn't seem more bastard than most, at least not to my world." He trailed off. Kane asked, "What changed?" "You people showed up. They said you do things different, and people started to wonder what it would be like if we had your kind running the show. Better than the mess we're in now. Lots are thinking. Especially in the military. Responsibility. Jedar never let that go. I hope I haven't disappointed you." The captain smirked. "Do you know what, Master Kane? You almost seem like a normal fool, just stumbling his way through the universe. Almost. Well, there is something different about you." Kane pulled off hat, bearing the short, sharp horns jutting from his scalp. "Huh. Those two." The human blinked. "Good luck to you." "We have better than luck." Kane smirked and made his exit. Magnetized boots held him to the deck as he shuffled through the Nefer's access conduits, all the way to the crate where the other Jedi were hiding. He knocked on the closed hatch twice, then twice again. Mora recognized the code and unlocked it from the inside. Kane clambered down and sealed the hatch behind him, vacuum tight. "What was the captain like?" asked Shin. A single lamp was suspended in the middle of the chamber. Jedi cast long shadows on the bare metal walls. "Just a man, trying to do the right thing. Can we trust him?" Mora asked. Kane knew she was thinking of their erstwhile allies on Corellia who'd thrown them to their enemies. I felt his heart was in the right place. The Selkith nodded, not satisfied but accepting, for now. Kane wondered how many men in the Empire were like that captain, sick of war, sick of Zim, and looking for other options. If rumor was to be believed, there were many. He says we'll have 6 hours after the crate sets down to explore the facility. Kane asked Shin, "Will that be enough?" "It will have to be. I have not thought of that place for many years, but I am making an effort to remember." "That's good. And there's something else you should know. The captain says Director Loric will be at the base." Shin stiffened. Kane asked, "Did you meet him before?" "I saw him when he inspected our cages." Kane knew the memory upset him. "We can't stay in the shadows and keep well clear of him." But Shin said no. "Loric is exactly what we need." "Are you certain?" Mora asked. "Yes. If there is a weakness in Zim's robots, he will know it. We must find him and make him tell." Shin's voice started out weak but grew strong. Kane understood he was looking at a man who just found his reason for being here, whether he liked it or not. The Dawn Chaser didn't end his voyage on Idix. Before leaping to the Adegan system, Talayak recalled that Jedar was going to join Shin aboard the Star Forge. They sought that isolated system in the Force, then made the final jump. When Maloba Talayak first saw the Rakatan behemoth, it nearly took his breath away. As they moved into dock with the sprawling superstructure, he felt it in the Force as well. It was like the mind of a great predatory animal that had eaten his fill and was resting before going on the prowl again. Asher, however, had a different impression. As they coupled airlocks, the human said, "Do you feel that?" "It's different now. More stable, I think." "Stable, right?" "It feels better to me." Talayak had nothing to say to that, and didn't. Asher added, "The last time I was here it felt off somehow, almost confused. But if I just swallowed a chunk of a star, I'd have digestive problems too. And now his stomach has settled. That's how it feels to me." Asher actually smiled. "What about you, Master?" "I do not know," he muttered. "Let us go. I'd like to see Shin again, and Jedar." But neither of them had said his name aloud since descending into hell. Once they were sealed with the Star Forge, they were welcomed aboard by a middle-aged human female. Talayak didn't know her, but Asher stepped up and pumped her hand. "It's good to see you again. Chief Fury, meet Master Maloba Talayak." The woman took in the talent before her, then gave a bow. "It's an honor to meet you, Master Jedi." Talayak merely nodded. Asher told her, We've come a long way. Who's aboard now? Shin and Kane. Oh no, Fury said. They left a few days ago. Left for where? They didn't say, and it wasn't my place to ask. They took the fishy Jedi with them. You mean Moray? Asher frowned. Are there any Jedi still here? Well, the Prophet's aboard, sir. She flashed a grin. He keeps to himself mostly, but we're all proud to have him. Talayak didn't doubt that. He said, please inform him we've arrived. We'd very much like to speak with him. Of course. Come with me. I'll see what I can do. She led them deep into the forge. They went down catwalks that stretched forever through massive tubular corridors. Every doorway was 10 meters high. It seemed this place had been constructed for giants. Whenever they passed the station's crew, they received deferring bows. As they walked, Fury spoke into her communicator. After several brief conversations, she looked back at the silent Jedi and said, the Prophet is in the cooling chamber above the core. Do you know where that is? I can't take it from here. Asher nodded. Thanks for your help, Chief. The pleasure's mine, Master Jedi. Masters, she corrected, and gave another bow to each of them. Then she departed. Asher guided them down another hallway and into a lift. As it shuttered up, he said, she's been working on this place ever since Indrexu found it. We could have never woken it up without her. I imagine she credits the Jedi. Shin and Kane have done amazing things too. It's a team effort, really. Talayak said nothing more. The lift lurched to a stop and the door opened. Asher guided them down another hall, this one more modest in size. Sealed double doors waited at the far end. Talayak could feel, however faintly, Jedar's presence beyond. When they drew near, he stopped and placed an upper hand on Asher's shoulder. Would you wait outside, please? The human smile faltered. What? I come all this way, and I don't get to talk to him. I'd like to speak with him first. Teacher to teacher. All right, I understand. But when you are ready, just give me a nudge, and I'll come. I'll be waiting outside, for whenever you need me. Thank you, Asher. Talayak paused before going through the doors. It was never easy to meet your purpose, and he felt it waiting for him in the next room. It seemed all his life had been leading to this. His decades of study in the core, his journey into the void, his searches for other Jedi, most of all, his fear of the great nothing and his ever-deepening conviction that they come to face a trial. It wasn't just a trial for the Jedi or the Force he'd anticipated. It was his own personal crucible beyond those doors. Did Asher sense of this? If he did, the human said nothing. Talayak stepped forward. Doors split apart, then closed behind him. He entered an octagonal chamber with walls of stark metal and mesh grate for a floor. She called it a cooling chamber, but heat and red light emanated from the depths. In the dead center of the chamber was a tangle of brown cloth topped by green, long-eared head. Jedar didn't open his eyes until the Tali was steps away. When they swung wide, his lips curved to a smile. Master Talayak, return you have. Welcome. I'm glad to be here. We've gone through some experiences, Asher and I. Ah, Jedar smirked, relentless Asher Gell is, in the best way. Lucky you were to have him at your side. I thought so too. Jedar waved a green hand. Sit, please. Talayak lowered himself, a meter from Jedar. Seated erect, he still looked down on the little creature. When he allowed himself to stare, it was hard not to stop. The fleshy green face, topped by black hair, was younger than the stone one half sunk into the lake of fire, but he could no longer separate one from the other. Have something on my face, do I? Jedar tapped claw to cheek. It is nothing. Talayak shook his head. So nothing brought you here? This I doubt. Always seeking something you are, Master Talayak. A guidepost in the Force. A purpose. Signs and symbols you chase, even as you fear them phantoms. They'd only had one real conversation, but Jedar knew him too well. Talayak said, we did not chase phantoms. We found where the colony ship was caught. We learned who killed its occupants. Jedar's eyes widened. More? Tell me. He'd spent a long flight wondering how to handle this conversation, and began by saying, we breached the Hutt Supremacy and traveled deep within. We found a cluster of stars shrouded in black dust and filled with debris from an ancient war. Broken starships, even broken planets. And this war, you think, your ark stumbled into. Most unfortunate. No, Talayak shook his head. The war happened 400 to 500 years ago. The colony ship passed through, or near, that cluster over a century earlier. Jedar's forehead creased. Know this for certain, do you? Zim scientist stated the colony ship's travels. As for the war, he paused. We spoke to a Hutt who participated. Trust the word of a Hutt, do you? Jedar shook his head. Wiser you should be. What do you know about the Hutts? Jedar looked at him. His hearts were pounding but his body was still and he prayed, his thoughts shielded in the Force. Great and terrible they are, Jedar said finally. No consideration do they give to other life forms. Devour the galaxy they would if they could. If we do not stop them, yes. Have you ever encountered the Hutts yourself? For a second, Jedar's lips twitched toward a smile. Then they flattened. Everything you learned, tell me. At the heart of the Black Cluster we found a world. The last battle of an ancient war was fought there. Being near it was torture in the Force. I'd never felt anything like it. When we went to the ground it was even worse. To the surface you went. Jedar's ears bent down. Brave that was. And dangerous. On that world there was a great pit. And at the bottom there was a lake of fire. Talayak held Jedar's eyes and didn't flinch. There was a massive statue half submerged into the lake. Ah. His smile was faint, even wistful. Found it you did. Jedar sat very still, waiting, smiling. Talayak said, I must ask, what are you? Think what, do you? Now Talayak evaded. He wasn't ready to say it, not yet. The answer and its consequences terrified him more than the great nothing of a forceless void. He said, Ashergil believes you were raised on that world. After the Hutts destroyed it, after the demon destroyed it, you drifted for many years. He believes you've gathered Force users from distant places, as the demon did, but you want to make this new legion of Force for good. He says you want to redeem the mistakes of the past. Is that true? Talayak ached for a yes. But Jedar did not answer. Instead, his eyes cut over Talayak's shoulder to the sealed door. Since Asher outside I can. Make him wait, did you? I wanted to have this conversation alone. Valiant he is, but impatient. Take it well, did he? Asher is a knight. I am a master. He respects me and obeys. Talayak's lower hands clenched. Answer the question, please. I want it to be true. Because I think you've made an error on Idix, and I hope you've done it with good intentions. An error. A long ear twitched. I've seen the way your Iduxans treat the Jedi. They call it respect, but to me it is worship. And we are not meant to be worshipped. We are as mortal and fallible as they are. Damaged, many of those people are. Need guidance and healing they do, but touch the Force they cannot. Wrong is it that those who can touch the Force guide them. Think you that we should just abandon them to misery? No. But there is a difference between guiding and commanding. A Jedi Master you are. Every Master knows, hopes, that his students will surpass him. That is not what happens on Idux. An empire, you think I'm building. Jedar chuckled. Zim or Cossack I am not. Just a minor beast compared to them. Talayak's hands bunched tighter. He was caught in a downward spiral and didn't want to reach the end. I think, he said, you are avoiding my question. Is Asher's theory true? Jedar looked away again. Believe it you do not, Have you a better theory? And spare me, please, some fantasy of empire. I want to believe. But things make me doubt. Then be out with them? You should. On that planet, the Hutts called it hell, we found corpses from many species. Human, Sahil-Andil, Nikto. I also found a Sith, and their world is a very, very far from hell. Curious, I agree? It's not the distance that surprises. I know, at least, the Hutt told me, that starships passing near the demon's territory were seized. The passengers were killed, and the ships were cast back into space, but set to transmit information back to the demon. Because the Rakata were still strong, you see, and those rebel angels wouldn't risk showing themselves. They used the ghost ships, the ships they killed, to map the galaxy. And when the Rakata collapsed, they followed the ghost trails. They searched worlds in secret and spirited away anyone sensitive to the Force, so they might serve the demon. When he made clear he was done, Jedar actually chuckled. Such fanciful tales these worms weave. Storytellers I did not think them. Surprise me, they do. It explains how different species ended up at hell. A shrug. Perhaps. It also explains why the Tion, and Hutt space, and everything around it, is so barren of Force users. They're like a field where every seed was dug up and replanted elsewhere. Very fanciful. And, to me it seems, convenient. His armor seemed impenetrable, but Talayak knew he was chipping away. He saw the weak spots. He knew how to attack. He had, in fact, assembled these arguments, recorded them, and stored them in the Dawn Chaser's memory banks to be broadcast if he did not return within the hour, or if he touched his computer core with the Force. He asked, "How did you choose this world to settle on, among all the ones in the Tion?" Jedar frowned, seemingly confused by the change in tack. "Privacy, I want it. On the edge of everything Idux is. And how did you arrive? Did you have your own starship, or did you come on someone else's?" "Ah." Jedar heaved a deep sigh. "Confess I must. My dirty secret you have discovered. A stowaway I was. A fair Vter. Shameful, I know, but currency I lacked." Talayak wouldn't be put off. "I heard there used to be a crashed starship at the base of your mountain. Arrived long before me? That one did." "I thought so. From what I've heard, it sounded like it might have been an ancient colony ship." Jedar watched him, eyes narrowed, green face like stone. Talayak tried a bitter smile. "I was just thinking aloud. But back to that dead Sith I found. What of it? I spoke to Essan about her Sith King. She really does believe that Addis cheated death by passing his soul from old, dying bodies to younger ones using arcane dark powers. Addis, or at least his holocron, implied that he was taught his arts by another. This demon, you think it was? The presence of the Sith suggests a link. Perhaps. It would explain other things as well. When Asher and I were a jump away from hell, we were attacked by 2 star ships that had been lying in ambush. Strangely, the ships were Taiwanese but had crews from Hutt worlds. Strange, indeed. Certain of this, are you? We were told by the Hutt who saved us. Such faith you put in a worm, Jedar tissed. Straining a little too hard for purpose, you might be. Those ships were waiting to kill us. They were in the most secret corner of the Supremacy. Even most Hutts couldn't reach us there, but those strangers did. And I believe I know why. Keep me in suspense, you should not. Those ships were waiting for us. Few knew what Asher and I were seeking. Even we didn't until we'd found it. And few know how to reach that place." Talayak steeled himself and took the plunge. Only one person could know both those things. Gator's lips barely moved as he said, "Enough, Master Talayak. A fine sparring match this has been, my best in centuries. Enjoy it I have, truly, but all things must end. Your ponderings are just prelude for a conclusion already found. Believe what, do you?" Talayak curled his fist, tensed his muscles, loosened his joints, and gathered the force within himself. "I believe you are the demon." He stared into Jedar's narrowed eyes. Slowly, the lines in that green stone face relaxed. Flat lips flexed to a smile, and then to a sneer. Jedar struck. Talayak thought he'd be ready for it. In his century as a Jedi, he's practiced all kinds of combat. Most were not physical. He could dodge, block, and parry mental thrusts. He could counter any kinetic burst of force energy. And if he chose, he could stand as impervious as stone. But nothing he faced in his long century had prepared him for the demon. Suddenly he was on his back, limbs splayed out, gasping. He could feel his hearts twisting inside his chest, like a hand was pumping them with iron fingers. His breath stopped, his head swam. His lower left arm cracked, audible, agonizing. Then his upper right. Pain raked across his body. He couldn't call on the force, could barely even feel it. He was being crushed by manifest darkness. Black knotted his vision, but he could see a small and monstrous body levitate above him. Though blood pounded in his ears, he could hear the words clearly, for they echoed in his brain with the force's cruel clarity. "Many names have I had," the voice said. "Prophet, demon, accuser, undying. Only words are they, bestowed by lesser beings. I am I, and nothing you are." Standing outside the chamber, Asher had felt creeping tension, so incremental he'd barely noticed it. But it grew stronger and stronger, until he was certain something had gone wrong. He hesitated for a second, remembering Talayak's admonition, before he felt the master's scream of agony in the force. That decided him. Casting aside all doubt, Asher grabbed his lightsaber, ignited it, and raced to help his teacher. Through the smothering darkness, Talayak saw. He saw the door slide open, and Asher burst through, lightsaber lit in hand. Saw him stagger as he took in the horrible scene. Saw him start for Jedar, weapon raised. Saw Asher's head fly from his shoulders. Saw blood geyser from his ragged neck. Saw the body unbalance and collapse like a discarded doll. Saw the demon gaze down with eyes like hell. Long have I waited for your kind. Centuries ago did your arc stumble into my reach. Learn, I did, of a world where those empowered convene from distant stars. An inspiration this was to harvest followers of my own. An ally I thought you Jedi might become, or a rival. Neither you are. Self-limiting fools instead, afraid to claim your rightful place in the galaxy. But in vain my waiting was not. A useful tool, a fool can be. Dry, bitter laughter. Talayak tried to ask, why? No noise escaped his airless chest, but Jedar understood. Power we have to reign supreme. Toward this birthright did I strive till petty fools threw me down. But rise again I have, time after time. Even death of the body have I overcome. Within my grasp, triumph and revenge now lay. Darkness filled Talayak's vision, drowned his thoughts. One small body centered above him, like a black morning star. His heart's convulsed, his bones cracked. He couldn't win, couldn't even fight. He tried to find force enough to touch the Dawn Chaser, the message he'd recorded, his warning to any Jedi who'd hear. But the darkness laughed again. A seed did you plant. Ah, and your ship it is. Remove it I shall. There was nothing left but despair. Darkness claimed everything. Darkness, pain, the century ended in absolute failure. Even sound disappeared, but words told black within his soul, receive its new possessor these stars shall. Of empires you spoke. What need to build them when already made they are? All left to fashion was a head to bear the crown, and made it we have, together. Understand, do you? Talayak understood. It was the worst agony of all. But his agony was short. When truth was worse than torture, death was the only relief. And in this alone, the demon was merciful. Origins. Degrees of liberty. The Sith Order is an ancient tradition, but we must remember it is young on the scale of galactic history. The dark side is eternal, and we are but the most recent to draw on his power. Darth Plagueis to Darth Sidious, 52 BBY. Year 1 of Zim's reign. 508 LE. Oziaf's journey had started on Argay, and brought him to a desolate mountain on Idux. In between he'd been alone aboard the ship Zim had provided. Crossing the stars he felt more free than ever before, and a heady sense of libertation remained as he reached his destination. At the base of the slope was the wreckage of a crashed cylindrical starship half buried in the dirt. It was probably centuries old. The small town that had sprung up around it was much newer. It was a tent city, with a few stout buildings being put up by a crowd of citizens, many human but some not. Oziaf's first thought was that this town was a refuge for diviners to use their power freely. Yet as he moved among the townspeople and viewed them with his third eye, he didn't sense anyone else with his power. He felt a vague reverence for the mountain and the old man on it, but nothing more. Barely any of them paid attention to Oziaf, but Hedrix, the young human who'd driven him from the spaceport, said to follow the mountainside trail to meet the prophet. Oziaf had no idea what to make of this, but he sensed Jedar up the slope, not actively calling him but radiating presence. It was amazing how clear it seemed. Oziaf wondered if he'd honed his powers while working with Zim, despite his teacher's absence. Curious, compelled, Oziaf made his way to Jedar. He found the green, gnome-like creature sitting cross-legged on a jutting stone. They were halfway up the mountain and Jedar had his eyes closed in a meditative pose. He faced away from the town, toward brown rolling plains. There were times over the past 8 years when Oziaf had felt angry at his teacher for abandoning him and frustrated with the vague messages. Now he was satisfied to be with Jedar again. It was like a homecoming. I still shut, Jedar said. Travel far you have. Oziaf crouched beside him. All the way from Argay. Across more than space have you journeyed? Yes. Cool wind blew across the mountainside. Jedar said nothing and waited for him to continue. Oziaf asked, what is this place? A gathering? How long have you been here? Did you come in that old spaceship? Long predates my arrival, the ship does. But here I made my way after we parted. Here I have been ever since. Who are those people? Gathered followers? I have. But why? They don't have our power, do they? Does anyone? Asked Jedar, and Oziaf knew it was not rhetorical. In my time among the humans, I never found anyone like me. I started to think maybe humans can't have that power. Inside any race, I believe our power might be found. Well, I never found anyone else with it either. On Ren they called us diviners, but diviners were legends. Most people didn't really believe we exist. Exist we do. I know. I don't understand why. Why are we the only ones out of all the billions and billions of living out there that have it? And what are we supposed to do with it? Jedar exhaled and opened his eyes. Answers I have, but my answers they are. To the first, others there may be like us. Vast the galaxy is, and what humans calls known space is but a fraction. Hope I do that one day we may discover them, because stronger together we are. Betray each other we shall not, even as lesser beings war against each other. It was the sweetest dream Ossus had ever heard, but he said, that doesn't answer why. Jedar shrugged. Prevalent this power was among my people. All could use it. Outside us? Very few. A fluke you are. Ossus snorted. A fluke. Well, I suppose that's better than being a freak. Freaks we are not, Jedar insisted. Touch the truth we do, like no one else. Superior we are to those who fumble blind. A gift this is, the most precious of all, even when it seems a curse. And use it we must. That was my second question. What do we do with our power? The most important question it is. Jedar narrowed eyes. First tell me, what have you done these past years? Don't you know? You've been spying on me, haven't you? Watching, yes. Spying, no. Followers I have, and eyes and ears have they. But omniscient I am not. So please, tell. Ossus told. He described his meet in Zim and everything that followed, all the way to the overthrow of Zer and his finally being freed from bondage. Liberty you have now, Jedar said with understanding. Wonder you do, how to use it. I was hoping you'd know. Then tell me, after having seen so many worlds and so many peoples, how do you judge them? He never thought of himself as a judge before. Judges held power, and his only power was that of Zim's agent, sulking and spying in shadows. But when he considered all the many sentients he'd met, he thought of their vanity and greed, their violence, their pettiness, their willingness to betray even those who tried to help. In short, they differed little from the villagers on Ren who sold him to slavery for the crime of having good intentions and the power to act on them. You called them foul creatures once, Ossus said. I never forgot that. And you judge this true. There are exceptions. This Zim you spoke of. Heard of him I have, for who has not? A butcher is he who slaughters millions for his ambition. An artist in blood and suffering who turns known space into his canvas. Greedy, violent, vain they say he is. Dispute this would you? Ossus winced, because he could not. Yet despite that, Zim was his friend, his only one. Water shared beneath starlight meant more than he could say. There's more to Zim than that, he whispered. Jedar snorted. True this may be but touch our power he cannot. A greater beast he is but a lesser being. He's fascinated by us. He studies the tyrants and he's desperate to have their old magic for himself. He never will, but you do. And use it you must. How? Jedar looked across the plain. Go back to him you should. Ossus hadn't expected that. And do what? Stay by his side and aid his empire building. But I can't. At least, I can't affect Zim directly. Others yes, but not Zim, his will is too strong. Then an extraordinary creature he is. But remember, the superior being you are. Speak to you the universe does, and yours is the right to rule. Ossus shuddered at the conviction in those words. No one would follow me. To the humans, I'm Zim's pet. I'm a joke. Precisely. Major beasts rule the universe. Injustice this is, for too many are they, and we too few. But what little power we have we cannot surrender. But what do we do with it? Wait and stay vigilant. Others there must be like us. Believe this I do, for shades of the future do I see. Come more of them will, and ready we must be. He spoke with such certainty. Ossus gazed, enraptured. And then what? Hope to find humans who have our power, for only humans can rule their own. Guide them I will, train them, and make them fit to rule. He turned those eyes back on Ossus. Do this together we will. Full of strife this galaxy is, but peace we can create. An empire Zim has already built for us. Ready to seize his gift we must be. I don't want to betray Zim. Betray him you will not. Make his empire greater, you will, as only you can. Jedar didn't move from his perch, but he seemed to loom over Oziaf. Our fate this is. Our purpose. Speak to us the universe does, and begs to be remade. Our responsibility this is, but accept it we must, lest we surrender it to those who destroy us. Oziaf felt weight pressed down on him, but it was a familiar weight. He'd known it ever since he'd been cast away. He just never understood it until now. Looking into Gator's eyes was like staring down the mouth of the universe. When Oziaf couldn't take it anymore, he looked down. Those people, your followers, will they help us? Live for us they will. And die. All things die. A better fate we give them. A gift of purpose. And purpose could be cruel. Oziaf could feel his heady sense of freedom slip away. When he returned to Zim, he'd come not as the Emperor's slave, but as servant to something more. Never absolute is liberty, Jedar told him. Degrees there are, for a cage the universe can be, but conquer it we shall. Conquer. He almost sounded like Zim. A warrior friend wages, and so do we, but on a greater plane. Kin to us will come. Seen this I have. Patient we must be, but arrive they will. Utterly calm, utterly sure, Jedar said. Stronger together we are, and ours the universe will be. Chapter 12. Burning Rope. Chapter text. Of course Zim was a merciless butcher. You don't make history by being nice. Bishaslok, 15,762 to 15,609 BBY. 538 LE. After weathering an attempted siege, Terminus Station had become an endpoint for the dozens of Imperial ships that had escaped the Maul. Combined with Admiral Cadenzi's fleet, they make a staggering assembly. Even on the warpath, the Hutts would balk at attacking here. Which was good, everyone needed a break. Every ship, whether it had survived the Maul or Dejundo, resounded with echo dread, the thrill of being alive, and wonder at pulling off a miracle. However, none of those emotions made it the conference chamber aboard the death knell. Zim was present, of course. So were Cadenzi, and Jaminir, Erakas, and Essan. There were chairs at the oblong table, but nobody sat. It was Cadenzi who knew the most about what was going on. Standing beside a wall-mounted screen, the Admiral gestured at a drastically changed map of viable hyperspace pathways. You can see that the Hutts have knocked out about 20 beacons with coordinated lightning strikes, he said. Our rumored paths to Morlin and Zoza have been completely cut off. So have the routes on the forward flank. There's effectively only one hyperspace route from the Cyclada into their territory, and you can be sure they've fortified every world. It sounded to Essan like they'd ended any chance of a deeper offensive. Slaharan and Nar Krita were well out of reach now. She eyed Zim, who stood with one arm crossed, the other hand cupping his gray stubble chin. His forehead was creased in thought, but she couldn't read him. How did they manage to knock out those beacons in the first place? Asked Erakas. We received hails from a few right before they went down, Cadenzi explained. It was the same each time. Modified battles dropped out of hyperspace close to the planet, made a line for the beacon, and destroyed it with a nuclear warhead. That sounds like overkill, Essan said. One of the things she'd learned since joining Zim was that nuclear weapons were used rarely, usually to crush a groundside target with minimal defenses. For ship-to-ship combat, the risk of a bomb taking shrapnel and irradiating up the whole vessel was too high. They wanted to make sure they took out the beacons with one hit, and they did, said Cadenzi. As soon as that was accomplished, they jumped back to where they come. We believe some battles performed chains of attacks, destroying one beacon, retreating, destroying that, retreating, and so on. Like setting fire to the bottom of a rope, then climbing to the top as it burns behind you, Zim said. Brilliant. And drastic. Jaminir leaned with fists on tabletop. It could take weeks for scout ships to find those worlds again. Months to set up new beacons. And that's in peacetime conditions. Those worlds might be isolated for years. Some of them will be looking at famines, economic collapse, or worse. The worms are showing no quarter, Zim said. They're willing to wreck their own worlds just to keep us away. His smile was vicious. We've got them terrified. Everyone stared. Even Cadenzi and Jaminir were shocked. Very respectfully, the Viceroy said, we're low on options. Even if we could rebuild the beacon network, the worms might smash it again. They'll guard the one route into their territory with everything they have. I agree, said Cadenzi. Terminus Station is a beachhead, but there's no way advance further. We rebuffed their last attack, but Moreland showed they'll hit us again and again. They can't afford to destroy this station. Zim shook his head. They'd lose the whole cyclada, and these aren't just any Hutt worlds. They're Cossacks. He might consider them a worthy sacrifice, Essan said. Zim lifted eyes to the Jedi. You say there's no way deeper into Hutt space. But we know that's not true. What do you want from us? Erakas asked, voice cold. The joy of survival still rang throughout the fleet, but it had abandoned the two Jedi. They'd felt Master Talayak die. It hadn't been a vivid thing like Master Sor's fall, but the certainty had come. They didn't know how or why, but Talayak was dead, and it cast a deep shadow. You've given me 3 miracles already, Zim told them. Morlan, here, the Maul. Now I need another. Use your magic to guide my ships deep inside the Supremacy. We can't strike Slaharan, even Varl itself. The worms will be totally off guard. If we hit them hard enough, we can end this war. That's what you said about attacking Termin and Nar Krita, frowned Erakas. That didn't end anything, it just got more people killed. Now you're wondering if you're on the right side. You just saved my entire fleet from the Maul. We were saving lives, Essan said, so they could fight and kill another day. He glowered at them both. When I extend the war is abhorrent, but when you do is blessed by your almighty force. How specious your morals are. Essan had taken much from Zim over the years and held her tongue. Erakas didn't. We joined your campaign because you threatened to bomb Idux, he snarled. We weren't doing the forces will then. We were giving in to a bully. And if you hadn't, tens of thousands of lives would have been sucked down the Maul. I don't mind you being angry, but try to be consistent. Do you want to stay on your rock or make a difference? Make up your mind and stop your pious whining. The men stared bile at each other across the table. Jaminir broke the tension with a deep breath. Perhaps we should consider tactics that do not rely on our magicians. I've said that all along, Cadenzi muttered. Don't worry. I have something in mind. With effort, Zim tore eyes from Erakas and faced the map. The worms have made things simple. From Termin Station we have only a few directions to go. We can try pushing into the Supremacy again, which I agree is unwise, or we abandon the Cyclada and fall back to the Tion. Or, he wagged a finger, we can take the worms' lessons to heart. Nobody liked the sound of that, not even Zim's commanders. Cadenzi said, Sir, you can't start knocking out beacons. Why not? If the worms want to wreck their own worlds to flush us out, I'm happy to help them. With an angry smile, Zim tapped 5 different planets, all within 1 or 2 jumps from Termin Station. Srillor, Cladoine, Nimia, Kaze, Kenton. We take out those beacons and the whole cluster goes dark. But what does that accomplish? Essan asked, exasperated. The worms backed us into a corner at the Maul. We'll do the same to them, only they won't have magicians to help them. He pointed to 1 more world, 2 jumps away from Termin Station. We'll force a confrontation. Right here. Vter. Jaminir actually winced. That world's been trouble for you in the past. That was putting it politely. Zim had lost his scimitar trying to raid the Kyrium-rich world during the first battle. At the second, a ritual fight against Bunta's legions had ravaged his flesh and blood infantry, leaving an army of metal alone. This time it will be different, the Dorita said firmly. With all respect, how? For one, they won't be able to draw reinforcements from the Cyclada. No more Nictus, Weakways, or Clatuinans to act as cannon fodder. They'll have to fight with what they've already got, and it won't be much once we sterilize the planet with concentrated nuclear strikes. That's hideous, Erakas said instantly. Why not just drive an asteroid into the planet? Aside from the fact that we lack the ability, an asteroid impact would destabilize the surface. Nuclear radiation has negligible effect on my robots. Director Loric has tested them extensively. It will also have no effect on the planet's Kyrium stores. We'll take the planet in a lightning bombardment, then let the automatons strip the Kyrium. He looked around the table, daring objection. Erakas was the first to respond. The Jedi will play no part in this. None at all. He looked to Essan. Will we? She had been through this before. After the capture of Kovari, the attack on Itra, the bombardment of Dunahian. When Zim trampled a lion, she threatened to abandon him. Sometimes she even did, but every time she'd come crawling back. Partially it was because of a pact she'd made with Ranrun's dead queen. Mostly it was because she was afraid that Zim would commit even more heinous acts if she weren't there to rein him in. And the fact was, she had stayed his hand before. But she never changed the man himself. After decades of war, after all his wins and losses, Zim was still a man without mercy. The pious moralizing returns. The Dorita rasped. I've been briefed on your actions here, Erakas. I know how Termination was saved, and it wasn't without cost. Do you know how many souls were on the Gladiator and Expeditious? Essan looked at Erakas, wondering. She knew he'd made a violent escape from Termin to reach the mall, but not the specifics. His face and heart stayed hard. 1,812, Zim said, plus another 407 from their support ships. But they did what you impelled them to with your magic. And with their sacrifice, you saved us all. We're in your debt for that as well. Essan didn't understand, but the numbers reared dread inside her. She implored Erakas in the force, but he walled himself away. This is a war for survival, Zim said. I know you righteous fools can be cruel when you deem it necessary. For this, it is necessary. The Dorita looked at her, begging with rare vulnerability in his eyes. There was no affection in them, no sentiment, only the knowledge that he'd come to depend on her. Without the Jedi, he'd have died in the mall, and he was never going to forget that humbling. But she couldn't abet this. She thought of Vter despoiled, Kenton, and other worlds locked away. If by some blessing Vidia was still alive, he'd have as much cause to hate Zim as the Hutts. She stood tall, met his eyes, and said, the Jedi will have no part of this. Then I'm sincerely disappointed in you. Zim immediately swung to Cadenzi. Admiral, I'm ordering you to requisition every nuclear warhead currently in reserve at Kovari. They're to be delivered to Termination in preparation for our next offensive. Is that clear? Cadenzi didn't answer. His pressed-tight lips quivered. Jaminar said, from a strategic standpoint, sir, wouldn't it be more advantageous to make our stand at Kovari? It's already reinforced. If we take Vter, the Hutts will spare nothing to reclaim it. They'll bring even more than they did to Morlan or Termin. Exactly? We will make our stand at Vter. Zim slapped the table. The worms will come, but they'll be like waves against rock. Again and again they'll crash, but we'll push them back. With Vter as our choke point, we can bring our entire fleet to bear. As will the Hutts, Essan reminded. They'll try, but they'll be cut off from their richest slave worlds, their best Kyrium stores. Zim glared at them. I didn't want this war, but by every god I will win it. Mankind will never bow before the worms, never. Essan could see Cadenzi and Jaminar wilt, and she actually felt sorry for them. When they'd hitched themselves to Zim's chariot 30 years ago, they could have never imagined they'd end up here. Neither could Zim, of course, but he kept charging relentlessly. Admiral Cadenzi, Zim said huskily, you're to return to Kovari and do as I ask. Viceroy Jaminar, prepare your best ships for attacks on the beacons. He glared at both men until they nodded. Jaminar first, Cadenzi second. Then he looked to the Jedi. You know our position, Erakas said. What will you do? Take your cultists and run back to Iodux. Where we're going is not your concern. I'm the Dorita of mankind. Everything is my concern. Your partner's been wise enough not to become my enemy. For your sake, you should follow her lead. I won't allow you to threaten us, said Erakas. Not again. I don't need to threaten. I'm the Dorita. She thought they might lock into another mutually bitter stare, but Zim stepped back from the table. I've made my decision. So have you all. Now go and carry them out. Erakas was the first to whirl for the exit. Essan lunged after him and took him by the arm before he stepped through. Come on, he grunted. We should get out of here while we still can. I know. You go ahead, she whispered as Jaminar and Cadenzi filed out, avoiding her with their eyes. What? If this is about what he mentioned, I can explain. That worried her too, but it didn't top her list, not now. It's something else. You can't stay here. I won't. You can't reason with that man either. She squeezed his arm. I won't be long. Get everyone moving. I'll be a few minutes behind you. In the force, she begged, trust me. And he did, still. Erakas nodded. She released him. Then she was alone with the despot. I thought you'd made your decision, Zim said. I wanted to say something. We've been over this, which I'm in this battle to win, and I won't let your Jedi moralizing get in my way. You become like the worms to defeat them. If that's what it takes to save mankind. He was doing it again. Do you really mean that? She stepped forward. The mall. Termin station. Other places too. You give your speeches about how you're saving mankind from the Hutts, like you're the champion of an entire species. She asked, very seriously, do you mean what you say? Of course I do. It's been 30 years since I took my father's throne. 30 to the day? Did you know that? He exhaled. I didn't myself until an hour ago. Not the anniversary I wanted, but I'm the same man as I was then. For 30 years, I have fought to unite mankind under my banner. Unite and preserve it. Mankind belongs to me. I won't surrender it to the worms. Can you really claim you're preserving mankind when your men keep dying in droves? Jedi moralizing, he repeated, but with a weaker sneer. And is it really an empire of mankind if all you've got left is a robot army? I don't have patience for philosophy. Get out. Go with the rest of your cult. Essan didn't move. She asked, voice softer, have you ever wondered how Indrexu would fight this war? He looked down. She was vicious when she needed to be. I admired her for it. She also knew when to stop fighting. And she was willing to sacrifice herself to preserve her people. That was even more admirable. Zim's right hand became a fist. We know where her virtues got her. I won't make the same mistake. You can't defeat the Hutts. At best you can fight them to a standstill, which is what I will do. He was like a wall, as ever. Essan asked, what will it do to your crews when they see our ships fly away? Oh, they'll wonder. It might even break their spirits. After the mall, and that show you made on the bridge, rumors spreading all through the fleet. I had to get your attention. If I hadn't, I know. Zim chewed the inside of his lip. I'm aware you saved us all. And I am thankful. That's why I'm letting you leave. He looked up, eyes dark. I don't want to meet again as enemies. And she knew that Zim, for all his rage and bluster, was afraid. Afraid his war was teetering on the edge of defeat. Afraid of the unconquerable worm. Afraid of her most of all, for hers was a power he could neither understand nor control. I don't want to either, she said truthfully. Then go, he said, almost a whisper. Essan met the eyes of the man who dominated her life for the past 12 years. They were prideful and cruel, fearful and tired, eminently mortal. She wondered if she'd see him again, and if she wanted to. There were no answers, even with the Force. She turned and left. It was a grim walk through the Death Knell's halls, back to the section where both their ferries were docked. Jaminair walked a little faster than Cadenzi, though not from enthusiasm. The Admiral, thick-bodied and white-bearded, had never seemed so old. When they drew close to their ships, Cadenzi asked, do you think he can succeed? That stopped Jaminair in his tracks. He not we? It's possible. If we cut the worms off from their slaves in Kyrium, and if we can exhaust them at Vter. Many ifs. It's the course Zim chose. Which means it's our course as well. He faced Cadenzi, but the Admiral avoided his eyes. What else is there? He demanded. That they should be talking like this now was absurd. They sided with Zim 30 years ago. 5 years ago they'd had the chance to abandon him but hadn't. Cadenzi, ousted from his flagship and tossed out an escape pod, had lost his dignity at Ranroom. Jaminair had lost far more. He thought on his son, and his stomach churned. They sacrificed everything for Zim. There was nothing of them left to give, and nothing to preserve. No homes, no families, no hopes. All they had left was unceasing war. Did Zim understand that he'd remade them in his image? Did he even care? Jaminair didn't know. Sometimes he thought he understood Zim, and sometimes the man was an alien. So it had been for 30 years. When silence became too much, Cadenzi ambled on. What will you use for the beacon strikes? He asked. Business again? I was going to dispatch teams of Starglaves with Hemialie for escort. The Hutts may be expecting us to hit them the way they hit us. I thought the same. What kind of payloads? Febrillium or another conventional warhead? I won't use nuclear unless Zim insists. Good, Cadenzi grunted. We'll need those for Vter. Having said enough about their planned apocalypse, they completed their journey and parted ways in silence. The message had come a long way to get here. Metadata recorded that it had been cast to the Kovari Nav beacon, relayed to Termin Station via military-grade Imperial courier drone, then passed to the Hand of Light, which in turn handed it over to the Ashless Dream. Jekka saw Asher's valediction in a private cabin. She dropped to a crouch before the screen and watched his face, at once serious and tender. "Jekka, I hope you're safe wherever you are," he said. "We heard about Morlon, and I am so sorry." "We heard about the beacons too?" "Talayak and I got out of the Supremacy safe." "Yes, we found what we were after. I'm not going to explain it right now, though." His eyes slipped to the side. "It's complicated. We're going straight to Idix to talk to Jedar first. We found something that, well, we have to talk to him about it." He looked like he wanted to tell more but instead said, "That's what we're going to do. There's something I'd like you to do, if you can. When we were deep in the Supremacy, somebody tried to kill us, and not the worms either. They used T&E's ships but the crews were all from Hutt worlds. What that means we have no idea, but we think they were based off Karsabeth. And yeah, we know about the beacons, but if you take the Hand of Light or Ashley's Dream, if you've still got those ships, you might be able to get there. I don't know what to look for or what you might find there, but there's something happening we don't understand. It runs deep and is important, so please, if you can, if the Force can guide you there, see what's happening on Karsabeth." Then Asher took a deep breath and looked directly at the camera. Right at her. "Jekka, I know it must be really hard for you now. It's hard for all of us. I wish I could be there right now, telling you this, but we all have things the Force needs us to do." His went tender. "Just remember that wherever you are, whatever you're facing, I'll be there for you. I love you." And then he was gone. Jekka made it through most of the recording, but at the end she lowered her eyes and wept, because she knew he was already dead. She felt it hours ago, before she'd received the message, and it took all her strength to play his last words. Crouched in her lonely cabin, Jekka tried to control the pain. Tried to focus. Asher's message raised more questions than answers. She didn't know what he'd wanted to see Jedar about, what they'd found in Hutt space, what she was supposed to find on Karsabeth. She didn't know how he died, but she had the sense it was instant. She hoped he hadn't suffered. There was one certainty. He'd given her a task to complete. She had to do it. Karsabeth was one of those planets that had lost its nav beacon, but with the Titan ship and the aid of the Force, she might still get there. Jekka took ragged breaths, wiped her eyes, and forced herself to stand. Part of her wanted to play the recording again, just to see Asher's face one, but she was afraid it might break her. She had a goal, an object, an action to take. It was her lifeline through grief, and she clung to it. As she went out into the dreams hall, she began gathering a plan, but she didn't get far into it before she walked into Essan. The two women turned the same corner from either side, slammed shoulders, and rebounded. "I'm so sorry," Jekka muttered. The Sith woman stared at her. At the red of her eyes, the flush of her face, Jekka looked away. "Asher's dead," she whispered. "I know," Essan replied. "I felt Talayak pass." "Both of them, then?" It made Jekka wonder how he'd fallen. What kind of enemy could have defeated them both? A knight and a master, snuffed out in an instant. "We don't know how," Essan answered her unspoken question. "I'm sorry. I got a message Asher sent before. He said they'd found what they were looking for, and were going to talk to Jedar." "Really?" The Sith woman frowned. "What else?" "He didn't mention what they'd found, but he said they were attacked by ships, Taiwanese ships, from Karsabeth. In Hutt space." "Yes." Jekka looked directly at Essan. "He asked me to look into it. With the Titan ship, this ship, I can do that." "Essan, I have too." I know." Red hands lifted, then lowered, like she wasn't sure what to do with them. "There are things you should know. Erakas and I just met with Zim." At the moment, the Dorita of all mankind seemed unimportant. "What does he want now?" "Something we're not giving him. Erakas wants to take everyone back to Idix." "All of us?" "Yes. After all this, then, we're just abandoning Zim." "Yes." Essan's red face was a mask. Even in the Force she was hard to read. She'd always been aloof from the other Jedi, not like Erakas. "Even you?" Jekka asked. A third time, yes. Then Zim must have really crossed the line. The Jedi believed they'd been thrown in with Zim because he was, compared to the Hutts, a lesser evil. Apparently even that was in doubt now. "What will we do? We can't just learn from the war, can we?" Jekka found she didn't want that. She'd invested too much of herself in this conflict. She cared about the other Jedi and the people she'd helped along the way. and the ones she failed to save. I don't know what will happen. Erakas will talk with Jedar to find our path. The universe was spinning around her. Nothing was certain except Asher's last words. Jekka swallowed new tears and said, I'm sorry, but I need this ship. I have to go to Karsabeth. If I can find out what happened to Asher, and even if I can't, I understand. I'll get all the other Jedi off the ship. Move them to the Hand or the Ranger, whatever will take them to Idax. I'll do this by myself if I have to. You face the danger alone? Essan asked. Asher and Talaiak had faced the danger together, and it had gotten them killed. But Jekka said, I will. She couldn't live with herself otherwise. I know I'm running out on the others, and I know you might need me, but I have to do this. For Asher. And for, she wavered. One hand flattened to touch her abdomen. For the future, too. Essan's eyes went wide. Jekka, are you? I think so. I only sensed it when we escaped from the mall. Even a more personable Jedi would have struggled with something to say. Essan had nothing. Maybe this makes me even dumber, running off, Jekka added, still looking down. But I have to do it. She expected the Sith to object. It was the reasonable thing. But Essan said, I'll come with you. Jekka's head snapped up. You're sure? You shouldn't have to face it alone. Whatever it was. To her surprise, Jekka found she welcomed company. I'll tell Erakas everything you said, Essan said, and then we'll take the dream out. Thank you, Jekka replied softly. It's not good for Jedi to be alone, the Sith said, and seemed surprised at her own words, but that did not dampen their conviction. When Vadas had returned to the gravity-scorned at his Slaharan dock and explained what he had planned, he ended by saying, There is absolutely no reason for you to come with me. But Reyna had come anyway. Their father had reluctantly agreed to stay with the ship, in case they needed to blast off on short notice. Nothing had deterred her, though Oziaf had tried. This could be a dangerous situation, the Tian had said. Anyone not prepared for it is a liability. The Morgukei are capable warriors. You, Miss Crowler, are not. I know how to fire a gun, she'd replied. Yes, but have you used it in anger? Have you killed someone with it? Have you even tried to take a life? If not, you serve no purpose in what lies ahead. He was right, damn him, but Reyna couldn't give in. When she thought Vadas lost at Durha, she nearly lost her mind. The possibility that Erakas was already dead made her tremble with grief and rage. She was sick of being useless, sick of being nothing. And she'd realized deep inside, her own life didn't hold much value for her. Not anymore. For those reasons, she stood in the shadows outside the high walls of Kalismar's compound. After rendezvousing with 5 more Gukei in a shady-looking garage, they split in half and ventured into the night. Oziaf had slinked away with the second group, but Vadas and 2 other Nikto remained with Reyna. The walls were only concrete, but barbed wire twisted against the pre-dawn sky, and she could hear the faint, sporadic pop of voltage running through it. Nonetheless, a Nikto with a smooth blue-white face pulled a long rope from his backpack, partially unwound it, and tossed it over the wall. It snagged on the barbed wire, and he gave it 2 strong tugs to make sure it was secure. The rope must have been made of non-conducting materials, but Reyna wasn't ready to throw herself over. They're going to overload the power supply for the compound, her brother explained in whispers. It should let us get inside without triggering the alarm. Won't it have backup? Probably. We need to get inside before it kicks in. The second Nikto, also pale, took out a comm and whispered into it. A tinny reply came, then nothing. Silence reigned at the base of the wall. Reyna didn't even breathe. The hunting rifle she'd brought from the gravity felt so heavy as she cradled it to her chest. Then, the shudder and crack of a generator overloading. As soon as the sound came, the first Nikto grabbed the cable, planted boots on the wall, and walked straight up, reeling himself in as he did so. He did it with impressive speed, as did the next Nikto. Vadas grabbed the rope and scampered, using hands and boots both to pull himself up. Reyna wasn't crazy about the barbed wire on top, but she might have mere seconds before backup power kicked in. As soon as Vadas was up, she slung the rifle over her shoulder, grabbed the rope, and climbed. Her arms strained, she tried to brace herself on the wall, but her boots slipped. Then she was jerked up anyway, tugged ahead by those on the other side. Reyna held on tight and let herself be lifted. When she reached the top of the wall, she saw that the first one over had thrown a small padded blanket on the barbed wire. As her shoulders and flank passed over, she could feel blunted tips prodding through the insulation. Once she was on the blanket, she let go of the rope, held the fabric in both hands, and pulled herself all the way over the edge. The Nikto were gathered beneath. Vter waved at her, encouraging. That was when Reyna registered a sudden, low-pitched hum. She had just enough time to feel fear before electric shock. The jolt that burst through the barbed wire, and then the blanket threw her off the wall. She tumbled face first. Vter and another raced in, broke her fall with their bodies, and tried to lower her to the ground even as aftershock shuddered through her. Reyna spasmed, teeth chattered in her skull, and incoherent moans escaped slipped past lips. Even when the shocks faded, she lay on the ground, face to dark sky, twitching. She tried to wrest her body under control, but it resisted her. Pain raced her through her. Hands trembled as she held them over her chest. She had enough awareness to hear footsteps and calls of alarm. She twisted her head and saw even Vter run away, around a corner, leaving her in the courtyard while he joined the other Morgake in battle. Useless woman, goddamned useless. What was the goddamn point? Moaning, Reyna rolled onto her stomach. Dirt rubbed in her face, stuck in her mouth, but she planted palms to the ground. Weight steadied her shaking hands, and she pushed herself upright. With a final moan, she rose to full height. Her rifle unbalanced her, but she straightened and braced herself against the concrete wall. She could hear the sounds of violence nearby. Not gunshots, but grunts, kicks, slapping flesh. Reyna gripped the rifle with both hands, took 2 steps, then 2 more. When the world and her body stopped trembling, she hurried to the fight. The compound's front door had been busted open. Only a few dim lamps lit the rooms beyond. Moving shapes cast long shadows. Curved blades flashed before they cut cloth and flesh. Nictus battled other Nictus, leather-faced weakway, races she didn't recognize. Something leaped at Reyna from shadows. She tried to do it right, raise rifle stock to shoulder. Breathe in deep. Cock. Steady. Aim. Shoot. The bullet went wide. A creature with the brown-jowled face lunged for her, knife high, but a pale Nikto took him from the side, pinned him to the ground, and stuck another blade in his chest. Reyna staggered away, holding the rifle, trembling. Electric aftershock shook her body as she wandered through a maze of chiaroscuro violence. She passed from the entrance to another room, where a Nikto, red-skinned, not her brother, sprawled over a couch already drenched in blood. A flash from another room? Green skin moved under bright light. She lurched toward it and held up the rifle, ready to shoot. A tall gray-skinned humanoid grappled with Vter, each trying to gain control over a long, ugly, bladed weapon already stained with blood. Stop. Reyna raised her rifle and squeezed the trigger. Nothing. She'd forgotten to load another round. Stupid, worthless woman. Couldn't save her son. Didn't need to save her brother. Vter could take care of himself. He moved fast. The bright light in this little room hid nothing. When his opponent stopped to look at Reyna, Vter lunged in and snapped an elbow in the humanoid's chin. He pulled his knife arm forward and chopped with the flat of his other hand. Bones cracked. The humanoid grunted. Vter grabbed the knife, thrust it into his enemy's stomach, and let the body drop. His opponent's blood stained Vter's clothes. It ran down his shirt to darken his pants, so clear in the light. He turned, knife still in hand, and stared at Reyna. They were like 2 strangers seeing each other for the first time. Someone shouted loudly in Huttese. Vter pushed past her, avoiding her eyes, toward the main room. She staggered after him, still holding the gun. She didn't know why. The fighting had stopped. Only 3 Nikto were left standing in a room littered with bodies, blood, cast over, and broken furniture. The sight and stench of death was overpowering. Reyna fell against an upturned sofa and tried not to vomit. Hand on her mouth, she watched Vter join 2 figures in the middle of the room. One was on his knees, with triple-jointed arms and legs jutting from a furry oval body. A Morlon. Kalismar. The other was a meter-high rodent reared on hind legs. Where had Ossus been this whole time? The rat spoke to the remaining Nikto in Huttese. 2 of them grabbed Kalismar by the arms and dragged him toward a side door. A bathroom, she saw. What? What are you doing with him? Reyna asked. We're having a private talk, Ossus snapped. Stay out. The Nikto stepped out of the bathroom. Osuf walked in alone. The door swung shut behind him. Then it was just silence, darkness, slow cooling bodies. One Nikto crouched over the blood-stained carpet. Another sat on a derelict chair. Reyna looked at her brother, and he looked at her. Each flinched, then turned away without saying a word. When Essan came aboard the Hand of Light and found Erakas in the cockpit with tampers, she immediately asked for some privacy. Erakas's heart fell. He knew she'd want to talk about the battle at Termin Station but hadn't expected her to be so confrontational. But she wanted to talk about something different. Once tampers left, Erakas stood with his back to the viewport and listened, arms crossed, as she recounted her conversation with Jekka. When she finished, Erakas asked bluntly, "Do you think her judgment's reliable?" "I don't think she imagined an entire message from Asher." "I don't mean that. But grief can compromise people in other ways." He was himself demonstration of that, and there was no need to elaborate. "I'm sure she's affected," Essan said. "That's why I want to go with her to Karsabath." "You'd have to take the Ashless Dream?" "I know. I already told her to get it prepped. That would leave the Jedi with only one Titan ship, two if the Dawn Chaser miraculously appeared, but Erakas doubted he'd see that one again. There was no telling how safe they'd be after breaking away from Zim, and without the dream they lost a tactical advantage. He didn't have to tell Essan that. She insisted, "We need to do this. For Talayak, and Asher most of all." They went to investigate something Talayak thought was important. Maybe he was right, and that something killed him. Erakas sighed. He thought Master Talayak on a fool's errand. That dead Titan colony ship might have led them here, but he couldn't imagine how it was relevant now. "Take the dream," he told Essan. "I'll take the other Jedi to Idux. Hopefully we'll still be there when you and Jekka get back." "Hopefully." She raised a horned brow. "What are you thinking, Erakas? What are we doing now?" "Getting away from Zim. We're not on his side, and we're not on the Hutt's. We're our own side, and it's time we started to act like it." "But what does that mean?" She looked at him hard, imploring. Erakas was used to those looks from Iduxians and even other Jedi, but they were new from her. "I'm not sure." He looked down. "Honestly, I'm hoping Jedar will know. We've involved ourselves too much in this war. We can't just back away and expect to be left alone." He didn't like the sound of that. "Zim?" She shook her head. "He'll let us go." "Is that what you talked about when you had him alone?" She went guarded. Apparently, that conversation would stay private. He didn't understand Essan's relationship with Zim, how she could look at him with anything other than revulsion. "I think you don't have to worry about him for now." Then she said, "What happened during the attack here?" Finally, they were getting to it. Erakas frowned but faced her firmly. "I did what I had to save you all." "What do you mean?" "This battle meditation is powerful if you know how to use it. And we did. We compelled some Imperials to throw themselves at the enemy flagship. And it worked. We destroyed that ship and killed on the lead worm, Cossack spawn. Their whole offensive collapsed after that. The Hutt's minions don't know what to do without worms to boss them around. And the Imperials. Destroyed." He exhaled. "You heard, Zim? Over 2,200 people." He waited for her next words, her judgment. She asked, "Could we have gotten out of the mall otherwise?" "No. It was hard. Simple fact. So was this. It was either that or surrender everyone in the mall, 20 Jedi, and over 100,000 of Zim's people, plus more at Termin. It wasn't an easy thing to do, but it was right. If I had it, every Jedi in known space would have been wiped out. Every one. Our survival was on the line." "I understand," her voice scraped. He was relieved. Essan was many things, but not judgmental. Then she added, "When we learned battle meditation, I never thought we'd send 2,000 people to their doom, even if it was for a cause. I did what was necessary," he told her. "I'd do it again, even if it was just 20 Jedi I was rescuing. We have to look to the bigger picture. Our lives matter more than theirs. This is the trial Talayak told us about, right here, right now. If we falter, if we flinch, we fail, and failure means death." She closed her eyes. "What does that mean for us now?" "I don't know, but Jedi have to be there for Jedi. Always. Because nobody else will. That's why I'm going with Jekka. You have a bigger flock to herd. Protect her. I'll protect the rest of them." She exhaled, opened eyes, nodded. They seemed in agreement, but Erakas knew it wasn't simple. Essan, who'd once longed to explore the Force irrespective of delineations like light or dark, now feared its depths. Maybe her time with Zim had changed her, or her encounter with the Daz's ghost. But this was that is meant to wield the Force. They stood against the galaxy for the galaxy's own sake. It was an unending, necessary battle that only Jedi could wage. At that moment it felt impossible to win, but all things were possible with the Force, which meant all things were possible for them. Jedar had told them that many times, and Erakas was finally starting to believe it. He put a hand on Essan's shoulder. "We can't do this. We were meant to. The Force brought us here and gave us the power to end this war. As long as we embrace that power, nothing can stop us." Erakas, he gave her a smile, hard one, but she looked away. Waiting took forever. Reyna, Vidia, and the two remaining Morgulke were like statues. The room around them was dark and reeked of death, and the door through which Ossus had taken Kalismar remained shut and locked. After uncounted minutes, Vidia moved from his place in the room's center. He stopped beside Reyna, an arm's length away, and softly asked, "Are you all right?" "I'll manage." Her throat burned with swallowed bile. The after effects of electric shock still tingled through her body. Worst was what her brother had done here. "I'm sorry you saw that," he said. "I didn't know," she whispered. "I mean, I did, but I didn't know." Her brother, thoughtful, often over-serious, kind, more sensitive than he let on, had become a killer. He fought an evil enemy, and in her head she'd told herself he wasn't that different from Erakas, whose noble force sometimes led him to regretfully take life. But when Vidia killed, it was vicious, hard, and heartbreaking. Her brother, no matter how much he'd changed, understood that. He stood beside her without touching or saying a word. Silent support was how he showed his love. After more uncounted minutes, the door opened. Ossus walked out. Light from the white-walled bathroom spilled into the living room. Vidia started for it. Reyna followed, but after 3 paces, they both stopped. She looked over his shoulder and saw the body of a Morlon sprawled on the floor, half propped against the toilet seat, limbs splayed out, mouth slack, eyes open in death. Before she knew what she was doing, Reyna lunged at Ossus, grabbed him by the fur of his neck, and threw his small body into a blood-stained chair. Pinning him there, she shouted, "Why? Why did you kill him?" Ossus squirmed. "I just did the galaxy a favor. You made us come all this way, just to murder him. I came here to get the truth, and I did. Well, congratulations." She released him. "Now find your own way off this planet. We're done." "Reyna," Vidia began. "Leave me behind and you won't get paid for any of this," Ossus said. "Your father won't like that, will he?" She couldn't help herself. She punched his small chest into the chair and sneered. "You're lucky we don't toss you over to worms ourselves, you lying little." Reyna staggered 2 steps back. The Tin rose in the chair, fur bristled, black eyes flashing. "You fools. You have no idea. If you knew all I've done, all I've been through, you would be thanking me." "I doubt that," Vidia growled. "Believe what you want. It's the truth." Ossus jerked his little vest straight. "Now, we need to go to Karsabeth. Did it never end?" The room spun around her. She felt near to collapse. "Well, there's a problem." Vidia crossed his arms. "The worms have destroyed the nav beacon for Karsabeth and all the worlds around it. It's totally cut off. The public beacons, yes." Ossus gestured to the open bathroom door. "Kalismar, as it turns out, had a private network. It shouldn't be hard for you to take me there." Reyna exploded. "No. Find your own way. We're done carting you around. And we don't care about your gods damned. Do you care who killed your son?" Reyna's knees shook. She croaked, "That's not fair." "It's very fair. I told you I was looking for the one who started this war. I believed it was the same person who destroyed Santasa, and I was right. And they're on Karsabeth. No, but we can hurt them dearly there." "Calmer, harder," Vidia said. "Tell us who it is." "Give us a name?" "Not yet." "Why not?" Reyna growled. "They're far beyond your reach, or your vengeance. What you can do is to take me to Karsabeth so we can deal with things my way." Ossus tilted his head. "Don't you want justice for your son?" Reyna couldn't take any more. She collapsed to a crouch, forehead to knees, and wept. She'd have given up anything to refute the universe, turn back time, and lock herself away in a far-off idol where it had been her, Erakas, and Soren living quiet, perfect lives on Santasa Station. Vadas put a strong, gentle hand on her shoulder. Reyna. She trembled and didn't look up. Reyna. Still bent, eyes still close, she sniffed. I can't do it. You can't not do it, he said. And he was right. There was every possibility Ossus was lying to her, just as he'd strung them along this whole time. But if she turned him away, she'd surrender the only chance of knowing who destroyed her life. She wanted to know that person's name, to meet them, and to make them hurt for everything they'd done. Reyna sucked in a ragged breath, then rose. Ossus stood before her, watching with abyss black eyes. Origins. Blood on the scales. Atrocity can be a gateway to greatness. Who would remember Zim the meek, Zim the wise, or Zim the gentle? No. It is despots we crave, despots we hate, despots we fear, despots we envy for having strength to realize their dreams. Atrocity shapes the fate of us all. A cynic, 593 to 244 BBY. 532, LE. Ossus only came to Idux only rarely now. The planet was hard to get to and his teachers mountain even harder. The communicator aboard his ship was enough to send and receive messages, so he hadn't expected to pay Jedar a visit anytime soon. He just returned from Hutt space to find the war with the Federation at its climax, the Severan nobles agitating against Zim, and the new magicians at work. He was a very busy TIN, but despite this he had to see Jedar in person. They met where they always did, in the Prophet's mountainside cave, far from Morningstar. Ossus always slipped through the village as surreptitiously as possible, and wiped the memories of anyone he relied on for transport. That was one of the more recent, and useful, skills Jedar had taught him. The old man of the mountain looked quite calm when Ossus arrived, though he must have sensed his student's angst. Jedar offered him stew from a boiling pot and water from his underground spring. Travel had made Ossus hungry, and he took it sullenly. Rushed to see me you have, Jedar said. Busy I thought you were. I decided I could make time. Yet in a hurry you seem. A temper I can feel in you. He tilted his head, waggled his long ear. Like my stew, do you? New ingredients, brought from aforld. Quite delicious, I think. Ossus sipped from the broth and swallowed mouthfuls of meat. It is good, he admitted. Told you I did, Jedar chortled. A rewarding hobby, cooking is. Try it you should. Erakas isn't here, is he? Gone. Erakas is far from here. So nothing have you to worry about. Did you tell him about me? Ready for that he is not, but making progress he is. One day, perhaps, your role I will tell. It was Ossus doing that Erakas had come to Jedar. He had been on the lookout for the young man and his red companion since they'd escaped Abraxan. After 6 years of fruitless searching, he'd received a curious message from an informant placed inside an illegal slave-running operation. This operative had been transporting a cluster of captured angels from Ego's moon to distant Rinvar for the pleasure of some would-be colonial baron. However, the slavers had been attacked and the slaves liberated by a human male and red-skinned female wielding inexplicable powers. His spy reported that the magicians had escaped but had marked the model of their ship. When he saw that report, Ossus knew he's come to a crossroads. After years of doubting he'd find the magicians, here they were. But which master should he tell? He'd vacillated but decided on Jedar. Zim would want the magicians captured, tortured, maybe literally dissected. Jedar, surely, would have a better fate in mind. Once another team of spies tracked the gravity scorn to his berth on Santasa Station, he'd notified Jedar, then rushed off the Hutt space. On his return to the Empire, he'd learned that Jedar had used a stage mugging to lure the young human, Erakas, to Idux. The Red Woman, Essan, had gone to join Indrexu. In his last message, Jedar said that Essan had gone to Santasa Station, along with the Federation minister, apparently for negotiations. He suggested, quite firmly, that Ossus notify Zim of this. Zim was already aware of the Red Witch and quite eager to seize her. Ossus didn't understand why Jedar wanted Zim to have Essan, but he'd done as he was told. For once, he might please both masters. But Zim was not pleased. Santasa Station had fallen from space and burned in the planet's atmosphere, killing tens of thousands. His enemies in the Federation and Empire both blasted him for barbarism that was, for once, not his. And that was why he'd rushed to Jedar. He needed the truth. Played your part excellently you have, Jedar said as he stirred his stew. Proud of you I am. All I did was get the ascendant to Santasa, Ossus said. What happened next? Tell me. In place my agents already were. Jedar pulled out his spoon and sipped his broth. Easy it was for them to destroy the station. Ossus had already suspected, but confirmation shocked him anew. Why? What was the point? Do you want to defame Zim that much? Zim? No, Zim we still require. Fear not. Essan, then? You wanted to kill her. Here on Idux, Essan was. For weeks I taught her and Erakas. Lucky you only come now, after they have run away. He sipped more broth, gave his lips a satisfied smack, and placed his spoon over the bowl. The station's fall, Erakas did feel. Aboard his family was. Cold understanding crept in. You destroyed the entire station, to kill his family. A worthless animal his wife was, but potential his son had. Consider leaving the boy alive I did, but too bound to them Erakas was. Never would he have enlisted in our cause. So get rid of them I did. Tens of thousands killed, just to remove one woman and child. Even Zim wasn't so ruthless. Ours Erakas is. Mine. Across distance I can feel him writhe in agony. Good this is, for his pain will give him power. Jedar leaned forward, the fire underlit his craggy face in an infernal glow. Trouble you, does this? Greater slaughter has your friend Zim committed, and for lesser cause. Ossus stared into the smoldering hearth, ashamed of his doubts. Was there no other way? Young Erakas is, and ignorant of the brutality of the universe. A lesson he has learned. Greater potential has he than either of us, for a human can win loyalty from others of his race. An emperor himself he may be someday. After all these years Ossus was still awed by the scope of Jedar's power, the depth of his ambition, and the towering disdain he showed for lesser beings. In his service to both masters, Ossus had learned the pleasure of lording over such creatures, but he was nothing compared to Jedar. He swallowed down the bitter taste in his throat. Where are they now? Together they have gone to work their power on Zim. Jedar's smile was so satisfied. How else, think you, did the Battle of Renrune end in stalemate? Ossus had just gotten the news himself and hadn't even told Jedar. Then you've heard the rest. Zim and Indrexu have made a truce. They plan to marry. A happy occasion, nuptials, Jedar chuckled. Rodent of honor, will you be? I just received a message from Zim. He's heading back to Decevral to prepare. If I hurry I can get there ahead of him. Then keep you I won't. Jedar spooned another helping of stew and sipped. But tell me first, how progresses the conspiracy against Zim? Ossus's eyes fluttered. The universe was shifting too fast. I have it in hand. I've inserted myself among them to see how deep it goes. But it's not even a conspiracy, not really, just grumbling. The nobles are fools. Jedar considered. Then perhaps a conspiracy it should become. Was there no limit to his teacher's plans? Ossus fancied himself a spinner of plots, but he felt like a pawn for Jedar, as Rissa and Vardak or Anea were to him. Ossus took a breath. What would be the point of that? Want to flush out Zim's enemies you do? Then flush them out. Let them gather full strength even. Let them act. This is Viceroy Jaminir's family we're talking about. Do you want them to overthrow Zim? You talked about replacing him before, but Erakas. Improving he is, but not ready yet. No overthrow do I seek. Rest assured, betray your friend you will not. Ossus shuddered. Since being thrown in that cage on Ren a lifetime ago, he'd reserved a special hate for traitors. It was why he felt not a speck of remorse for luring Irissa and Vardak. He still hoped to avoid becoming one himself. Then why? He asked. Is it a test? Very good, Jedar nodded. A conspiracy against Zim is against Indrexu, and Essan and Erakas too. Intertwined their fates are. Essan has been fighting Zim for months. There's no way to tell if she'll even go along with this wedding. She might kill him as soon as she's in the room with him. But Jedar shook his head. Spent time with them both have I valued the lives of inferiors they do, even the most unworthy. He shrugged. Cure them of this we will, when right the time is. But test them we will first. If pass they do, then bound to Zim they will become. Ossus had passed through many emotions in this conversation, but now he just felt tired. I can move the conspiracy along. But I can't control Erakas and Essan. Nor should you. Their crucible this will be, not yours, but it would be his too. Ossus knew that. He was already running through options in his head, ways in which he might move the conspiracy forward and place Zim under threat, but still protect his friend. He would not be a traitor. OZF swore that. As always, he was transparent. Worry not for your despot, Jedar soothed. Up to the task, Erakas and Essan are. In their training have faith, his lips curled to a wry smile, and in their teacher. Chapter 13. Monsters in the Mist. They say that when you fight a monster and use his weapons against him, you may become a monster yourself. Well, sometimes we need to take that risk. The revanches to Alex Converge SMS 3951 BBY. 538 LE. The devastation of Vter was a savage yet boring affair. The Death Knell and Ascendant took the lead, swinging to either side of the planet to attack from opposite directions. Polarums and Pentacanters pounded Taradas and shattered battles. Fast Hemialia sniped orbit and missile platforms and defanged Vter's defenses. Imperial lightning strikes had already destroyed a half-dozen hyperspace beacons, leaving backup stranded at Kenton and Nimia. The nearest Supremacy ships were strung out across the hyperspace route deeper into Hutt space. They'd respond, but not in time. As soon as they could, the two dreadnoughts moved in and began bombarding the planet with nuclear strikes. From the Ascendant's bridge, Jaminair couldn't see the pearly Kyrian gleam of Vter, nor could he see the bloom of airburst cobalt bombs detonating at 1,000 meters, so as best to spread lethal radiation over large swathes of the planet. At the same time, Vter scattered cities were targeted by surface burst hydrogen warheads. Use of such weapons was scarce in any war. Risk of shipwide irradiation was too high. But Zim had decreed that Vter, which had twice defied him, was to be laid waste too, and so it was done. The planet's defensive fleet was destroyed within an hour. The Ascendant and Death Knell, unopposed, continued to ravage the planet, while the rest of the Imperial fleet took positions to block reinforcements from Slaharan. Because there was only one direction the Hutts would come from, mine layers began spreading proximity charges in front of the exit zone. As the destruction continued, Jaminair idly wondered about the worst thing he'd ever done. Worst, of course, was subjective. There were endless ways to measure atrocity. Irradiating Vter was high on the list, surely, but arguments could keep it from the top. For all his material wealth, Vter had few people. After the previous two battles his denizens mounted, so said the intel reports, only 8.2 million. That population was entirely alien and loyal to the Hutts, who just destroyed Morillon. Population circa 5 billion. One could argue this was an act of justice. So there were mitigating factors. Compare it to, say, Maldet, where he'd pacified the local aliens by raining poisonous herbicide on their jungles until they surrendered. Then there was the tactical nuclear strike on Amaranth's capital Megalopolis, far more populous than all Vter, or the irradiation of an entire continent on Pravodi. And there was the stalwart Voyager, a Federation munitions hauler that had carried 5,000 civilian passengers as human shields. The Ascendant had fired right through them. Compare it sacrificing 78 of his own men at Korlax on his first joint mission with Zim 33 years ago. He looked up the number afterward and never forgot it. Compare it to shooting his father and brothers. Compare it to firing on the victor's crown, his wife, and his son. Jaminair could stomach the ruin of Vter. He knew the worst thing he'd ever done, and this wasn't it. The planet wouldn't be permanently despoiled in any case, just irradiated for a lifetime or two. Zim's robots would freely pillage the surface for his Kyrium while men and worms battled for superiority in orbit. That was another reason he could handle what they were doing now. It was only prelude to a larger, costlier fight. After 2 hours and 48 minutes of unimpeded aerial bombardment, the Ascendant's Chief finally announced, "Sir, we're getting a ceasefire order from the Death Knell." Understood. All guns, hold weapons. Comms, get me a channel to Death Knell. Already opened, sir. Jaminair picked up his handset. This is Ascendant. Are we done, sir? My estimates say we've made optimum bombardment. Zim replied. It will take several months for the fallout to spread across the entire planet, but its cities and mining centers are poisoned. Well done, Marco. Zim's congratulations used to mean more. What now? Deploy landing ships to the arranged targets. The robots will handle everything from here. Cleaning up survivors, then stripping Vter of its key area. Are we certain the radiation won't affect them? Loric had them thoroughly tested. Can they receive transmissions through the radiation? As I said, they've been tested. which probably meant Loric had detonated a few cobalt bombs on Abraxan, just in case of something like this ever happened. He and Zim were so very thorough. "I'll begin deployment now," Jaminar said. "After that, should we hold position over the planet?" "Yes. When the worm's reinforcements show, the might field and blockade will handle them." "Understood." "We'll comply." Jaminar hung up and relayed Zim's orders. The crew complied smoothly. He watched their faces and saw relief, suppressed horror, and anxiety all mingled. The third battle of Vter was just starting, and the worst was yet to come. The war between the Empire of Mankind and the Hutt Supremacy would be decided by an extended all-stakes brawl over a poisoned, lifeless world. Shin had never seen Abraxan from space. He'd first come here 12 years ago and caged aboard an Imperial dreadnought. Now he was locked aboard a windowless cargo crate and lowered to the surface by retroburn rockets. Descent was violent, and if the three Jedi hadn't been strapped to wall-mounted pads, they'd have been cracked open. At points he was sure they'd break apart and burn in the atmosphere, but the tremors stopped just before teeth cracking set down. Then, finally, the crate was still. Its metal walls pinged as they cooled, powerful cranes whirred outside, and all three Jedi were panting from heat and dread. But they survived, which was more than one could say for Mello Bataliac. Kane and Moray hadn't felt anything, but Shin had bonded with the Talid during their years of travel. He didn't know where or how Taliac had died, but he was sure of it. He hadn't told the others yet. He was trying to process it, and more, they had a mission to perform. Kane was the first to unbuckle his restraints after set down. The Zabrak crawled across the floor until he found the hatch, then twisted the handle to unlock. By the time Shin and Moray joined him, he'd begun work on the second door, which would allow them to drop out beneath the crate and, so the captain claimed, infiltrate the Abraxan facility. Kane had taken lead during the voyage here, but Shin knew they'd be looking to him for guidance. In truth, his memories of Abraxan were a garble. He remembered the basic layout of the facility, but everything was dashed with the violence of their escape and stained with grief for his mother's death. Abraxan was a turning point in his life, where he'd realized for the first time his potential in the Force and his limits. The other Rakata faded him as a hero afterward, but he'd felt like a failure. The Jedi dropped one by one out of the bottom hatch, using the Force to soften the 8-meter fall onto rough concrete. Shin looked around and understood they were beneath the sprawling metal grid into which the large crates had been set. On the grid's top side, giant cranes moved to open the crates and retrieve cargo, but the underbelly was dark and untouched. Because they relied on him now, Shin led them to the edge of the grid. It seemed to be night on this part of Abraxan. Darkness stretched beyond, interrupted by spotlight beams made all the more vivid by the drifting mist they stabbed through. Moray gestured to the distant, bright mouth of a loading facility. "Do we sneak inside there?" she asked. Shin didn't recognize anything he saw, but that didn't matter. "No," he said. "We go outside." The last time he'd been here, he and Taliac had raided one of the two factory-topping towers that jutted from either side of the landing zone. Stepping to the edge of the crate's shadow, Shin looked around and saw one such tower dotted with glowing windows. Loric would be in one of those, he was sure, but which? He needed the Force to guide him, but he didn't know if it would. He'd only seen Edon Loriac briefly. He remembered a loping human with pale hair to his shoulders and glass circles over his eyes, but he'd never sensed him in the Force. He could feel a vague mass of lives within the factory tower, but had no idea if his target was among them. Possible, all things are with the Force. Maybe all things were possible for Jedar, because he was ancient and powerful. But were all things possible for Shin? He didn't know Loric, but he knew that man's effect on his life. It was all too easy to focus on that. The death of his mother, the pain of failure, his grim resolve to master the Force. He'd run from those feelings for years, and even Taliac had told him not to indulge dark emotions. But Jedar had told him, a tool pain can be, if used correctly. Overpower it you must, before strength you can draw. Master your inner world, and master the outer you shall. And is mastery not what you crave? Right now, Shin decided to use Jedar's wisdom. He let all those negative feelings swell, but he wrestled and tamed them, just as he tamed the heart of the Star Forge. The heat within him cooled, leaving behind power he could draw from. Shin used that power and cast himself toward the tower. He saw more clearly now. It was nighttime, and many were submerged in sleep. Most were engineers, scientists, researchers, functionaries who devoted themselves to solving mysteries or making discoveries. And, he sensed, they'd been here for many years. Abraxan was their life. In a way, it was his too. Shin scoured those minds, waking and sleeping, for the deepest resonance. In that tower he sensed one mind, still awake and working, for whom this hidden base was the sum of his existence, his purpose, and even his love. Shin opened his eyes. The others, as expected, were staring at him and begging for answers. He is in that tower, Shin affirmed. Then, low and fast, he sprinted into the night, not toward the lit-up door but the shadows spread at the factory's base. Kane and Moray joined him as he plunged into the mist. Bunta was starting to think that maybe, just maybe, they'd underestimated these bipeds. At least, they'd underestimated Zim. The Emperor's escape from the Maw defied belief, in the second fight at Termin Station, which had claimed the life of Don Jundo the Desolator, was cause for rage. Now Zim was making his stand at Vter and daring the Hutts to meet him. We're cycling hails continuously, but we still haven't made contact with any of our beacons in the Cyclada, he told Cossack. They communicated via translite as the Numinous barreled through hyperspace toward Vter. Then we must assume they are all lost, Cossack growled. Be ready for anything. Zim will fight you everything he has. I don't have the forces to repulse him, but I can draw his ships thin across the system. Do it. If you can't deny Zim Vter, at least delay him while I gather more hosts to fight. The Ugorii are massing the fleet and I'm working on the Rumanic now. Hold Zim back. Contain him, and I'll bring every ship I can to aid you. Mava is already on her way with another Paterii fleet. I'll welcome her help, Bunta affirmed. We've lost Kenton, Q's, Cladwine, and more. Dozens of ships, millions of slaves. I'm worried about our troops. They've been cut off from their homeworlds. They may lose their will to fight. Considering the moves of bipeds wasn't something Bunta did often, but recent, shocking events were forcing him to look at lesser beings in new ways. But Cossack was indeed clever. This can break their spirits or galvanize them. You are their god, Bunta. Address them yourself. Tell them that Zim is a vile thief who's stolen their worlds and keeps them from their families. Use that to compel their allegiance. If they're ever to go home again, they must smash Zim at Vter. Revenge was a motivator for bipeds as well as Hutts. That is wise. I will do so. Good. See to it immediately, before you reach Vter. I will. Bunta was about to sign off, but hesitated. I must ask, what of the rebel angels? Cossack made an unpleasant rumble. That is no reason with withhold our attack. After losing Dalog and Dejundo, Bunta wasn't sure. What of your Aunt Sharaba? Haven't you assigned her to investigate them? My aunt is indisposed, huffed Cossack. No matter. Focus on your war, Bunta. I'll get you reinforcements. Just hold Zim at Vter as long as you can. Cossack's blue-eyed face disappeared. Bunta stared into his dim reflection in the screen and tried not to feel foreboding. Churaba was an elder who'd battled the demon and had seemed most alarmed at the possibility of its return. She'd spare no effort in investigation. If Cossack couldn't contact her, something must have gone very wrong. But Cossack was also right. He had to focus on his war. As he squirmed away from the screen, Bunta began composing words that would rouse his warriors to bravery. Perhaps he'd even take a few pointers from Zim's speeches. A Hutt was normally loath to take lesson from bipeds, but Zim, brutal and cunning, had earned himself an exception. It was all the more reason he had to be defeated. The closer Shin drew toward his destination, the more he was sure of his purpose. The Force connected him to Loric with a weave of grief and resolve, and finding the director was as simple as tugging himself up the rope. Physically, it was a little more difficult. Loric was high in the tower that crowned the massive factory complex, and the three Jedi had to reach it from the outside. They'd brought cables and magnetic grapplers in anticipation of something like this, and they began their ascent at a portion of factory wall untouched by exterior lights. Using their arms and legs more than the Force, they pulled themselves up a sheer 20-meter face before reaching the first of several ascending rooftops. Shin and Talayak had freed Erakas from a pair of war robots 12 years ago, possibly from the very tower that loomed ahead. They'd had help from Essan and the Hand of Light, which had blasted a hole in the tower's side and opened several corridors to an easy jump. It was trickier this time. Shin guided them to a dark window, and when he was certain nothing alive was inside, he used the force to punch the glass inward. A bright lightsaber was a risk outside, but once they clambered through the window and into the room, Kane and Shin drew their weapons. Moray, who never built such a device, stood empty-handed but alert. They didn't risk speaking. Shin gestured to the door, pushed it open, and led them into the hallway beyond. Light in the hall was dim, but a single camera stared through bug-eye glass at the far end of the hall. Shin and Moray stayed in darkness, but Kane took a few steps forward, just to get a better sense of the camera. The Zabrak had a natural, force-fueled talent for machines, be they racket behemoths or simple viewfinders. Shin didn't feel anything, but after a second Kane said, "Let's go." He started down the hall. The others followed. Moray whispered, "What did you do?" "I unfocused the camera lens," he whispered back. "It won't register as a malfunction unless a watchman pays attention." In that case, Shin hoped Zim's minions were getting a good night's sleep. Abraxan was hard to reach, but its internal security was lax. That had been the case 12 years ago, and it was true now. The Jedi passed through 2 more corridors, then up a flight of stairs, allowing Kane to blur the cameras every time. There were no tripwires, not even locks on the stairwell doors. The only barrier was the entrance to Loric's room. Shin could feel the director inside. Only one more tug of the metaphorical rope and the master of Abraxan would be in his hands. But they had to be careful. Loric's door was sealed with an electronic lock. A pad for thumbprints beckoned, but they didn't dare touch it. A lightsaber would sever the lock, but surely rouse guards, even sleepy ones. But there was a man awake on the other side of the door. They could all feel him working through the night in fighting exhaustion. A tired mind was easier to influence. The Jedi decided without words. Kane raised a fist and knocked softly on the door. They felt Loric flicker to alertness on the other side. Kane said in Tianese, "An important message, Director." Barely audible through the metal door, a voice replied, "Now." "Yes, Director." An urgent relay from Viceroy Jaminair. They could feel Loriac's surprise, and then his suspicion. They didn't let it fester. All 3 Jedi touched his sleepy mind and poured in command. He needed to open the door. He needed to hear the message. There was nothing to fear. They heard several deadbolts scrape open, then the beep of an alarm disengaging. Then Loric opened the door and sealed his fate. Shin and Kane rushed into the room, grabbed the human, and slammed him onto the nearest sofa. Before he could cry out, Shin placed a clawed hand over his mouth. Loric's legs flailed, but Kane pressed a knee over the man's hip, pinning him. Moray quickly closed the door. It was the room of a midnight worker, dark except for one bright table lamp shining on a messy desk. Some of that glow fell onto Loric's face. It gleamed on his glasses and revealed eyes wide with fear. As well they should be. Shin's face was just centimeters from his, and it had been 12 years since Loric laid eyes on a living, breathing tyrant. As Shin pressed on his mouth, Kane told him, "Don't resist. We don't want to hurt you." Panicked eyes picked up Zabrak horns. The cell could lumen in the dark, and grew even wider. He started to kick again. Stop. Struggling. Shin pushed the command into Loriac's mind, and his legs went still. But he still trembled. Kane said, "We need you to tell us about Zim's war robots, Director." "Can you do that?" When Loric didn't budge, he repeated, "Can you do that?" He gave a tiny nod beneath Shin's hand. The racketer removed it slowly. Loric didn't shout. Instead he said in a shaky voice, "How did you get in here? Did someone let you in?" Shin ignored the question. "We came for you." Loric licked his lips. "Are you him?" Shin understood and nodded. Kane said, "We need you to know about your robot's weaknesses." Despite his terror, Loric said, "I'm not a traitor. Zim never has to know. I won't betray my creations." The director spat. "My robots, my beauties. We don't want to destroy them," Shin said. "Tell us, how do we shut them down?" "Only Zim can do that. Every machine has an off switch," Kane reasoned. Loriac wagged his head. "No, not these. They fight and get commands and fight again. That's all Zim wanted them to do. Take orders and fight. But it's not." Kane leaned closer, putting more weight on Loric. "I know a little about your machines, Director. Whenever one gets critically damaged, that triggers an overload that blows out the mental processing unit. That's how you've kept the Hutts from capturing and reproducing them. That's a mechanical trigger. It only happens under physical stress. Shin could tell he was lying. He moved his grip from loric's face to his neck. As his claw tips brushed the human skin, he squeezed his eyes in terror. Terror was good. Shin fueled it and fed the human images of all the agony Erakas could inflict on a human body. "Tell us the truth," he said in a predator's growl. Loric's fear drowned out his resolve. As he edged into loric's mind, Shin felt Jedar urging him on. A crime it would be to waste the power within you. Blessed with the force you were. A destiny it has gifted you. Flinch from it you cannot. He didn't flinch. Redemption was in literally his grasp. He held the architect of his mother's death, and with the force he could compel anything he needed from this man. Even a way to bring down Zim's mighty war robots and reduce to Despot to a king of ruin. He didn't just believe, he knew, and in that moment Shin trembled with terror at his own power. He could do awful damage to this man. He wanted to. Master Talayak would never have approved, but he remembered Jedar once saying, thoughtfully, "Separate us from other beings the Force does, but a reason for this the Force must have. Question his judgment, should we? No, embrace it we must." Shin embraced it. He forgot about Kane and Moray and thought only of loric. He bent over the human and pressed their foreheads together. Thought, sensation, and emotion all flowed between them, but Shin quickly took control. After commanding the might of the Star Forge, the thoughts of one human were so very easy. Without fear you must use your power. Embrace is every gift. Then all the force, all creation, yours will be. And it was. He saw the secret locked inside loric's memory, an alphanumeric code that, once transmitted, would compel every Imperial war robot who received to burst its own brains. It was that simple. Just one code, and an army would fall. Shin had it. Forehead still pressed to the humans, he grabbed loric by the shoulders and hauled him to his feet. Loric gasped but didn't cry out as Shin dragged him over to his desk and pushed him into the chair. Scraps of paper and a pen sat in the lamplight. "Write the code down," Shin commanded. He moved his head away but grabbed the back of loric's skull and bent him over the nearest paper. Claw scraped the human scalp. The force dug deeper into his mind, compelling him. With a trembling hand, loric picked up his pen and began to write. Letters and numbers spilled out of him. It was exactly what they needed. When it was done, Shin released loric, mind and body. The human spilled from his chair and onto the carpet, curled into a trembling ball, and clutched his aching skull. The link had been severed but Shin's invasion had left his mark. The architect of his mother's death was now a broken, shaken man. Shin's sense of triumph faded and he felt nauseous. "What did you do?" Moray asked shakily. I found what we needed." Shin placed a hand on the paper, white with one long trail of scribbled black. He clutched it to his heart and fell into loric's chair. He'd done it. The secret to killing an army was pinned to his chest. The Force had been with him and he'd taken a crucial step to fulfilling his destiny. Jedar would beam with pride. Then why did he feel so dirty? What's happened to him? Moray looked at the human. I pulled thoughts from his mind. Shin raised the paper. We can shut down the entire army with this. You're certain? Kane asked. Yes. This is all. We can go now. But nobody moved. Director loric, Zim's greatest mind, was still shaking on the floor. We can't leave him like this, Kane said. Never mind what they'll think when they find him. We can't just walk away. I don't know how to undo what I've done, Shin admitted. He looked at Kane, pleading. They'd solved so many problems together on the Star Forge, but this was one neither could solve. Moray wheezed and crouched beside loric. I'm more experienced healing bodies than minds, but I'll do what I can for him. She touched the human's head and began to gently probe with the Force. Kane said, he can't remember that we've been here. I know. I will put his pieces together the best I can, save for one. Shin and Kane watched in silence as she went to work. When they told her she'd be meeting Sekadenzi, Vidia had imagined some risky masquerade where a scorned ship used borrowed Imperial transponder codes to sneak next to the flagship and, through guile or violence, gain entry to the Admiral's quarters. Instead, they stuck her on Peacekeeper. The Iduxan ship had been patched together since the battle at Morlon but still looked believably battered. When they lurched through hyperspace, every jump felt like a mortal risk. But Peacekeeper held through, carrying its passengers all the way to Terminus Station and from there to Kovari. where Cadenzi's fleet had just relocated. The passengers were an unlikely set. Vidia, Zephian, and Campbell were from Peacekeeper's original crew. The fourth, and last, was Facile Entropy. The human sat at the sensor station beside Vidia while Campbell nudged Peacekeeper into the stream of Imperial ships flowing slow circles over the planet. That he'd come with them at all, alone, without any guards, surprised her. She didn't understand why he'd been tasked with this solo mission to see Cadenzi, and knew he'd never tell if asked. In the Force he felt young, conflicted, saddled with responsibility he didn't want. Not unlike her. She said to him, "When was the last time you were aboard an Imperial ship?" They were all sealed into vac suits in case Peacekeeper's pet job didn't hold, and she asked helmet to helmet. Without turning to face her, Facile said, "Not since Renroon? This must feel strange for you." "It's not your business." "I'm sorry. I was just thinking. It's also brave." After a pause he replied, "I have you to protect me, don't I?" Beneath his sarcasm, she felt an honest plea. "I'll take the lead when we talk to Cadenzi. I'll calm him if he gets upset. You can actually to that." No sarcasm that time. He really wanted to know. Some of us are better at it than others, but I think so. She felt more questions bubbling inside Facile, but he didn't ask them, and didn't turn in her direction. Peacekeeper edged in silence toward Cadenzi's dreadnought. After almost a minute's silence, Campbell reported, "The Monarch is hailing, requesting identification and purpose. Can I talk to them directly? Give me a second." After 5, a comm line clicked open and a new voice echoed in her helmet. "This is the Monarch. Repeat, identify yourself and state your intention." "This is the Idukes Starship Peacekeeper," Vidia said. "We were damaged at Moorland and left for dead. It took us a long time, but we managed to repair and limp our way back here." Monarch's officer was incredulous. "How did you get here with the beacon system wrecked? Why didn't the worm stop you?" "We're a small ship. We were able to slip past. It got close a couple times." She added, "If you run scans, you will see we're in bad shape." "We've noticed," the officer said dryly. "Again, what is your intention?" "Now for the hard part. I have an urgent message for Admiral Cadenzi. I'd like to dock and speak with him in person. The Supreme Commander is a busy man. This won't take much time. Please, is he aboard?" "The Supreme Commander's whereabouts are classified. We have vital information. It's about what we saw after the Hutts took Morlon. You haven't heard about that from anybody else, have you?" "I'll relay your request," the officer said reluctantly, "but if it's denied, you're to be on your way to Idux immediately." "What about the other Jedi?" She'd wondered why she didn't feel any others here. "The other what?" "Iduxans." "Where are the other Iduxans?" "I just told you. Your friends have all bailed and gone back home, just when we need them the most." That explained the hostility. She didn't bother to ask why, as she wouldn't get an accurate answer. "Relay my request, please." "I'll hold position." The line closed without a sign-off. Vidia explained the situation to Zephian first, then to Campbell and Entropy. The Saheelandil wondered, "What do you think drove the Jedi away?" "I have no idea. We'll have to wait until we get to Idix to find out. If they made it without being arrested, shot, or falling apart in hyperspace." Peacekeeper, at least, was sound as Campbell held them at 500 meters off the Monarch's port side. The wait was long and nobody spoke, though Facile bristled with unasked questions. Finally came the reply. It was the same comm officer, with a slightly less sour tone. "You're clear to dock at airlock 12. We're lighting a marker for you now. Thank you so much. Will the Supreme Commander see us? An escort will take you directly to him." On Vidia's instruction, Campbell nudged Peacekeeper onto the Monarch's flank and magnetized airlocks. At the tiny ship crunched against the huge one, Vidia took off her helmet and began slipping from her vacuum suit. Facile did the same, but the others stayed where they were. "Master Zephian, please," she said in Tython, "I could use you with us." "I won't understand a word he says. I may still need your guidance." The older Marilyn acquiesced and removed his vac suit as well. They left weapons aboard Peacekeeper with Campbell, who was keeping the engines warm. Just in case. 2 alien Jedi, each in soot-stained beige tunics, plus 1 human in a bland jumpsuit. The 4 Imperial soldiers on the other side of the airlock gave them strange looks, then pat-downs, and finally took them through the Monarch's halls. Zephian was alert to every sight and sound on the strange ship. Fassel was falling back in time. Once he'd been like the soldiers they'd passed. Maybe he'd been on a ship like this one. It wasn't longing for his life before Ranroon, she felt, but not disdain either. Rather, he seemed to be marveling at the turns his own life had taken. They had that in common too. Guards at the door to Kazini's chamber gave them another pat down, then opened the door. On the other side was a windowless room and a metal-top table. A white-bearded human stood on the far side, and his eyes swept over the newcomers as they entered. Vidia opened her mouth to speak but didn't get the chance. "Admiral Cadenzi," said the human beside her, "my name is Fassel Entrathy of the Taiwanese Free Navy. I request that we speak in private." Cadenzi's eyes locked on him. It was like the Jedi didn't even exist. Then he said, "Guards, please take the other's guests from the chamber. Hold them outside." Just like that, hands were on Vidia and Zephian. The Marillion struggled, but Vidia gestured for him to stand down. She didn't understand what was happening, but there was no use in starting a fight. They pulled her back into the hallway. She twisted her neck to see the doors close on Fassel and Cadenzi as they faced off across the table. Then silence. Vidia tried to sense emotions from the other room, but all she got was confusion. In whispered Titan, Zephian asked, "What's happening?" "I don't know. Entrathy must know the Admiral. Maybe. He was, after all, an Imperial mutineer." From the shock on Cadenzi's face, she knew there must be more to it. Perhaps he rebelled against the Admiral personally. In stubborn silence, the Jedi stood in the corridor and waited. Another surprise. They did not wait long. Less than 15 minutes passed before the door opened and Fassel walked out. The door closed behind him, sealing Cadenzi away. "All right," said the young human. "We're done here." "Done?" She blanched. "We didn't even talk to him." "I did. That's all that matters." "Not good enough." "We? You have nothing to say to him?" "This was my mission, my meeting. You were just my entry ticket." He glowered. "I'm sorry, was that not clear? We're finished." "Is that what you're saying?" "Yes." She held hands out helplessly. "Then what are we supposed to do now?" "I'm sure you've got a plan." "Simple," Fassel said. "Now you go home. And I go with you." Leaving Abraxan was easy. The Jedi were secure aboard the cargo crate for 30 minutes before the container grid lifted off. Exit was a little less violent than entry, and once they cleared the planet's gravity, they were locked back into place on the Nefer's underbelly. With an easy lurch, they began the first of many lightspeed jumps that would take them back to their comrades. Mission accomplished. In truth, Moray hadn't expected to pull it off. Despite their success, they talked little once they were secure in the container. Moray was fairly certain she'd put Loric's mind back together, leaving only a gap for this evening, but it had been a difficult task, and her nerves were still rattled. Kane, while looking at the paper on which Loric had scribbled his secret, mused aloud, "It's not that I don't trust you, but I wish there was a way to try this out on an actual war robot." When Shin did not respond, Moray said, "We can pass it to allies in Zim's fleet. They may find a way." Kane considered the scribbled message. He muttered, mostly to himself, "I wish we had a better idea how they're doing. It would be a long wait before they get back to the Star Forge." Moray asked, "Have either of you sensed any more loss?" Shin said, "Yes. Master Talayak is dead." Kane's jaw dropped. "Are you sure? When did you feel this?" "Before we reached Abraxan. I am sorry I did not tell you before. It did not seem the proper time." Shin's voice was dull, his eyes distant. "Do you know how?" "No. He was going into Hutt territory. That place is full of dangers." Whatever glow of success they'd had from their mission evaporated. Moray was distraught anew. Like Shin, she traveled with Talayak for years and come to know the Talid well. Yet she'd felt nothing of his death. She didn't doubt Shin. Rather, she wondered what had gone amiss inside her, that she'd not felt something so important. Kane knew the mood had soured and tried to buoy it. "We have this code. It could change everything. It's leverage against Zim, and a way to stop him if he becomes a threat to us. No matter what's happened to the others, we did something good today." Moray was not so sure. She was painfully aware how the Force death could be dangerous to the Jedi. Until today, she never realized it could be the other way around. All the more reason for separation, but after this they were more entwined with Zim's fate than ever, and that made both sides more dangerous. Outcomes. Departed gods. We were with Cadenzi's fleet during that last push. I heard about Iduxans being with us at Termin and Kovari, but I never saw any myself. There was all kinds of chatter about them back then, but you never hear about them nowadays. It makes you wonder if they really existed. Pelmavetics, Chief Engineer, Refulgence. From Empire of Men, Oral History of a Generation, ed. Taith Onder is 564 LE. 568 LE. When Taith Onder stepped onto the soil of Idux, his first feeling was anticlimax. The view from high on the landing tower, and then from ground level, was of modest cinder block homes, corrugated metal roofs, a few chimneys smoking in the cool morning air. Beyond the settlement spread a broad brown plain, interrupted by the surge of a single mountain. Strange a world so famous and forbidden should feel so ordinary. Taith didn't know what to think as he walked from the landing tower, on a trail of ground stones toward the settlement. Brexon, as promised, stayed with his ship. After the interrogation he'd received over the comm before landing, Taith expected an unwelcoming welcome party, perhaps armed guards. But only a single figure walked across the gravel path to meet him. It was a human, dark-haired, dressed in thick wool clothing to ward off the winter chill. Taith, underdressed, tugged the lapels of his jacket tight. When he got close, he saw it was a young man, probably no more than 30. He felt a twinge of disappointment, then chastised himself. He'd not expected the Red Witch to greet him personally. The young man stopped Taith in the middle of the trail. He folded hands in front of him and gave a very short bow. "Good morning," the man said. "Welcome to our settlement. Thank you for allowing me to land. I know you don't welcome strangers, so thank you for making an exception. I've wanted to see Idix for a very long time. I understand. Though we don't use that name," the young man added sharply. "To us, this world is Ossus." "Ossus," he repeated. "I'll keep that in mind. Have your people always called it that?" "Not always." The man gestured toward the settlement. "Come with me, please." They walked together. The person he'd spoken to on the comm had sounded older and angrier, so he reintroduced himself. "I am Taith Onderis, a scholar based on Chander, I've been told. My name is Asherthal." After a few more strides, Taith asked, "Were you born on this world?" "I was." "You're not old enough to have fought in the war." "I was born a little after." Thalm looked at him sidelong. "You don't look old enough either." "Thank you for the compliment," Taith smiled wearily. "I was a little too young to fight. But you've spent the rest of your life studying it." "I'm an historian. I've published a number of volumes about Zim's reign, but I'm looking to create something unique and definitive about the war with the Hutts. And you think we have all the secrets?" The young man's smile was tight, but not mocking. "I'm trying to collect perspectives. Yours will be unique." Taith ventured, "I realize this may be a private question, Mr. Thome, but are you a Jedi? What do you know about the Jedi?" He was still smiling. "Very little. My previous contacts explained you, or they, came from a distant part of the galaxy. They possessed extra-normal powers we normally relegate to fairy stories. And I understand that most of the people called Iduxians weren't Jedi, but normal Taiwanese who came here to follow them. You know more than most." "I've been talking to the right people," Taith said dryly. "Are you a Jedi, Mr. Thom?" He looked at Taith again, smile gone. "I've trained as a Jedi my entire life. So yes, you can call me one." "I see." He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. They were nearing the settlement now. Taith saw a few distant figures moving in cold sunlit streets. "I was told a Jedi's power is something he was born with." "It is. But you have to be trained in the right knowledge and methods. You're a scholar. You should understand that." "I do," he said, though he couldn't picture alien magicians sitting down at desks in lecture halls. "If you're a Jedi, but were born in the Tion, does that mean your parents are Jedi?" Thom nodded. "It doesn't always get passed down in the blood. But it does, sometimes." "Are your parents here now?" The young man looked straight ahead. "No." They walked into the settlement. At this cool morning hour only a few people were about. They all stared at Taith, and he tried not to stare back. He saw a gray-haired humanoid with pale green skin, a pair of slinking brown-furred creatures with feline faces, a human child who stopped and looked at Taith with wide eyes as her minder, a strange shaggy alien 3 meters high, tugged her away. As Thom led Taith inside, he asked, "Who lives on Idux?" "I'm sorry, Ossus, now." Only Jedi, or followers. Mostly Jedi, Thom said as he closed the door behind them. They were in a room with folding chairs gathered around a long table. A community gathering hall, Tay thought. A kettle and 2 metal cups sat on the tray in the middle of the table. As he unbuttoned his jacket, Tate asked, "Were those the children of Jedi I saw?" "We don't come from nowhere." Thom removed his coat and draped it over the back of a chair. Beneath it he wore a simple light brown tunic. At his belt was a metal cylinder. Then he sat down, hiding the object from view. Tate took a chair on the opposite side of the table. As Thom poured steaming liquid, tea, probably, into the cup, Tate looked around the empty room and asked, "Is there anyone else who'll meet us?" Thom pushed a hot cup across the table. "It's just me for now." Tate wondered if someone was watching him. He held back the urge to look for cameras and sipped the tea. It nearly scalded his mouth, but after the cold walk he'd needed it. Thom took his own drink, then folded hands on the table. "Tell me, what made you so interested in the Iduxans?" "Most of the galaxy has forgotten them by now." "Iduxans? Them? What would Brexon make of that?" "Not everyone has forgotten. I grew up on Binus, and even there we heard a few rumors about them. Nobody believed them, not even me when I was young and gullible. But when I looked into the sources and read eyewitness accounts of those last battles, I saw there was something to it. But you're a scholar. For most people, the Iduxans are just fading stories. This planet's a curiosity. They care about Zim still, and the Hutts, but Iduxans. Not even history." Tate remembered something Jaminair had said. He asked, "Have you been to other worlds, Mr. Thom?" The young man smiled. "I haven't spent all my life on Ossus, but it is my home. Then you know how the rest of known space sees you, and how they don't." Thom sipped his drink. "What are you after, Mr. Ondaris? Are you trying to put together a bestseller?" Tate already had one. He spent the rest of his academic career shadowed by it. In truth, he would like to write another book as widely read as Zim and his legacy, even with the backlash that came with success. But nobody became a scholar for fame. The Iduxians are a mystery that's teased me all my life, and I became what I am to puzzle out mysteries. He spread his hands. "I'm also trying to find out what happened to Zim after Vter, if anyone can help me with that." "That was before my time," Thom smiled, friendly again. "You know how much we value our privacy. What did you expect to get when you came here?" "I expected to be turned away, even with the recommendation from Miss Crowler." "And what did you hope for?" Tate considered. "Honestly, I hoped to speak to a Jedi who fought in the war. Someone who was at Vter and met Zim. One of the originals, then." "How many originals are here?" "A few," Thom said, and Tate knew he wouldn't get any more. He was starting to think he'd not get much, period, and disappointment swelled within him. The Jedi seemed to sense that. He asked, "What would you do if we told you the whole truth, but you weren't allowed to write about it or tell another soul?" He wondered if these magicians had a way to ensure that. "I'd want to know the truth, of course. And what if we told you the truth, let it sink in, then erased it from your mind, and you'd forget about everything that happened since you sat down, like it had never been there at all?" Tate shivered. He felt suddenly that he was sharing the room with a predatory animal instead of a casual young man. "Can you people do that?" Thom said nothing. The scholar exhaled. "I suppose I'd like to hear it. For a few minutes I'd get to know the truth. That's more than anyone else would get." Yes. I'd accept that if I can't get anything else." He stared at the young man, so serious, so still. "Are you offering?" Thom rose from his chair. "Please wait here," he said with another smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I'll be back soon." He walked out the entrance door, leaving Tate alone in the dim, silent room. The scholar craned his neck, looking for cameras. He couldn't find anything, but he still had the sensation of being watched. He clasped the hot teacup in 2 hands and swallowed. It was hot going down, but he shivered. Minutes told on. Tate kept waiting, alone yet, he thought, not alone at all. Chapter 14. Deep malice to conceal. Though we call him the despot, we must not assume that Zim has been reviled throughout all history. We have uncovered evidence of a millenarian religious movement that took hold in the Tion cluster during the end of its war with the fledgling republic. Its adherents believed that Zim would return in a cloud of glory to save them from their enemies, and they formed great congregations to plead for his deliverance. Some consider this the pathetic last gasp of a once great civilization. I find it poignant. S.V. Skanks, looking backward. A history of zymology. 538 LE. When Peacekeeper shuddered out of hyperspace for the last time, Vidia strained in her seat to peer through the ship's window. Anxious breath fogged the inside of her helmet, but when it cleared she could see the browns, greens, and blues of Idux filling the glass. A humble little world, but it was the only place that felt like home since leaving Titan. Believe it or not, we held together. Campbell sighed from the pilot seat. I'm going to open the channel and see who's listening. Can this ship land on the surface? Asked Fassel. Under normal circumstances, yes, replied the Saheelan. I wouldn't try it in our state. Hopefully we can transfer to another ship. As Peacekeeper settled into orbital swing, Vidia checked the scanner. In normal times, a tiny picket of Iduxan starships circled the planet. Her board lit up with one contact after another, and she saw that the Jedi really had withdrawn from the Imperial fleet and reconvened here. She didn't know what had happened or what the next steps would be, but she was eager to get on the ground and find out. Beside her, Fassel stirred with the same impatience. He'd explained nothing of his talk with Cadenzi, but he was vocal about seeing the one in charge as soon as possible. We're getting a response, Campbell reported. It's coming from Hutt. A Hutt Drummond, identified as the Nemesis. That sounded ominous, but Vidia asked, do they want to open the channel? They do. I'll send it your way. The next sound in Vidia's helmet was a burst of static, then a voice she hadn't expected to hear. Certainly not from the Hutt Drummond called the Nemesis. Gruff but kind, it was Koltitha. Peacekeeper, report your status, the Nori said. It's me, Koltitha. She grinned in relief. It's Vidia. The surprise was clear. We thought you died at Morlon. I got lucky, she replied, though what wasn't quite the word for it. What's happening? Are Erakas or Jedar on the planet? Erakas is. How is your ship? Not stable enough to handle Admo. But we need to get down there and talk to him. Can you get us a skipper planetside? That can be arranged. Great. We'll head your way. It'll be good to see you, Koltitha. Indeed, the Nori said, and closed the channel. He'd never been one to get sappy. Take us to with the Drummond, she told Campbell. They'll get us to the planet. As Peacekeeper adjusted course, Fassel unsealed and wrenched off his helmet. Vidia followed his lead. The air inside the cockpit was cold and stale, but it still felt good to breathe. It meant they were almost home safe. A Hutt Drummond, Fassel mused. You have interest in allies? Don't we just? Agreed Vidia, and she was as curious as him as to what that was about. She looked to Zephian and flashed the other Jedi a grin. After all they'd been through, they were back among their own. Jedi belonged with Jedi, and at the moment, she didn't give a damn about Fassel's secret mission. They'd pulled in sync with the Nemesis and were about to seal airlocks when Campbell said, we may have a problem. Vidia reached for her discarded helmet. With the ship? No, but we've got a new arrival. Another addition to the menagerie. Fassel drawled. You could say that. Campbell turned in her seat and gave a grave look. Parameters mark it as an Imperial Pentaconter. The warship was just one ominous dot on the sensor screen, but Koltitha knew it could mean the end of everything. A Pentaconter wasn't as powerful as the polyreme Zim had used to threaten them previously, but its ship-to-surface missiles could easily wipe out Morningstar and all its inhabitants. Erakas was down on the planet along with 30 other Jedi, not to mention several thousand Iduxians. Koltitha told the Nemesis's Nikto crew to shield the town. After he'd guided them through the mall, they took his orders without question. In just a short time, he felt almost as bonded to these Morguk as his Nori. Morguk himself, however, had his red face in a glower. Crossing arms, the Goliath warrior asked, what does Zim plan? He already threatened Idux once, Koltitha said. He was supposed to let us go this time. Zim lies, Morguk growled. Koltitha didn't blame him for being angry. The Morguk had been loyal allies of the Empire throughout this war, and for their pains, Zim had destroyed the navigation beacon over Kenton. Their homeworld was stranded now. Neither the Hutts nor Empire could reach it without expending resources vital for the war effort. That was why the Morguk and all the freed prisoners aboard the Nemesis hadn't hesitated to come to Idux. They had nowhere else to go. We are picking up a broadcast now, reported Sakif. The Shiny-speaking Nikto had taken a prudent position at the comm station. Koltitha gestured to continue, and a new voice rasped over the bridge's speakers. This is the Pentaconter Vigilant. We have come to assert Imperial authority over this world. They didn't articulate a threat and didn't have to. The Nikto looked to Koltitha for guidance. Just wait, the Nori said. He didn't know how to respond, and was hoping Erakas would. Sure enough, the human's voice cast up from Morningstar with a reply. Erakas said, Vigilant, you have no right to be here. Zim swore we could leave his service unmolested. Zim lies, Morgug muttered again. The Vigilant said, We are following our orders. The Iduxians will lend their services to the Empire of Mankind, or no one at all. There was the threat. Erakas's voice grew tight with anger. We have thousands of civilians here. Is Zim that much of a butcher? Zim will not leave his back exposed to any threats, especially yours. All magicians will present themselves to the Vigilant for service, or we will take action. As soon as the words were out, Sakov reported, missile fired. There was nothing Koltitha could do, even with the Force. Despair and anger filled him. The Nemesis' scanners tracked the single warhead as it fell toward the planet, accelerated through the atmosphere, and finally impacted. He held his breath until Sakov reported detonation was 1.5 kilometers southwest of the village. Looks like a Fibrillium warhead. Damage to the town. Asked Koltitha. The Nikto shook his head, uncertain. The Vigilant was going farther than the Termagant to show how deadly serious this was. See if you can put us in position to block the next missile, Koltitha commanded. Morgug didn't object and the crew obeyed, warily. That was when Vidia arrived on the bridge. The petite white-furred Deveronian was followed by the other survivors from Peacekeeper, an elder Sahelindil, a young human, a Marillion Jedi unfamiliar to Koltitha. What are they doing? Vidia asked immediately. No time for well-mets now. Have they made demands? The same as before. They've just fired on Morningstar. She gasped. Are they? I do not think Jedi were killed. Yet, he left unsaid. Why did Zim let you go if he was just going to do this? Zim lies? Koltitha said before Morgug could. But that wasn't a real answer. He didn't understand what was happening, only that the Vigilant was deadly serious. Can we fight that polyreme? Vidia pressed. Koltitha shook his head. All our ships together, maybe. But not before it destroys Morningstar. Helplessness was especially hard for Jedi. Koltitha, Vidia, and Zephian all stared at the sensor screen's lights, unable to stop doom from falling on their comrades. Some things weren't possible, even with the Force. Then a new light joined the scene. It was massive. The sensor screen didn't even know how to interpret it. Sakov flustered, it is, like a small moon, but metal. The Star Forge had arrived. The Rakkanen machine fell from the edge of orbit toward Idux. It moved slowly but was like doom bearing down on the suddenly minuscule Pentacanter. What the hells is that? Gasped the human who'd come with Vidia. Koltitha was surprised. Most Iduxians at least knew of the Star Forge, even if they'd never seen it. Vidia told him, our secret weapon. Weapon. They tried to avoid that term with the Forge. They'd called it an object, or a foundry, or a tool. But right now it was a weapon, and a weapon they needed. They'd made enemies of the Hutts, and now Zim had turned his wrath on them. The Jedi could only survive if they met might with might. The Nemesis received another broadcast, this time from the Forge. Koltitha had expected Kane or even Shen, but it was Jedar. Pick on someone your own size. I suggest you do, the Prophet warned. Otherwise, drastic action must I take. The Vigilant, understandably, did not reply right away. The Pentacanter held where it was, like it was frozen in fear. The Star Forge continued on course. Koltitha knew the behemoth had been armed with missile launchers for defense, and they'd be enough to destroy the Vigilant. The bridge had gone silent. Everyone watched, wondering whether the Pentacanter would run, whether it would fire on the planet, whether the Forge would destroy it first. Your last chance this is, Jedar said. Flee to your master, or the consequences face. The Pentacanter held. The Star Forge fired. 8 missiles from separate launchers converged on the Vigilant. And then, all 9 lights disappeared. Koltitha felt, faintly, briefly lives flare out in the Force. Just like that, it was done. The bridge remained silent. Anticlimax, too, could stun. The next voice was Jedar's again. Softer now, comforting, the Prophet said. Ended, the threat has, but raised the stakes are. Much to discuss, we have. And that young human inexplicably whispered, we certainly do. Daylight trembled through clouds of dust and ash still drifting over Morningstar. Relief and grief eddied through the townspeople like competing winds. They were safe for now, but minutes ago they'd been helpless against orbital bombardment. The missile had impacted beyond the edge of town, but its concussive wave was strong. Buildings had collapsed, and the injured were still being tallied. 16 were confirmed dead, all civilians, including 2 elderly and 5 children. People were confused, frightened, and angry. They looked at the Jedi in their midst as pillars of safety. How Erakas wished that were true. Starships had descended to fill Morningstar's landing pads. One small rocket had brought passengers from the Nemesis, including 3 Jedi and an apparent guest. Another had just landed, and Erakas watched as the docking tower's arms locked it in place, the gantry extending to his midsection, and the hatch opened. Jedar stepped out alone. The Prophet looked especially tiny as he walked across the gantry and rode the lift cage to ground level. Erakas was there when it opened, and he couldn't help his relieved smile. After their brush with the Vigilant and losing Taliak, it was solace to see his teacher unharmed. He needed something in this universe he could rely on. "You made quite an entrance," he said as the small, green figure approached. "Was that timing a coincidence, or did you plan it?" Jedar wagged his head. "An urgency I felt from the Force, and from your last message. Surprised, I am, that Zim changed minds so soon." Erakas was too, not the changed mind, but the speed of it. He'd hoped to gather all the Jedi on Idix, hold a council, and decide what to do next, but Zim had sprung before he could do even that. The townspeople were a mix of emotions, but Erakas was, above all, angry. He gestured to the cooling rocket. "I expected Kane and Shin to be with you. Away they are, with the one called Moray. Alone I was on the Star Forge for a time, but useful it was. Feel closer to the machine I do now. Easily the Force flows between us." Erakas had wondered what a being of Gator's power would make of the racket in creation, but they had more pressing issues. Where did they go? Time it will take to explain, but necessary their mission is. Now more than ever. "To the others take me, please." They walked together across the pad, toward the field where the hand of light rested on his landing struts. Erakas slowed his strides to match Jedar's small ones. The Prophet explained in brief how Shin, Kane, and Moray had secreted themselves onto a freighter carrying supplies to Abraxan. Their goal was to infiltrate the research compound and find something to use against Zim's robots. Their actions seemed almost prescient. "Have you heard anything from them since they left?" Erakas asked. "Nothing. But a feeling I have. Successful their mission was. A feeling or a vision. A sense you can call it." Jedar chuckled. "Imprecise words are when it comes to the Force. No solution to that have I found in all my years. But optimistic I am. There. Let it rest. That's good news. Great news, actually." Erakas' spirits lifted, then fell. "Master Taliak is dead. Asher too. Long ears wilted. A tragedy this is. Learn how, have you?" "No, but some of us, well, sensed it. Essan and Jekka are off looking into it now." "Looking where?" Jedar asked with soft urgency. "Karsabeth, apparently. Jekka said she got a message from Asher before he died. He asked her to look into it and we couldn't let Jekka go alone. They're taking the dream since Karsabeth lost his beacon." A frown creased his green face. "Dangerous that may be in more ways than one." "It's dangerous everywhere nowadays," Erakas said bitterly. Thoughts cascaded. Jekka and Essan, Asher and Taliak, Sor and Soren. No place was safe. "I'm glad you're here, Master. We're going to need your help for what comes next." "Glad am I to give it. Enemies, it seems, we have on all sides now." They boarded the Hand of Light and went to his main hold. The scene recalled another meeting after Zim's first coercion attempt, but there were fewer Jedi, and one additional guest. Standing between Vidia and Koltatha was a human male younger than Erakas. The man's eyes lit on Jedar with surprise, but he quickly composed himself. "I am Captain Fasalindrathi. I represent the Taiwanese Free Navy under Admiral Krent. Thank you for hosting me, and thank you for rescuing my people at Moorland." Erakas knew it hadn't been that benign, but he wasn't going to turn this into a confrontation. "I came here to convince you we have a mutual enemy in Zim," Fasel said, "but I think you know that already." "We do. What do you propose we do about him?" All eyes were on the 2 men. Even Jedar kept silent. He told Erakas long ago that, by simple virtue of being human, he was the Iduxan's leader and their face to the Taiwanese. That had been difficult at first, but he was past hesitation now. Admiral Kren has an agreement with the Hutts, Fassel explained. Our aim to remove Zim and restore the Tion to rightful Argaean rule. You're not Argaean, Erakas said. I've been in the Tion for over a decade. I've learned accents and you sound Livian. Fassel blinked in surprise. The Free Navy draws from all people who want to be rid of Zim. Does that include Admiral Cadenzi? Vidia told me about your little meeting. Little and private. I met with Cadenzi alone so I could get to the point. He's sick of the war and sick of Zim. He thinks the third battle at Vter will be the Empire's doom. If we can guarantee that Zim is removed from power and eliminated as a threat, he'll withdraw his forces to Imperial space and sue for a treaty with the Hutts. He said all that. It's a lot for a short talk, Erakas said, though it matched his impression of the Admiral. Cadenzi gets to the point, Fassel said dryly. So do I. We all view Shem as a danger and want him removed. Naturally, so do the Hutts. It's fertile ground for an alliance. Without Zim, the Hutts would have an easier time conquering the Tion. I don't know if the rest of us would benefit. Fassel shook his head. The Hutts don't want this war. They only got involved after one of their thrones was killed. Zim insists he didn't want it either. Erakas crossed arms. Tell me truthfully, how much do you trust the Hutts? Little. But they're not a united force. There are different competing hosts, some in favor or war, some not. Their leader, Ardistag, was old and didn't unite them either way. Was old. Ardistag is dead. The Hutts have no leader officially, but Cossack the Clever pulls the most weight. Erakas knew that name. Cossack is a warmonger. Yes, but you can reason with him? More so than Zim. Fassel saw his skepticism. Zim is a danger to you and me, and the Hutts, not to mention the billions of Taiwanese he rules over. After what just happened, that should be obvious. He gestured to Vidia. Your people say you're moral. All you want is peace. Zim's been ruling since before I was born, and there hasn't been a single year of peace under him. I have no love for Zim. Erakas said, but I don't have any for Kren or Cossack either. I'm sorry, but for all your weird powers, you Iduxans are just a tiny few. If you don't pick a side, you'll be crushed. The Vigilant had just driven home that awful truth. Erakas felt trapped. The Jedi had a responsibility to protect the galaxy, but the galaxy tried to thwart them at every turn. He looked to Vidia and Koltatha, begging for suggestions, but neither had any to give. Jedar, however, did. The prophet cleared his throat and said, a word may we have, in private. Erakas was happy to retreat from the room with his teacher. Once the others were no longer in earshot, he said, he's right, but I don't want to quit Zim just to get chained to the Hutts instead. Understand this, I do, Jedar nodded. Vile creatures the worms are, more destructive even than Zim. But wrong the young man was. A side you need not pick, when you can become a side yourself. We've tried that, Master. We can't ply a third way. There's just too few of us. Jedar shook his head, adamant. Possible all things are with the Force. Stop fearing, Erakas, and think. On their way back, Shen and the others are. A tool to cripple Zim I believe they have. In alliance with the Scorned, destroy Zim we can. Rid the galaxy of his blight. Erakas had once balked at the idea of outright removing Zim. Essan argued he was reasonable though cruel. More chaos might be unleashed if his fell. But the bombing of Idux had destroyed all doubt. Either Zim fell or the Jedi did, and Erakas would never allow that. If we can remove Zim, fine, he said. What about the Hutts? Voice low, very grave, Jedar said. A weapon against them we have also, I believe. He raised one finger and pointed to the ceiling, past the sky. The Star Forge isn't a weapon, Erakas nearly said, but the old refrain felt weak. Of course it was. That weapon had just saved his life and thousands more. It was potent and dangerous, but perhaps, like the ancient Jedi Force saber, it could be tamed and used to bring justice. Jedar waited patiently as Erakas accepted it. He asked his teacher, how can we use the forge against the Hutts? Talk to Shen and Kane you must on their return. Its full potential we have not yet reached, but soon. In meantime, consider the young man's offer you should. You think I should negotiate with Kren? With Cossack? The worm's tool, Kren is. Dangerous it will be, but through danger must we pass to victory. Jedar was right, as always. With so many hyperlanes shut down, getting to Hutt territory would be difficult but not impossible, so long as he had the Force and the Hand of Light. It might be worth it, he conceded. But if we do all that, get rid of Zim, end the war, stop the Hutt somehow, we'll have changed the galaxy in a huge way. We can't just wash our hands of things. We'll be responsible for. Always responsible. You have been, Jedar insisted. Except that you must. Supreme above equals, the Force has made us. Our duty it is reign over others, for who else can? Around you, the look. See you anyone who deserves to tip the scales of fate. Zim, the worms, the scorned. He shook his head. Vicious, stupid animals are they, blind to the Force. No true justice, only we do. Deliver it we must, for only we can. His rasping voice resounded in the metal corridor. Jedar heaved a sigh and said, For a long time have I seen this truth inside you grow. Accept responsibility. Accept burden. Only then may we save the wretched from themselves. It was a burden, and it had been crushing him since Santasa Station fell, and his quiet life burned with it. He thought of his son, and the millions of other sons dying in pointless wars waged by worms and despots. It had to stop. Only he could stop it. In the Force you must trust, Jedar whispered. In yourself? The final miracle you can work, if you believe. Erakas stood straight and breathed deep. Every word Jedar said was true. Zim was their enemy. Cossack was their enemy. The only way to save the Jedi, to save the Force, was to defeat both foes by whatever means necessary. He turned and walked back to the chamber, where Fassel waited with expectant eyes. It was a long way from Abraxan back home. The Nefer made a discreet rendezvous with an Iduxan shuttle at Pasman, which in turn ferried Kane, Shin, and Moray to the place they started from. All three braced themselves for major changes, but they were still shocked by what they got. The Star Forge loomed like a third moon over Idux. The shuttle quickly set course and docked there, and as soon as the Jedi disembarked they were met with a flurry of news. Zim abandoned, new alliances in the offing, an Imperial Pentaconter destroyed, and a great battle gearing up at Vter. They already knew that Asher and Talayak were dead, and unfortunately not even Erakas could explain. But they'd brought good news with them, scribbled on a piece of paper. When they met Erakas aboard the Star Forge, he took the paper, held it in his hand, and waited nearly a minute before asking incredulously, "This is it?" "I retrieved this from the mind of Director Loric," Shin said. His voice creaked at remembering. Kane backed him up. "It's a shutdown code that will trigger the self-destruct mechanism inside the brains of every robot to hear it. We can kill Zim's entire army right there." Erakas looked at it anew, skeptical, but straining for hope. "I don't suppose there's a way to test this." "We compelled it from Loric's mind," Shin insisted. "This is what we require. This, and a command-level Imperial transmitter." Erakas looked at the paper again. "You're sure that's all?" Kane nodded. "I don't believe we went all that way for nothing. I believe the Force guided us to Abraxan. We need this right now, more than ever." Erakas didn't argue the point. The appearance and destruction of the Pentaconter had spurred them all to drastic action. As he led Kane, Shin, and Moray deeper into the Star Forge, he explained that they were using the largest transports they had to lift the population from Morning Star up to the Forge, where they'd undoubtedly be safer. It was a lot of people, and would take time. And in the meanwhile Erakas was about to take the Hand of Light for a rendezvous in the Supremacy. That brought them short. Kane asked, "Is that a smart idea? We just broke free from one partnership. Won't the Hutts be even worse? We have a weapon to use against them. We're standing on it." Erakas saw their expressions but was adamant. "That's what the Forge is. It's time we admitted it. It's true the Forge has missile launchers," Kane allowed. "It's got more than that. It's got the fire of a star inside, and we can use them for more than just smelting ships. What we need to decide now is, what are we going to do with it? Jedar has ideas, and you should talk to him." Erakas had no more time to spare, and was off. Yet his words struck to the core. The Forge was indeed a weapon, and had the capacity to be a great one. Now, with enemies on all sides, they might be forced to use it. Kane and Shin sought out Jedar. They found him in the chamber above the core where they'd once soothed the Forge's violent heart. Heat still rose from the grates, but it was comfortable to sit on as they joined Jedar in the center of the floor. The prophet asked, "Talk to Erakas, have you?" "We didn't realize how much has happened," Kane said. "Successful, your mission was? I think we have a way to shut down the war robots. If we can get access to a command-level Imperial transmitter, if Loric's code works, it will actually be quite simple." "Good," Jedar smiled. "Slay an entire army you may, without ever lifting a sword." "Aided you, the Force did. I plucked the secret from Loric's mind." Shin's voice was gruff. "It was a violation. Yet a great thing you have accomplished. Saved the Jedi themselves. You may have. A great deed you've done, and a step further to your destiny." Shin stirred at the word. Kane understood the Racketer was upset by what he'd done, and he'd been unsettled too. But on the journey back he'd made peace with whatever sin they'd committed. The drastic state they had returned to only firmed his conviction. He put a hand on Shin's long arm. "We did the right thing. Zim is our enemy, just like the Hutts. One Pentacant nearly wiped out all our people. We must be able to defend ourselves." "And defense you have gained," Jedar said. "Owe you a debt, all of us do." Shin drew himself straight. "I know in my head this is true. But when I remember the violation in my heart, I feel dirted. Dirty, destiny can be. Learning that Erakas is now, as will you all, before over this is." He spoke with clean portent. Kane said, "We have a weapon against them." Erakas implied we have a weapon against the Hutts too. He put a hand on the grate. "How can we use the Star Forge? I know they've placed some missiles on it. Yes, but it can't fight off an entire fleet. Can it not? Did you not say that, if properly operated, the forge can empty its core? We've found a procedure to eject the stellar matter. We saw it as a safety measure, in case the core became unstable. But if released, incredibly powerful the matter is. Yes, as powerful as the depths of a star." Kane's head spun as he tried to grasp Jedar's question. "You could burn an entire planet to a cinder with a quarter of watts in the core now. But I can't picture it being used against a spread-out fleet, unless you get them to sit right under the mouth of the forge." "A silly picture, that is," Jedar agreed. "Still, neglect this power we cannot. Review the ejection process you should. Yes. Silly as it was, it started to seem like a good idea. I'll review with the engineers to make sure they know the procedure, just in case." "Excellent." Jedar leaned forward, craggy face in a smile. "In your hands the fate of us all may rest. But worry you should not. Trust you I do, Master Kane, to bring the forge to its true purpose." The prophet's words left Kane's spirits lifted, and after he left the chamber he went straight to work. He met Chief Fury and an engineering team at the main foundry, where new ships were being assembled. The forge had put out 8 new Ranru model gunships and, more importantly, was producing equipment badly needed to patch up older, damaged ships. One thing did catch his eye. The foundry drew as raw material from the forge's core, then cooled and processed the stellar materials into usable metals. Computers reported the foundry stew was thick with the expected elements: hydrogen, helium, lithium, boron, iron, cobalt. Yet he was surprised by the presence of a chemical compound that simply shouldn't have been there: malteranium. He'd only encountered the extremely rare material in the Titan system, specifically the namesake planet Maltera. The durable compound was used in the construction of Titan starships like the Dawn Chaser and Hand of Light. Yet somehow, it was showing up inside the forge. Kane couldn't understand how. Perhaps the rare compound had been hidden inside the star all the while, but there was so little of it, and he'd not seen it when he checked the core earlier. But the materials used in the foundry didn't necessarily come from the core. The forge could also melt down entire starships to their most basic elements. For malteranium to be inside the foundry, someone would have had to melt down a Titan ship. "Chief," Kane called Fury over, "did the forge disassemble any ships when we were away?" "You mean for replication?" "No. Was anything sent into the smelter and melted down?" Fury frowned, like she was trying to remember something, then shook her head. "No, sir. We haven't broken down anything since you left. We haven't needed to. There's plenty of material in the core to draw from." Her words made sense, and he felt she was being honest. But it didn't explain the malteranium. Kane decided to go to the main command center and order a new analysis of the core, just to see if there was malteranium floating around with the stellar swirl. Maybe they had taken some off the start, however unlikely. If that failed to get an answer, he'd post the question to Jedar. The prophet had been on the forge the whole time. Just maybe, he'd be able to explain this. They sparred now in the bowels of the Star Forge, and it felt different from before. Opponents met on a lightly padded floor laid by the Jedi for practice combat. To the untrained eye, there was nothing practice about these fights. Knees and elbows cracked, hands chopped at necks, and bodies slammed loudly to the pads. And sometimes combatants broke out weapons and danced around each other's unsheathed blades. The pad had become flecked with blood of different colors, though as yet no one had been seriously injured. It wasn't just Nikto battling Nori. The Morgake had gathered 2,000 inductees after liberating the Nemesis. Weakways, Jilruins, Iatrans, and more joined to practice new techniques. For all their differences, they were united by their wounds and the desire to return them to the Hutts. Koltotha watched from the sidelines, feeling pleased. The fight was not as ill-matched as before. He watched squat Nazgran battle a tall, sleek Jilruin, each with a blade in either hand. Metal clashed on metal as they parried each other's blows perfectly, dodging wherever able. Their bodies moved like liquid. All their senses were alert. Either of them would be a match for a trained Jedi, and Koltotha was tempted to get into the ring with him, one-handed though he was. The battle ended when Nazgran dodged a horizontal swipe, fell back onto her knife-clutching fists, and delivered a powerful kick with both feet. The Jilruin lost balance and toppled, knives spilling from his hands. The combatants rose, bowed respectfully, and departed the circle. What changed? Asked Morguk. Koltotha gave a start. The huge Nikto could be shockingly stealthy. He looked at the auburn figure looming over him and said, I've adjusted my lessons. How? There were things a non-Jedi could never understand, but Koltotha tried to explain. Before your people fought from the darkness in the hearts. It was well earned. I understand that now. I taught my people to fight like Jedi, with pure hearts and minds. They won? Always? Yes, they did. Koltotha couldn't help a small, proud smile. But we could teach your Morgake nothing. The darkness was too heavy in you to reach. What changed? Morlan. Koltotha had never felt so much agony so deeply. He hadn't understood until then how vile the Hutts were, and how badly they needed to be removed. After Morlan, he'd begun to seriously reconsider what he'd known of Ashla and Bogan since childhood. The Morgake had swelled with Bogan when they liberated the Nemesis, accomplishing light through darkness. And the Jedi's reliance on Ashla had allowed Bogan to destroy a world. He still believed that a Jedi's role was to work the peace of Ashla. But sometimes, he thought, darkness might be a means for the ends of light. These were Jedi matters, ones he couldn't explain to Morguk. Instead he said, the Bogan in your people is earned. It would be wrong to make them purge it, because it would be purging their very selves. But I believe there is another way. A middle path, only more complex. A Jedi's fighting strength comes from the purity of his heart. He tapped his left arm stubbed to his chest. We erase ourselves and move with the Force. We cannot know this Force. Neither can Nori. But strength still comes from purity. They, and your Morgake, can learn how to release the trapping of ego and devote themselves entirely to a purpose. That, too, is purity. Morguk watched the next sparring pair, a Weakway and Esralsa Nikto, and considered. You no longer fear darkness. Fear. Koltotha had never admitted it to himself, but that was the right word. I believe, he said, I've moved beyond my fear. Will your purity defeat the Hutts? I don't know, he said honestly, but I believe it's our best hope. Necessary hope is, to face any trial, said a small voice behind them. Both turned to see Jedar walking into the sparring room. Progress are you making? I like to think so. Koltotha gestured to the Nikto. Teacher, this is Morguk, leader of the Morgake. Name them after yourselves, do you? A little vain, is that not? Jedar asked with a teasing smile. They named themselves, Morguk said sternly. Jedar stepped up between them to watch the fight. Much pain have these warriors been through. Like an aura around them. It is. I am teaching them to make a calm center in which they can fight, said Koltotha. A center of pain, you mean? Of purpose. The Hutts are a horrible enemy. They spread darkness as much as the Rakata. There cannot be peace unless the galaxy is rid of them. I believe the Morgake can fight best if they forget their personal pain and focus on that center. Jedar considered. A complicated philosophy you are making, yet a necessary one. The worms marshal on one side, Zim the other. Difficult it is for to hold, but necessary. He looked up at Morguk. Even those blind to the force, made to serve it were? I know nothing of this force, the Nikto said. I know fighting the enemy. There was a cry from the circle. The Esralsa Nikto staggered, blood dripping from a knife slash across the inner arm. The flow was fast. He might have cut an artery. Several other Nikto were upon him quickly, and took the wounded away. His weakly opponent merely watched, then stepped from the circle without a word. A dangerous match, Jedar observed. They are warriors, Morguk said. They cannot be weak. Nor should they, he agreed. Miserable it is to be weak, doing or suffering. Strong they must be for the coming battle. Have you seen this battle? Koltitha asked. Jedar wagged his long-eared head. Nothing has the force shown me, but discussions have I had. With Erakas, Shen Kane. Already begun, a confrontation with Zim has. With the Hutts, I think, only a matter of time. We must strike first this time, said Morguk. Jedar smiled tightly. Agree, I do. And a wonderful weapon we have in the Star Forge. Yes. Powerful enough to bring even worms to their knees. Morguk cocked his head. Hutts have no knees? Precisely, Jedar chuckled. Powerful enough to do the impossible. But possible everything is with the Force. The Nikto looked confused but said, I am glad to hear it. Another pair of opponents were taken to the blood-splattered circle. Both were Nikto this time, and Morguk walked to the ring and spoke to his people. Koltitha and Jedar remained by the door, watching. I'm relieved to have your approval, Koltitha admitted. Worried, were you? Jedar looked amused. He had been. Before her departure with Erakas, Vidia had stopped by the training room and been less pleased. She'd reminded him how, all those years ago on Deveron, right after Master Sor had been killed, she'd been ready to blast the traitorous Deveronians to ash with their plasma guns. Koltitha had stopped her, insisting it would be an act of darkness. He'd forgotten about that incident until she reminded him. He tried to explain the difference. The Deveronians had already done their crime, while the Hutts would commit more and greater ones. And sometimes, he'd recently concluded, it was necessary to use darkness to work light. She hadn't been convinced, and had seemed upset when she'd left. Her dismay stung him, and Jedar's encouragement was the support he needed. I want a kind of fighting that can win this war, Koltitha said. The Morguk can't be stoic Jedi, nor should they. Indeed, a hideous thing is war. If affected by it you were not, a lesser creature you'd be. The masters on Tython would have been upset at this kind of fighting, he admitted. A long way from Tython you are. A new kind of Jedi you are becoming, because you must. Heavily Jedar said, sometimes, spite with spite is best repaid. Every word rang true. He hoped Vidia understood that one day. But until then, he'd fight this necessary war, and he would fight it to win. For years they'd been experimenting with the Star Forge, exploring its abilities and making careful yet dangerous probes into the unknown. Now they were going to make one big and literal leap. Shen and Jedar met at the northernmost point on the Forge's globe, beneath the great transparent steel dome that looked onto deep space. Shen had just come from the control center, where a confident Master Kane and Chief Fury were waiting and ready. Yet the leap they were about to take was mostly in the hands of the two unique creatures meeting beneath the stars. Shen lowered himself to the cool metal floor. Kane preferred to mediate here beneath the cosmos, but Shen normally preferred the room above the Forge's core. Yet he was glad Jedar had suggested the observation dome for today's exercise. His last, brief visit to the other chamber had left him discomfited. He caught a short flash of Mal-O-Bataliac there, which was inexplicable, because his master had never set foot on the Star Forge, let alone that room. In the observation dome he could push thoughts of his dead teacher aside and focus on the Star Forge, the people aboard it, and the stars he was about to guide them through. Since being resurrected by Renrune engineers a decade ago, the Forge had only taken a handful of leaps through hyperspace. All of those had been guided by the Tion's beacon network. Yet the Forge was a racketing machine, which meant it had originally navigated lightspeed by use of the Force. For the first time in 500 years, they were going to move this thing the way it was meant to be moved. Hopefully. Shen and Jedar joined minds. Once twined, they expanded outward. Shen could sense all the thousands of lives now aboard the Star Forge, included those rushed up from Idux. He felt the confusion and concern of those people, but also their adamant faith in the force they couldn't know. And by extension, their faith in him. Shin was paired to Jedar, but the ancient master was the stronger, guiding power. Once they'd encompassed all the minds aboard the forge, Jedar reached deep into the ever-smoldering core. Shin felt as though they joined with the Star Forge on a physical level. He almost believed he could feel vacuum cold on his metallic skin, see gamma rays, taste dark matter, hear solar wind, and swallow stellar fire. Was this how his ancestors felt when they worked their evil? Shin hoped so, because he could finally match their power and set things right. Ready we are, Jedar spoke to him. The forge we have become. Now leap we must and bring those in our care to safer shores. Shin had navigated hyperspace with the Force often during his years with Asher and Talaiak. He told himself the forge was like the hand of light, just on a greater scale. Together, he and Jedar scoured nearby stars until they felt the Force beckoning them to safety through light years. Believe in this path, you do? Yes. Then take it we shall. The Star Forge began to move. No leap through light speed yet, but as powerful sublight thrusters flared to life and oriented the massive machine to the safe heading. Shin realized that it wasn't Feroi's people commanding the engines, nor Kane and the Jedi. It was Jedar himself. The forge we have become, he repeated. Put limits on yourself, you cannot. With the Force, possible all things are. Shin followed Jedar's lead and discovered, with all, that he could move the forge on his own. It felt as joined to his mind as his flesh and bone body. This giant had been an extension of Rakuten once, and it was now again. They'd planned to find a correct course in hyperspace, then relay the path to Kane and the Force, and he in turn would command the engineers. But Shin and Jedar had achieved such union with the Forge that they could perform the leap by themselves. It was intoxicating. He'd heard Jedar's maxim countless times, but he'd never wrapped his mind around it until now. Jump, shall we? Jump, Shin agreed, and they did. The Star Forge shuddered into hyperspace. It breached lightspeed, then cut smoothly through the dimensional void. Though both had closed eyes, Shin could see the stream of hyperreal light and feel stars slip past like rain. He was the Force was him. It was like he transcended space and time, body and matter. When they fell out of hyperspace, he had no idea how long it took. It didn't matter. Shin opened his eyes. He looked at the stars above them. Jedar released his mind, their twine unspooled, and Shin returned to his physical body. Only then did he feel exhausted. He tipped back, his legs unfolded, and he lay face up on the cold deck, staring at all those stars. He heard a voice on the chamber's intercom. Had it sounded before? He hadn't noticed. That was a successful jump, Kane said. We're still trying to calibrate position, but we're in deep space. The nearest nav beacon we're reading is over 60 light years away. Hold on, we're near the Ethelum beacon. Repeat, Ethelum. Are you all right up there? Indeed we are, replied Jedar. Congratulate the crew, you should. I will, but it's all thanks to you too. Next time, though, could we get a warning? Kane added with a laugh. A problem, that is not. Wait, please, while our next course we decide. The comm clicked off. Shin was still on his back, looking at the beautiful stars, when Jedar appeared, wrinkled green face bent over his. Operable, are you? I just needed to rest. Shin propped himself on an elbow. That was impossible. Possible all things are, Jedar smirked. I know, but I felt like I was, more than what I am. More than flesh and bone. Pa, of course you are. Realized that long ago, you should have. I felt like I was the Star Forge. True that was, and why should it not be? He pinched blue skin with green fingers. Flesh and bone, crude matter, that is part of you, and that part was born to command the Forge. Reclaim your just inheritance of old you must. It was the destiny his mother had urged him toward all along, finally within his grasp. Yes, I understand now. I'll reclaim it and redeem it. Exactly, Jedar bent close and smiled again. Build we shall, the happy seed of a new race. A glorious galaxy, where supreme the Force is and supreme we are. Doubt, danger, sorrow, grief, and fear. All shall we banish from our happy fields. It was the most beautiful idea Shin had ever heard. Staring into Jedar's eyes, he smiled back. Origins. The oath. Jedi prize balance, but what happens when we can no longer tiptoe the razor's edge? An abyss awaits, deeper than you can know. Vordana, 10,439 Taya. 532, LE. It had been a long time since Ossus was on all fours, frantically running for his life. Decades ago, when he'd been a slave to criminals and pirates, it had been almost normal. After rising high with Zim, he'd fallen out of practice, and he'd last done it on Abrixon, when he dashed away from the Red Witch and her tyrant rescuers. Now, 6 years later, he was running with her through the bowels of Whitewall Palace on Ranroon. They'd made it all the way to these underground corridors, which led to the palace's emergency rocket silo. Boots clapped behind them in pursuit. Despite that, Essan skidded to a halt. Ossus stopped, and so did Zim and Indrexu. Ranroon's queen was breathing hard but in better condition than Zim, who was bruised from the beating his father had given him. Essan pointed back the way they'd come. "We have to stop them here. Otherwise we'll be caught in a pincer." "How many are there?" asked Zim. Essan frowned and reached out to sense. "I can't tell. At least a half dozen." Ossus had no idea if that was true. He couldn't use his third eye, lest he alert Essan to his abilities. Jedar had stressed this. If she or Erakas were anywhere near, he must not call on his powers. It was frustrating to have to restrain himself. And many more in the other direction, he chimed. He might be suppressing his instincts, but he'd gotten very useful glimpses of the plotters' troop deployments. "Majesty, I noticed that grenade at your belt." Indrexu touched the explosive dangling at her waist. "There are blast doors around the silo. This won't break through. I was going to suggest we toss it in the other direction." Ossus looked toward the fast-approaching boot claps. "Let me toss it, since I don't have any weapons otherwise." Which wasn't wholly true. No matter where he went, he always carried one slim poison needle within a secret pocket in his vest. But that was a last-ditch defense, not useful against armored commandos. "That's not a good idea," Essan said. "Look around. All these pipes, the cables, the gases, and fuel running through here. They must be toxic. In that case, I'm sure it's a good idea. That magic of yours can move objects. It must be able to move air. Give our pursuers a gust of something truly foul." Essan looked to the queen for instruction. A fascinating bond they had, Ossus thought. Perhaps a little like his to Zim, but the witch was honest and open with her powers. Indrexu said confidently, "Ossus, Essan, take the ones behind us. I'll scout ahead and see what's at the blast doors." "I'll come with you," Zim told his queen. Orders were orders. They turned and ran back down the hall, toward the oncoming enemy. This was the trial he'd engineered for Essan. Per Gedor's instruction, he'd moved the conspiracy to the point of execution, but it had veered out of his control. There were too many pieces in play and not enough time for him to manage them all. He'd done his best, but he wasn't sure that would be enough. First, he'd arrived early on Ranroon and put his powers to work. From First Minister Rasu, he'd plucked the location of the tyrant Star Forge, as well as key codes to secure data vaults. After wiping Rasu's memory, he'd accessed maps for some, but not all, of the palace's secret interior passages. He should have taken more precautions. Grand Duke Vardok had acted with more alacrity than expected, cutting closed-door deals with Rasu and President Jellister. They'd rushed Zim's capture without keeping Ossus informed, which was disappointing but not surprising. When dealing with traitors, you expected to be betrayed. Ossus had done his best. He'd used his power to slip past the control room's guards before Zer could order him seized, and before escaping, he'd sent a pre-recorded message from the palace's main comm relay. This message was beamed directly to a very special shuttle in orbit, one stolen from a Hutt Hierophant by Nikto rebels. This shuttle used his foreign, trans-Lightcom system to relay Ossus's plea instantly to the Star Forge. He hoped Erakas heard and was on his way now, because as good as Essan was, she alone wasn't going to get them out of this mess. The witch stopped as abruptly as before, right bore a hallway bend. Ossus pulled the grenade from its place inside his dirted waistcoat, right beside the poison needle. "Throw it forward on my mark," Essan said, though forward ended 3 meters dead ahead. "Now," he asked, for the boot clatter was almost on them. "Now." Ossus pulled the pin and tossed it with both paws. The grenade lopped into the air, and Essan made a small batting gesture that knocked it around the curve. The boots clattered to a stop just before the grenade went off. Ossus had been close to explosions before. He knew their heat, the concussive punch of air, the way they set your ears to ring. None of that happened here. Essan stood her ground and raised both hands, open palms forward, like she was holding up a wall, but the wall was in her mind. It was, Ossus saw with awe, an inviolate barrier. Flame, heat, and free gases surged toward them, then simply stopped. Essan held them for what seemed likely several minutes, until the hacking coughs and falling bodies around the corner ceased to sound. Then she took a deep breath and pushed the wall away. Back it went. The gas clouds receded as though pushed by a mighty wind. Flames still flickered in the hall beyond, and Ossus only felt their heat as Essan lowered her barrier. Impressive, he said honestly. There wasn't time for more words. Gunfire sounded in Zim and Indrexu's direction. Essan and Ossus raced for their monarchs. The witch was fast, but Ossus was even faster on all fours. The gunfire kept chattering, never a good sign, then ceased just before he rounded the final corner. The heavy blast doors leading to the rocket silo were still sealed. Bullet marks laced the walls, and 3 Ranroon soldiers had fallen. So, too, had Indrexu, who lay face up in a spreading pool of blood. Zim knelt beside her. His left shoulder blossomed scarlet from a gunshot wound. Indrexu's head was in his lap, and he was hunched over it, face slack, eyes hollow. Ossus had never seen his friend and master like this. But this was exactly where Ossus had put him. Essan knelt beside them and touched Indrexu's hand. Her expression fell. Zim croaked, "Save her." I can't," Essan said. "I'm sorry." Zim's free hand grabbed Essan's. The witch tried to pull away, but Zim had her in a vice. "Do it," he demanded. "Bring her back." "I can't. She's already dead." Zim let her go. He lifted his face, exposing the faint gleam of tears. Ossus had only seen those once before, on the starlit night when he'd first met the lonely pirate prince. Zim's next words were a choked cry. "Then what is the point of your magic?" And what, Ossus wondered, was the point? For decades he'd schemed in service of 2 masters, and pledged never to betray either. Yet this was what he'd wrought. Zim cradling his dead queen's body, their lives in utter peril. Despite not meaning to, despite trying so hard, he'd broken his oath. Despair almost swallowed Ossus. "We can't stay like this." Zim and Essan both looked at him, like they remembered he was there. Then the blast doors began the slow, noisy process of cranking open. Guards inside the silo were coming out, and they were in no shape to fight. The outer doors began to peel into the walls. Next the inner set would recede into floor and ceiling. "It's no good here," Ossus insisted. "We have to fall back and come up with another plan." "What plan?" Essan asked. "What could we possibly?" Zim grabbed her again and pulled her into a pool of Indrexu's blood. She swore an oath. Zim stared the witch in the eye. "So did you. Does it stand?" "What does it matter now?" Essan tried to stand, but Zim wouldn't let her. "I will honor her pledge if you honor yours." "Does it stand?" There was no time for this. He heard the soldiers on the other side calling for grenades. Ossus snapped. "We have to go back the way we came." "Please." Zim kept staring. Essan relented. "Yes. Yes. It stands." Another oath sworn. The oath Jedar had wanted above all. The one Ossus had gone to such lengths to engineer. At least one master would be pleased. Zim released her. They rose and gathered weapons. Then all 3 ran together deeper into darkness. Chapter 15. Conscience wakes despair. Of the most condensed slurs propagated by popular historians is the assertion that Varl was destroyed by his own children. This, of course, follows the patterns of demonizing Hutts by any means possible. When they are not conniving criminals, they are zenocidal monsters so blood-drunk they nearly destroyed themselves. Even in scholarly circles, this slander is accepted as fact, despite a total lack of evidence. Voluga the Recondite, History Reconsidered, a hard look at common myths, 11,931 BBY. 538 LE. Very few people ever set eyes on the outermost planet of the Karsa system, and it was a shame. The gas giant was a marble of slow-rolling blues, whites, and grays, bright but cool against interstellar black. Its wide rings were a vivid, iron-rich red, and they made a stunning contrast like fire-ringing ice. But again, hardly anyone came to Karsadal. It was 3-day sublight journey from Karsabeth's nav beacon, that is, former nav beacon, and none of his 8 tiny moons seemed worth the trip. Ajit Kroller, well-traveled though he was, had never even noticed Carceral until guided here by an encrypted, secret nav beacon attached to one of the gas giant's moons. As soon as he'd brought the gravity scorned out of hyperspace, he dropped his ship close to the planetary ring. Now they hung just above the plane of iron and ice particles. The view from his porthole almost looked like a rust-colored landscape and a blue-gray sky. But hanging high in that false sky was the smallest moon, whose dark gray orb was the real point of interest. "I've picked up some heat signatures," Crawler said. "Vadas, see if you can get a magnified visual." His son, seated at the back of the cockpit, complied without speaking. It had been nothing but grim silence since they'd departed Slaharan. Vadas had briefly explained the situation and even mustered justification for why they still had Ossus aboard. Zim's rat, strapped awkwardly in the oversized jump seat, had also stayed quiet. So that was a mercy. It was agony for Crawler to see his children hurting and not help them. He'd hoped, stupidly, that in having all three of them aboard, the gravity things might return to a more innocent time. But Vadas's years fighting had made him cold and hard. Reyna was even worse. Losing Soren had sewn cracks that wouldn't mend, and his job for Ossus was pounding away at her weak points. He was afraid she might break entirely, and he could do nothing. Because Ajit Crawler, who'd always tried to keep his head down, was just a useless old man. "I have something," Vadas confirmed. "Definitely artificial construction on the surface of that moon." "Let me take a look," Ossus said. The TIN unbuckled from his seat and pushed the short distance to Vadas's station. Peering over the Nikto's shoulder, he said, "Oh yes, this looks promising. A supply depot, a repair dock, possibly even a construction zone." "I see some of that," Vadas confirmed. "Looks like they've got two ships cradled on the surface, neither of them much bigger than the gravity. Both Taiwanese designs look Aramanxan, maybe, not military." Asked Crawler. "No, civilian. This could be some kind of smugglers or pirates' nest." Vadas looked at their passenger. "Agree?" But Ossus said, "Not mere smugglers. Or pirates. Privateers for Cossack, then? If that's what Kalismar was." His voice darkened with insinuation. They all knew what Ossus had done to the Morillon, and he'd done it before anyone else got a chance to interrogate the mysterious agent. Privateers, perhaps, but very special ones. "Do you see that? South of the docked ships?" Vadas hesitated. "It looks like another berth, but it's a lot bigger. You could probably set an Imperial Pentaconter down there. Can you magnify the area north of the transmitter?" "I can zoom a little more." "What do you see?" "From this distance it's hard to be certain, but I'd say those are the kind of engines you get from Imperial yards at Bear Anchor. If this means something, come out and say it," Crawler said. Ossus claimed whoever was behind this place had started the war and even destroyed Santasa Station. Crawler was half sure the rat was lying to string them along, because he couldn't imagine how the pieces fit together, but there was a chance they could get the truth from him. Ossus pushed from Vadas, touched the ceiling, and clawed his way to the pilot's chair. His whiskers brushed Crawler's shoulder as he said Kalismar curated a network of secret operations. Karsabeth belonged to the Hutts before Zim took it, but this place probably endured, unnoticed. Clearly, he had impressive resources. You need a lot more than what we're seeing to build the gravity, let alone something as big as a Pentaconter. This can't be a construction yard. "I know. Call it a repair yard. The Empire's lost plenty of warships in Supremacy space. It wouldn't be hard to assemble broken pieces into an operable ship, even a big one." Crawler considered. "So what's the difference between these guys and the Scorned?" "They've got Taiwanese ships too. The Scorned are soldiers. Kalismar's operatives are more subtle. And of course, they're native to the Supremacy, not human defectors. So these guys work for the worms. Even Kalismar, even after they smashed his homeworld." Ossus looked out the porthole. "It's possible for a servant to have two masters. What's that supposed to mean?" Crawler looked over to Reyna, who sat motionless and silent at her console. She'd been like ever since they left Slaharan, and he was afraid she'd burst. But he had to ask the next question. "You said these guys sparked the war and took down Santasa. How's that possible?" "I didn't say that. But I didn't lie either. Your grandson's killers aren't waiting up there, Captain, but they're guided by the same hand. Have I ever told you how God's damn sick we are of your riddles? You don't have to. But we're near the end, I promise." Like that was worth much. Okay, we took you here. You've seen the sights. Now what? Ossus had to think about that one. Captain, you still have those 80 Fibrilium warheads aboard, don't you? Yes. He hated riding around with a hold full of bombs that could easily tear the gravity apart, but he'd had no chance to offload them, and he was still mercenary enough not to dump something so valuable into space. Tell me, is it possible to deliver that payload with the gravity scorned, as is currently equipped? It took Crawler a second to understand. You want to bomb that moon? Yes, it is possible. Crawler might have been a useless old man, but he knew his own ship. I can't open the gravity's hold in mid-flight. We flush out waste like that sometimes, just send it into the void. And we can release the magnet clamps on the warheads too. The bombs aren't currently armed, Vadas pointed out. No, but the remote activation keys came with the cargo, Crawler admitted. That's not the hard part. Those bombs don't have propulsion systems. That moon is tiny. It's only got a little gravity, probably why they set up yards there. So it'd be hard to just drop him on the facility. If you wanted to, say, release the bombs on a pursuing ship, what would you do? That'd be easy. I'd just twist the gravity, open the hold, and let him go. Inertia-wise, they'd just drift. But if the ship's coming up fast behind us, it would smash into him head-on. But, he added, that's just a moon. And there's no telling what kind of defenses that place has, Vadas warned. Ossus, however, was undeterred. If you perform a near-surface flyby of the base, can you release your bombs? I guess, but the closer we get, the more dangerous it would be. The bombs would be more susceptible to gravity. Yeah, but unless you fly by real slow, like a nice tempting target, it'd be hard to drop him where you want him. And you stand a good chance of getting burned by your own explosion. There are ways. Whiskers twitched again. I can't aim them. How? I can. Trust me? I have no desire to get killed today. Well, I'm glad we've got something in common, Crawler said bitterly. Listen, the gravity's not designed for bombing runs. Zim's got ships for that. You've got Callus Mars beacon free. You uploaded at the gravity just fine? Can't you take it to Zim and bring his ships? They'd make short work of this place. Zim's busy right now, Ossus said, but after a second's pause, like that wasn't the whole story. The rat said nothing more, and it felt like they were stuck at impasse. That was when Vada said, I've got an alert. Another ship just dropped out of hyperspace. At Carcetal. Crawler immediately looked at his own sensor board. Yes. Is holding by the beacon, is big too. A pentaconter. Asked Ossus. No, Vada said. It's a Hutt landing. Ossus bristled in surprise. Reyna, silent for hours, finally said, I think we should sit tight for now. Cheraba was on the Theophanes bridge as it held position over Carcetal. Xanter barked orders to the Cyborian crew, telling them to scan for signs of life, but the Hutt remained aloof at the center of the deck. The large view screen blazed to life, showing the cool gas giant and his red rings. It had taken a twisted road to bring her here, and she hoped it was at an end. Her Cyborians had worked for days to reconstruct navigational data from the ship they'd salvaged at Imhala. In the end, what had they discovered had raised more questions. The destroyed ship had been based here, but it had received a number of messages from Slaharan via sophisticated translite comm. While terse, some had mentioned the humans' attack on an AR Krita before it took place, and Slaharan, of course, belonged to Cheraba's nephew. She dispatched agents but had yet to hear from them. Her Cyborians had reconstructed a key for the encrypted beacon network that had led her here, not to Karsabeth itself, but the outermost planet of that system. A forlorn place, and a perfect one to hide. The truth was here, Cheraba told herself, though she was no longer certain she wanted to hear it. Acquisitor, we are picking up heat emissions and unusual metals from one of the moons, Xanter reported. Take us in. Have weapons ready. The Theophany cut across the gas giant's curve as they aimed for the smallest of the moons. The view screen showed a small and barren sphere pocked by craters. No other starships appeared to be in motion. Yet Xanter reported, our sensors pick up a heat emission close to the planet's ring. Visuals suggest it may be a ship. Whose? At this distance, we can't tell. Is holding position. Watch it carefully. Should we deploy our battens? She looked at the moon on the screen. Yes, but not for the ring. Send them to scout the moon. And the ship? If we send a baton, it will run before we can catch it. Let it watch, and watch it in turn. The theophany pushed closer, and the moon swelled to fill the amplified view. She marked tiny formations on the surface, too angular to be natural. Then the camera showed the iron blaze of two batons pushing ahead. Chiraba's tail twitched anxiously. She thought on her nephew, who sent her several requests for updates, but she kept complete silence. She no longer knew what to tell Cossack, nor was she certain she knew him. The two aliens she'd met at Hell hadn't been the demon spawn she'd expected, and the more she learned, the more she feared her true enemies were not ancient magicians, but her own kin. When the theophany was close enough, the view screen switched to feed from the lead baton. The scout ship swooped over the moon's rugged surface, and its camera panned to show the artificial depot emerging from the rocks. Oxygen tanks, transmission towers, silos for starship fuel, perhaps a miniature fusion generator for power. Likely there was more buried away from view. The baton slowed as it passed over a pair of small Taiwanese ships locked into surface berths. An empty cradle, meant for a far larger ship, stretched beyond them. Has there been any reaction from the base? Chiraba asked. Nothing on comms, Xanter replied. We've not seen weapons either. This base's creators probably thought it too secret to need defenses. Bring us close to the moon, she ordered. Recall the batons. Lock weapons on the base. Target the starships first. And prepare a broadcast on all frequencies. Xanter and the Cyborians got to work. The view screen turned back to an orbital view of the moon, and she clearly saw the base from above. It was a large facility that required great resources to build, once Cossack might have provided. She made silent prayer to the holy light that there was another explanation. Because she had eyes on the screen, Chiraba saw the flare of missiles launching at the same time her crews did. They came not from the base itself, but a loose ring of silos spread kilometers apart. 9 warheads burst free simultaneously, and all of them headed for the theophany. Defenses now, she bellowed. The crew was already pumping up chaff and arming defensive lasers, but the missiles accelerated fast against the moon's weak gravity and were on the theophany in less than 30 seconds. Though it was secure at the heart of the ship, the command deck shuddered violently. Alarms sounded. Cyborians snapped reports of hull breaches. Target the launchers. Xanter barked. Destroy them now. The gunners did just that, but before they could release a retaliatory volley, 9 more warheads burst from the moon. The theophany pumped out more chaff, but the chance of stopping all missiles was low. A minute ago Chiraga had feared for what she'd find here. Now she knew the visceral fear of death. It was something she'd not experienced since the Demon War, and she recalled Cossack once saying it was the shock of mortality that made war worthwhile. So young. So foolish. And now, fear compounded fear she might die because of him. How she missed the Demon's Day, when at least she'd known who her enemy was. Guided by the Force and 2 Jedi, the hand of light cut quickly to the Empire's edge, skirted around the Cyclada cluster, and dove deeper into the Supremacy without ever nearing an inhabited world or hyperspace beacon. They knew they'd reached their destination when they dropped from hyperspace to see a planet ahead. Dappled by gray continents and deep blue seas, Durha Prime was a Supremacy world not far beyond the Cyclada. It was firmly under Hutt control and, it seemed, the staging area for the battle at Vter. That's quite a lot of ships out there, Tamper said as the Saheelandil watched his sensor screen. Thankfully, we don't have to get any closer. Erakas killed engines and held position clear of the planet. Assuming there's not a last-minute change of plans. I gave them your demands, Facile Indrithi said at the back of the cabin. Erakas allowed him in the cockpit but not near key instruments. They said to meet here. Beyond that, I know no more than you do. Should I send out the hail? Asked Vidia. Facile had provided them with the frequency on which to announce their presence. Erakas looked at the planet in the distant glint of his warships. In the Force he felt the nagging portent they'd been chasing this entire time. They'd come here for a confrontation, and were going to get it. Yes, he said, do it. Vidia tapped the comm console. A single light marked the message sent. Then they waited. Long seconds became longer minutes. No response came, and the distant ships didn't budge. Erakas started to think they might have wasted their time after all. Finally, Tampers reported, one ship broke away from the planet and is heading toward us. I think it's a Chalandi. A big, powerful ship meant a big, powerful Hutt. It also meant danger. A Titan ship could be destroyed like any other, and Erakas briefly wondered what had become of the Dawn Chaser. Perhaps it had been destroyed with Asher and Taliak aboard. That was preferable to it falling into hands that would exploit its advanced technology. All Titan ships, including the Hand, had the ability to self-destruct, though he doubted Asher and Taliak had done that. The Master's death had felt more sudden. It's almost within firing range, Tampers muttered. Still no response from them? Should we hail? Do it, Erakas nodded. Vidia tapped her board and said in Taiwanese, "This is the Iduksan Starship Hand of Light. Per request, we are here to parley with representatives of the Hutt Supremacy." Stress was getting to her, and she added, "We mean you no harm." "I think they're the ones who should be telling us that," Tampers muttered. "Not that I'd believe them." "If you don't believe them, why are you here?" asked Fassel. The Saheelandil shot him a condescending look. "Because the Force requires us to be." Sometimes their followers gave the Jedi their greatest strength. Erakas gripped the controls and prepared to move as the Chilandian grew close. Its bronze hull and scarlet sails gleamed in the light of a distant sun. Then came the reply, a human-sounding voice, speaking Taiwanese with an Argaean accent. "The Hierarch and Cossack the Clever extend welcome to the Hand of Light. We're opening a place for you to dock now." That was all. That was enough. Erakas knew Hutts didn't come more big or important than Cossack. He also knew that he'd been responsible for the death of Cossack's spawn at Termin Station. Whether the Hutt knew that, he wasn't sure. Perhaps he was about to find out, painfully. But it was a risk that had to be taken. As Erakas tilted the hand and brought it along the Chilandian's flank, Tampers ventured. "So far so good, isn't it?" "So far," Erakas agreed. "Tampers, I want you to stay with the ship, just in case." "Should I arm the auto-destruct?" Fassel flickered surprise. It was the first he'd heard of that. "Yes," Erakas said, and nothing else until he coupled with the Hierarch. As the Jedi rose from their seats, Fassel pointed to the swords at their waists. Erakas kept his lightsaber, while Vidia had Master Sword's blade. "Cossack isn't going to like those," he said. "I know." Erakas strode past him, Vidia at his heels. Fassel grimaced but followed. All three of them walked to the airlock, opened the heavy door, and felt the warm, damp air of the Chilandian rush inside. Waiting beyond were a quarter of leather-faced alien guards and one plump white-haired human in a dark uniform. Fassel stepped forward and saluted. "Admiral Kren. You already know Vidia. I've also brought the one called Erakas." Kren eyed the Jedi. "Are you an authority among your people?" "I am. So is your whole cult led by children. I've been in the Tion for 12 years. Have you now?" "It was a different place 12 years ago, wasn't it?" "Yes. Very much." The two men regarded each other. From Kren he sensed curiosity, skepticism, and a vicious shade of hope. He was a man hungry for retribution, and was determined to do anything to get it. Even ally with cults led by children. Kren and the alien guards marched them down the Hierarch's halls. In a tired voice, the Admiral talked about the battle that had been raging at Vter for the past 3 days. Zim, with characteristic cruelty, had irradiated the planet so his war robots could pillage its Kyrium unmolested. The Hutts were trying to land ships full of flesh and blood servants anyway, but couldn't get to the surface thanks to an Imperial blockade. The Taiwanese Free Navy, he added, was doing its part, but needed the Iduksans to break the stalemate. He finished the summary just in time for them to step through a set of gleaming double doors and enter the presence of Cossack the Clever. Erakas had never met a Hutt before, and the first thing that struck him was the rank smell. Cossack slithered to them on the polished floor. His long, thick body was draped in silver-lined black robes that exposed only the tip of his tail, his thick-fingered hands, and his massive face. Deep blue eyes were startling against the dark brown of his skin. When Cossack spoke, the entire room resounded. "The throne says he is happy to bless you with his presence," Kren translated. Erakas had decided to act respectful, but not fawning. He folded hands in front of him and said, "We've come a long way to be here. I'm glad I have the chance to speak to you personally. I believe we can help each other." Kren translated Erakas's words. Then Cossack's Basso reply. "He says he's wanted to meet your kind for a long time. He's been fascinated by your alleged power." Eyes dipped to the lightsaber. "He's also curious about your weapon." Vidia tensed. It was almost an invitation to violence. But Erakas, hands still folded, removed the lightsaber from his belt with the force. Holding it within arm's reach, he pointed his nozzle to the ceiling and triggered it. One of the guards gasped at the sight of the luminous blade. Cossack stared, white glow reflecting in his huge eyes. Then he started to tremble, and then he laughed. Erakas was taken aback and shut the lightsaber off, then returned it to his holster, all without lifting a hand. The throne appreciates your talents, Kryn said delicately. These are very serious talents. And Cossack is a very serious Hutt. Cossack rumbled again, and Kryn said, he wants to get to the point. He demands that Zim be removed from power and requests help from your talents. In a lower voice, the Admiral added, that's my request as well, young man. I agree Zim has to go, said Erakas, but I have conditions. First and foremost, stop this war against mankind. Cossack gave his reply. Kryn translated, he will agree to respect pre-war boundaries between the Empire and the Supremacy. That means all the Cyclida is off limits to humans. Everything up to Kovari belongs to the Hutts. What about planets like Cossamer, Lelrace, or Shialve? Cossack waved a hand, and Kryn said, they are for bipeds to do with as we please. Erakas hadn't expected it to be this easy. Something had to give. What guarantee do we have that you will keep your promise? Cossack spoke again. He says this war has already exhausted the Supremacy, just like it has the Empire. It will take years to rebuild the beacon network, and more for the isolated planets to recover. The Hutts will be glad to end a war which, he insists, they never wanted and Zim provoked. Trying to evaluate the Hutt in the Force was difficult, but Erakas tried. He had the sense that Cossack indeed wanted this war to end, but he expected it to finish on his personal terms. Toward the Jedi, he felt fear, and, perhaps, a desire for revenge. Cossack spread arms and spoke. He wishes to know how you will get rid of Zim. I'd like to know myself. Kryn shifted eyes to Fassel. And I'd like to hear from my officer. Fassel stepped forward. Sir, as I said in my report, Admiral Cadenzi is willing to withdraw his ships from Vter if we can guarantee Zim won't be able to retaliate. If he's dead, you mean? Zim will be hard to get to. Kryn shifted to the Jedi. Unless our new friends have a plan. Nobody really believed they were friends, so Erakas didn't correct him. We found a way to hijack the command signal Zim sends his war droids. We can't take them over, but we can disable them. Permanently. Kryn asked, over what range? With the right transmitter, an entire battle zone. Kryn's brow furrowed. Zim's robots receive command signals on a frequency with rotating encryption. Only a few vessels have transmitters synchronized with the robots. My Falchion used to be one of them, but Zim changed encryption methods years ago. We can't hijack the robots for you. That matched Kane's explanation. Erakas said, we'll need to insert people aboard a ship with the necessary transmitter. Cossack groaned impatiently. Kryn hurriedly translated for the Hutt, then returned to question. He asks if you can do anything about Zim's fleet. Disabling the robots will stop them from pillaging Vter, but the problem right now is in orbit. The Hutt simply can't break through. We need Cadenzi out of the picture. That will happen. Erakas glanced at Fassel. But Zim will still be there with plenty of ships. So will Jaminair. I can't deal with Jaminair, Fassel said. The Ascendant has the proper transmitter to command Zim's robots. If you help me get aboard, I can solve both problems simultaneously. Once most of Zim's fleet deserts him, and his war robots are shut down, the Dorita will be helpless. Cossack growled, and Kryn hurried more translation. The Hutt slapped his tail as he responded. Cossack has a point, Kryn winced. Never underestimate Zim. He needs to be cornered before the trap is sprung. How do you propose to do that? Erakas asked. Fassel said thoughtfully, if Cadenzi withdraws first, it will open holes in their line and allow the Supremacy to move in. Then, if possible. Cossack boomed laughter, then spoke over Fassel. Kryn quickly relayed, Cossack the Clever has devised a plan. First, remove Cadenzi's fleet so the Supremacy can get near the planet. Once Zim loses the advantage, Cossack will invoke the rules of ritual combat. As Zim did at the second battle, Fassel smiled. Very clever. Erakas hadn't been at the second battle of Vter, but Essan had. She'd explained how Zim had challenged the Hutt war leader, Wunta, to a pitched battle according to ancient rituals by which Hutts settled disputes between hosts. Their armies had met on the planet, and Zim's Duanarbulan Lancers had been all but exterminated. He lost that battle, Erakas said. Why would he agree to another? Kryn answered immediately. Zim is a proud bastard and, more importantly, a son of Argay. He won't lose face by turning down a personal challenge. He'll join his robots on Vter to fight Cossack. But the entire planet is irradiated. Vidia said, then looked embarrassed for her outburst. He corrected her gently. Not all of it. Swathes of desert won't be touched by fallout for weeks. Cossack rumbled on, and Kryn added, once Zim descends to the planet, Captain Entropy will remove Jaminir. At the same time, you Iduxans will disable the war robots. Zim will find himself stranded on a dying world without an army, facing down the full might of the Supremacy. He grinned. You know, I think I'll risk the fallout just to see it. Cossack seemed very pleased with himself. He had reason to be if they all played their parts right. Zim would be trapped with no hope of escape. The despot would meet his end at last. In that moment, Erakas got a clear sense of the Hutt, his full ambition, lethal intent. It sent a shudder down his spine, but he recovered. It was only what he'd expected. The plan's arranged, said Kryn. I'll join the Free Navy at Vter. We'll wait for the signal once your people are in place. It might a few days. Then it's a good thing this battle is a stalemate, the Admiral said under breath. Captain Entropy, are you committed to boarding the Ascendant? I'd like the Iduxians to help me aboard. We can try, Erakas allowed. Zim won't be happy to see us either. Especially after we destroyed the Pentacanter he sent to threaten us. Cossack boomed final words. Kryn waited until he was done, then said, Cossack the Clever congratulates you on creating this plan and assures you that peace between our peoples will be secure once Shem is gone. I'm also glad to make a path of peace, Erakas said. Tell him it's been an honor and a pleasure. Kryn translated, then added, with a final tint of irony, Cossack is happy to have graced you with his presence. Kryn escorted them out of the chamber. As they walked quickly to the ship, Fassel dropped back to talk to his admiral in hushed tones, and though Erakas wished to overhear, Vidia didn't give him the chance. The younger Jedi said, once we get rid of Zim, Cossack's going to kill us, isn't he? Absolutely. So she felt it too, pure murderous intent. Cossack would not forgive the death of his spawn, nor forget the continued threat the Jedi presented. Then what do we do? She asked. He thought of that great and powerful weapon they'd been cultivating, and he thought about his last conversation with Jedar. Monsters crowded them on all sides, wishing their destruction. The galaxy needed peace. Only they could bring it, no matter what monsters stood in their way. All he said was, I have something in mind. Aren't you glad we didn't try to hit that base? Cruller said in a low voice. Very, Ossus replied. They were safe in the gravity's cockpit, staring through the porthole at the tiny but terrible light flashes at the moon far above. The Chilandian had barged in with typical Hutt arrogance, and was getting pounded. Cruller wouldn't mourn if it went down, but it only made him more confused. If this is a Hutt base, why is it firing on a Hutt ship? The Hutts are even less united than mankind. They're just better at hiding it. Ossus's eyes narrowed. However, I'm not sure that's what's happening here. Then what is? Ossus made no reply. Cruller glanced from the light show to check his kids. Reyna was staring at her screen, silent again. Vadis was warming weapons. All the gravity had to fight with were 2 turrets and a hold full of currently disarmed Fabrilium warheads. He was afraid Ossus was going to tell them to charge in and help the Hutts, afraid because, against reason, they always ended up doing what the rat told them to. But this time he didn't get the chance. Vada said, check your screens. We've got another newcomer. For a secret hideout this is getting crowded, Cruller sighed. His screen showed another inbound, far smaller than the Chilandian. The sensors couldn't get a lock on it, and it seemed not to match parameters for either Taiwanese or Supremacy ships. Then the computer lit up with an identification. Oh, he said. Seriously. Essan had planned to exit hyperspace, kill engines, and scan the area for anything suspicious. She certainly hadn't expected to drop in front of a raging battle. A concentrated riot of explosions burst far ahead of the Ashless Dream. She gripped the Dream's control yoke and accelerated toward the fight. Jekka, who'd been at the comm station to her right, jumped from her seat and scampered to the left-hand weapons console. The 2 Jedi were the only crew aboard the Dream. They'd left Terminus Station thinking they were minimizing risk to others, not realizing how much they'd heaped on themselves. Jekka was concentration and dancing hands. As she warmed weapons, she performed a sensor scan and reported, that's a Hutt Chilandian. It's taking fire from ground-based launchers on the moon. Giving fire too, but it's taking a beating. Maybe it got ambushed. Ambushed by a moon. Apparently. 3.5 minutes until we get there. Jekka's poise faltered. What do we do then? Essan had left with Jekka because the human Jedi needed help. Like it or not, she'd become a leader, and she couldn't let a Jedi racked with grief get herself killed. Instead, it might get them both killed. Essan asked, "What did Asher say?" "What exactly?" Jekka screwed eyes shut. He said they were attacked by Tianese ships from Karsabeth. But I guess we are not technically at Karsabeth. What else? The crews were from Hutt planets. But he said the Hutts hadn't tried to kill him. He said it was someone else. Tried, and very possibly succeeded. Jekka burned to find Asher's killers and bring them to justice. There were two sides duking it out over Karsel's moon right now, and they couldn't know which, if either, had killed their comrades. That left them with one choice, a very Jedi one. Instead of picking sides, they'd make a new one themselves. First things first, Essan decided. We'll take out the missile launchers on the moon. Jekka didn't question. She began preparing guns to fire. Through the viewport, they could not make out the Chelandian as his bronze-tinted boat collapsed under withering missile bombardments. It looked like it was trying to turn away, but his engines were straining. One ion flare flickered, and died as they watched. Nobody was paying attention to the Jedi ship yet, but that could change at any moment. Essan pushed the Dream in a long arc around the battle zone, toward the moon. Stars panned, then jagged rock and craters filled their view. She dove until Jekka flashed fear, then wrenched them into level flight, 300 meters above the surface. Rocks blurred beneath them. Up ahead, they could see the flare of surface-to-space missiles bursting from long barrels. Essan felt Jekka extend herself like she did for Jedi battle melds, though now it was just the two of them. Essan opened herself as best she could, creating a bond between them that no longer required words. What came next was easy. Essan flew for the nearest missile launcher. Jekka shredded the barrel with one volley of plasma bolts. As soon as it was done, Essan nudged course for the next launcher. Some had already been destroyed by Hutt counterfire, and it was easy to eliminate the rest. They flew so low their targets had no defense. Launcher after launcher was destroyed, until none were left. They stopped the fighting. As the Dream gained altitude, sensors showed that the damaged Chelandian had also ceased firing. But that, both Jedi knew, was the easy part. Jekka relaxed their force bond and spoke aloud. "I guess we'd better try inhaling them. Broadcast to every frequency. I want both to listen." Jekka shifted back to the comm station. "What are you going to say?" Essan had no idea. Before she could come up with anything, Jekka said, "Hold on, we're getting something from the Hutts." "Put it on," Essan told her, though neither of them knew the worm's language. She was surprised when the voice spoke guttural but correct Tianese. It said, "Chiraba the Inquisitor welcomes your assistance in preserving her theophany. She requests Asher Gale and Malo Bataliak explain their next course of action." Neither Jekka or Essan knew how to respond. Essan twisted the Dream away from the moon so they could see the battered Chelandian. Oxygen vented from breaches into pale clouds, and debris winked around bronze Kyrian plates. "We repeat," the voice demanded, "state your intentions." Jekka leaned to the speaker grill and said, "I'm sorry. This is not the Dawn Chaser. This is another Jedi vessel, the Ashless Dream." After a pause, the Theophany replied, "The Inquisitor is grateful. She asks if you were sent by Asher Gale and Malo Bataliak." Jekka wilted. "Asher and Master Taliak are dead. We came here to learn how." She swallowed and added, "We'd welcome any assistance." This was where they'd find out how grateful a Hutt could be. They waited in tense silence. Nearly a minute went by, and Jekka bent to the speaker to ask again. That was when the moon blew. They were turned away and didn't see it, but sensors on the Dream immediately noted the explosion. Not just any explosion, it was a nuclear detonation. Essan grabbed the controls and spun the Dream to face the lunar surface, so they could see the cloud of roiling dust. The center of the explosion had been the center of the secret base. Essan felt lives wink out. She knew for certain that the Hutts hadn't launched more missiles. Somehow, collective decision, lone agent, or automated system, the base had self-destructed to preserve its secrets. Grim silence lingered. Some dust settled. More, freed from weak gravity, began to dilute into space. Finally, the Hutt ship responded. The Inquisitor demands to grace you with her presence. She will discuss the fates of Asher Gel and Malobatalayak. We will light an operable airlock portal for your docking. Jekka muted the channel and asked, "Are we doing this? We can run, you know. The shape they're in, they won't catch us. Don't you want to find out what happened?" "Of course I do," Jekka's voice ached. "But do you think they'll let us go once we come aboard? It sounds like they already met Asher and Master Talayak. Didn't he say the Hutts weren't his enemy? Maybe he was wrong. Maybe that got him killed, and this." Jekka dropped a face to her hand, breathed deep, raised it. "We have to take the chance, don't we?" Essan nodded, then pushed the dream toward the Chilandian. Jekka unmuted the speaker and rasped, "This is the Ashless dream. We'll comply. We come in peace." The Hutts didn't bother responding. Then, as the battered warship filled their view, they heard a burst of static and a voice. It spoke in Huttese, but the voice was hardly Hutt-like. Instead, it was high-pitched, almost squeaky, almost familiar, though Essan couldn't figure how. Then there was a pause, and yet another voice joined in. This one spoke in Taiwanese. It sounded weary and a little incredulous, like it couldn't believe it was saying these words. And it was definitely familiar, though Essan hadn't heard it in years. "If you didn't get that last bit, this is the independent starship Gravity Scorned," Adjutant Crawler said. "We, respectfully request to crash your party. Our passenger says he's got something really important for you all to hear." As surely as the Force guided Jedi through the stars, it led them to each other. The hand of light fell into real space on the edge of the Cyclida and found the Star Forge waiting in deep space. It was just the Jedi and their allies here, safe in the black. Their collision left Erakas more certain than ever that they were on the right path. When the hand docked with the Forge, he was met by Kane and Shen, who described their Force-guided travel with pride and wonder. It was a good way to begin a meeting, because things would only get harder from here. It took less than an hour to muster every Jedi and bring them to the star-roofed observation dome at the Forge's North Pole. Shen and Kane were joined by Koltatha and Vidia, then groups of newcomer Jedi, Zephian, Moray, Regatta, Halazan, and more. Jedar perched apart from them all, along the frame window's bottom rim. Non-Jedi trickled in at the circle's edge, Fury and a dozen engineers, towering Morguk with the clutch of warriors, Kel Olander, Tampers, Restiine, Naskron, and Vekhamp, even Fassel Indrithi looking stunned by the crowd. They didn't need the Force to know something big was about to happen. All of them were united by the Force, whether they knew it or not. Erakas looked around the circle with pride. He only wished that Jekka, and especially Essan, were here. The Sith woman had been his partner in this lonely endeavor for 12 years. Not a friend exactly, or even always an ally, but someone whose judgment he trusted to balance his own. He never realized how much he'd come to rely on her until she was absent. But when he looked on the crowd, and up at Jedar's tiny smile, he knew he'd do the right thing today. The people assembled spoke a babel of tongues. Tython and Taiwanese were the most common. He spoke first to the Jedi in the language of their lost home. "That we're here now is proof of the Force's power. We were scattered across the galaxy, but Thea drew us to this place, at this time, because there's something only we can do. The time has come for us to do it." Then he lifted head to speak to the rest in Taiwanese. "You've put your faith in us, and I swear that you were right too. You saw Zim on one side, the Hutts on the other, and you knew a person of conscience couldn't stand with either. Both are shades of darkness clenching at your hearts." He took his saber in his hand, thrust it to the ceiling, and ignited. "We are Jedi. We bring light." Erakas knew he was being theatric. That was the point. He needed to raise everyone's spirits to do the terrible but necessary things that came next. He lowered the saber but kept it lit as he told the Jedi, "I've met Cossack and Admiral Kryn. We've come up with a plan to remove Zim permanently. Vidia will be taking point at Vter." He flicked the blade tip toward the young Deveronian, who didn't flinch. First, on a signal from Captain Indrithi, he lifted the saber to gesture at the crowd's edge. "Cadenzi's ships will desert, leaving Zim outnumbered. Then Cossack will challenge Zim to ritual combat on Vter. Once he sets foot on the surface, Vidia and Captain Indrithi will broadcast a signal to shut down Zim's war robots." He lowered the saber. "That will be the end of Zim. The Iduxans need to be there for this mission, but in limited numbers. I'd like no more than 6 Jedi flying ships at Vter." They all showed surprise. Kane was the first to volunteer, but Erakas shook his head. I'm sorry, but I'd prefer you stay with the Starforge. I'll explain why in a minute. The Zabrak frowned but lowered his hand. Zephian volunteered next, and Erakas gave the Mirialian an approving nod. 5 more Jedi, all recent additions, also raised hands. Erakas approved them one by one, then raised his voice and spoke again in Taiwanese. He was more succinct this time, saying that they need crews to fly ships to Vter. Dozens of hands shot up at once. Then he spoke to the Jedi again. Those of you going to Vter should know that you will be a distraction. Cossack and Kryn expect the Iduxans to make a show, and so we will. Be ready to flee at the first sign of betrayal, and they will betray us. The only question is whether they'll wait until Zim has fallen to do so. He looked directly at Vidia. I'm sorry, but you're going to be in the most difficult position. The Deveronian couldn't keep fear from her eyes, but she nodded, as he knew she would. Next was the truly hard part. He thought about it constantly during the return from Durha, weighing every option and every weapon. He could think of only one that would guarantee the future of the Jedi and peace in the galaxy. Erakas shut off his lightsaber, stuck it in his belt, and spread his hands. The rest of us will be aboard the Starforge, he told the Jedi. If we can jump without the beacon network, then we shouldn't have trouble getting all the way to Varl. Surprise, concern, and alarm rippled through the group. Even the Taiwanese picked up on it and began to murmur. Erakas hesitated for a second, but his eyes went up to Jedar in his perch, and his teacher gave a single encouraging nod. The Hutts know what we are and see us as a threat, he told the Jedi. Well, the Hutts have only one way of dealing with threats. You know what they did to Morland. You felt it. They almost certainly killed Ashergale and Master Talayak. When I met Cossack, I could feel his intention, hard as duranium, to wipe us all out. They're an enemy even worse than Zim, and they have to be stopped. He took a breath and looked down, away from their imploring eyes. The whole chamber was silent. Even the Taiwanese waited, breaths held. This Starforge is a weapon. We've used it as a foundry, as a shelter, as a mobile base, but it was made by the Rakata as an instrument of destruction. He looked at Shin. It will have to be so again, one last time. Disquiet rippled through the Jedi, but they were still silent, eyes all on him. When he'd arrived in the Tian 12 years ago, he'd never have conceived the power he commanded and the decision he was about to make. He wished Talayak and Essan could be here, so he might end his journey with them as he'd begun it. But Erakas was on his own now. He looked to Kane. You said the Starforge can eject the stellar matter from its core. Even a fraction of what's in there now should be enough to reduce Varl to ash. He waited for the first Jedi to object. He wasn't surprised that it was Vidia. We can't destroy an entire world. We're Jedi, she said, voice aching. That's what the Hutts do. The Jedi did it once too, added the male Deveronian, Regatta. We didn't leave one ruined planet just to make a new one. The Hutts have already destroyed dozens of worlds and exterminated entire species, Erakas reminded them. Morland wasn't the first. And they'll do it again and again unless they're stopped. Nobody else can do this. Look around. See the creatures that rule this galaxy. Zim and the Hutts rampage across the stars, crushing everything in their path without a hint of mercy. They're wanton butchers, but we are not. The Hutts don't allow so-called inferior races onto Varl. We'd be destroying the worms, who've caused so much destruction, and nobody else. All their billions of slaves, their real victims, won't be harmed. They'll be liberated. I know this isn't an easy choice. This is an awful thing, but it's the only way to stop the Hutts and protect ourselves. Hutts are hierarchical. Their whole fleet dissolved after we took out the Jundo at Termit. With Varl gone, their empire will collapse and their slaves will go free. The same will happen in the Tian once Zim is removed. But what then? Asked Kane warily. You're ushering in chaos. Not chaos, Koltitha said throatily. Freedom for everyone who suffered under the boots of false gods. Yes, it is ugly, but I agree, it's something that must be done. Removing the Hutts will be the beginning of a new age, Erakas said. As Jedi, we can guide these people to better lives. Yes, there will be chaos and conflict with the Empire's gone, but no one will have to suffer under the tyranny of monsters. Not now. Not ever. He spun in a circle, imploring, we have to shoulder that burden, even do awful things. Because the galaxy needs us. It needs us to create lives where people can live in peace, cherish their families, raise their, his throat caught on the word son, raise their children and love how they want to love. Nobody else can do that. Only us. He pounded a fist to chest. Only us. Turmoil ran through the other Jedi, but no one else argued. Erakas knew Vidia was repulsed but not confident enough to command authority. Kane's rational mind was bending toward Erakas's argument. Koltotha already knew their cause was just. He needed to convince just one person, and the rest would follow. Not because he was a respected like Talayak, bound minds like Jekka, or was loved as Asher had been, but because he was a walking miracle, one Rakata endowed with the Force and destined to redeem his people. Erakas stepped close to Shen and touched the Rakata's arm. "This is the moment you were made for," he said. "Solo only they two could hear. Guide us to Varl. Use the Starforge to burn away the Hutts, and I swear, we will make a galaxy free of tyrants forever." He watched that fierce alien face and felt Shen's will harden. Yet he didn't know what the reply would be until it left his saw-toothed mouth. "Yes," the Rakata said, "loud enough for the others to hear. I will do what has to be done." Jedi bent toward acceptance. A few resisted. That was all right, so long as they went along in the end. They made Erakas into their leader without his even wanting it, but he compelled them to obey if he had to. Finally, he turned attention to the Taiwanese who crowded the edges of the room. To them he said, "While Zim falls at Vter, we are going to take the Starforge to Varl. The Hutt homeworld will be undefended. It will be exposed. And it won't be able to stop the Forge." Murmurs mounted, and he had to shout over them. "We will take the Forge and burn Varl to a cinder. We will destroy the Supremacy in an instant. Its slaves will be freed. Its navies will scatter. We will end their threat forever, and you will all have the peace you've craved, the peace you deserve, the peace only the Force can give you." He planned to say more, but he was drowned out by cheers. Morguke began chanting and pumping their fists. Groups of engineers and civilians applauded. A few lunged for the nearest Jedi and gathered befuddled foreigners in an embrace. Some Jedi still resisted. That was all right. They had no choice but to go along now. Erakas felt their doubts submerge like debris in a rising tide. Righteous determination filled the room like it would burst the dome and wash across the stars. All the while Jedar looked down on them, smiling. The Chilandian had taken a beating, but it was still eminently lethal. As the gravity scorn drew close, Reyna had an instinctive urge to run. That surprised her, simply because it had years since she'd felt such pounding fear of death. But her father glided the ship smoothly to its destination. Reyna twisted in her seat and looked out the porthole to see the Chilandian's dented bronze hull, with the slick gray oval of a Titan starship clinging to it like a limpet. She could still remember her first glance at one of those all those years ago, stuck to the exterior of that arc and intricate. She tried to take comfort from that ship. Apparently Essan was aboard, plus another Jedi she didn't know. The Jedi had the Force to guide them and wouldn't walk blindly into a trap. At least, she hoped not. That they joined this party was, of course, Oziaf's idea. The rat had returned to his jump seat before they accelerated, but once Crawler sealed airlocks he was the first to unbuckle and start for the exit. He'd barely floated free when Vadas, still strapped in, grabbed him by the tail. Oziaf yelped and flailed, but the Nikto didn't let go. "Hold on," Vada said. "What are we doing here? What's the plan?" "I'm going to have a conversation with two Jedi and a worm," Oziaf said curtly. "You can do whatever you'd like. I'm going with you. I want to hear everything that's said, in both languages. Feel free to. Now would you please let go of my tail?" Vadas did, but Oziaf found himself floating on air and unable to reach any bulkhead with his short limbs. Reyna took pleasure in his consternation, petty as it was. She unbuckled her restraints and said, "I'm going too. Maybe we can finally get the answers we've been promised. Then I guess it's up to me to watch the ship again," Crawler said. Shoulder guessed. She hated that fragile ache in his voice. It was too common lately. "You can't come if you want, Dad. Somebody's gotta stay and protect the gravity. Can't let the worms get their fat hands on it, you know." He smiled bitterly. "And it is my ship. Just be careful out there. Even with the Jedi, nothing was safe." "We know, Dad. Keep the engines hot, just in case." "Always do." The smile went soft, then disappeared. Vadas rose from his chair. As he went for the exit, he gave Oziaf's leg a little tug, then released. The Tin drifted after him and scratched claws against the upper threshold. Vidas grabbed the ladder and pulled himself through the spinal shaft. Oziaf followed, slower for his small limbs. Reyna followed too, and soon she was right behind him. Vidas pushed sideways toward the airlock, but she lunged, grabbed Oziaf by the waist, and twisted him down an opposite branch into one of the gravity's smaller holes. The Tin writhed in her grip. One paw lashed out, brushing the side of her head and tearing off the band over her hair. Then she felt another push, much stronger than the little rat should have mustered, and she was tossed back first into a bulkhead. Oziaf went in the opposite direction until he bounced into flat metal. "What are you doing?" he snapped. "We don't have time for this. You have the force, don't you?" His rodent's face was hard to read, but she thought she saw shock and, just maybe, shame. He said, "You're delusional." Reyna shook her head, spreading a wreath of wavy hair. "It took me a while, cause I'm a goddamn idiot, but I see it now. How we always end up doing what you ask. You're little I can't aim them before. The way you shoved me just now, and back on Slaherin." She pounded her chest, where he'd not touched at all. "I married a force user. You think I can't see the signs?" She expected him to deny it. Instead, Oziaf lifted his snout and said, "I hoped you'd banished all thought of him. Assumed it, frankly. He was my husband. We had a child. You think I can just forget? Only that you try. Even now you haven't said his name. What does that matter? You married him, you left him, and now he's Jedar's man. You could have saved him that, but I'm sure it was easier to let him go. Tell me, didn't he frighten you with all his awful powers?" Oziaf sneered. "Weren't you relieved to be rid of him?" "I was never scared of Erakas. Our son died at Santasa," she choked, and the rat seemed to wince. "That broke something you wouldn't understand. We tried to put it together again." "Did you really?" She heard curiosity beneath his venom. Her heart twisted, because when she looked back on those awful days after the fall, they hadn't tried, not really. Erakas had already been captured by his force. Somehow, Oziaf knew. The death of his son spurred him to a great and terrible purpose, a destiny. And compared to the force, you, Reyna Crawler, are just a worthless animal. His words were bitter and true, and they brought tears to her eyes. She wiped them with her sleeve, but water kept coming. "Don't you dare talk about Erakas like that," she sniffed. "He's a better man than you'll ever be. He doesn't deserve all he's been through. You're telling me you care about him? After you left him? Of course I still love him. Otherwise it wouldn't hurt so much. Then why did you go?" The mockery was gone from his voice, leaving only curiosity. She'd left because there was no place for her in that great and awful destiny. But Oziaf already knew that better than her. He had the force too. Realization solved a riddle but raised many more. She cleared her eyes again, met Oziaf's black gaze, and asked, "What are you?" Really? She didn't expect the truth from him, not now, not ever. And she didn't get it. He sighed, "I feel for Erakas. I truly do." "What are you talking about?" "I only met him once, but I understand him better than you ever could." "How would you describe that?" "Ironic. Tragic. You're nothing like Erakas." "I never said I was. Only that I understood. Better than you, better even than him." Oziaf twisted to place bottom paws on the bulkhead, ready for push-off. "May we get on with it?" Reluctantly, Reyna touched the ceiling, turned, and maneuvered out of the hold. Oziaf followed without a word. Once, Vidas would have felt very different walking into a chamber with Chiraba, the once called Liberator. He'd only seen the mighty worm once before, from afar, with his father and his brother Kator at his side. Afterward, the very name had become an icon of hate. Once he'd have thrown himself at her and hacked at her thick hide, knowing it was impervious and not caring, so desperate he'd been to vent his anger. But today, when he stepped into her chamber aboard the Theophany, he felt nothing. He took in the great body reclining on his bed, and the four-legged Landatill priest planted beside her, but he knew no rage. He'd come to realize, bitterly and painfully, that he was just an insignificant man from an insignificant planet, and if his fate weren't written by a worm, it would be by a bloody priest, a pirate king, or a cunning rat. Like his father, like his sister, he was worthless in the end. Oziaf stepped into the chamber along with Vidas and Reyna. Two more people were already present. He didn't recognize the tall, gold-haired human woman, but the one beside her was unmistakably Essan. The Sith smiled when she saw Reyna and Vadas. Smiles had always looked a little unnatural on her scarlet face, and this one disappeared entirely when she saw Ossus. The Tien made a hat-doffing motion, even though his head was bare. "This is an astonishing coincidence," he chirped. "Essan and Jekathon, I believe. It's a pleasure to run into you both." Before they could ask what he was doing here, Ossus strode up to Chiraba and made a respectful bow. In Huttese he said, "It's an honor to see you again, Inquisitor. I hope we can part on better terms than we did last time. How did you come here?" Chiraba's huge eyes turned to the Jedi. "Are you in league with them?" "I was on an independent investigation with my agents." Ossus indicated Vadas and Reyna. "That we all collided here can't be coincidence, and I'd like to understand as much as you." "Explain what you are doing here first," Chiraba demanded. As Ossus began to speak, Reyna whispered to her brother, "What are they saying?" The Jedi leaned close too, and Vadas did his best to summarize in Taiwanese. Ossus gave a startlingly accurate description of their journey, including the meeting with the Hestilic priest and the confrontation with Kalismar on Slaherin, though he omitted details of the Morland's death. Chiraba made no reply. Her eyes fixed in the distance, her tail twitched, and her huge face scrunched up. Vadas had no experience reading Hutt emotions, but she looked confused, maybe angry, or even afraid. Gently, Essan asked, "Can we talk to her now?" "Of course," Ossus said. "Go ahead." She touched Vadas's forearm. "He'll translate. Thank you." Thus, Vadas found himself standing in front of the hated Hutt, relating Essan's story, and watching the worm's confusion deepen. He stumbled slightly when relating the death of Malobotaliak, for he'd thought the Jedi Master safe and far away. But he'd returned only to die by unknown hand. When she'd finished her story, Essan told Chiraba, "We need to know what happened to Asher and Taliak. Please, tell us how you met them." Chiraba heaved a mighty sigh, then asked Ossus, who commanded the base at Karsadal. "I told you," he replied in Huttese, "it was run by Kalismar." "But who commanded Kalismar?" "He must have told you before you killed him." "Yes," Ossus said, "but no more." "Was it Cossack?" Chiraba demanded, with anger and dread. And Ossus said, "Yes." Chiraba's priest flinched, but the Hutt remained deathly still. Finally, she turned to the Jedi and said, "I met your comrades in the Obsidian Vale. They claimed they were following a path of a generation arc that had been killed by the demon centuries ago." Ossus started to translate, but Vadas quickly spoke over him. Chiraba continued, "Kalismar's ships attacked them above one of the demon's ruined worlds. The Theophany saved them and brought them aboard. We spoke in this room." She lifted a small hand. "We destroyed one of Kalismar's ships and salvaged his computer. That is what brought us to Karsadal. We had no idea what a web my nephew had weaved. In all his time spent fighting the Hutts, Vadas had never conceived of them having families, nor of them stinging at a loved one's betrayal." Chiraba's torment fascinated him, but Essan pressed, "Ask her what happened to Asher and Taliak." Vadas did so. The Hutt sucked in her anger and said, "We took them to hell. They descended to his lowest ring, looked upon the face of the demon, and fled back to Idix. What happened once they left the Supremacy, I do not know." Essan looked crestfallen, her partner even more so. Yet Vadas was intrigued. He'd heard about this so-called demon but dismissed it as ancient history. He couldn't understand how it would be relevant now. Ossus, however, stepped forward. His tail curled into a pink spiral. Now he looked confused and afraid. "Inquisitor," he asked, "can you please elaborate on this demon? I explained to your comrades." "Didn't they tell you even that?" Chiraba huffed, like it was the Jedi's fault. "The demon was cast out by his own race and crossed the stars with his host of rebel angels. It enthroned itself in hell for centuries, seized ships that passed through its domain, and used them to scout the galaxy while the Wardens still reigned. And when the Wardens fell, the demon unleashed its rebel angels across the stars, harvesting those who claimed its twisted power." She cast narrowed eyes on the Jedi. "Your power?" Vadas hurried to translate, but before he could finish, Ossus asked in Huttese, "What was the demon? Was it a Warden?" "No, it was a monstrous beast. A terror to remember." She actually shuddered, head to tail. Ossus nearly begged, "Inquisitor, please, can you describe this demon? What did it look like?" Cheraba closed her eyes, breathed deep, opened them again. I saw it once, from a distance, as it addressed its rebel angels at Hell's highest circle. The beast was hideous, even for a biped. It was shrunken, no bigger than you, rat, but its hide was hairless, gray, and green. It stood on 3 clawed feet, gestured with 3 clawed hands, and stared with old and monstrous eyes. A round head topped its skinny neck, and from either side grew 2 long, grotesque ears. She shuddered again. That was the face memorialized in stone at the lowest circle of hell. That is what your comrade saw. Vadas translated as quickly as he could. The faces of both Jedi went slack. When he was done, the room was silent. Then Ossus gave a sigh that seemed too big for his tiny body. He curled forward until his nose nearly touched the floor. They stared at his hunchback and saw it was trembling. Then Vadas heard a muffled yet high-pitched sound he recognized as laughter. When Ossus restrained himself, he stood, straightened, and wiped a tear from one eye. I used to be a jester. Did you know that? By the end, I started to like jesting, because the real joke was on the fools who laughed. But when the joke's on you, oh, that can really sting. What joke? Essan asked. I'm sorry, he sighed. I'm afraid I neglected to mention a few things. Both women jerked like he'd struck them, though he was half a room away. Then Ossus turned to Cheraba and said in Huttese, Kalasmar did serve Cossack, but a slave can have 2 masters. There are a few things I left out of my previous report, as I didn't realize the full importance until now. He paused, turned back to the Jedi, and added in Tianese, I have something to tell you, and it's going to be almost as hard on you as it is for me. Origins. The mirror. You stand before it, cautious and afraid. Touch and feel it smooth, cold and hard as you. Breath softens the plane, but wipe it clear. Scour familiar shapes, and safe for shadow, until you find at last your truth in darkest glass. Pupiku of Cladwine, 538 LE, 3 days ago. The door swung on creaking metal hinges until it closed against its painted wood frame. Ossus twisted the knob and pressed the lock. Now, at last, it was time for a private conversation. Just him and Kalasmar. The Moorland's narrow wrists had been bound behind him, and he looked fairly comical seated on the toilet beneath the bright bathroom light, just a shaggy brown orb, really, with the pouch-laden belt around the waist, skinny legs sprawled out in front of him. There were a few patches of blood in his fur, not his own. His wide mouth was set in a scowl, and he watched Ossus with narrowed eyes. It's a pleasure to meet you at last, Ossus began. I've traveled a long way to be here. Kalasmar squirmed. In husky Huttese he said, you didn't have to kill all my men. Those weren't all your men, Ossus corrected. I know you have active operatives elsewhere, hence the very sophisticated translicom system. Now you're going to tell me where those people are, what they're doing, and who you work for. Ossus tried to get a sense of Kalasmar with his divining power, but the Moorland defied his probes. That was a surprise. The trio he'd been traveling with aboard the Gravity Scorn were pathetically open with their emotion. All their griefs, frustrations, and angers were so obvious Ossus tried to shut them out when he wasn't making use of them. There was a reason he preferred to travel alone. Kalasmar huffed, who do you think I work for? Given your base of operations, I have to assume Cossack is your patron. But I'm wondering exactly what you and your agents have been doing for him. I doubt burning Shyalve was the only thing. I'm also curious about recent developments, such as baiting Zim to attack in AR Krita. That was your handiwork. Yes. Ossus gave the Moorland a mental nudge, the kind he usually used to knock the truth out of someone. But Kalasmar was unmoved. Keep asking questions, the Moorland said. I'll answer one when I feel like it. Did you know about Ontaga's death before you bombed Shyalve? I only did what I was told. By whom? I think you know the answer to that. This wasn't the conversation Ossus expected. The Moorland confounded his powers and refused his questions. Ossus had other tools, of course, including the poison needle he carried inside his vest all this while. He didn't know if the poison would work on a Moorland, but he might decide to find out. Not yet. He'd come all this way for the truth. With a tolerant smile he said, you work for Cossack. That much is clear. As you work for Zim, Special Plenipotentiary. Kalasmar gave a mocking smile. Who else do you work for? Tell me his name. Why? Are you afraid to say it yourself? Damn you. Ossus snapped, and called on his power to give the Morlon a blow to the chest. It landed, and then, just as strong, a formless hand struck Ossus across the cheek. He gasped and looked at the prisoner, still bound on his seat. Kalismar smiled. You, Ossus rasped, you have it too. You really didn't know. He never told you. Told me what? Who are you? How do you know Jedar? I met him a long time ago. He came to my world and taught me to use the power inside me. Kalismar's expression darkened. They called it the White Wind on Morlon. My poor, murdered world. How long ago was this? Kalismar considered. I was very young then, almost 60 years ago. 60 years? Before that fated meeting aboard the Hutt Draman. His shock must have shown. Kalismar said, sympathetically, you didn't think you were only one, did you? Ossus swallowed. How many others? A few of my operators have the wind, but I've had to train them myself. There's all his Iduxans, of course, and you. He told you about me. Not directly, but it wasn't hard to guess. I already said, I work for Cossack like you work for Zim. I want you to elaborate. Ossus's voice shook. Do I have to? Kalismar frowned. Yes, I do what Cossack tells me, like feeding Zim false intel to bait him into attacking the Paterii, and plenty more over the years. But Jedar is my real master, and always has been. He taught me to unlock the wind, and showed me how superior I was to all the filth that clogs the galaxy. Foul creatures, Ossus whispered. Exactly? I despise the worms and Cossack most of all, but I've served him for years because Jedar, and the White Wind, need me too. The attack on Shialve, Jedar, there it was. He'd come all this way, gone through so much, for that simple confirmation of what he'd long suspected. After Crane Jere, weapons officer of the Ironlands, died during interrogation, sudden heart failure, the report said. Ossus had investigated the dead officer's past. There'd been a 6-month hiatus between his graduation from the Chandra Academy and his enlistment with the Navy. Ossus had been forced to question family and scour transit records to learn where Jere had gone during that half-year gap, Idux. But that wasn't enough. Ossus needed proof, and he'd come to Kalismar to get it. He never imagined the full story. He'd been too short-sighted, too self-centered to consider it. Yes, self-centered. Jedar had taught him to use his power, and he'd also taught Ossus to nurture his resentment, to become superior and conceited. It was a lesson Kalismar had learned as well. The Moralan said, I've been serving him always. A week ago, I sent 2 ships to the Obsidian Vale to destroy an Iduxan scout. Iduxan. Why? It wasn't my place to ask. They didn't succeed. One was destroyed and the Iduxians got away. Too much information, and he didn't know what to do with it. Ossus tried to center the conversation. You've been serving Jedar all this time. I understand that. But for what purpose? He direly needed to know. Because he understood Jedar's goal, or thought he had. The so-called prophet of Idux believed the galaxy could only be ruled by those and touch the primal flow of the universe. Only the handful of blessed had the right to rule, but the stars teemed with inferiors who never accept that, especially humans. With the Iduxans, Jedar was raising a small army that might seize control, not by toppling Zim's empire but taking it. That young human, Erakas, had been broken and remade for that express purpose. Such was Jedar's aim, as Ossus understood it, a galaxy ruled by the only people who deserved to. But Kalismar said, so we can destroy the Hutts, of course. He was rocked again. You mean bring down their empire? I mean their entire disgusting race, the Morlon sneered. I've been living under the worms my entire life. All I want is to see every one of those monsters burn. Jedar promised me I would, 60 years ago. He said we'd turn Varl to ash. For the first time, Ossus could sense emotion from Kalismar. It was pure hatred. Why does Jedar want to destroy the Hutts? Because they're a blight on the universe. Isn't that enough? Jedar would need more than that. So he invites war with Zim so Zim can crush them. Zim and the Iduxans. Kalismar leaned as far forward as his bonds allowed. Don't you see, Ossus? We're the same? He was right. This was another creature who'd been born lonely and betrayed, then was pulled from desolation by a kindly stranger. That stranger taught them that they were blessed instead of cursed, and that their pains were the fault of everyone else. Stoking resentment and fueling hate, He convinced them it was their purpose to wreak revenge on lesser beings and call it justice. Why, Ossus wondered, had he not realized the obvious until he saw it in the mirror of Kalismar? After all these decades, we're almost at the end, the Morlan told him. With my help you will destroy the worms. Then you can bring down Zim. Everyone who ever broke and belittled us will pay for it. But Zim had not broken or belittled him. For some strange reason, which Ossus still didn't understand, the son of Zer was the only person who'd ever trusted him. We can work together from now on, Kalismar insisted with harsh conviction. We can complete Jedar's vision and claim our just inheritance. The Tin exhaled and looked at the bright tile floor. For a time he thought his life so grand and important, yet it had been upended by a single conversation in a locked bathroom. For all his cosmic gifts, he was a minor beast after all. Let me go, Kalismar said, and we'll figure out what to do next. Together. He could feel the Morlan's honesty. Ossus lifted his head. Stand. Turn around. Kalismar stood, turned. His hands dangled at his back, bound at the wrist, and were too high for Ossus to reach. So instead, the Tin used his power to carefully undo the knots. When Kalismar shucked his wrists free, the thin rope fell soundlessly at his feet. Ossus picked it up, considering. Then, still holding it in his right paw, he sprung up onto the bathroom's flat-top sink, so he might look the Morlan in the eye. What next? He asked. You said you were supposed to destroy an Iduxan ship. It was saved by the worms, if you can believe it. At Chalandia. We don't know where it is now, unfortunately. And Jedar didn't say why. I didn't ask, but he implied they were no longer loyal. Ossus looked at the rope dangling from his paw. It was so long it drooped down to the floor. You sent 2 ships after it? How many do you have, including the one parked here 6? Most of them are Taiwanese designs. I know. You don't base them all here, do you? They lay low near Karsabeth. Not the main planet, an outer gas giant. Ah. You could slip ships through both sides from there. Exactly. And Cossack knows about all this. He supplies the ships and the Karsa base, but he doesn't know everything I do with them. As long as I do his assigned tasks, he doesn't ask too many questions. Sloppy of him. Hutt arrogance. We'll make him pay, Kalismar grinned. But Karsabeth doesn't do you much good now. Cossack destroyed his nav beacon, or so I've heard. The one over the planet. Yes. Cossack provided us with a few beacons of our own, set to encrypted frequencies. I have the keys right here. He tapped a pouch on his belt. That explains it. I guess he really is Cossack the Clever. Kalismar gave a lanky shrug. He's clever and he's vicious, but what is he compared to the White Wind? Or compared to Jedar? That goes without saying. Ossus looked at the rope one last time, then tilted his paw and let it fall in swirls to the floor. He asked, you could have undone these knots any time, couldn't you? Yes, the Morlan admitted, but I knew you'd do the right thing. After all, we're on the same side. Ossus nodded, then slipped a hand into his vest, drew out one slim needle, and plunged it into Kalismar's chest. His eyes went wide, his mouth gaped. He reached out to grab Ossus, but this time the Tin shoved him back with his power. The Morlan groped the tiny hole in his chest, collapsed to his knees, then fell back. His head knocked the rim of the toilet and his long limbs splayed across the floor. A final rattle escaped his mouth, but his eyes remained open, staring dead at the ceiling. Amazing. The poison acted even faster than it did on humans. Ossus opened his vest, sheathed the needle, and hopped lightly to the floor, carefully avoiding contact with the dead man's flesh. Looking at the corpse inflicted him with an uncomfortable sympathy and cool contempt. He looked away quickly, unlocked the door, and stepped outside, where the crawlers were waiting. Chapter 16. Immortal Hate. I despise these Jedi, arrogant, self-righteous meddlers to a one. Either I'll be the death of them, or they'll be the death of me. I can't see any other end. Queen Vidia of Shikakwa, commonly called the Despot. 10,647 TYA, shortly before her assassination by a Jedi. 538 LE, seen from the view screen of the Theophany. Varl was a slim white crescent limning starless black. The holy lights of Ardas, and Ivona provided the Hutt homeworld with 100 hours of daylight at a time. But at this moment, almost half the planet was turned away from its suns. To Chiraba it seemed lost to darkness. A trick of the angle, of course, but it seemed a terrible omen. She'd hurried here with the theophany as quickly as she could. Everything she'd heard at Carcetal filled her with dread. Oziav's tale seemed calculated to terrorize. She couldn't be certain the rat was telling the truth, but from the apparent dread of the other bipeds, it was not just a trick aimed at her. Despite the ancient threat that had seemingly been roused, her thoughts dwelt on her nephew. Oziav had claimed Cossack arranged the human attack on an AR Krita in order to draw the Paterii into the war. It was an act of betrayal which had killed several Hutts, and the worst part was, Chiraba hadn't been surprised to hear it. But had Cossack arranged for Ontaga's death also? Had he poisoned Artistag? She didn't know how to confront Cossack or if she should. Never had her universe seemed so uncertain. But one awful fact was clear. The demon had returned, and it was out for vengeance. Chiraba wrestled with calling Cossack back from Vter. He'd taken so many ships that Varl was left pitifully underdefended. Including the battered Theophany, only 3 Chalandians were in the entire system. Depending on her nephew, and all he'd done, all he might have done, made her sick, but the homeworld needed help. She was about to cast a message to Vter when the demon arrived. There was no doubt about it. The object that appeared from hyperspace did so well clear of Varl's hyperspace beacon but within his solar system. As it approached the planet, Chiraba's technicians scrambled to explain what it was, but she already knew. The Iduxians had called it a Star Forge, an ancient warden machine the size of a small moon, resurrected by the demon and his pawns. Call all ships to battle stations. She hollered across the Theophany's command deck. We must attack that machine. Do not let it reach the homeworld. She told Xanter, we need reinforcements. Hell, Vter. Cossack must bring his ships. The Tlandil hesitated. Cossack won't cede the world to Zim now. He must. That is no ordinary foe out there. It's the demon. Xanter didn't believe it, couldn't. Only someone who fought the demon at the Hell's Gate could understand her terror. But he was still her hierophant, and he obeyed. Are he tried? The Cyborians replied timorously, and Xanter told her, we have a problem. Our translite hails are not going through. We can barely manage short-range comms with the expiation or epiphany. The Starforge must be blocking our signals, which meant they were on their own. Chiraba's skin went dry. Doom was coming to Varl, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Let me see it, she croaked. On the screen? Show me the Starforge. A moment later, the view screen showed a maximum magnification image of the inbound monstrosity. It was distant enough to appear shrunken, but she could discern its spherical body and the 3 long angular arms stretching out, like a fist with 3 fingers extending downward. The design was unmistakably of the Wardens. At his head, so Oziav and the Iduxan said, so she had to believe was the demon returned. It was worse than any nightmare, and Chiraba quivered head to tail in fear, but she would not flee. Could not. She was a child of the Holy Light, and she'd not abandon her gods to a devil. Even with several thousand people aboard, the gigantic Starforge was almost entirely empty. Nonetheless, it felt dense with frenzy as Iduxans, Jedi, and non-Jedi both hurried to their assigned tasks. Moraes was to join one of the starships that would fly interference against the Hutts protecting Varl. She'd never been aboard one of these Iduxan ships and couldn't speak Tianese, but she'd been paired with a human who learned some of the Jedi tongue. Communication was a lesser worry. She and many other Jedi, especially those who joined this whirlwind war a few weeks ago, emanated uncertainty. Erakas' speech in the observation room had shocked many, Moray perhaps less than most. Still, she was discomposed. Daniel Kane walked with her to the docking section on the forge's outer edge. The Zabrak told her, Olander is one of our best. Trust him to fly the ship and direct the others. Concentrate on the other Jedi. Keep your wills bound together. I'm not a soldier, and I have little experience with this, battle meditation. You can still give the other strength. Jedi are there for Jedi. Always. She still believed that, but she'd never realized what it could mean until now. Is this really the only way to protect ourselves? Bringing down Zim is one thing, but to burn a world. The Hutts have murdered entire species, and they'd do it again if we let them. If they could touch the Force, they'd be Bogan incarnate. And are we Ashla or Bogan today? She never wholly believed in the dark and light division of the Force, but she knew Kane did. Or at least, he had. The Zabrak wavered under her gaze but didn't turn away. I don't like this. No one does. Erakas. It tortures him? We can't all feel it. Respect for their leader, weirdly tinged with pity, was the one thing uniting every Jedi. But is this really the only way? I wish it weren't, but I believe it is. After we do this, I'm going to recommend we destroy the Star Forge. She was surprised. Kane had invested years of labor into this machine and decades of study before that. In many ways, this resurrected Rakata behemoth was his life's work. Yet his intention was clear. Today was awful, but it was necessary, and it would never happen again. If they kept telling themselves that, they might be able to go through with it. Are you sure the Forge will do what you ask? She said. What happened those unusual readings you told me about? Kane frowned. What do you mean? You mentioned you found traces of malteranium in the foundry smelter. That? Oh, that was nothing. We must have pulled it from the star somehow, he said, though he sounded uncertain. He shook his head as if to clear it. The Forge will work. I don't doubt that. We just need all the Jedi to do their parts, even if they're not happy with it. I am not happy, Moray sighed, but I rarely am. You are right. Jedi for Jedi. As they neared the branch off to Moray's ship, Kane slowed. I never forgot all the old arguments at Corellia. Sometimes I think you were right. That we should have stayed out of it all. Then, things wouldn't have come to this. Moray wondered where Jekka was now, what she'd make of all this, whether they would, for once, actually agree on something. She told Kane, was I right? You can study the Force for a lifetime, but if you refuse to connect with those around you, you won't really understand it. And Jedar is correct. With those connections come responsibility. They stopped at the branch. Kane gave her an appraising look. What happened to change your mind? It was, rather, what had not. Shin had felt Master Talayak's death as it happened. After talking to other newly arrived Jedi, she'd learned they had too. But not Moray, who traveled with Talayak for years. Without realizing it, she'd walled herself off from others and thus from the Force. There wasn't time to explain. An intercom echoed down the hallway, telling all Jedi to take their stations. She lifted her head and told him, I must go. Be safe. Kane squeezed her shoulder. The simplest, purest connection. You as well? I'll be in the command room with Erakas. Just worry about yourself. Thank you. She raised a webbed hand in salutation. Kane nodded, turned, and jogged down the hall. As she headed for the ship, Moray realized that neither had asked the Force to be with them. The Starforge's arena-shaped control center was full of activity, but it seemed weirdly quiet. Voices were hushed, movements jerky. Everyone was waiting for the Infernal to come. The Forge had dropped out of hyperspace well beyond Varl, but its mammoth engines pushed it at sublight speed toward the planet. The tactical display at the arena's lowest stage was an ethereal holographic light show, the likes of which Erakas hadn't seen since leaving the core. It displayed the Forge, the Hutt homeworld, and the fragile ribbon of Supremacy warships arrayed to intercept. The worms didn't have enough firepower to stop the Forge, but there was no point in being reckless. Chief Fury reported that the Iduksan ships were launching, and soon their light points appeared on the display. There were almost 40 of them, mostly Renru model gunships, plus the Nemesis pressed into service. Less than half contained Jedi. Erakas faintly felt them link minds as they moved to intercept the Hutts. Some Jedi would die today, and more Iduksans. But the Hutt homeworld would burn. That was guaranteed. And then, only then, would the Jedi be safe. Paltry their defenses are, Jedar observed. He was perched atop a console beside Erakas, to the annoyance of Tampers, who'd relinquished the hand of light to Jedi and joined the Forge's crew. Raised, the jamming field is. We should be blocking all their communications, Tampers confirmed. Translite and local. Erakas knew the necessity of the jamming field. They couldn't allow the Hutts to call Cossack's fleet for help. Still, it nagged him. Once the worms realized what he was about to do, they'd plead for mercy. He couldn't afford to give it to them, but he felt, as a Jedi, he should at least hear their cries. He owed someone that much if he was about to take a life. Jedar, as always, saw through him. Necessary this is, his teacher soothed. Justice this will bring, and an end to strife. Yon Zim and the worms shall be. Anew the galaxy will be made, and better under our guidance. He looked at the holo. I just want it to be over. Over it will be. Soon. Erakas didn't feel Master Kane enter the chamber, but he heard boots clap down the final stairs to the bottom tier. The Zabrak looked up at the holo. Are they all away? Yes. Comms are being jammed. They can't call for help. Good. Kane added. Let's get this over with. I'll prepare the ejection procedure. Join Shin in the observatory. I shall, said Jedar. Are you certain that's the safest place, Master? Erakas asked. It's pretty exposed. The force I have to protect me. What more do I need? Besides, unmatched the view shall be. Jedar hopped off the console to Tampresse's relief. Before starting up the oversized stairs, he looked back at the two Jedi. Difficult this is, but faith in you I have. Victory for us all, today will be. Victory for the Force. I know. Erakas said with heart and bitter knowledge. Thank you, Master. We'd never be here without you. Flattery I do not need. About to get everything long desired, I am. Then Jedar bounded up the stairs, more quick and eager than Erakas would have thought possible. A collision was about to happen in the Varl system. On one side, a tyrant behemoth, a Hutt Drahman, and 40 Renrune-style light attack ships. On the other, 3 Chalandians, 4 Taradas, a dozen battles and dozen small battens. All of that, and the gravity scorned. After hearing Oziaf's confession at Carcetal, the Tien had joined Essan and Jekka in sprinting for Vter. Oziaf said he had to speak to Zim. Essan had to find Erakas. Guiding the gravity scorn for thousands of light years with no hyperspace beacons would only slow the Jedi down, so, reluctantly but unanimously, the crawlers had agreed to be ferried to Varl with the Theophany. They didn't trust the Hutts, but the hyperspace route to known space was too dangerous to pass right now. They hadn't expected danger to find them. Crawler detached the gravity scorn from the Chalandian as soon as the Starforge arrived. The giant was too far away for Reyna to see, and of course she didn't have the Force, but unnatural dread prickled through her body. Erakas was aboard that thing. She was certain of it. And so was Jedar. The prophet. The demon. The thing that had killed her son. Erakas said hate was dangerous for a Jedi, but Reyna was happy to indulge. It gave her clarity of purpose like she hadn't known in years. She wondered what Erakas was feeling as he prepared Varl's doom. Was it hate or was it something cold, hard, dry? When they parted, he seemed a husk of what he should have been. At least now she knew who was responsible. If only she could tell him. The comm jamming is too strong, she snarled at the others. She tried a half-dozen ways to get a signal to the Force, but nothing was working. What can we do? Asked Vadis. I don't know. We might be able to type beam a signal if we get closer. How close? I don't know. Close isn't where we want to be right now, Crawler said. The missiles are gonna start flying any minute. Do you think they can stop the Force from reaching Varl? Asked Vadis. I wouldn't bet on, Crawler grunted. Sorry to disappoint. Reyna glanced at Vadis. He had his back turned and said nothing, but she had a feeling the prospect of the Hutts getting collectively vaporized didn't cheer him as much as he'd once thought it would. Reyna wouldn't shed tears for the worms, but she would for Erakas if he was forced to go through with this. Get us closer, she told her father, because it was either that or sit on the sidelines. Burn fast. Keep away from the other ships. I'll keep trying to contact Erakas. Crawler didn't touch his controls. I just told you, it'll gonna get nasty real fast. Fly around it. Just get us close to the forge. And what if it starts shooting at us? Reyna gnawed her lip. She wanted to tell him Erakas wasn't that far gone, but she couldn't, and she didn't know who really controlled that thing. Just get us closer. Please? After a drawn-out second, Crawler said, I guess it's too late for not my problem, isn't it? It had been for a while. Nobody needed to say that. The gravity scorn's hard acceleration pushed Reyna against the back of her chair. Despite that, she held tight to her console and tried again to break through. The Iduxan's assault on Varl was oddly defensive. The Hutt fleet, modest as it was, pushed away from the planet and the vanguard of battles launched the first wave of missiles. The gunships leading the Starforge released clouds of chaff and fell back. Most of the initial volley exploded in the chaff screen, and the straggling missiles were picked off by experienced Iduxan gunners. But that was only the first round. The gunships couldn't stop the Supremacy fleet alone, but that wasn't the point. The aim was to distract the Hutts and draw fire away from the Starforge. The giant continued forward, slowly but surely, toward its destination. From the control center, Erakas could dimly feel the Jedi and the gunships. They'd woven their minds together best they could to coordinate efforts, and dampened the spirits of the enemy, but most had just arrived a few weeks ago, and none were masters at battle meditation. He wished Jekka were here to help, almost as much as he wished Essan were present. She, more than him, had been the one who wanted to experience the Force unleashed. He wasn't sure if she'd like it, but it was going to happen today. As Kane circled the control room and prepared the forge to disgorge its star-hot core, Erakas felt Jedar and Shen too, far above in the observation dome. Everyone was doing their part. It was hard for them. It was hard on him, but he was proud to see the Jedi come together and do what had to be done. He was admiring the tactical hologram when he noticed one small light break away from the battle zone, then made a white arc that set it on course for the Star Forge. He went to the nearest technician, a young human, and asked her, "Can you identify that ship?" "I'll try, sir." She tapped on her console. "Should we arm missiles to intercept?" "Get them ready," he said, but something nagged at him. After a minute, the tech said, still trying to get a clear reading, "Sir, but the drive signature is deuterium thrust, not ion. It's a T&E ship, but it broke off from the Hutts." "I think so." Erakas reached out with the Force, hoping to get a sense of it. In times like this, the clarity of an audio hail would have cut through the mire, but it was essential the jamming field stay up. He felt a presence on the edge of the battle, possibly that ship's, which was not a Jedi's but nonetheless familiar. And then he lost it. A dull ache throbbed in his head. It was like the Force as well as comms was being jammed, but that was impossible. The enormity of what he was doing must be distorting his senses. "Sir," the tech said, "is getting close to weapons range. Get a lock on it, but don't fire." "Not yet." She looked uncertain but complied. Erakas moved to the comm station and asked Tampers, "Is there any way we can connect with that inbound ship?" Tampers frowned. "We've got the jamming field up." "I know, but can you cut through with a narrow beam hail?" "I can try." He shifted a hand, then froze. "We're getting an incoming signal. Very garbled. It might be that ship. Can you connect?" "Maybe." Both hands worked the console. Erakas leaned close and heard static burst over the speaker. "Can you clean it up?" "I'm trying." He heard a voice through the static. Sharp, high, female, familiar, but he couldn't be sure. Erakas looked at the holo and saw the mystery ship had drawn close to the forge. It was well within firing range, and the human technician looked the question at him. Erakas asked Tampers, "Anything? Let me try one more thing." For a few seconds the static cleared and he heard Reyna's voice. She sounded frantic, even breathless, but he knew it was her. "Turn this around right now." "Erakas, please. It's me. I've got the gravity here, eh?" More static. Tampers twisted knobs and tried to adjust as Erakas's head wheeled. Reyna and her father were here, at Varl, now, for this chosen apocalypse. It was the most impossible thing in the galaxy. Her voice cleared again. "Do this, Erakas." "Is Jed?" More static. He leaned close to the grill and begged, "Reyna, hold on. Please, can you hear me?" "Reyna." Tampers shook his head. "We lost them?" Erakas swung back to the holo. The gravity was so close it was practically skimming a tight orbit around the forge. "Sir," asked the other tech, "weapons. Hold your fire. Hold fire." He threw up a hand and begged Tampers, "Are you sure you can't connect with their comms?" "Not unless we drop the jamming field." He craved to know what impossibility, maybe the will of the Force itself, had brought Reyna here at this desperate hour. But he couldn't drop the jamming field. If Cossack brought his fleet to Varl, they might lose everything. Justice. Peace. The survival of the Jedi themselves. Don't drop it. His throat was like ashes. Don't fire. Don't stop jamming. Then we just leave them alone. It was the only thing to do. Yes, he said. Ignore them? Those people, they don't matter anymore. It broke his heart to say it, but it was true, and there'd be much more breaking before the day was done. Crawler never thought he'd miss Oziaf, but he wished the rat was aboard his ship now. Then they'd have somebody with magic to ward off danger and maybe reach other magicians on the forge. Instead, they were just 3-4 splendid fools blunder into their doom. Not that there was anything new about that. Damn it, I can't get through. Reyna actually punched her console. I heard him for a second. I know it was him. Crawler decelerated as they closed upon the Star Forge. He tugged the control yoke to the left and curved alongside the sphere, just a few hundred meters above his metal hull. You want to try again? He asked. I don't know. She sounded on verge of tears. We were so close. So close. Another meat-to-metal thwack. She was going to break her hand soon. His daughter was on the brink again. And again he couldn't do a damn thing to help her because they stumbled into a war between gods, but they were just crawlers. Force deaf and useless, every one of them. Father, we can't do this, Vidas warned. We should fall back. But they'd gotten this far. Crawler was surprised nobody had shot at them earlier. They were flying so close they were beneath range of the Forge's guns right now. But if they turned tail, someone might decide they were too tempting a target. Which meant they were trapped. No safe haven, no way to run. He knew this thing had a bunch of exterior airlocks, and it was possible, just possible, they could cut their way aboard. He kept turning around the Forge's hull, looking for ports, then veered away to avoid the blaze of a massive ion thrusters, as long as an entire Imperial polyring. And that was when he got an idea. Vidas, he said, what's the status of those warheads? His son was so surprised he fumbled the response. I rigged them for remote arming, like you said. They're inert now, but still weighing down the back of his cargo section, like they had been since he pushed from far Barseg an eternity ago. All this time, through all the run around, he'd vainly hoped someone would actually pay to take those things off his hands. This, he admitted ruefully, was a better cause. Arm 'em all, he said. Get ready to open the hold, unlock the racks, and demagnetize. His kids knew what he was thinking. They just didn't know how to respond. Come on, Crawler said. We can't hang here forever. That got them moving. As she tapped her console, Reyna asked, are you sure we can do this? I can't do it. He was just a stupid, useless old man. But this was his ship and he could wrest miracles from it. He tilted the gravity so the main hold doors along the ventral side of the hull faced the blazing engine. He killed all thrusters and allowed the gravity to coast after the Forge's hot glow. Now came the tricky part. He warmed the maneuvering jets on the gravity's flanks and said, are we ready? Doors are open, Reyna reported. Warheads armed, said Vidas. Still locked in. Get ready to demagnetize. And hold on tight. Holding on, he said, and Reyna echoed. Crawler tapped the directional thrusters on the gravity's tail. The ship swung like the spoke of a wheel, cockpit at the fulcrum, tail and cargo section at the moving edge. Now, he barked. Vidas released the warheads. Inertia flung them from their berths through the open doors into space. Crawler reversed thrusters and spun the gravity away, but the bombs kept spilling out. Acceleration from the gravity's wind up and throw hurled them fast, right toward the Forge's massive thruster. It wasn't a perfect throw. A few bombs scraped the hull noisily as they tumbled out, and for a heart-stopping second Crawler thought one would blow, and just one was enough to kill his ship. But nothing detonated. The warhead spilled ahead. Through the cockpit porthole he could just see a few dark specks about to be swallowed by the ion-burning glow. Without bothering to close the hold, he slammed acceleration. Unloading those bombs made the gravity half as heavy and twice as fast. Main thrusters pushed them ahead, just before the first one detonated. And when one blew, the others weren't far behind. Concussive waves rocked them in their seats, and for a second time Crawler thought they were dead. But they shuddered through. Behind them, the Star Forge's largest engine detonated. The explosion tore parts of his hull to shreds. Lights-out power failures cascaded through his exterior, and chunks of the outer hull went dark. Not enough to break the thing or even stop it, but enough to slow it down. When small miracles were the best you could do, small miracles were enough. But there was a problem with miracles. You usually had to pay for them one way or another. Father, said Vidas, maybe we should get close to the Forge again. Crawler did just that. As he swung them toward the superstructure, Reyna squawked, closer. Now. Yeah, now, Crawler grimaced as G-Force briefly blurred vision. They weren't shooting before, but I bet they will. The immense gray shape peeked into view. Crawler nudged them closer still, killed main engines, and used directionals to skim above the hull, keeping pace with his curves. What now? Vidas sounded like his heart had briefly stopped. Can we magnetize to the hull? I'd rather find us an airlock. You think they'll let us aboard? Let's got nothing to do with it. This thing is huge and there can't be that many people on it. Let's see if we can sneak inside this bastard. And then what? What do you think? Reyna's voice no longer trembled. We find Erakas. And Jedar too, but nobody said it. Kroller knew one other thing. If he could take a piece out of the freak who'd killed his grandson, he'd do it, even if he had to get in line, even if he had to pay. Shin and Jedar sat in the observation dome atop the Star Forge. The Hutt ships were still far away, and the view was perfect starlight unmarred by explosions or missiles. With the force they'd reached together to hold the core of the Star Forge and prepare it for expulsion onto Varl. It was a great task, but it felt so simple, so easy. Then something went wrong. Shin has halfway out of his body, halfway merged with his ancestor's great machine. He didn't even notice the deck's tremor until it bucked beneath him, tipping him out of his meditation pose. He opened his eyes and struggled upright. Jedar was levitating a meter into the air, legs crossed and eyes closed, a picture of serenity. Shin wished he could be so strong. He had a communicator badge patched to his shirt and tapped open a line to the command center. "What has gone wrong?" he asked. Cam replied a second later. "Our main engine array just exploded." "How?" He hadn't felt any attackers draw close. "It doesn't matter. The explosion was massive. We have several hull breaches and power overloads and 2 more engines. We can barely move." It sounded catastrophic. "What can we do?" Another voice said without sound, "Move the forge ourselves we shall." "We can still push our way through the Hutt line," Kane replied, "but it will be harder. You should move to a more secure location." "Why, yes. We'll do our best to help." Shin closed the link. Jedar remained perfectly still, seated on air. "He is correct," the Rakata said. "We should leave. Fear you must not. Protected we shall be. Even here." He looked at the dome and stars above. "Concentrate you must. Rely on us, the forge now does. Move it, compel it, become it we must." Everything had easy before, but now his confidence wavered. "You may be asking too much. Your destiny this is. A fate meant only for you." And it was true. Besides Jedar, nobody else had his natural affinity with the Star Forge. It was the embodiment of the terrible history passed down his ancestors, which only he could redeem. This was the reason he'd been granted the Force in the first place. The purpose of his very existence. So he did as Jedar asked. Putting aside all doubts, Shin sat on the deck, closed his eyes, and stretched into the heart of the Star Forge. Jedar joined him, bound will with will, and they compelled the behemoth to move. Churaba wondered of her destiny to die fighting the demon. When the Star Forge shuddered under the blow of an inexplicable explosion, she dared hope for salvation. But then, just as inexplicably, it began to move again. There was no stopping it. She knew her warships weren't enough. Never mind that she was no Dominion and hadn't seen a battle since Hell's Inferno. She simply didn't have enough firepower. But perhaps there was another way. As the Star Forge inched closer, the magnified view aboard the Theophanes Bridge revealed that chunks of its curved superstructure were pocked by explosions. 2 of its arms had been mangled. That wasn't enough to stop the forge, but she dared hope. Damage rendered weak spots in its defenses. "Xanter," she called to her Hierophant, "we must rouse troops. Load them into boring ships and launch them at the forge." The Telandatil was quick. "Some may reach the hull. Many will be destroyed first. We'll all be destroyed unless we stop the demon. If we can board it, we may have a chance. It will be done." Xanter dipped his horn respectfully, then charged off to coordinate. She didn't think it would be enough. She remembered all too well the demon's way of wreaking destruction. It fought not with weapons, but storms of hungry black magic. Yet in this desperate hour, they had to try anything. Her thoughts flicked back to the rebel angel she'd met. Those flimsy, ugly, foolish bipeds might be the only hope for her race. Heart and body trembling, Churaba uttered a quiet prayer to unlikely gods. Purpose had become a palpable thing. Erakas touched it in the hard deck under his feet, heard it in the urgent murmur of the technicians ascending 9 tiers above him, saw it in the dance of lights on the hologram overhead. Most of all, he felt it in the Force. The echo of his past life, Reyna and the gravity scorned, was gone. He was suffused in the urgent struggle of Jedi, Iduxans, Hutt minions, and the worms themselves. For all of them this was life or death, kill or be killed, and he'd never felt the Force more primal and volatile than he did now. He might have been scared of that once, but no longer. Looming over the battle, over everything, was the Forge itself. The ancient machine no longer felt hungry nor sated. With Jedar and Shin to guide it, the Forge was like fate itself, Slow, unstoppable, inescapable. There were annoyances, pebbles in the road that needed to be stomped over. The Hutt launched wave after wave of small attack craft. There were too many for the Idukes and gunships to block, and some reached the Star Forge. The Forge unleashed its missiles, and every time one struck its target, Erakas felt the deaths of dozens of Hutt minions packed inside the flying death traps. The worms used those lives callously, but not without purpose. A few attack ships slipped past the missiles and impacted on the outer hull. Erakas didn't understand what they were doing at first, but reports reached the command center that attack teams were burning their way inside the forge. More than pebbles, perhaps. The Star Forge was huge, but its crew was few. Any intruders posed a danger. Worse, most of his Jedi had been sent out in the gunships. For a moment, purpose wavered. It was Kane who said, "We need all personnel to fall back to secure key areas. That means the command center, the engine section, and every place that can access the core. Come on, move it, people." The technicians, frantic yet sluggish, tried to adapt to the new threat. Erakas asked Kane, "Are you sure this is the best idea? If we send people to every landing point, we'll be spread too thin." The Zabrak pointed at the holo, where a half-dozen red circles were scattered over the forge's skin. "We still have the advantage. This place is huge and they have no idea where they're going. If we fortify the essentials, we can hold." Erakas was glad one of them could be rational at a time like this. Kane squeezed his shoulder. "The Force wants us to do this. And we will. I know." Erakas tried to clear his head. "The essentials includes Jedar and Shin, doesn't it?" "Definitely. I'll tell them to move if they haven't already. Send people to get them." Erakas looked at the display. One of those landing points was worryingly close to the topside observation dome. "I'll designate a team." Kane turned to go, then pivoted back. "You might want to give the Hutts a taste of their own medicine." "Another good idea." And Erakas knew just who should deliver it. The Nemesis was durable, but it was not a combat ship, and it had so far lingered on the edge of the battle zone. Koltada's body was on the bridge with the Morguke, but his soul was with the Jedi and the gunships. He was no Jekathone, but he did his best to help. As long as they clung to their purity of purpose, noble, brutal purpose, they'd prevail. He was jarred by a special, personal touch. It was Erakas, reaching to him from the heart of the Star Forge. He couldn't communicate much across this distance, only a simple desire. But that was enough. Koltada understood the plan, but he wasn't sure if the Drahman was capable. He opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and called Morguk and Sakov to him. He told the Nikto, "We need to take the fight to the Hutts. Can we get close enough to one of their ships to board it?" "I have been looking." Morguk pointed to the tactical screen. "One Chalandian holds back. Sensors say, damaged. Easy pickings." And more. Nikto didn't smile, but Koltada could feel his glee. "It is Theophany of Chiraba the Liberator." Not a smile, but a sneer. "She is the worm who liberated Kenton. She brought slavery to my people." Koltada understood. In a war against gods, this was as personal as it got. "The Theophany then." "Theophany," Morguk nodded. "I want Chiraba. I want her to watch Varl die. Will you fight with us, Jedi?" How could he not? Koltada wouldn't hold back, as he had during the taking of the Nemesis. He was a different Jedi now. He'd learned to make light through darkness. How strange that he, who'd so long distrusted the Force death, now gave of himself for their cause. But the cause was righteous. He was certain of it, and that justified everything. "I will," he said. Jedi and Morguke fight together. Shin was wrenched from meditation when lethal intent crashed into the observation dun. He fell into his body, and his body toppled to the deck. As he struggled to his feet, he saw figures rushing through the entrance door. He did not know their race, but they were tall, lean creatures dressed in black armor, with firearms aimed and ready. Shin knew he couldn't fight them all, but he fumbled for his lightsaber anyway, and was thrown like a doll across the room. Shin hit the deck shoulder first and rolled side over side until he slammed against a wall. He groaned, tried to rise, and looked up. 24 armored troopers had fanned out. Between them and Shin, there was only Jedar. The little prophet stood with both feet on the ground, facing his attackers. He lifted a three-clawed hand, as though begging them to stop. They opened fire. The thunder crash and muzzle flare lasted 5 seconds and forever. Shin stared into the light, expecting a round to crack his skull any second. But when the shooting stopped, nothing had happened. The soldiers were standing where they'd been. So was Jedar. Shin blinked. He saw the hundreds of tiny black dots that pocked the space between Jedar and the soldiers. Hundreds of bullets, he realized, a wall of them, all frozen in place by the force. Jedar flicked his wrist. There was no sound, but the bullets shot back at the soldiers, fast as if they'd burst from a barrel. A second later, the chamber echoed with grunts, gasps, the crack of armor, and the rending of flesh. One body sagged and fell, and then another. Dropped guns and corpses made a cacophony against the deck. After 20 seconds, only 5 soldiers were standing, though they wavered in confusion and fear. 5 soldiers and Jedar. The prophet didn't move a muscle, but in perfect unison 5 heads flew from shoulders to the far side of the room. Blood gushed from torn necks as the last bodies collapsed. Shin's heart pounded. He could barely breathe. Jedar turned and walked slowly toward him. When he drew close enough, the small creature made a motion with his hand. Shin was gently lifted, tilted upright, and lowered onto 2 feet. He stared down at Jedar and the deck filled with blood and corpses, stunned beyond thought or feeling. Jedar said, "Welcome you are, and correct you were. A more secure abode we require. To the command center, we should go." Shin nodded shakily. Jedar turned and moved for the door, nimbly moving around corpses with his tiny steps. He called back, "Hurry we should. Time, I fear, works against us after all." Outcomes. Glory obscured. Internal and external darkness create each other, just as do internal and external light. That is the underlying unity of the Force. Jedi Master Mace Windu, 22 BBY. 568 LE. Taith on Darius felt like he'd spent forever in the waiting room on Idux, waiting for what he didn't know. When the door finally opened, he trembled in his seat, like a man wrenched from a dream. He expected to see that young Jedi, Asherthong, return. Instead, an alien walked through the door. It was not just any alien. It was a woman. Small horns jutted from her brows and beside her chin. Her long gray hair was tied at the back of her neck. Her skin, though weathered by age, was a striking scarlet. "Good morning," she said. "I'm sorry we kept you waiting." Taith swallowed. "It's not a problem. My name is Essan." "I know." She frowned. "I was told of you. I believe you know a Nikto called Vadas and Reyna Kroller." "I knew them." Essan walked to the same chair Thome had vacated and sat down. Taith remembered the teacup in front of him. He reached out and found it cool. "My name is Taith Ontaris," he stuttered. "I'm a scholar based on Chandar." Essan folded red hands on the tabletop. "I was told you want to learn our secrets for your latest book." She said it plainly, neither teasing nor threatening. Taith didn't know what to think. Nervously, he sipped his tea. It really had gone cold. He swallowed and said, "Your young man said you might tell me the whole truth, then erase it from my memory. Is that true? It's something we can do." "I don't think you'd prefer it. I prefer to remember the things I learn and write about them so the whole galaxy can read about us. I don't mean to air things you want private. But you are researching a book." "Yes," he admitted. "I've written many others. But I swear not to print anything you don't want known. Then I'd prefer you not print anything at all. So he come all this way for nothing." Taith felt sad and angry at once. He'd come so close, even set foot on this forbidden world, only to be turned back at the threshold. "I do want to know," he said weakly, "even if it's just for a little while. If you tell me, then wipe it from my mind, I could consent to that. The truth matters, even if it disappears." "I think it does." She stared at him. Taith felt a jolt of fear, just knowing how helpless he was before her. Was this how Brexon had felt when he was with the Iduxians? "No," he said, he'd been following his gods he'd believed in until they'd betrayed him. Essan still said nothing. Taith asked in creaking voice, "Why have you secluded yourself for all these years? Your people are barely a memory now. You're a myth. That's what we want. But why?" She looked at her folded hands. "Mr. Ondaris, have you ever made a mistake so large it will take more than your lifetime to correct?" "No," he said, "but I'm only a scholar. A writer. I'm not so important a person. Not a god. And have you ever been so convinced you were doing the right, the necessary thing that you caused what you were trying to prevent?" No, I haven't. But my life has been much smaller than yours." She unfolded hands, shifted them to her lap. The Jedi did those things, Mr. Ondaris. Now why do you think we've secluded ourselves? He shrugged weakly. Is it a penance? Not even that. It's indecision, Mr. Ondaris. I don't understand. We were certain once. It brought us to disaster. She looked into the room's shadows. It may be a long time before we're certain of anything again. How long? He asked. Generations. She paused. The Jedi were cloistered in one system in the deep core for 10,000 years. You'd think that would be enough time to prepare us for the greater galaxy, wouldn't you? But it wasn't. 10,000 years. The liberation era, in which all human history was charted, was 1/20th of that span. That's an incredible amount of time, he said, but that's the span of the Jedi. Correct. Not your own. You're only mortal, aren't you? I'll live as long as you. But long life doesn't guarantee wisdom. Or righteousness. Ah, he said. The Hutts. Of course. Not just the Hutts. When she didn't elaborate, he asked, Miss Essan, how did your people go wrong? I've been told that of the Iduxans who gathered here, the normal Taiwanese who followed you, very few survived. Yes. Her eyes flicked back to him. We didn't kill them directly. If that's what you thought. It wasn't, Tate said, but he had wondered. Essan shifted in her seat. This was as uncomfortable for her as it was for him. Those people followed us, and we failed them. That was our mistake, Mr. Ondaris. One of many? You dare to ask, how did they die? It's difficult to explain. I would like to hear it. Even if you won't let me remember. Red lips curved to a smile. You are a strange person, Mr. Ondaris. He was looking at someone stranger. I'd like to listen if you're willing to tell. I came here for answers. About the Iduxians, the Jedi, and Zim. Ah, she said. I thought you would bring him up. He sensed her barriers weaken just a little. Do you know what happened to him in the end? I know he was captured at Vter and taken to Varl. After that? She shrugged. I imagine I've heard the same stories as you. Were you at Vter for the third battle? A tense drawn silence. Then yes. I've heard there was a red-skinned woman who served Zim for years. Was that you? Yes. I was told you betrayed Zim to the Hutts. And again, yes. Why? A minute told passed. Then she said, we thought we were doing what was right. Is that another of your mistakes? She gave a minute shrug. That one is harder to judge. Yet he heard regret. What is Zim to you? He asked. She thought about that for a long time, before giving an answer he never expected. Zim was just a man. Really. Tate blinked. Not a monster, not an enemy, not a lover or a friend. Not the blazing sun at the heart of history. Just a man. But Essan was a goddess. Her perspective, surely, was different. He also noted her past tense. Do you know whether Zim is dead? Is that something a Jedi can tell? She raised a horned brow. Sometimes. But in this case, I really don't know. He'd be old now. 80 years, 30 of them in Cossacks' dungeons. Death would be a kinder fate. Zim despised cages. A reasonable answer, but Tate was disappointed. Had he been hoping all along that the despot still lived? Of course he had. It was better to circle a live star than a dead one. Another thought occurred to him. You say you betrayed Zim to the Hutts. Did you do it personally? Yes. Her voice was dry. And did you, know any Hutts? She looked at him with narrowed eyes. I met one called Choraba, the aunt of Cossack. I believe she has a fief in the Cyclada now. But that's not what you're asking, is it? He actually felt embarrassed. It was hard to get to Idix, but I found the right person. If there's any place to learn what happened to Zim, it's Varl. I don't think the Hutts would welcome you, even if I gave a recommendation. True, he didn't know what to make of these Jedi, but they were more generous than expected. The Hutts would never be so kind. Then Essan surprised him again. It might be different if I went with you. That's outrageous. Incredible. Exactly what he needed. I've always wondered too. She looked back into shadows. Whatever happened to Zim, it was a fate we delivered him to. It seemed wrong to walk away without seeing how his story ended. Even then, it felt was wrong. But she'd done it anyway. Tate leaned forward. What happened at Vter? Really? Then she looked at the ceiling, breathed deep. She was preparing herself for something and he tensed, wondering if she'd spill it all, wondering if she'd wipe it from his mind minutes later. "But," she said, "it's a long trip to Hutt space. There will be plenty of time to fill." He wondered if he could endure the passage of light years, crammed inside a tiny spacecraft with a dangerous goddess. Then he remembered they wouldn't be alone. "If you're really offering, I can't turn you down," he said. "But I should tell you about my pilot first." Chapter 17. The Third Battle. Those who challenge the gods invite their own destruction. New Swatin Proverb. 538 LE. When Admiral Cadenzi's battle group arrived at Vter, it found a fight that already smoldering near exhaustion. The point where inbound supremacy ships decanted from hyperspace was marked by a cloud of snarling debris. Scattered fights sparked constantly, as they had for days. Despite torturous effort and a steady trickle of reinforcements, the Hutts has only pressed a few thousand kilometers closer to Vter. The planet itself looked sickly, its silver marble tinted yellow by radiation spreading across its surface. Despite this, heavy barges steadily pushed away while new ones dove inbound. Human pilots medicated against limited radiation delivered robots and mining equipment and brought up raw key iron. Zim's death knell kept close to the planet, away from the grinding skirmishes that the Third Battle of Vter had become. The Ascendant was closer to the firing line, and Jaminair was directing 3 polyrums against a pair of Taradas when Captain Kell reported that the Monarch had arrived. "Pull us back," he said. "Try and get a secure connection with Cadenzi." Kell complied right away. The Ascendant backed away from the combat zone, and Jaminair waited for a full minute until comms reported a stable line to the Monarch. "Welcome to the fight," he said into his handset. Zim was getting impatient. "I'm sorry for the delay," replied Cadenzi's scratchy voice. "I was getting things in order at Termin." But he was here at last. Cadenzi had been sending his fleet in piecemeal packets to assist at Vter. With the Monarch and his support ships, the last Imperial force in the region had joined the fight. Hopefully it would be enough to withstand the Hutt onslaught. Jaminair said, "If your sensors are calibrated, you'll notice a ship matching the profile of Bunta's Numinous in Sector Gamma. We think the Chalandian in Sector Theta belongs to a general from another clan." "Where does Zim want us?" "He wants pressure on Bunta." "Understood. We'll deploy shortly." He heard a waver in Cadenzi's voice. "Is there a problem, Supreme Commander?" "Yes, Viceroy." It was just a personal concern. Cadenzi sighed heavily. "Have you ever considered what would have become of us if we hadn't joined Zim? Had the Admiral gone mad?" They'd barely touched this topic in the Death Knell's hallways. It was idiotic to broach it here, in battle, over a long-distance connection that could never be totally secure. But Cadenzi insisted, "You must have thought about it at some point. After Renrune, perhaps." That was a low strike. Of course Jaminair considered it then, and many times since. Because Cadenzi was so madly insistent, he cupped a hand around his mouth and said, "I know exactly what would have happened to both of us. You'd have risen in the ranks and become head of Saraska's navy, after Adolphus retired on his own. I'd have stayed a lesser prince, pushed off on minor or dangerous errands for my father, until one of them got me killed, and no one would even pretend to give a damn." The comm line buzzed. "I suppose you're right. No, I'm not, because none of that would have happened anyway. Zer and Zim happened. Everything changed. We had the chance to ascend, and we took it. It's done." No reply? Cadenzi must have shown up either mad or drunk, and Jaminair wasn't sure which scared him more. He rasped again, "It's done," and slammed the handset down too hard. Kell stared. Jaminair ignored her. Damn Cadenzi for making him doubt. They had to stand with Zim. They'd done it in the beginning, and they kept doing it even through Renrune. On sleepless nights afterward, Jaminair had asked himself if he should have joined Zer and Thane's mutiny. Not that they'd given him a chance. He might have turned against Zim, his architect, emperor, friend, but he'd have kept his family. Yes, Rissa had betrayed him, but not Marco. He'd been just a boy, innocent of it all. He hadn't deserved to die on the victor's crown. That was, without a doubt, the worst thing Jaminair had ever done. But he couldn't turn back time, couldn't correct it. He killed his son as surely as he killed his father, all for Zim, always for Zim, all the way to the end, because by now Jaminair had nothing left to kill or die for except Zim. He composed himself without looking at his crew and forced his attention to the tactical screen. Cadenzi's ships were pushing ahead to engage Buntas. Then he saw something else. A dozen small ships emerged from hyperspace from Termin Station's Vector. then quickly branched into a wide space formation. He didn't need to ask what they were. He'd seen them in plenty of the battles over the past few years, though their appearance now was a surprise. The Iduxians were back in action. Whether they were a boon or a bane he didn't know, only that the third battle of Vter was about to get more complicated. "The Jedi are here," Vidia said. She felt them reaching out to her, sending confidence. She was aboard a conical pod latched to the Monarch's hull, provided to them by Cadenzi. It was a small, unarmed, and short-range shuttle, even as comms were too limited to hail the distant Jedi ships. But the Force told her all she needed. Facile Entropy was strapped into the seat beside her, looking out the shuttle's porthole. They kept lights out and power minimal, which meant the view was vivid. Starship thrusters were like shifting constellations as Cadenzi's ships prepared to join the fight. "The Admiral knows our plan," Facile said. "Cossack will signal Kren, Kren will signal your people, and they'll signal Cadenzi. He'll dispatch us with proper clearance to dock at the Ascendant. Once that's done, he'll withdraw." They'd come aboard the Monarch with Cadenzi's blessing. She didn't expect a warm welcome on Jaminer's ship. "Are you sure we can't broadcast the shutdown signal from the Monarch? This plan has to happen in stages," he insisted. First Monarch jumps away. Then the Supremacy pushes at advantage. Then Cossack issues his challenge. Then Zim meets him on Vter. Then we broadcast the signal. Everything has to be in the right order, and the Monarch will be halfway to Saraska by the last stage. Vidia knew all this already, but she still didn't like it. "You make it sound so mechanical. It's your plan." It was a Jedi plan, but Vidia wasn't sure if it was hers. She could justify handing Zim over to his enemies, but what Erakas wanted to do on Varl was something else entirely. Her instincts revolted, but she'd also stood with him before Cossack, and like him she caught a clarifying flash from the Hutt. They'd both known, in that instant, that the worms would destroy the Jedi unless the Jedi destroyed them first. Just thinking about it made her chest tight. She asked Facile, "You're positive we can send the shutdown message from the Ascendant?" "Absolutely. You must have allies on board," she reasoned. "I don't suppose we can just beam the code to them." Command signals for Zim's robots are sent from a special transmitter separate from the main comm system. It's extremely secure. "But you can get us there." "Yes." Facile stared adamantly at the stars. He may not have had Jedi training, but he was good at shielding his thoughts. Silence dragged on until curiosity got the better of her. She asked, "Why you?" He turned to her. Starlight was soft on his face. "Excuse me? Why is Kren sending you to do all this? Did you serve under Cadenzi?" "Yes, actually. I heard about Ranroon. They say he got ousted from his own ship, then tossed out in an escape pod before it was destroyed. Did you do any of that?" He looked back at the window. "No, I didn't. I'm just wondering what you could have said in 5 minutes to make Zim's most veteran admiral turn deserter." "It was more than 5 minutes. And it's not your business." Vidia didn't get angry often, but being stuck with Facile, combined with the last meeting on the Star Forge, were pushing her to the brink. "It's been my business ever since you dragged me out of my ship at Morillon. I didn't ask for you to be here. You asked for a Jedi." He smiled sourly, and he rebounded her question. "Why you?" Because there was something about this human, young, saddled with responsibility and stifled regret, that reminded her of herself. But she wouldn't tell him that, not now. "I didn't want to go to Varl," she said. "Plus, none of the other Jedi here speak Taiwanese. And what do you need a Jedi for, by the way?" Facile grimaced. "I may need your powers of persuasion." "You can do that, can't you?" "I can," she admitted. He frowned thoughtfully. "I've had you people reach into my mind, you know. At Ranroon. Probably a few other skirmishes, too." He scowled. "Is that how you brainwashed so many people into trusting you? They came to Idix because they needed our help. Just like you." Vidia tried to steer the conversation to a proper track. "What happens after we shut down Zim's robots?" "Goodbye, Zim. And good riddance." "What about the ships in orbit? If they know what's best for them, they'll run. Even Jaminer." Facile gave a jerky shrug. "Anyone who wants to fight the worms after Zim's gone deserves what they get. I thought your free navy was supposed to be on the side of all mankind." A bitter laugh. Vidia knew she should shut up, but she persisted. "I don't surprise burning Varl bothers you either. The worms started this war. They'll deserve what they get too. Don't they say Zim started it? They'll all get what they deserve." I'm not going to shed tears for any of them. Fassel pressed lips tight to show he was finished, but he kept watching her. What? She asked. You people aren't what I expected. Are we supposed to be made of meaner stuff, like you? Honestly, yes. His hard expression softened. The power you have is incredible. And power makes people cruel. Vidia didn't want to believe that, but she thought of Erakas standing before the crowd. His words, the way he felt in the Force, like a metal brand, hard and burning and ready to sear. Despite all that, he'd not been wanton. Not cruel. Not yet. Do you really think it's inevitable? She asked softly. After thoughtful silence, he said, yes. Why? Fassel thought again. Power is like a cancer. It eats everything you are from the inside out until all that's left is a husk. You people, you Jedi, are going to find that out, the way you're going. I don't care how noble your intentions are. His words were like ashes, dry, hot, bitter. She tried to keep the pity from her voice, because she knew he'd hate it. What are you going to do after all this is over? Self-pity washed over him. With a hard smile, he asked, if we're lucky, you might find out. Then he looked away, back at shifting starships. She wished she could understand and help him, because that was what Jedi were supposed to do. But she wasn't even sure if the Jedi could help themselves. If Erakas went through with his plan, if Koltatha, Kane, and the others went along with it, she didn't know if she could remain with him any longer. Maybe she'd go wander the stars alone. A Jedi Order of one. Just when her thoughts grew their most bleak, another mind brushed hers. It wasn't Zephian or any of the other Iduxians who come to bait Zim's trap. This one was unexpected and very welcome. Jekka had forgotten how good it was to open herself to other Jedi. As Essan pushed the ashless dream toward Vter, she allowed herself to feel the warm presence of her kin. They helped loosen the knots that had her twisted since leaving Carceral. There's other Jedi around, Jekka said, but not Erakas. I don't feel him. And not Jedar either. We didn't come here for them, said the third passenger aboard the Dream. Set course for the death knell. Ossus was strapped to the oversized seat on Essan's right. Hutt insisted on coming to Vter to tell Zim what he'd already told at Carceral. Ashless Dream was the quickest and safest way to the embattled world, so the Jedi had agreed to take him along. As Essan held a steady course for Zim's flagship, she said, I prefer they don't open fire as soon as we're in range. Of course. I can't take care of that. Ossus's paws tapped the communications console, hesitantly at first, then with greater ease. I, of course, have ways of identifying myself. Of course, Jekka echoed. When you're done, I want the comm board. I'm going to try and contact the other Jedi. Just a moment. A few more taps. Then Ossus slipped out of his restraints and vacated the seat. The rest is yours. The Dream continued its smooth course as Jekka moved to the comm station. Yet as soon as she sat down, the board lit up with an incoming hail. Looks like we were noticed, she muttered, and opened the channel. This is the Ashless Dream. We have the Emperor's special plenipotentiary aboard. Please, do not fire. I wasn't planning to. With the words came a soft touch in the Force. Zephian, is that you? Jekka's heart lifted. We thought you and Vidia were killed at Morillon. It's a long story. She could hear the Mirialan's weary smile. Listen, I'd love to hear it, but we've got something to tell Zim. I'll fill you in as much as I can. Just listen and let me talk. This is extremely important. I was going to say the same thing to you. Zephian, what's happening? Essan raised her voice. Where's Erakas? Where's Jedar? A sigh rasped over the comm. Do you want to go first or should I? There was no time for this. Tell us, Essan said. And he did. When she stepped into the small conference room adjoined to the Death Knell's command center, Essan's mind flashed back 6 years to the bowels of Ranru's palace. Indrexu dead on the ground. Zim demanding her allegiance. Ossus urging them to flee. And flee they had, those 3 survivors, deeper into the tangled underground. To Essan it had felt like a plunge into perilous unknown. Now, on Zim's flagship over Vter, they were together again. Zim was waiting in the small conference room. Essan stepped inside first. Then Ossus leaped from floor to tabletop. The door shut behind them, sealing 2 war robots outside. Jekka, unhappy but compliant, remained with the Dream at Essan's request. I didn't expect to see you again, Zim told Essan. Especially not with Ossus. Is that because you sent a Pentacanter to bomb Idux? She asked. Everything Zephian had told her was rattling around in her head, but she had to get that out first. Zim, as expected, merely frowned. I did no such thing. What are you talking about? She knew he was honest. For all his many faults, Zim was not a liar. A warship calling itself the Vigilant came to Idux and attacked Morningstar. It was destroyed by the Starforge. The Vigilant is at Vter right now. It must have been a scorned ship. No, said Ossus. It was something else. Zim looked at the TIA. You've been gone a long time. I was starting to think you deserted me too. Never. I'm very busy, so explain what you found and how you ended up with the Jedi. We know who started the war with the Hutts, Essan said. Who destroyed Santasa Station and who really triggered the Ranroon mutiny? And who set a trap for you even now, Ossus said gravely. Zim looked between them in disbelief. Well, out with it, damn you. Ossus's jaw hinged open, but he couldn't make himself speak the name. Essan swallowed and said, It was our prophet. Your prophet. From Idux. He stared like they were mad. The Hutts call him the demon, Ossus added. Most of us know him as Jedar. Us. Ossus looked down. He'd labored to speak his words before Cheraba, and struggled even more to do so now. It wasn't easy for Essan either, but she found the strength to say it. Jedar is very powerful and very ancient. He's been cultivating servants in the Tion and the Supremacy for centuries. He's trying to destroy both you and the Hutts and establish rule of Force users over everyone. This is absurd, Zim scoffed. Is this a joke? Ossus. It's true, the Tion whimpered. Every word. How can you know that? Because I'm one of them. Ossus lifted his head. I'm Jedar's disciple. Zim's face went slack. He wavered on his feet. You. I have the old magic. The Force. My people called it the water sense. Zim placed both hands on the tabletop and, shaking, lowered himself to the nearest chair. Essan had never seen him look so weak. The deaths of his bride and father at Ranroon had filled him with grief and rage. This betrayal left him empty, like his whole world had dissolved in an instant. But when Zim finally lifted his head, there was wrath in his eyes. What have you done to me? I tried to serve you both. Ossus's voice creaked. I thought I was clever. But I wasn't more clever than Jedar. How long? Zim demanded. I met him before you. But I didn't understand, didn't think I understood, until after you took the throne. I went to Idux to find him. He told me to come back and stay close to you. That was 30 years ago. All this time you've been lying to me, his face tightened. Sentosa. I didn't know what would happen. Ranroon. I helped it along. I never planned for her to die. Zim's hands curled to fists. I should kill you. Ossus made no defense. What about this war? He snarled. Did you start that too? No. You expect me to believe that. You lied to me for 30 years. It wasn't him, Essan said. She talked to Reyna and Vadas and believed their side of the story. There was another agent in the Supremacy. He worked for Cossack, but he also worked for Jedar. He was Cossack's me. Ossus smiled bitterly. He was so proud of it too. Zim wrenched his spiteful glare from Ossus to Essan. Why have you come to tell me this now? Because we just found out. None of the Jedi had any idea what Jedar really is. Most still don't. Then what are you going to do about your prophet? Now for the even deeper plunge. Essan tried to gather everything Zephian explained in the minutes before docking. It had been another rush of revelation, just as horrifying as Ossus's confession. Because time was short, she cut to the bone. Jedar, Erakas, and the other Jedi are taking the Starforge to Varl. They're going to destroy the Hutt homeworld. Then they're finally doing something useful. She should have expected that. Essan bent close and stressed. They've laid a trap for you too. For the first time, fear clouded his anger. How? I don't know all of it, but they've convinced Cadenzi to desert. Once he gets the signal, he'll withdraw his forces. The Hutts will rush Vter and Cossack will challenge you to ritual combat on the surface. As soon as you get down, someone will trigger a command to shut down all your war robots. What? He jerked straight in his chair. How? I don't know exactly, she admitted. Zephian hadn't known the specifics, and she'd been unable to contact Vidia, wherever the younger Jedi was. But they have a signal that will self-destruct the robot's processing units. Impossible, Zim sneered. Even if they had the right code, they need a command-level transmitter to contact the robots. Perhaps they have agents aboard your ship, Ossus offered. Zim glared at the Tien, and his hands curled to fists. Before he could respond, Essan said, "The trap is set. You're already in the snare. You think I haven't been in traps before?" He surged to his feet, pushing the chair to the wall. "You think I haven't been betrayed? I survive. I triumph. Every single time. That is who I am." He turned to snarl on Ossus. "You know what happens to people who betray me? I never meant to." The Tien choked. "I gave you everything I had for years. Jedar wanted me to. He wanted you to conquer all mankind. Now he wants your empire for himself. It's why he wanted Erakas," Essan added gravely. "He needs a human to rule after you're gone." Zim tried to grasp their words. "And the supremacy?" Essan wasn't sure. Ossus ventured, "Revenge, I think. The Hutts brought him down centuries ago. He's done this once before. Maybe more than that. Then I'm just his latest victim." Zim sneered. "I can't even be unique, can I?" "You are," Ossus said weakly. "There's no one like you." Zim looked at him. For the first time, his voice trembled. "Tell me, everything I've done, all my conquests, all the wars, all the triumphs, were they mine? Or have I just been a puppet on the demon's strings?" He sounded so fragile. One word could break him. But Ossus said, "No. You're the only one of us who wasn't. Your triumphs are your own." Because Zim needed to believe that so badly, he did. Drawing a little straighter, he said, "I've been betrayed before. I always triumph. And I always punish my enemies. You came all this way to tell me about Jedar. So how do I defeat him?" His lips curled to snarl. "How do I make him pay for what he did to me?" Essan had patched together an idea just before entering this room. She didn't know if it would work. There was no way to measure Jedar's real power, especially if he had the Starforge at his command, and Zim would likely refuse to help. But she didn't have the chance to get it out. The chamber's intercom flared and she recognized the voice of Captain Jesson. "Dorita, please come to the bridge right away. Admiral Cadenzi's forces have just withdrawn into hyperspace. They gave no warning whatsoever. The Hutts are advancing. It was already too late." "I'll be there in a minute," Zim said. Before starting for the door, he asked, "How many jumped?" A short, awful pause. 78 total, sir." Zim paled. The Dream's sensors had marked around 200 Imperial ships over Vter. The battle had just shifted seismically, as was planned all along. Zim nearly sprinted out the door. With fast strides and a four-legged scamper, Essan and Ossus followed. Vter didn't know how Cossack had pulled it off, but he had. Just 15 minutes ago he'd arrived with his hierarch at the head of a mixed Denigic, Paterii, Rumanic, and Ugorii fleet. Then, as they merged formation with Vter's beleaguered warships, nearly half of the human vessels turned and jumped away. Cossack had boasted of a surprise. Vter decided never to doubt him again. After ordering a renewed attack, Vter wriggled over the communication screen, where Cossack's image appeared. Vter was surprised to see him dressed not in mourning robes, but a fierce and beautiful armored shell of black and silver ceramic plates jointed together like the scales of a dragon. His ultramarine eyes peered out from under a razor-crested helm. It was the kind of raiment Hutt warriors of old had donned to do battle the demon. "Do you like my surprise, Denir?" Cossack asked. "Absolutely," Vter said. "How did you accomplish it?" "I'll explain later, for the trap's only set. I haven't sprung it yet. My ships are under your orders from here on. Do everything you can to crush Zim's fleet." "What will you be doing?" "Making certain he steps into the snare. Trust me, Denir. You'll see our full glory this day." The image winked out. Vter turned around and saw the tactical screen, where Supremacy warships fell like hell against Zim's faltering shield. Beyond, defiled but still rich with Kyrium, waited Vter. A poisoned treasure was a treasure still. Vter ordered a renewed attack. Essan and Ossus stood beside Zim on the Death Knell's bridge as Cossack's ultimatum boomed over the speakers. The Hutt's voice was like low thunder, overlaid by a guttural voice translating his words into Taiwanese. "This will be the last battle of Vter. Zim's servants, repulsed by his wanton cruelty, are abandoning him. In despair and spite, he stains a world with nuclear poison. He has set the stage for a final confrontation, But in his vanity he does not understand it will be his ending, not ours. We are the Hutt Supremacy. We are immortal. The empire of mankind is nothing before us. But I, Cossack the Mighty, am not unmerciful. I give Zim a choice. I will allow him to gather his battered slaves and flee back to his empire. I will accept peace between our people, but only if he vacates every world he seized since the start of this war. If even a single human foot remains on a world we claim, we will turn all mankind to dust. To seal this pact he must produce a tribute of raw Kyrium and 100,000 slaves every year for the rest of his existence, and prostrate himself before me in recognition of our supremacy over mankind. If this galls the self-named Derrida, I offer an invitation to ritual combat on the surface of Vter. The deserts of his southwest continent are yet unstained by his fallout. I will descend to that world now with 1,000 of my best warriors. If Zim and his mechanical minions join me on the field of battle, we will fight honorably until one of us falls. I swear that the war between our races will end there, no matter the outcome. Choose, Derrida. I give you an hour to signal your intention. I hope to see you on the plain of Vter. The transmission ended, but his basso rumble seemed to echo on the cavernous bridge. No one spoke. All eyes were on the center of the room, Zim, his left hand, and his red witch. Zim stared at the tactical screen. Hutt warships were surging toward Vter. The Imperials could barely hold them. Soon the defensive line would collapse. Cossack was right. Zim had two options, flee or make his final stand. But Zim was Zim, and he wouldn't surrender to fate. He wrenched eyes off the screen and barked, "Comms. Get me Jaminair now." He stalked to a small glass wall comm booth on one corner of the bridge. Essan and Ocf followed, the eyes of every crew member bored into their backs, even when they retreated into the booth. Once inside, Zim wrenched the handset off its cradle, hesitated, then put it down and switched audio to a speaker. Essan and Ocf crowded beside him. "This is the Ascendant," Jaminair's voice scratched. "We just heard Cossack's broadcast. Standing by for orders. Fight them, Marco," Zim growled, "to the last goddamn worm. We're outnumbered. They're cutting through our line. Do it. I won't run, and I won't crawl on my knees. Not to Cossack, not Jedar, not anyone. You'll throw away all those lives for nothing," Essan insisted. "You've said you're really fighting for all mankind. You can't prove that today. I won't run. If you meet Cossack at Vter." "No!" Zim snapped. "You already said it's a trap. What's going on?" asked Jaminair. "Is the witch with you?" In Ocf, Zim growled, "My advisors are telling me to fall on my sword." He looked at them both with contempt. "Zim, I'll do whatever you decide," Jaminair said, but his voice wavered. Essan clasped Zim's arm and tugged him closer. "What's the point of being Lord of all if all you've got are ashes?" "You're right. What is the point?" His face twisted in anger, spite, and self-pity. "I'm Lord of nothing. Just a pawn to your prophet and his almighty force." "You don't have to be," Ocf said weakly. "You can't strike back." "How?" Essan squeezed Zim's arm tighter. "Jedar wants to burn Varl with the Star Forge. The Hutts don't have the ships to stop him. Cossack brought them all here. But your ships can't." He looked at her in disbelief. "I will not send my fleet to save the Hutts. Never. If you want Jedar stopped so badly, tell the worms yourself." Tense silence took the booth. Ocf cleared his throat and said, "Viceroy Jaminair, would you be so kind as to hail Cossack's flagship and inform him that his homeworld is under attack by a resurrected tyrant war machine commanded by their mythic demon?" The comm line buzzed for a full 10 seconds. Then he said, "Is that an order, Derrida?" "Do it." Zim rattled a dry laugh. "I'm sure Cossack will believe you. And while you're at it, Viceroy, make sure your communication systems are secure. Apparently the Jedi are trying to hijack the war robot's command signal." After a short stunned pause, Jaminair said, "Understood. One moment, please." The buzz disappeared as Jaminair closed the channel. Zim looked at Essan and Ocf with sullen eyes. "Let the worms save their own world. I will not lift a finger for them. It's not about saving the Hutts," Ocf whispered. "It's about stopping Jedar. And he has to be stopped." Zim glowered at his left hand, then at his red witch. "I don't believe anything Ocf says. Not anymore. But I believe you. If I didn't, I'd dismiss your whole story as absurd. Which I'm sure Cossack is doing now. If Cossack won't stop Jedar, then it will have to be the Empire. Never. Only your ships can do it, Ossus said achingly. Send them to Varl. Essan can guide them with her Jedi ship. You can deny Jedar his revenge against the Hutts. Deny him everything, and get some revenge in turn, Essan said. That is what you want, isn't it? Zim might have sneered again. Instead he looked down, brow furrowed, less angry than desperate. He was trapped in a snare, without the strength of his grand self-illusion to sustain him. She felt him so close to breaking. Only anger gave him strength to stand. The comm line hummed anew. Jedar said, I've had a conversation with Cossack via interlocutor. He did not believe my message and accelerated his attack on Vter. As I'd do in his place, Zim said, almost gentle. And your command transmitter. I've swapped out the comm's crew and brought more security to the bridge. Good. We've done the same here. But his voice held no conviction. Zim craned his neck to look through the booth's glass, at the tactical screen. The Hutts had broken through Imperial lines at multiple points. The death knell was close to the planet, deep within its gravity well. If we're going to Varl, we should push off now, while we still can, Essan said. Zim did not respond. He stared at the screen, thinking. Ossus urged, she's right, sir. Give up, Vter. Get away now? Run. Like a coward. Zim took a deep breath. When he spoke next he was more thoughtful than angry. If I abandon Vter, Cossack will invade the Tion. Cadenzi's already in retreat and the worms will gobble up planet after planet with nothing to stop them. Termin, Kovari, Shialve, Jones. All the way to the Empire's heart. Imagine one of their planet killers smashing into Decevro. If I save the worms, mankind burns instead. I'll never make that exchange, never. We must stop Jedar, Ossus whimpered. Zim's expression hardened. Each passing second his future narrowed and possibilities died. He was on the verge of the most difficult decision of his life, and Essan couldn't tell which way he'd bend. Yet she knew, in her heart and the Force, what was required of him. She just didn't know if he was capable of it, for he'd have to surrender spite and pride for something greater. Essan told him, there's one way you can save mankind and destroy Jedar. Only one. I can guide Jaminir's fleet to Varl. And you'll have to meet Cossack, on his terms. You don't know what they're asking me to do? Yes, I do. If you don't send your fleet to Varl, Jedar wins. If you don't face Cossack, mankind loses. And no matter what, I lose everything. Remember Indrexu? Zim flinched at the name, but she pressed. Why do you think she agreed to marry you? It wasn't because she loved you. I neither ask nor want to be loved. It was true. What Zim craved was dominance and respect. Do you know why? She asked again. She sacrificed herself to me, so her people would survive. And she was an admirable woman, wasn't she? Yes, she was. Zim closed his eyes and sagged against her weight. Essan held him upright with one hand. Sometimes she forgot how frail he was, how mortal. Zim fought the universe not because he had the Force to empower him, but because he did not. He was just a man who set himself to a war with gods he'd never win. Zim opened his eyes, straightened, and said, Viceroy Jedar, I am going to meet Cossack's challenge. You are to follow the beacon lit by the Red Witch to Varl, where you will do everything possible to destroy Jedar, the so-called demon, and his star forge. Take as many ships as can jump away. When you arrive at the Hutt homeworld, state your intentions. Tell them you mean no harm. Your only goal is to destroy the forge. Is that clear? Will you need me to keep any ships here? Take all you can. Good luck, Marco. Jedar had to gather himself. To you as well. Goodbye. The line clicked off. Essan became aware once more of how silent the command center was, despite the ferocity of the battle outside. Zim swung eyes to her, and they flashed a dark light. You are officially discharged from service to the Empire. Take your ship. Guide Jedar. Give Jedar my vengeance. Make him suffer. It shouldn't have been this hard to say farewell to someone you never liked. All Essan found was, thank you. Zim looked to Ossus. I suppose you'd also like to confront your real master, he said coldly. But the Tion shook his head. I don't think I have it in me. It's strange, you know. All this time Jedar told me I was special and clever and better than everyone else. But I think I was just a coward. Then what will you do? He told Zim. I believe that, according to Hutt and Argaean custom, ritual duels require a second. Even with the Force, Essan couldn't read but pass between them. But Zim said, "Accepted." Then he looked to Essan, one final time. "You've got what you wanted. Now go." But before she could step back, he grabbed her hand, tugged her close, and said, "Make this mean something." His last, unlikely sacrifice. "I will," she whispered, and prayed it was true. For the sake of the Jedi, mankind, the Hutts, and all of Gator's victims. And for Zim's sake too. The third battle of Vter was not over, but fighting above the planet ceased. Jaminar was shocked by how quickly the chaotic brawl dissipated to nothing. Battered Terradus drifted within firing range of limping polyrenes, but no missiles passed between them. Everything stopped the moment Zim's lander dropped out of the death knell and plummeted toward Vter. There was so much Jaminar didn't understand. He'd heard the conversation between Zim, Essan, and Oziav, but all the time had felt locked out. As he watched the eerie quiet over Vter, he thought on Cadenzi's last message, flung out just before his monarch disappeared into hyperspace. It had been brief, pre-recorded, and cast directly to the Ascendant. The Admiral had said, "When the Emperor is gone, there will be no use for viceroys, but Saraska will need a king." He never wanted to be a king. When he'd shot his father through the skull, he'd murdered his whole rotten inheritance and claimed new life under Zim. But if the Empire fell, his father's crown might be his own after all. "Viceroy," Captain Kale said, "our nav team picked up a fresh beacon from an uncharted telemetry, about 50 light years away. It seems to be the one you were telling us about, the Red Witch's beacon, which would lead them to Varl." His orders were to follow, but at that moment Jaminar didn't feel compelled by Zim's command. He thought on Cadenzi's last words, which were also an offer. Not the fate he'd wanted, but an extended hand nonetheless. "Viceroy," said a new voice from comms, "we're getting an internal transmission. They're asking for you personally." He rubbed his temple. Nothing made sense today. "Who are they? Where are they calling from?" "They seem to be calling from, well, your cabin, sir." He wrenched up the handset and demanded, "Who is this, and what are you doing in my quarters?" A soft female voice said, "My name is Vidia, sir. I'm a Jedi Knight. How did you get on my ship?" "I'll explain, but I'd like to discuss something with you first. Please, can you come to your cabin?" He slammed the headset without answering. Fresh fear tingled in the back of his tried mind. A glance at the screen confirmed eerie peace over Vter. He asked, "Has Zim's ship landed yet?" "It's almost reached the ground," Tactical reported. "The Hutt troops have already deployed. Watch them. Have all ships hold position. No one jumps. I'm going to my cabin, but I'll be back soon. Security. 4 with me?" Jaminar charged off the bridge, and his young guards nearly ran to keep up. Vter was a wasted plane. Though Bunta's technicians assured him no active radiation yet reached this continent, the light had a sickly yellow tint that stained the white of the alkali desert. When his lander slammed into the surface, it kicked up a cloud of pale dust that swirled on hot winds for 10 minutes before the curtains dispersed. Bunta's warriors disgorged from the drop ship first. 300 Iotrans marched in ordered lines, and the head of each column bore the banner of the Hastilic host. Then came the esteemed Tilanda with banners streaming from their proud horns, long-robed Yaktash, Vipits with bright painted shells. Last was Bunta himself. He came garbed in a metal combat shell, plated from shoulders to tail tip in layers of dulled Kyrium alloy, with duranium fiber weave mail beneath. It was a modern, practical kind of war armor, and while any Hutt who wore it looked impressive, Bunta knew that Cossack put on the greater show. The landing ship from the Hierarch had set down a half-hour earlier and rested 800 meters from Bunta's. It was twice as large and had disgorged 300 Weequay, 200 Nictas, 100 Vadrans, and another 100 Clatuanans. Cossack looked glorious in the lead. The plates of his armor were like mighty scales as he slithered through the alkali dust, and the curves of his razor-crested war helm gleamed in the strange sunlight. Twin banners, each bearing the Anijit crest, rose from his shoulders and snapped in the wind. As the two Hutts crossed the desert to meet, another ship fell from the sky. For a moment Bunta feared Zim would drop down and crush them, but his lander flared his retrojets to slow descent. When it slammed into the earth 2 kilometers away, the cloud of dust was so fierce Bunta had to seal his eyes, nose, and mouth. When he finally opened them, both he and Cossack were caked in white dust. Cossack did not seem to care, so Bunta decided not to either. He waved one of his Iotrans forward, and the biped extended the stalk with a pair of binoculars attached. Peering through, Vter saw the mouth of the human's lander swing open. From that black maw glinting army marched in mechanical order. "I see the robots," Vter said, "but I do not see Zim." "He will be here," Cossack hummed. "The robots will be formidable. Even for our army. They will not be a problem." "Nothing will be a problem. We have Zim exactly where we need him." Vter wished Cossack would explain the source of his boundless confidence. He had faith, but the sight of those approaching robots brought to mind the second battle, where his forces and Zim's had fought each other to a draw. "Thank you for being my second, Denir," Cossack said. "It's been an honor to fight with you for the future of our race." "The honor is mine, mighty one." The jealous part of Vter wished he could lead the battle against Zim himself, for he had much to avenge. The second battle, the loss of Kovari, the death of Hontaga. But Cossack had constructed this moment piece by piece for years. It belonged to him. The throne bellowed, "Close the gap. Let us march." Their armies did not advance swiftly, for the bipeds weren't allowed to overtake the Hutts themselves, but their boots made the plain quake. As they drew closer to Zim's army, Vter's slave held up binoculars again, a tricky feat to do while marching, so the Dominion could see his enemy. The robots were a shiny metal wave, but at their fore was a dark patch of living bipeds. A few of them held banners with the Death's Head emblem. Amongst them, surely, was Zim. The armies advanced closer. If this were a normal battle, they'd have already entered each other's firing range, but this was a ritual combat, held according to the oldest customs of the Supremacy. During the second battle, Zim had called for such a match himself. It had been an act of sheer audacity, for in doing so he proclaimed himself equal to a Hutt, but Vter had accepted the challenge. He half shamed himself otherwise. Now it was Zim who marched to escape shame. He'd lost half his fleet over Vter, his last stand was in shambles, but still he'd come to make an end of it. Vter had never encountered a biped so brazen. In a sick way, he had to respect Zim. Brass horns sounded, signaling Zim's army to halt. Vter raised a hand, commanding the Supremacy soldiers to stop. Two great armies stood in ordered grids and faced one another across a stretch of gleaming white. One was metal, one was flesh. Wind blew hot and harsh between them. "With me, my second," said Cossack, and he began to crawl across the gap. Vter followed. As they moved, they saw a single figure walk from the robot army to meet them. Even for a biped, it was small, stringy, pathetic to behold. Yet its strides were long, and it held its head proudly. A small object moved alongside Zim, and Vter did not recognize it until it came to a stop and rose from 4 legs to 2. It was Ossus the Insignificant, the Tian first sent to negotiate with the Supremacy all those years ago. The Dorita and his pet drew themselves straight and waited for the Hutts to arrive. Zim was dressed in the black metal weave armor strapped over a gray combat jumpsuit, clothes of common infantry. Ossus wore only a dusty vest and a fez atop his head. They were tiny things before 2 Hutts encased in war armor. 2 snaps of a tail would destroy them both. But that was not how a duel was performed. Zim could not speak the holy tongue, but Ossus could. The rodent said the ritual words. "By the glory of the holy lights, we swear to abide by the outcome of this battle. We place before you our honor, our pride, and our purpose. Through this contest we will discover true supremacy." It was ludicrous to hear such loftiness from so flimsy a creature, but Cossack repeated them verbatim, tone solemn. Then the rat doffed his hat and said, "Let's get this over with, shall we?" When he turned the last corridor before his cabin, Jedar smelled a whiff of smoke. He didn't slow down but barked at his 4 guards to draw their sidearms. As he got close to the door, he saw that the lock had been cut clear away, as though with a torch or molten blade. He pushed it aside, stepped through, and stopped dead. 2 figures were standing in his compact living room. One was an alien Iduxan, small and female, with downy white fur and a long metal sword hooked to her belt. The second figure was tall, lean, male, and human. It was Essan. Jedar sagged against the doorframe. He looked down then up again, and Marco was still there. It was not the son he preserved in memory, who looked so young despite his uniform. The Marco before him now was a man, with a hard-edged face knit by frown lines. Marco said, in a hard, unhappy voice, "Hello, father." The alien's eyes widened in surprise. Jedar creaked, "Marco, how can this be you? Not everyone died on the crown." But you did? I tried to find you, but you were gone, just like your mother. Marco stepped around the alien, came closer. She urged me to get off that ship before you destroyed it. That's what saved me. Of course, she never wanted me to be there in the first place. Not like you. Marco, what happened to you? What did you? I've been with the Scorned all this time. Jamineer's head swam. He looked over his shoulder, saw his guards pressing behind him, and waved them back. To his son he begged, "Why didn't you come to me? If you have to ask, there's no point in trying to explain. Then why are you here with her?" He pointed at the alien. "Her name is Vidia, father, and she's been very helpful. We came here to access the Ascendant Special Transmission System." "I'm sure you know what I'm talking about." He gestured to the wall on Jamineer's right. Right beside the closet was a hidden access node, now exposed, by which the Viceroy could enter executive commands. One of those operated the special transmitter that controls Zim's robots. "You let me watch you use it once while I was just a cadet." Marco's smile was bitter. "I could tell even then you were showing off. Pieces were fitting into place." Jamineer rasped, "What are you trying to do to the robots? Trigger their self-destruct. Kill them on their feet." "You can't. Even I can't. Only Zim knows the proper code." He gestured to Vidia. "The Iduxans took care of that, actually." Jamineer lurched into the room, putting himself between Marco and the access node. "You can't. Zim's down there with his robots now. You'll kill him." Marco shook his head, pitying. "I'm sorry, father. We sent the signal just before you arrived. On the plain of Vter, an army died. Though no shot was fired, they died all at once. 500 soldiers, each a 3-meter giant of Chiarium skin, duranium skeleton, and midic cells, sparked, shuddered, and groaned mechanical death in perfect unity. It was the strangest, most frightening sound Vter had ever heard. Not one of the dead soldiers fell. 500 thin smoke banners spooled from their chests and unraveled in Vter's dry wind. The self-destruct order had been perfectly executed to a unit. The soldiers remained on metal feet, solid as statues. Vter and Cossack had just returned to their lines and placed themselves at the fore in preparation for the initial charge. But when the robots died, Cossack was not surprised. He was joyous. His great body, though packed inside ancient razor armor, trembled with laughter. When he looked through his binoculars, Vter expected to see Zim and his pet frantic. But no, they stood as still as their dead robots and watched the Hutts across the gap, like they'd expected this too. "Now we end it," Cossack said simply. He crawled across the plain. Vter followed 5 meters behind. He peered through Cossack's dusty wake and saw Zim striding across the desert. His TIN scampered a respectful distance behind. No one else moved. Zim and Cossack stopped only when they closed the gap. Vter and Oziav lingered. Their role was to witness, not to fight. Zim spoke to Cossack, and Cossack to Zim. Neither knew the other's tongue, and the words from both mouths were dispersed on the wind, never to be heard. Then, before the empty eyes of dead and shining soldiers, Zim's last battle began. Jamineer had to brace both hands against a wall to keep from falling. His entire life was being upended again and again. His dead son returned. His friend, Emperor and Architect doomed. It was dream, nightmare, and reality all at once. Marco's voice cut like a knife. "You can't help Zim now. It's done." "Why? Why like this?" You used me to betray him. We need something else from you, father." "We?" "She does." He gestured to Vidia. "Tell him?" The alien said, "We also used your comm node to contact the other Iduxans, right before they jumped away. There's a Jedi ship that's trying to guide you and your fleet to Varl. When you get there." Zim's last conversation almost made sense now. "Save the worms," Jamineer growled. "Destroy the Star Forge." "Yes," Vidia said gravely. Jamineer pushed off from the wall and stood tall. That was Zim's final order. "Did he know that you'd betray him?" After a long pause, she said, "I think so." But Zim had given the order anyway. His architect, emperor, and friend defied understanding to the end. Just minutes ago, Jamineer had been ready to refuse Zim's command. Now he couldn't bear to. "Do what she says, father," Marco said. "You can't do anything for Zim. You might as well take your ships to Varl. What do you care for the Hutts?" "I don't." His scowl softened as he looked at Vidia. "I'm just paying a debt." Jedar couldn't take his eyes off his son. So familiar but so strange. Marco, what's happened to you? I'm what you made me, father. Will you give the order? In an hour the structure of his life had collapsed. In the rubble he found only two certainties. Zim was lost. His son was alive. Both of them urged him to the same end. Drawing himself tall, until he looked almost like a viceroy or even a king, Jedar nodded. Watched by armies living and dead, shrouded in veils of alkali dust, bathed in the sun of a murdered world, Zim and Cossack fought. The human was a nimble speck, darting this way, and that to avoid the thrash of tail and swirl of spiked mace. The Hutt, encased in black and silver scales, looked like a dragon rending the earth apart. It was never a contest. Zim was fast but only human and getting old. Vter could see his reactions lag as he danced. Cossack's blows cleaved the desert, forcing Zim to stumble around craters and gashes. Cossack was still a Hutt in his prime. He did not tire. He did not relent. His colossal body snapped endlessly, never still for an instant. Zim's halberd scraped against the ceramic scales but cut no deeper. Vter watched as Zim tripped over a crater, fell, caught himself with both hands and reared up again. Cossack thrashed his tail like a hammer. Zim evaded. His halberd did not. The pike snapped in two, and he tossed it aside. Vter was granted an image that would last him the rest of his life. Cossack surging like a black dragon out of white dust. Zim standing, legs spread and bare hands open beneath the falling Hutt like he could hold back a storm. Cossack crashed. White blurred the desert. Vter squeezed eyes, mouth, and nose shut until the dust stopped swirling. When he opened them through dissolving veils of white, he saw it all. The despot lay still, body shattered and face to the ground. His statue soldiers watched with dead black eyes. His rat wept in the dust. Cossack reared to the sky and thundered triumph at poison clouds. The third battle was done. Origins. Just a man. Our fledgling glories, where are they now? Once they shone as bright as Kyrium, and lit the great nothing between stars. Now they are lost. Like a dream on a spring night. Ossus. Year 18 of Zim's reign. 526 LE. A ritual had developed between the king and his special plenipotentiary, similar to Zim and his viceroy's habit of drink and conversation in the former study. But instead of sharing Corlassian ale or Argaean stout, Zim and Ocf had only water, and they swapped the warmth of indoors for nighttime and a view of the stars. It was a reminder of how they first met. No matter how I tried to make sense of it, I can't, Zim said as he leaned against the parapet's barrier. The Despot skyline was bright but distant, separated from his palace by kilometers of walled-off gardens. 4 different beings from different races, and each of them could use the old magic. But of all the tyrants we captured, only one of those was a magician. Ossus sat away from the edge, so city globe wouldn't distract him from the stars. He'd returned from Abrixen with Jedar just hours ago, and his memories of the frantic battle and the captured magician's escape were still vivid. We've learned a few things, he said. The magic doesn't belong solely to the tyrants. Yes, but that opens up more questions. How do a human and 3 kinds of alien have it? Is it a skill they're trained to develop? Is it a fluke, a gift of genes? Zim shook his head, frustrated but fascinated. I've studied the old magic for years, but it's stranger than I ever imagined. Sometimes Ossus wished he could tell Zim the truth. Not about himself, just the old magic. That it showed up rarely, that you needed training to master it, that it was a curse as much as a gift, that it made you natural kin to other magicians but inevitably alien to everyone else. But despite all their years together, Ossus held secrets close. A shame they escaped, the Tien said. But at least we learned what they're capable of. We still don't know their goals. They could be scouts sent as prelude to an invasion. The tyrants I saw on Abraxan weren't a prelude to anything. I think we're a remnant, trapped and decayed on Indrican. As for the magicians, I simply don't know. That, at least, was true. Ossus had already informed Jedar of it all. He spared no detail in his report and wondered if this was the vision his teacher had seen all those years ago. Jedar believed that space should be ruled by their kind, but the humans would never take little creatures seriously. There had been a human male at Abrixen, plus a near-human female. Jedar would be especially interested in those, assuming they could be found. But the Tion cluster was vast in the outer galaxy, where these diviners seemed to have come from, was even bigger. There's been at least one clear benefit from this escapade. Zim sighed. The data from the intricate colony ship will help us expand the Empire in a whole new direction. A direction that, based on what Ossus had seen, led toward the Hutt Supremacy. He had never told Zim about the worms. He was afraid Zim would covet their riches and invite a confrontation. So he held that secret too. For now. You've read Loric's report, haven't you? Ossus said. The Ark was deliberately sabotaged. All of his people killed. If we retrace its path, we might run into powerful enemies. It was as close as he'd come to warning Zim about the Hutts. That Ark was traveling just below light speed. Loric estimates it was sabotaged over 5 centuries ago. Whatever civilization destroyed it may be dead by now. Zim shrugged, sipped cool water from his cup, and looked at the stars. What matters are the magicians. They can change everything. I can feel it. They have the power of gods. His voice ached with envy. But Ossus, who felt extremely mortal, said, we took 2 captive and hurt them. They may have special talents, but I think gods is pushing it. All power, political, military, physical, natural, supernatural, means nothing unless it's applied. Used the right way, their magic could mold history itself. They may not be gods, but they could become them if they wanted to. He thought of Jedar occluded on his mountain, waiting for the day their kind could ascend to rule. Had he really seen this coming? We hear prophet in truth. I need them, Zim told Ossus. I need their power, and I need to make it mine. Ossus's fur pricked. They may not be possible. It has to be. I will not be dominated, Ossus. Not by men, not by aliens, not magicians, and not by old magic. Zim reached out and made a fist around untouchable stars. It was the stubborn ardor of an unhappy adolescent. It was also Zim to the core. His vast ambition never faltered, nor did his hunger. If Ossus didn't know better, he'd think Zim blessed by old magic himself. But he wasn't, and the thing he craved most could never be his. Seeking it would destroy him. Ossus felt that with sickening certainty. Better if the magicians never returned. Better if Zim never found the Hutts and abutted Jedar's grand ambition. Better that Ossus never be torn between 2 masters. Feeling very small, the Tion sipped his water and looked at cold stars. If anyone can conquer the old magic, it would be you. You're indomitable. Always, my friend, Zim said softly. Always. But Ossus knew it wasn't true. Chapter 18. This new world shall know. Long is the way and hard. That out of hell leads up to light. Unknown. 538 L.E. The Starforger's approach had been slowed. Boarding parties had breached the behemoth's metal shell. Varro's defense fleet was chipping away at the demon's picket ships. It was the best Cherubim could do, but she knew it wouldn't be enough. She was waiting for the demon to use his other weapons. They defied science or logic, but she remembered the worlds it had wasted with his wrath, held the last of many. Once those were unleashed, her meager fleet would be helpless. She wondered why it hadn't brewed as mighty storms already, wondered if it wasn't just a matter of distance. We must find a way to call for help, Cherubim told Xanter. Can't we target the source of that jamming? It's coming from transmitters all across the forge, the T-Landatil explained. We don't have the ships to pick them off one by one. Our best hope is the boarding teams, which was no hope at all. Her tame bipeds were good at wreaking havoc, but not much more. Her only hope was that they distracted the demon before it killed them. Suddenly, a call of alarm from the Cyborians. Xanter listened to the chatter and explained, a Draman is barreling right for us. One of theirs. Shoot it down, you fool. Gunners tracked and opened fire. The Theophanes' weapons were at half strength after the damage they'd taken at Carcetal. Cherubim knew they were especially vulnerable and had kept them at the rear of the Supremacy formation, but that Draman was charging with clear intent. The magnified view screen showed several missiles impact on the hauler's thick shell, tearing breaches and damaging systems. A few more hits and they crack it open. But the Draman had help. A pair of Idukes and gunships swooped in. With surprising grace, they avoided bullet trails from the Theophanes' defensive cannons and dropped short-range precision missiles on 2 of the launchers, disabling them. They've created a blind spot, Xanter called. She'd never seen her Hierophant so panicked. If that Draman rammed their flank, it could split the Theophany in 2. Power to engines. Cherubim pleaded. Evade! Evade! The theophany strained to move out of the way, but the Draman adjusted to match. As the lethal ship swooped towards hers, Juraba's life flashed before her eyes. The swamps of her birth, the joy of liberation, and the horror of the First Demon War, the painful loss of her Seeress, the Holy Light's glory, and her centuries of service to Artistag, and her beloved nephew. So clever he'd become monstrous. After all of that, she was about to be erased, not even by the demon, but a ship full of suicidal bipeds. What has she done for the light to abandon her so? Collision tossed Cyborians across the deck and knocked Xanter to 2 knees. Only Juraba remained firmly in place. Fresh alarms wailed on the bridge, but her theophany seemed to be intact. She didn't understand until Xanter collected reports from the crew and explained. The Draman decelerated right before it rammed. It's alongside us now. We believe they're trying to break in. So the demon was doing to her what she'd done to it. Fight them off, she said. Send every warm body to block the way. Acquisitor, we sent half our complement to attack the Star Forge, and lost most of them in the process. Juraba glared at him. Send whatever's left, and prepare to overload the engines. We will not let them take this ship. Yes, Acquisitor. Before Xanter could turn away, a new cry came from the crew pit. He and Juraba looked to the tactical screen and saw a fresh flurry of lights emerge from hyperspace between the Hutts and Varl. After a moment's seeming hesitation, they surged toward Juraba's fleet. Is it Cossack? Damn her nephew, but she needed him now. The Cyborian squawked confusingly. The magnified view screen switched angle to show the specks of ships approaching from behind. It was a larger force than Juraba's, more than 30 ships. They were not the elegant beauties of the Supremacy, nor the demon's black fleet of old. These ugly, angular, carrion-plated assemblages were nonetheless familiar. The humans had arrived. Normally battle had a way of clearing the mind. When it was kill or be killed, all distractions dissolved and Jaminair could focus on lethal essentials. But when the Ascendant completed his final jump into the Varl system, bringing with it over 30 ships from Vter, he found no clarity. Not in the image forming on the tactical screen, not in the people he stood beside, and certainly not in his own heart. The Star Forge is approximately 4,500 kilometers away from Varl and approaching at a rate of 600 kilos per hour, Captain Kell reported. Your orders, Viceroy. Was he really a Viceroy? If Zim had fallen, no, not if. He was already lost. Then there was no Empire, and no Viceroy either. He was just a man, but what man? After a lifetime in Zim's shadow, he didn't know. The worms have a line set up, but it won't be enough to stop the Forge, even with reinforcements, said Marco on his right. His son, Jaminair, was a father again. He didn't know what that meant, but it was a fact, a thing he could cling to. A father, not a murderer. There are Jedi out there. I can feel them, said Vidia on his left. Her white brow creased in concentration. They're so desperate. So grim. They're actually going through with it. He didn't know what these Jedi really were either. Their force was beyond him and their motives opaque. But it was the Jedi who demanded he come with all his ships to save the home world of mankind's mortal enemy. Because, she and Ocf claimed, the greater foe was on the Star Forge. Unbelievable. But Zim had believed it. Jaminair needed to focus. Evaluate his enemy, decide how to kill it. Then clarity would come. Tactical, he said. Give me a full report on that thing. Weapons, defenses, damage taken. Anything useful? Comms, send a signal to the Hutts. Tell them we're not a threat. But Comm's reply was immediate. Sir, there's a massive jamming field spread all over the system. It's impossible to do a broadcast. Can we tight beam to a single ship? Possibly, sir. Which one? He looked at the tactical screen. Try the nearest Chalandian. Yes, sir. Jaminair looked to Vidia. What about your Jedi? Can you talk to them? Her face was still scrunched in thought. Jek is trying now. She's good at this. Jaminair had no idea who that was and didn't care. Can you get them to stop fighting? I don't know. Vidia choked. There's so much confusion here. It's not just the comms that are being jammed. It's like the Force itself is poisoned. Jaminair didn't understand, but he knew it wasn't good. He glanced to his other side, to Marco. The young man adamantly faced the screen. He yearned to embrace his son and barrage him with questions. The answers would be difficult, Marco hadn't shown a shred of warmth since returning from the dead, and Jeminer knew much of it was his own fault. But Marco had been resurrected. He had a second chance with his son. Maybe with his whole life. A voice from comm snapped him to clarity. Viceroy, we're receiving a tight beam from one of the Chilandians. He immediately grabbed the handset. Put them on. What he heard next was static, then a voice so grating it could be mistaken for more audio haze. It said in Tianese, "We are the Theophany of Virtue Charaba the Inquisitor. State your intent. We're here to stop that Starforge. We mean you no harm. Repeat, no harm." The tide of static rose, but he could make out, Isidore will not accept betrayal. If you... Static again. Jeminer nearly yelled, "We are not your enemy. The blasted Starforge is. Don't fire at us, and we won't fire at you." Then the voice said, "Show good faith. We are beset, enemies, help." What were they talking about? He looked at the screen and thought he saw another marker right beside the Chilandians. It was Vidia, with her damned mystic sense, who understood. She touched Jeminir's arm and said, "They're under attack. Raiders have entered the ship. I can't feel them, so your force is working better than our comms." "No, but I can." Vidia started to explain, then shook her head. "It doesn't matter. I need to help them." "You? Personally?" "Yes." He wanted to ask but didn't. "Essentials only. I'll spare you a shuttle and one platoon of troops." "Thank you, sir." At least this one showed respect. Cautiously, Jeminer looked to his son. "And you, Marco?" Just as warily, the son looked to his father. "I've paid my debt. It's her business now." "Then you'll stay on the ascendant." And with the cold, hard voice, "Yes." Jeminer felt relief. "Thank you," he said quietly. Marco only looked at the screen. "You have a battle to win." He did. Feeling a little more clarity than before, Jeminer began taking charge of the fight. On the way here, in between force-guided jumps and beacon flares for the following Imperial fleet, Jekka and Essan had discussed what to do when they reached Varl. They decided the best way to contact their fellow Jedi was for Essan to take the controls for the Ashless Dream while Jekka concentrated on the Force. If she could weave together the minds of the others, as she'd done many times before, she could share the truth behind Jedar's deception. It was a complicated truth, because the deception was a labyrinth built over centuries. Worse, it was painful just to think on. Ever since Oziaf's revelation, Jekka's mind kept ricocheting between Asher and Jedar, Jedar and Asher. Intimate moments, battles shared, long hours of instruction, sparks of inspiration. Of all the people she knew, she trusted those two the most. Her lover, her teacher. She'd placed absolute faith in both. She'd have to endure bitter memory to spread the truth. It was going to be hard, but she had to try. For Asher's sake. For everyone's. As the Ashless Dream rose above the Hutt formation and cut a line for the Starforge, Jekka attempted to reach them. She felt the Jedi darting through space, doing hit and fades on Hutt ships, drawing the enemy apart so the Starforge could push through. And she didn't like what she felt. The arrival of the Imperial fleet had caused a spike in fear, and with fear came anger and grim determination. It was kill or be killed, and they were desperate not to die. She tried to tell them this wasn't the case. She expanded herself, found the familiar thought strands of so many Jedi, grabbed them with ethereal hands and began to weave them into a single cord. She felt them respond, surprised but glad to have her with them in this fight. But it was the wrong fight. She started to tell them that, felt their skepticism. She began to pour out everything she knew. It was hard, but for strength she clung to the memory of Asher and his echo in the small life inside her. She felt their resolve waver as she began to get through to them. Then the counterattack. It was like a knife in her brain, agony cut apart the weave. Jekka tried to drop out of the Force but she felt impaled, trapped and helpless. Though near mindless with pain she remembered the child inside her and tried to protect it. The knife withdrew. She huddled in her chair aboard the Dream, shudders of pain running through her unharmed body. Essan had lurched from her pilot's chair and was shaking Jekka with one hand, brushing her sweat-slick face with the other. Jekka looked up and said through chattering teeth, "It was him. I couldn't reach them." "Don't try," Essan soothed. "We'll find another way." "How?" "I don't know. We can't try to get to the forge." "Can we?" Essan didn't answer. The weapon was still far away, just a small gray dot in the middle of their viewport. Between it and them lay the wheeling Idukes and ships, and there was no way of knowing if they'd be able to pass. The Ashla dream wasn't invincible, and to reach Jedar they might have to fight and even kill their own. "We have to try," said Essan. "Focus on the fight. Don't touch the force." Still shaking, Jekka put hands on her controls. Essan retook her pilot's chair, gripped the throttle, and pushed them ahead. Moray had never been aboard one of these Ranroon ships before, and she very much wished she were aboard a Titan one instead. Kel Olander's Renegade was a hollow metal tube with guns and rockets strapped on. Without artificial gravity, every twist and turn wrenched her insides, and there were plenty of those as Renegade danced to avoid counterattacks from Hutt ships. Moray's breath echoed loudly inside her confining vac-sealed helmet. Then it got even worse. A whole fleet of Imperial warships had just arrived. Instead of attacking Varl or the Hutts, they were surging toward the Star Forge. Everything they feared had come true. The Hutts and humans had united against them. The whole galaxy was their enemy, and they could only survive if they stood together. Jedi for Jedi, the only way it could ever be. Communion with others had always been hard for her. Unity with non-Force users had been unthinkable. But she could do it now. It was as Kane had said, they'd been drawn together for this singular purpose. They purged themselves of ego and allowed minds to move as one. One mind screamed in denial. She couldn't tell whose it was, though it was strangely familiar, and begged them not to do this. But it only lasted a second before it was drowned out by the will of the United Jedi. With their minds connected, they compelled their Idukes and crews. Moray felt Olander, the Imperial Renegade, more clearly than she'd ever felt a non-Jedi. She understood his regret at serving the wrong master, his hunger for redemption, but also the hard soldier's pragmatism that made him such an asset. By understanding, it was easier to work her will upon him. She compelled him to attack the nearest Hutt Tarada, which two other Iduxans were also striking. Olander relayed commands to his crew. Without words, Moray lifted their spirits by sharing conviction. What they did now, they did for a just and necessary cause. They were working the will of the Force. Their violence brought peace, their darkness light. With the Force to guide them, the little Ranroon gunships blew crippling holes in the Tarada shields. One more strike impacted on his underside, igniting a power generator. Moray felt, rather than saw, the white hot flash. She felt lives wink out and knew it was right. As the Jedi wheeled in search of a new target, preferably from the inbound Imperials, Moray felt another sudden intrusion. Her eyes popped open and she saw, over Olander's shoulder, an ovoid ship streak through the porthole. It was there for a half second, but she knew it was Titan. Despite that, it was not part of the Jedi's meld. Moray cautiously relaxed her attachment to the others and tried to find the ship. It was that strange sensation again. Familiar but not. A Jedi but separate from the union of minds. She tried to tell Olander to go after it, to speak the words, because the presence had jarred her from communion. She didn't get the chance. The Renegade twisted into a sudden evasive turn, so fast and hard it pumped all air from her chest. Without restraint, she'd have been bashed against the bulkhead. Then the Renegade snapped. She didn't know if the missile hit them, or if the desperate maneuver had strained the ship to breaking. Either way, the space directly ahead of her, Olander's and two other crew stations, porthole and bulkheads and consoles, simply disappeared. Beyond the jagged rim, itself a meter past her seat, were stars and flecks of debris. Lights raced from left to right, fast and faster. As the rear half of the Renegade twirled through the void, she saw flashes of starships, explosions, streaming missiles. G-force strained her. Blackness ate her vision. Moray desperately tried to slow her crazed spin with the Force. She pushed the broken hull in the opposite direction, right to left, and over years-long seconds the stars began to slow. Finally, she began to drift. All Moray could hear was the rasp of breath in her helmet. She twisted in her seat to see if the other crew were still alive. One body was strapped to a seat off her right shoulder, two hands drifted weightlessly, and his helmet glass was shattered. The body on her left seemed intact, but she felt no speck of life. Moray tried to call to her comrades in the Force, but they were distant, and she was no longer able to enter in the meld. They'd moved beyond her and would not help. All she could do was drift and wait to die. Just as despair settled, a brilliant light shone directly into the fuselage. Moray lifted hands to shield her eyes but made out a starship holding position. She couldn't tell its shape, but she could feel its weird half-remembered presence in the Force. The light shifted, allowing her a better view of the ovoid Titan vessel. Its repulsors edged it close, and the airlock on its port side cycled open. A single-suited body emerged and, without a tether to hold it, sailed free toward the renegade. The force was with that one. Moray unbuckled her crash webbing and awkwardly rose into the center of the fuselage. Spotlights shone from the suited figure, washing her vision. Moray glanced away and only looked back when the newcomer was standing in front of her. The figure leaned so close that his helmet glass tapped hers. Finally, Moray could see the pale human face beneath. It wasn't one she remembered fondly, but she was glad to see it now. "Are you all right?" Jekka Thong's voice vibrated inside her helmet. "What about the others?" "I'm alive. The rest are gone." Moray didn't know where to start. "What are you doing here?" "Long story." Jekka's face was tight, eyes heavy. "We'll get you aboard. Then we'll head for the Starforge." Despite her stupor, Moray intuited, "You're going to stop it." "Yes." "You can't." "We must do this. To save ourselves. You're the one who always said we shouldn't get involved. We shouldn't have, but we are. We have to deal with the consequences. Not like this. Jekka, you have no idea what's going on here. None of you do." She grabbed Moray by either arm. "Come on. We'll explain on the way." Then, with a turn and a push, she threw Moray out of the wreckage, into the space, toward the waiting, welcome dream. The Starforge's tiered control room was like the eye of a storm, insulated and calm. But the storm was getting increasingly fierce. Erakas could see it on the holographic display and feel it in the force. He didn't understand how or why, but an entire Imperial task force had descended on Varl, not to fight the Hutts but to turn their firepower on the Jedi. The entire galaxy truly had turned against them. Things had never seemed more dire. His spirits lifted when Jedar arrived. The small creature stepped nimbly down the stairs to the bottom of the control room. Shin followed, but the Rakata looked dazed. "We sent troops to protect you," Kane said as they reached the bottom. "Did they find you?" "Our own path, we made," said Jedar. "Attacked we were by the enemy. Several times." That explained Shin, though when Erakas examined them both he didn't see a single scratch. "You're not wounded." "With us the force was," Jedar said easily, then narrowed his eyes at the holo. "Arrived, the Empire has. They seem to be acting with the Hutts," Kane explained. "They are making for the Forge too. Our engines are struggling and it will be difficult to push all the way to Varl." Jedar's forehead crinkled. "Suggest we run, do you?" "No," the Zabrak insisted, "but we'll need you and Shin to help us move." "Then help we shall give." Jedar turned eyes to the Rakata. "Ready? Are you?" To start again. Shin nodded shakily, still without speaking. "Then here we shall make our stand, at the heart of it." Jedar stomped the deck. "Are you sure you won't be distracted?" asked Erakas. "Distractions we can surmount. Control the forge we will. Command your crew," he waved at upper tiers, "you and Kane must." It was a sound plan, but a report came from one level up, saying that the Imperials had overtaken the struggling Hutt line and were closing on the forge. The Iduxans were simply overwhelmed. Erakas reached for the Jedi and tried to corral them into singular aim. But this time, a mind touched his back. It was faint, as though calling to him through a noisy crowd, but he recognized it instantly as Essan. He was glad to feel her, but only for a moment. It became clear that she was yelling, screaming at him to stop. He knew she might react this way. There wasn't time to explain, but he tried to assure her this was the only course the Jedi could take. Then Essan's presence was gone. Erakas spun to the holo and tried to make sense of his countless writhing lights. "There's a Titan ship out there," he called to the crew. "Someone find it." "A new arrival, is there?" asked Jedar. "Essan. I can't feel her. She wants us to stop." "Committed we are." "I know, Master." A moment later, one white dot on the holo turned a bright red. That red light had already outpaced the Imperial fleet and slipped past the Iduxan screen. Now it was cut in a straight line for the Starforge. "I feel Jekka on that ship," Kane muttered. Moray too. It was the gravity scorn all over again. First Reyna, now Essan. They were all hounding him, trying to get him to turn back. But he wouldn't. The galaxy had turned against the Jedi, and they had to defend themselves. It was kill or be killed. Hesitation meant extinction. Couldn't they see that? Allowed to land, they could not be. Erakas nearly jumped. His teacher was suddenly beside him, perched atop a console. Jedar leaned close and rasped in his ear, "A grave danger they are. Stop them you must." He'd hesitated and allowed the gravity scorn to slip close. Because of that, the Starforge now lurched along with barely functional engines. A Titan ship with 3 Jedi could wreak even more damage. The mission hung on the line, the fate of the Jedi themselves. His stomach turned, his heart pounding. He whispered, "Jedi for Jedi. Turned against us they have," Jedar urged. "A danger to us all. Destroy them you must." He stared at the holo. The red light drew closer, inside the forge's firing range. He felt Essan, faint but adamant, telling him to stop. And if he stopped, the Jedi would be destroyed. "Do it." Jedar snapped. Erakas called, "Weapons, shoot down that ship." He felt shock from Kane and Shin, but they didn't countermand his order, and he didn't withdraw it. The Forge's technicians didn't hesitate. They followed the Jedi's order and unleashed missiles from 5 different batteries. Essan flashed something else, not anger, like he'd expected, but a resigned disappointment. The ashless dream wrenched into twists and turns, and surely the Jedi would be sniping at every warhead with their plasma cannons. And because they were Jedi, they dodged 1 missile, shot down 2 more, dodged a 4th. But the 5th one got them. The holo registered an impact, but the dream's red light lurched on, continuing its path toward the forge. They were very close now. In less than a minute they ducked beneath the gun's firing arc, like the gravity had. Erakas didn't withdraw his order to fire. He didn't repeat it either. He didn't have to. 4 more missiles shot at the ashless dream. This time the Titan ship barreled straight ahead, like it was on a collision course. It was agonizing, but Erakas reached for Essan once more. This time he felt nothing. The missiles converged on the ashless dream. The red light flickered, then winked out just before it hit the forge. From his console, tampers reported, "Target destroyed." The debris crashed into the surface. Checking for damage now, Erakas stared at the holo and felt nothing. He'd given the order. They carried it out. By his command, Essan and at least 2 other Jedi had been destroyed. Jedi killed Jedi for Jedi. That was harder to stomach than burning Varl. Jedar said, "The right choice you made. Hard, but correct." Then Erakas felt something. It wasn't grief or anything from inside him. It was that same sad disappointment. He gasped, Essan was still alive. He spun to Kane, stared a question. The Zabrak nodded shakily. "What has happened?" Rasped Shin, his first word since entering the command room. "Alive they are," Jedar grimaced. "Feel them?" "I do." Erakas could guess what happened. They ditched the ship, gone extravehicular, and were even now trying to get inside the forge through one of its exterior airlocks. To do that so quickly in the heat of battle meant they must have been suited up and prepared to eject into space. It meant they'd expected him to shoot them down all along. That was terrible, but worst of all was that Essan didn't even hate him for what he'd done. She pitied him like his attempted murder had been the lashing out of a foolish child. Erakas couldn't speak, but Kane said, "We have to find them. They're more dangerous than any of the Hutt boarding teams. Those teams still roam the forge," Shin said. "If we go out, we'll go out," Erakas decided, gesturing to Kane. "You and Jedar need to move the forge. You need to take charge." "Charge we shall take," said Jedar decisively. "Go if you must, but falter not in your purpose. When find them you do, strike. Listen not to their pleas. Remain our imperative does. Destroy Varl or be destroyed." That would be harder when he had to look Essan in the eye. But Jedar was right. Their necessity hadn't changed. Erakas and Kane shared grim looks. Then, taking their lightsabers in hand, they bounded up the stairs to the highest tier and the exit. As they left Jedar and Shin behind, Kane whispered, "Are you really ready to fight? It's us or them?" They're on the other side now. They're Jedi. When they stepped into the empty corridor, Erakas spun on him. They've sided with Zim. With the worms. With the warmongers who've been raping the galaxy for decades. They've killed billions of innocents, and we're stopping them, all right here, today. Anyone who gets in our way," his voice faltered, his throat scraped. "It doesn't matter if they're a worm or a Jedi." Kane took his outburst without flinching. He gave Erakas a single nod. Then they set off, letting the Force guide them to the inevitable confrontation. Cult of the road, the crest of the wave, into the halls of the Theophany. The Chalandians' defenders were too few, their spirits too weak, to stop the surge of Morgulke. Those that put up a fight were overwhelmed and killed without mercy. The rest simply ran. The Jedi dashed, kicked, slashed, pirouetted, and parried. One-handed lightsaber swipes cut down any who got too close. Koltitha hadn't felt this confident, this right since leaving the Corps. His purpose flowed through him like clear water, and so did the Force. He wasn't alone in the charge. A handful of Nori were with him, as were Morgulk and his best warriors. The Nikto knew something about the interior of a Chalandian, and they led the way through the snaking hallways for the ship's bridge. But what wasn't their prime goal? Morgulk said it plainly. They were after the Hutt herself, Churaba the so-called Liberator, who's acquired Kenton for the Supremacy's yoke. The worms were difficult to find in the Force at the best of times, and Koltitha could sense little besides chaotic violence. That was all right. He trusted the Force to guide him where he needed to be, and allowed himself to be swept along with the flood. The rush carried him all the way to the bridge. He got separated from Morgulk during the final push, but Sakov, Vreshan, and Naskran were all with him when they reached the sealed double doors. Koltitha stabbed them with his lightsaber and tore molten gashes through the duranium plates. Next, the larger Nictus and Weakways battered themselves against shorn pieces of metal until they finally managed to break through and spill onto the bridge. Koltitha followed, this time at the tail of the stream. By the time he jumped through the smoking gap, Nictus and Weakways had rushed the crew pit, waving their weapons and shouting Cyborians into obedience. A few Vadran guards tried to put up a fight, and they were quickly overwhelmed. As they fell, hacked beneath a dozen blades each, a noise like a trumpet blast sounded from the far end of the chamber. A massive Tlaanda Till, 4 thick legs, broad-backed body, vicious horn jutting from his crown, charged. Even the bravest Morgulke tried to dodge. Some succeeded, others failed. One hapless Weakway was impaled by the mighty horn. 2 Nictus were trampled. The Tlaanda Till charged all the way across the room, spun, then gruesomely chucked his head and sent the stab through Weakway spinning through the air. The Tlaanda Till snarled and charged again. A few Morgulke raised guns and fired. Bullets tore the Hierophant's hide, but didn't slow it down. It streaked, unstoppable, across the room and trampled one Nikto, then cut down another slash of that mighty horn. If there was ever a time for a Jedi, it was now. Koltitha, tiny compared to the warriors just dispatched, leaped into the center of the room. He waved his lightsaber like a baton, beckoning. The Tlaanda Till stomped the deck and ran once more, horn lowered to impale. Koltitha let it come. The Force was with him. His purpose was pure. Time slowed to a crawl as the beast charged. He knew the exact moment to spring into the air, Force assisted. He spun head over heels above the horn, then came down on the Tlaanda Till's shoulders. His feet landed first. A split second later, his lightsaber plunged effortlessly into the Hierophant's back and severed its spine. Thick legs crumpled. The body slammed into the deck like a thunderclap. As soon as it fell, Morgulke and Nori leaped forward. Blades fell again and again until they slashed through thick hide and began to spill blood and gore. Koltitha hopped away. He watched them cut the Hierophant apart, savoring every cleave and got of blood. It was savage, but it was right. Through Bogan they worked Ashla. Koltitha swelled with pride, but he remembered where they were and what they'd come for. He asked aloud, "Where's Churaba? Has anyone seen the Hutt?" Sakov was already beside him. In rasping Tianese he said, "She fled the bridge." Morgulk went after her. He pointed down the hall, then canted his wrist to the right. Koltitha understood and took off. He followed the sound of violence and the scent of blood. He leaped over strewn bodies, hooked one curve, then another and another. Morgulk, at least, had a strong Force presence, and he knew he was drawing close to the huge warrior. When he made the final turn, he expected to see Morgulk and his comrades falling on a helpless Churaba. But there was no worm ahead. Instead, a handful of Nikto stood with their backs to him and weapons lowered, hesitant. As he drew close, he saw Morgulk's mighty body beyond the rest. He heard the clash of metal on metal and, to his shock, the hum of a lightsaber. "Let me through." Koltitha barked, and though the Nikto didn't understand, they moved away. He'd almost reached the warrior when a narrow blade of Titan steel caught Morgulk in the flank. Morgulk staggered but raised both of his swords for a dual downward swing. A second blade appeared, spearing the Nikto through his heart and out his back. This one was a pure light. Both swords withdrew. Before his stunned disciples, Morguk tipped to one side, then crashed to the deck. Standing over his body was a small Deveronian woman, white fur smeared with sweat and blood. She had a lightsaber in her right fist, a dead master's sword in her left. She looked at Morguk's body like she couldn't believe what she'd done. Then she saw Koltatha. Vidia's face went slack and her weapons fell to her side, only to rise again as she shifted feet and angled body into a stance meant for battle. The gleam of Vidia's lightsaber reflected on the flat metal of Sor's old sword slanting parallel. Both pointed directly at Koltatha. Morguk's warriors stood behind the Nori, shocked and afraid. Without stepping forward, Koltatha rasped, "Why?" She'd meant to ask him the same. "This isn't the way," she said. "You don't understand what's happening here. Where's the worm? Behind me?" She and Jaiminir's troops had found Chiraba squirming toward the airlock faster than she thought a Hutt capable. Vidia had volunteered to hold back the Morguk while the soldiers took Chiraba to the shuttle. "How can you protect her?" Koltatha glowered. "She's not our enemy, not today. Jedar is. Jedar. He's using you. He's using all of us to get revenge on the Hutts. As he should." Koltatha snarled. "You were at Morlon. You felt what they did, but she hadn't. Vidia had been passed out when asteroids struck, and she'd not experienced the deaths of all those billions. Koltatha hadn't been so lucky, and she'd not realized how scarred he was until now. This isn't the way," she croaked. "It's not what Jedi do. Our work is justice." Koltatha raised his saber a little higher. "Step aside." She remembered their missions shared in the Tion, the escape from Deveron, far-off peaceful moments in meditation with Master Sor. Of all the Jedi she'd known, Koltatha had been the most fervently committing to serving the light. She couldn't believe he'd been so twisted. "Don't do this," Vidia said. "Please don't." But he lunged. His one-handed thrust was like a fencer's, aimed straight at her heart. Vidia parried it easily with her lightsaber. He rocked back on his heels, then sprung again, this time in a sideways swipe to her abdomen. She repelled this as well. Vidia knew he could strike fast as lightning but didn't. He was trying to push her to the side without killing her. He wasn't that far gone. But, even confused and one-handed, Koltatha was still a better fighter than she'd ever be. The Nori's body was small but powerful. Sideways blows nearly knocked the lightsaber from her hand. Vidia was forced back, step after step. She tried to counter-strike but her metal sword wasn't strong enough to block a lightsaber. She made thrusts at Koltatha's legs to keep him from getting close. Then he got tired of the game. With a nimble flick of the wrist, he sheared through Master Sor's blade. 2/3 of his length clattered to the floor. Then he attacked again. Vidia grabbed her lightsaber with both hands. He kept pressing her but she blocked again and again. She couldn't make counter-strikes anymore. He was simply too fast, too fierce. He wasn't angry. In the Force she could sense his regret but also his bitter, unbreakable resolve. Koltatha had found his cause and wouldn't be swerved from it. Vidia knew she couldn't win, not the sword fight, not the fight for Koltatha's fate. Jedar had turned the Nori's rigidity against him and trapped him in his own righteousness, as he'd done with all the Jedi. Realization made her weak. Her legs buckled. She dropped to her knees and frantically held the lightsaber up to ward another attack. Koltatha didn't relent. He lifted his saber for a chopping blow, then swung. Vidia caught it but her own blade was pushed into her face. It burned fur and scorched the skin of her cheek. Snarling over sparking white, Koltatha begged, "Let us through. Don't die for a worm." The other Morguk had recovered from their shock. Now they loomed behind him. They were filled with darkness and eager to avenge their leader's death. So much viciousness and spite, all in the name of justice. Then a noise sounded from down the corridor. It was a simple whistle, the signal that Jaiminir's commandos were about to depart. She'd won. Vidia saw that on Koltatha's face. His grip weakened, just a little. She pushed with both arms. With the force, she shoved. The Nori fell back into the Nictus. Vidia was already up and running. She knew that wouldn't stop them for long. Before she turned the first corner, one Nikto fired a chain of rifle shots that pocked the wall ahead. She sprinted, not even knowing if the Imperial shuttle was still docked. But it was. As she skidded around the final turn, she saw the portal beginning to seal. A human soldier stood on the opposite side. His eyes widened, but he didn't stop the door. She called on the force for one last spurt, then leaped. Metal edges scraped her shoulders and flank, tearing clothes and skin, and the door snapped at her left boot as she plunged through the closing gate. As soon as she hit the deck, it sealed behind her. Sometimes it was good to be small. In front of the astonished soldier, she jumped to her feet and faced the sealed airlock. Another whistle sounded and the shuttle released its magnetic hold on the Theophanie's hull. As the ship detached, Vidia could peer through the airlock's tiny porthole, through the window of the other ship, and into the hallway beyond. She caught a short glimpse of Kolta standing at the fore of the vengeful herd, saber in his hand. His mouth was twisted in a snarl, but in his eyes, in a fleeting flash of the force, she saw a question. Why? He didn't understand. He never would. As the shuttle broke away, and they lost gravity's pull, she curled legs to chest and floated free, not weeping but choking in tears for a Jedi lost. It felt fundamentally wrong for a Hutt to be weightless. During their brief sojourns on small shuttlecraft, Chiraba and her kind were typically strapped to special beds to keep them from smashing into bulkheads. Her rescuers had neither the time nor the equipment to secure her, and when they pushed off from the Theophany, she began to float in the air. Her tail wriggled and small hands stretched, but there was no purchase until the shuttle accelerated and she slammed hard into the rear of the cabin. She was all alone now. Xanter had stayed behind to protect the bridge, likely falling in the process. Her servants and followers were gone. She was entirely at the mercy of these humans, saviors, captors, or partners. She had no idea. The universe, which had once seemed a simple place, had been warped beyond recognition. As the shuttle rocketed toward, she presumed, the human flagship, another biped moved shakily into the hold. It was a white fur thing, small but not as tiny as the demon. Its alien face was difficult to read, but Chiraba had the impression that it, too, was battered by a universe in flux. Then she saw the metal cylinder at his belt and understood. She remembered how, 5 centuries ago, the rebel angels had fought fanatically for their demon until hell's last inferno. Yet for some reason, these ones were different. In agony, they'd realized their mistake and were trying to correct it, though they set themselves against immortal evil. Strange as it was, their pain gave her hope. The shuttle's away, Captain Kale reported. They're burning inbound. Did they get the worm? Asked Jaminair. Yes, sir. From his side, Marco asked, what about the Iduxan? They report she's aboard. Then it was a success. So far so good, Jaminair thought, but it would get much harder soon. The Ascendant had lingered while the bulk of the Imperial fleet pushed toward the Star Forge. Now it was time to join in the attack. Viceroy, Kale said uncertainly, once we get the Hutt aboard, what do we do with it? Jaminair hadn't thought that far. He presumed that saving the worm's life, and hopefully his homeworld, would ensure a resolution to the war between their peoples. But he'd deal with that after the fighting stopped if they survived. Get it aboard and hold it somewhere. He flicked a hand. Once the shuttle docks, give me best speed to the Star Forge. Yes, Viceroy? Before she turned, he added, Captain, how many nuclear warheads do we have left on the Ascendant? The woman blinked. 1 cobalt and 2 hydrogen units. He thought as much. Load all 3 into missiles and prepare for deployment. Yes, sir. She spun off the relay orders. Jaminair stayed where he was. So did Marco, who had no position aboard the ship, no role to fill except to hang beside his father like an unhappy shadow. Quietly he asked, assuming we can land direct strikes, how effective will those be against the Star Forge? I have no idea, Jaminair said. But we'll find out. Marco thought a moment. And the Jedi aboard. They picked the wrong side today. Marco made no argument. He learned the necessity of hard choices. Without meaning to, Jaminair had taught him well. The hardest part about getting inside the Star Forge had been getting clear of the Ashless dream before its destruction. After the first volley, they'd known there'd be no safe landing, but they'd come prepared to abandon ship. Before the second barrage hit, Essan, Moray, and Jekka had used the Force to fling themselves clear of the airlock. Even then, they narrowly avoided being killed by explosive shrapnel. Essan had aimed their death run for the chain of airlocks at the Forge's equatorial band. The Force and inertia propelled all 3 women the rest of the way. Lightsabers made quick work of the lock's external seal. Within minutes they were aboard the Forge and out of their bulky vacuum suits. Moray seemed to know the way to the Forge's command center, and she led them through the massive snaking corridors. Essan hadn't been here in a long time, and it felt different from the vaguely hungry beast she'd remembered. Now the Starforged felt like an animal ready to spring on its prey, not because it was starving but for the joy of the kill. As they hurried through the vast but empty halls, Essan wondered whether she felt was the Forge's wool, Jedar's, or some weird combination of both. Erakas and other Jedi truly believed that they could remake this racket of weapon into a bringer of light, and Essan had wanted to believe them, just as she believed the Force saber she'd taken from Tython years ago had been a neutral tool, not an invitation to darkness. But she was starting to feel that the Force really was divided into opposing sides, and each side beckoned individuals to its grasp. The Starforge, like the Force's saber, was an invitation to darkness that mastered all who sought to master it. The Force will stick around them like malevolent fog. It was difficult to feel Moray and Jekka steps ahead. There was no way to sense where the command station was, and she hoped her companions knew this maze better than her. Because the miasma was so dense, all three were taken by surprise when they charged down a long slanting ramp to find Erakas waiting. Their long broad catwalk was one of three merging into a circular platform. He stood to bar their path down either branch. His lightsaber was in hand but not burning, not yet. Essan grabbed Jekka's and Moray's shoulders and stopped them halfway down the ramp. Erakas stood, waiting. She asked the other women, "Can you find another way to the command center?" Moray nodded shakily. "I believe so. Do it." "You don't have to do this alone," Jekka said. For most of her life, Essan had preferred facing problems by herself. The burden was heavier, but so, paradoxically, was the freedom. The risk to others was less. It was better to be alone, she thought, and had only recently begun to change her mind. But this was something she had to do herself. "Go," she told them. They did. Moray and Jekka backtracked up the ramp, swung a corner, and were gone. Essan walked slowly to the platform. Her lightsaber was in her hand, inert. Erakas didn't turn on his weapon, didn't move, didn't even speak, only watched as she drew closer. He tried to kill her once already. It might be harder to do it face to face, but he was already twisted to Jedar's purpose. Essan was amazed how thoroughly the so-called prophet had orchestrated his fate. Since before they'd even met, he'd been fashioning Erakas for this moment. The Jedi would lay waste to a world in the name of the Force, like the rebel angels of old. And when the ashes settled, Erakas would step forth as a new leader of humanity, a public puppet for the demon returned. She could tell him the whole truth, but he'd refuse to believe. She could barely believe herself, and the shadows in his eyes showed how far gone he was. But they'd been partners once, two Jedi who depended on each other in a realm the Force had forsaken. She owed it to him, and her conscience, to try. As she stepped onto the platform, Essan said, "Is this what you want, or Jedar? You have no idea how much he's been using you." Erakas neither moved nor spoke. The lightsaber came to life in his hand. Essan ignited her weapon. She took a step closer and slanted the blade in front of her defensively. "He's been doing it for years. Since before you even met." Erakas lifted the saber, knees bent, body tense to strike. She chose the most powerful words she had. "Jedar destroyed Santasa Station. He killed your son." Erakas flinched and lunged. Battle began in a haze of darkness, blade against blade, Jedi against Jedi. When Kane had suggested he and Erakas split up, he'd hoped to at least keep track of his comrade in the Force. Yet the miasma that choked the Starforge affected even them. He was, therefore, taken by surprise when he swung around a corner and nearly collided with Moray and Jekka Thone. He skidded to a halt. The human and Selkut staggered back. His lightsaber was in his hand, and he squeezed it on instinct. The blade shot out, ending inches from Jekka's stomach. She turned on her own blade and batted it away. Moray, one step behind her, hefted a Tython sword. But no one attacked. Jedar's words resounded in Kane's mind like a command. "When find them you do, strike. Listen not to their pleas. Remain our imperative does. Destroy Varl or be destroyed." And it was true. It was bitter and awful and true. He'd been through so much with Moray and Jekka at Corellia and the Tion, but he couldn't allow them to destroy the Jedi. He stuck at Jekka first. She pushed his blade away and backstepped, saying, "We don't want to fight. Damn it." "Put the weapon down," Moray urged. "You don't understand what's happening here." Kane hesitated. It wasn't the Force that gave him pause. It was the fact that he'd never seen Jekka and Moray agree over anything. They'll destroy us if we surrender. Kane hefted his blade vertically. The Hutts. The humans. They both want us dead. Their enemy isn't us. It's Jedar, Jekka said. Kane balked. Jedar's the only reason they haven't killed us already. He drew us together, trained us, taught us. He killed Asher and Talayak. His saber dipped. With effort he raised it again. Who told you that? A Hutt. It is true, Moray said. Think. Remember what you told me about the malteranium you found in the foundry? Malteranium. Foundry. He knew the words, but her sentence refused to cohere. That was nothing. I thought as much, Moray said sadly. His head began to ache. I don't want to hurt you, but I won't let you stop us. We need to do this. Jedar needs you, Jekka insisted. It's his revenge on the Hutts. You heard about their demon. He's it. That makes no sense. They both lunged. What happened next was instant and easy. Kane had already dropped his guard. Jekka pushed his sword down to scrape the deck, then snapped an elbow into his chin, twisting his head. Moray appeared on his flank and grabbed his shoulder. As she shoved him down, she kicked legs out from under him. Kane landed hard on his backside. Jekka pinned his chest and waved her saber over his face. Moray wrapped one hand around his forehead. Kane kicked and tried to push them back with the force, but they resisted. And Moray said, remember. She reached into his mind. He felt her do a second hand to loric on Abrixon, and it had merely been uncomfortable. This was a painful violation, and he tried to cry out. But he didn't know if he made a sound. Body and soul split. He was no longer lying on a hard deck but being rushed back through time. The control room bustling with activity. Erakas' grim speech. The return to the Star Forge from the Nefer, and meeting with Jedar in the hot meditation room. He realized that a piece of the chain was missing. Moray was trying to find it for him. The memory uncovered was days old, between homecoming and oration, but it felt like was experiencing it anew. He was in the meditation room again. The great hard lines bit into his legs as he sat before Jedar. Heat emanated from below. A glow underlit the prophet's face with ominous red. A concerning discovery this is. Another means is there, where malteranium might have joined the forge. It's such a rare compound, I can't think of any other way, Kane had replied. The computer logs don't say any new ship was processed. I asked Chief Fury, and she said nothing's gone through either. Wrong. Your readings might be. I know what I saw, he shook his head. I can't imagine where else it would have come from except the Dawn Chaser. But if Asher and Talayak got all the way here, worry about this you should not. Jedar stood up and walked across the grate to Kane, who remained seated. Much greater concerns, have you? Well, something happened to them. Your concern it is not. Jedar planted a three-clawed hand on Kane's forehead. Forget you will. Then go and do what you were meant to. The touch was a shove that pushed hours of memory back, so deep and hidden he should have never recovered it. But he had. With a shudder, Kane returned to his body. He was on his back, on the Star Forge, with Moray and Jekka looming over him. Theirs were very different faces, but their eyes both held the pure aching concern of one Jedi for another. I'm sorry for that, Moray told him. Do you remember now? Kane's body trembled with aftershocks of Moray's unearthing, and with something new, anger. He steadied himself enough to meet her eyes, then Jekka's, and he nodded. Jedi against Jedi, blade against blade, Erakas and Essan fought in the belly of the Star Forge. The circular platform was suspended inside the huge corridor junction. They skirted around each other's attacks, parrying and pushing, never allowing themselves to be knocked over to the edge. Essan tried to plead with him. When she could catch her breath, she insisted, I'm not lying. Jedar destroyed Santasa Station just to kill your family. That she'd use his son's death against him twisted his heart and made him rage. Erakas attacked faster and harder, sacrificing precision for brute force. Essan winced as their blades collided and sparks cut tiny scars in her crimson face. When Erakas pulled away for another blow, she jumped back, force assisted, out of swinging range. Saber still up, she said. Santasa, the mutiny at Renrune, this war with the Hutts, it was all him. He wanted this, right here. Anger and the forces choking miasma made it hard to read her, but she seemed sincere. Her voice ached, her eyes pleaded. She actually believed the impossible bills she was spewing. She was that desperate to stop him. Erakas lunged. She parried his thrust and swung a shallow arc, not to kill but to keep him away. Erakas' backstep then came again, feinting a high swing before reversing and stabbing low. Essan had lifted her saber too high to defend. She tried to jump over his sweep strike, but it smoked her left boot. When she came down she winced, stumbled, but stayed upright. Erakas, please. Why? He barked. Why would Jedar do that? It's about you. Because you're human. You can. Take Zim's place. He scoffed. Yes. It had a hint of plausibility. Who but a human could rule the Tion? But it was absurd. Jedar had been a mountaintop hermit for decades. He'd only been drawn into his war reluctantly. And the whole time he'd been a gentle, forgiving teacher to them all. He'd shown them that the Force was a way to achieve their deepest desires, no matter how implausible. Since coming to the Tion, they'd all wanted to know, what was the Force good for? And Jedar had given them an answer. Everything. It was what they'd all craved to hear. Something made him waver. Words Master Sor had told him once, long ago, soaked in the shadows of memory but refused to come into the light. But he felt that, if they did, he'd understand something very important. Erakas, she began, beseeching. And then the entire tunnel shook. The platform bucked them, throwing both Jedi off their feet. Despite the strong internal gravity, everything tilted, and Erakas' lightsaber nearly spilled off the platform before he called it back to his hand. And the forge kept trembling around them. Something must have hit them. Something big. The Empire, the Hutts, it didn't matter who. Their enemies were here, and they were going to destroy the Jedi unless the Jedi destroyed them first. Conviction returned. He sprang to his feet. Essan was still rising when he lunged at her. She fell onto her back, blocked his blow, then reared both boots up and double-kicked him in the stomach. She lifted him off his feet, rolled over shoulder, and pushed him away. Erakas hit the deck hard. Essan jumped up and cleaved down. He rolled to the side and her blade sizzled through metal. He rose, swung horizontally, and she ducked beneath. Finally they popped to 2 feet and faced off, blade sizzling against blade. A gun cracked out of nowhere. Pain exploded in Erakas' right shoulder, shuddered down his arm, and the lightsaber fell from his fingers. Essan flashed surprise, but only for a second. She drew back her lightsaber, angled an elbow, and cracked it in his forehead. A kick collapsed his right leg, and he dropped to both knees, forehead bent to the metal deck, pain reverberating from his shattered shoulder. The figures he saw behind him were upside down, blurred by sweat and anger and confusion, but nonetheless unmistakable. "Stay down unless you want another one," shouted Adjutant Crawler, rifle raised and smoking. The tactical screen aboard the Ascendant made one thing clear. Of the 3 nuclear missiles launched in succession, all 3 detonated at or near the Star Forge. The Dreadnought sensors registered radiation bursts and concussive waves as expected from all 3 devices. But the question remained, had they accomplished anything? "Give me a damage report," Jaminar demanded. "Tactical." The response was delayed, the voice confused. "1 hydrogen bomb detonated 95 kilometers from the forge. No impact." The others. "It looks like 1 direct hit, sir." The other hydrogen bomb. Radiation patterns suggest the cobalt bomb detonated about 20 kilometers from the surface. Cobalt bombs had low yield. He couldn't expect much from that. "What about the direct hit? How badly have we hurt it?" "Unknown, sir, but the forge is still moving." Then it wasn't enough. Jaminar, scowling, glanced to his right. The alien girl had returned from her excursion to the Chalandian and hadn't been pleased to learn about the nuclear strike. Her white face was inscrutable, and Jaminar said, "We didn't shatter the damned thing and kill your friends. Are you satisfied?" She didn't answer, didn't look at him. She probably didn't know herself. Not that it mattered either way. To Captain Kale he said, "Keep firing with long-range beryllium missiles. Target the damaged zone. Don't bother with boarding parties." The Ascendant prepared another firing solution. Jaminar still didn't understand this mission, but he'd used everything he had to crack that monster apart. As he walked down the ramp toward Essan and Erakas, rifle aimed at the young man's face, Adjutant Crawler couldn't tell if the walkway was still shaking or just his old man's legs. It had been a tricky journey into the Star Forge, and twice they'd had to hide from Hutt raiding parties. They didn't have the fancy force or even a map to guide them. and in the end it had been the sound of crashing lightsabers that had drawn them here. Essan held her lightsaber pointed at Erakas, who remained on his knees. His face was pale and sweaty, his shoulder bloody, his hair a mess, his eyes haunted. Crawler barely recognized the kid and couldn't imagine how hard this was for Reyna. She and Vidia stayed back and let Crawler lead them to the platform. "I thought you two were on the same side," he told the Jedi. "Why are you here?" Erakas's voice was halfway between a shout and a sob. "We got the same news Essan did." "From who?" "The worms. The rat, actually." Erakas blanched. Crawler added, "Yeah, Ocf. I can't believe it either, but they all tell me it's true. And who am I to question a Jedi, right?" He waited for Reyna to say something, but she didn't. Erakas's eyes shifted to his lightsaber lying a few meters away. "Don't think it," Crawler said. "Don't." Those eyes twitched to Essan. "Don't you know what you're doing?" Erakas choked. "They'll kill us all. If we destroy Varl, it will destroy us too," the Sith insisted. No. Erakas wagged his head wildly, then asked Vidia. "You understand, don't you? After all they've done, this is the least he Hutts deserve. This is justice. This is freedom for your world." "Kenton has freedom," Vidia said. "Zim destroyed his nav beacon. They're back to what they were before the worms came. Until somebody builds a new beacon and takes us over again, it will be different this time. No Hutts, no Zim. We can lead them. The Jedi can lead." He pounded fist to heart. "We were meant to lead you, everyone. It's why we have the Force." "No," Essan said sorrowfully. "It's not." "Then why?" He spat. "What is it for? What is the Force for?" She had no answer and turned away. Erakas kept staring, madly begging. Crawler's stomach turned. He'd never thought the kid could get this far gone. "You guys damned righteous Jedi," he said. "I should have known you tried to burn a planet one day." Erakas snarled. "You have no idea. I know who killed your boy. My grandson. And I know he did it just to get you wrapped around his little green finger. It's not Jedar, it can't be." "It is." Essan dropped to a crouch beside him. Kane found chemical compounds that could only have come from the Titan system inside the forge. "It's the Dawn Chaser. Jedar killed Asher and Taliak, then melted down their ship." Erakas stared into nothing, his jaw worked soundlessly. His whole life was collapsing and it was hard to watch. Finally Reyna spoke. "If you want justice you can start by freeing yourself from Jedar." She stepped past Crawler but stopped before reaching Erakas. "Or if you don't want to do it, fine. We're more than happy to take him down." "You can't kill Jedar," Essan told them. "Why not?" Crawler checked his gun, cocked it. "An inch of lead can break anyone's skull. I don't care how much magic he's got." He could tell Essan wanted to say more. A lot more, but she sighed and gave up. Reyna closed the gap, bent, and took Erakas gently by the unwounded shoulder. He shuddered at her touch. "Where's Jedar now?" she asked. His face twisted, like he wasn't going to answer, but he relented. "The main control room? With Shin. They've been moving the forge ever since. You blew out the engines." Crawler looked to Essan. "Can you get us there?" The Sith hesitated. "I'm not sure." Erakas heaved a sigh. He tried to rise and almost fell. Essan and Reyna held him by either shoulder and lifted him up. Once he stood, Erakas stared at his lightsaber, contemplating, and Crawler kept his rifle aimed, just in case. But the young man looked aside and said, "I know the way." The Star Forge was ancient, but it was not invincible. In his struggle to reach Varl, attacks and damage kept mounting. First the engines, then 100 nibbling bites, then the powerful nuclear punch that ruptured the hull, opened large sections to the void and irradiated an even wider spread. Shin felt like his own flesh had been savaged. Though he was on the bottom tier of the command room, his soul had halfway melted with the forge's metal body. He felt every tear, every burn, and every blast. They roused his anger and determination to see this mission to its fiery end. Jedar, beside him in body and soul, encouraged him. "Fear you must not. Anger and pain you must embrace, for power they give, and with power victory shall come. Doubt not. Hold fast. Believe in the might of the Force, for possible all things are." Shin believed. He was so close to accomplishing his impossible destiny. He couldn't fail now. Yet the enemy was closing on all sides. Imperials and Hutts launched more warheads, conventional, Not nuclear, but still dangerous. Shin felt Jedar extend his influence to the crew gathered in all 9 tiers above. Like a musical conductor, he wordlessly directed their offensive salvos and defensive sprays. With skill Shin could only envy, he'd made them extensions of his will. But it still wasn't enough. More impacts gouged the forge's skin and opened its entrails to Vacuum's hard bite. They were being overwhelmed. "We can't make it," he cried to Jedar. "They'll cut us to pieces before we reach Varl." He felt his teacher grow heavy with decision. Greater than missiles and warheads the Force is, but a difficult weapon it can be to wield. "Moving the forge, I leave to you." "What are you doing?" Shin asked. Jedar didn't answer. His teacher must have been occupied with something mighty, so Shin reached out, took his ancestor's machine in ethereal hands, and began to push it toward Varl. Then he felt pain. It was not his own, nor Jedar's, nor the forge's. It came from elsewhere. Hutt boarding parties lost in the maze, Idukes and families and civilians packed into vast holds, even the crew in tiers above him. It was like a hand had stabbed into their collective chest and was tearing out the heart. The hand, he realized with shock, was Jedar's. "What are you doing?" he pleaded. "Why are you hurting them?" "Useless they have been until now," Jedar replied coolly, "but within them power lies. Power meant to be used. You're killing them? Greater purpose they serve in death than they ever knew in life. This is wrong." Shin felt the agony of thousands as his teacher carved the living force from their bodies and gathered it in a great swarm. He centered it not on himself but outside the Star Forge, amidst the attacking fleet. The dying souls of so many were rendered their last agony-given form. The force at its most raw and destructive began to physically manifest, like a ferocious storm boiling out of hot air. Death was like an explosion inside the Star Forge. By hundreds, thousands, they died to fuel the storm. Shin couldn't take it. Using his residual connection with the forge, he pulled the great machine backwards, away from the enemy and Varl both. He'd hoped the distance would cause the vicious storm to move as well, but Jedar held it in place, adamantly devouring innocent lives to feed even greater destruction. The force screamed with agony. Shin fell into his body and trembled at the bottom of the control room. He looked at the rising tiers of crew, saw them gasp and retch in their seats as the force was drained from them to feed Jedar's vicious storm. With horror, he saw bodies become desiccated before his eyes, as though left to waste in the desert. This was not the destiny his mother had promised. Jedar levitated 3 meters in the air, eyes squeezed shut, seemingly aloof but gathering more power for his mighty storm. A few understood what was happening and tried to fight back. Shin watched the Sahelindial spill from his console, push to his knees, and pull a sidearm from his belt. Tampers fired 3 shots in cracking succession. Shin's breath caught. One bullet nicked Jedar's cheek, drawing a fleck of blood. His eyes popped open and the other 2 bullets froze in place, inches from his wrinkled green brow. Jedar scowled. The bullets flew back over Tamprase's head. The Sahelindial himself was shoved with such power his body smashed against the nearest wall like an insect splattering on a windscreen. But Jedar could be distracted, hurt. He wasn't invincible. Shin remembered he still had his lightsaber. He grabbed it, turned it on, and lurched for his teacher. Gator's eyes flicked sideways. Pain blasted through the Rakata's body. He staggered and his lightsaber fell. Where his left flank had been there was only gore, as though he'd been punched straight through by an invisible fist. Shin's legs folded and he fell onto his back. Jedar floated in the center of his vision. Dark lightning became a halo around his small and rising form. With utter disdain, he spoke in Shin's mind. "Preferred your cooperation was, but not necessary. If not victory, revenge shall I have." When Koltatha stepped onto the bridge of the Theophany, he didn't know what to feel. A grisly panorama spread before him. Bodies of Saborians mixed with fallen Ictus and Weakways, and their mulet-colored blood swirled together in noxious pools. The dead Tilanda Till was a heap of carnage on one side, its massive body hacked to slices of raw flesh. The Morgukei were grim despite their triumph. Word of their leader's death had spread fast, and many cast suspicious eyes on Koltatha, but his thoughts lingered on what lay behind him. Morguk slain by a Jedi's blade. Vidia defiant, then mournful. He knew she was young and soft at heart, but he thought she'd understand. After all they'd been through, Sora's death especially, she should have seen the justice done today. Her sad parting look, seen through a tiny porthole window, lingered in his mind. It unsettled him even more than this gore-strewn scene. Koltitha spotted Nasrak speaking with Sakaf, and, pushing Vidia from his mind, walked toward them. "What of the battle?" he asked. Sakaf shook his head. The Starforge slowed, then reversed course. Reversed. Koltitha looked at the tactical screen. The forge was stationary now, but it seemed to have drawn away from Varl. "Perhaps the Jedi are undecided after all," offered Nasgron. Koltitha shook his head. "We made our choice. We came here to destroy Varl and his slaves, to bring justice." "Some of you," Sakaf said, "but stop there." Koltitha tried to touch the Jedi scattered in space. He felt dissension but also a raw power mounting within their fleet. It reminded him the destructive force storms that ravaged the surface of Tython. He looked at the screen again. Patches of static were interrupting portions of the map. He turned to the crew pit, now packed with liberated Cyborians and their Morgake overseers. "What is happening near the Starforge?" Sakaf had to translate into Huttese. A pair of Cyborians jabbered at him, then pointed to another wall-mounted screen. That one came to life with a magnified video feed. It showed the forge against a backdrop of stars with Imperial and Supremacy warships harassing it. As Koltitha watched, he saw flashes of light. Not explosions, more like the spark of lightning inside storm clouds. Soon he realized he was seeing clouds, great billows of darkness emerging in space. And the ominous rumble in the force was now a roar. The force storm swept across space as though on a mighty gale. An Imperial Pentaconter and a cluster of Hutt battles were the first victims. The terrible energy overran and devoured them. In seconds, the starships and everyone inside were torn to shreds. The storm only increased speed. It was destruction incarnate and nothing could escape. As it swept through space, 2 more Imperial ships were destroyed. The Hutt's last surviving Chilandian tried to run but was torn apart. The bridge of the Theophany, bleak until now, erupted into cheers. Koltitha didn't lift his voice, but his spirits rose at the sight of so many vile enemies destroyed. He didn't understand how the storm had manifested, but he had an idea. The forge might have been pushed away from Varl, but Jedar and Shen wouldn't let the mission fail. Using their ancient power, they'd roused the Force itself to destroy the Hutt's homeworld. All things were possible with the Force. Koltitha was in awe of what they could accomplish, and knew he was right to put faith in them. But as he watched, something changed. The chain of crackling clouds became wild. Instead of charging at Varl, its billows spilled off, some at fleeing starships, others into empty space. Had they lost control of the storm? Were they distracted? Was there, after all, a limit to Jedar's power? Koltitha was so lost in these questions that he was slow to realize one lethal cloud furrow was moving toward the Theophany. Sakaf was a little quicker. He shouted to the Cyborian crew, and the Chilandian tried to move, but the ship had taken so much damage, and its engines failed to push its weight. Something strained to the point of bursting, and an explosion rocked the deck. Koltitha was thrown to his knee. Static was like rain on the view screen, but he could see lightning-cracked clouds rush through space. This storm was destruction incarnate, and there was no stopping it. Had he made a mistake? He didn't know. Couldn't know. All he had time to do was stagger to his feet. When annihilation reached the Theophany, Koltitha stood to face it, mouth hinged open with the question he would never ask. The command deck of the Ascendant was located deep within the warship's body, shielded from cold vacuum by its glittering Kyrium plates, an outer shell of duranium alloy, layers of reinforced bulkheads, and a dozen tight airlocks. That should have been enough protection. It wasn't. When Vidia sensed the energy starting to brew around the Starforge, she interrupted Jaminair and his captain to tell them to move. The captain looked at her like she was mad, but the Viceroy considered it. On urging from his son, he gave the order to pull back. That saved them from total destruction. 4 storms tore through Kyrium and duranium as easily as they did human flesh, reducing everything to constituent atoms. The Imperial fleet was helpless before it. The Ascendant avoided the worst, but it was still struck by energy that discharged like lightning from the raging storm clouds. It shuddered through the entire ship, blowing out systems. Engines sputtered and died, and so did internal gravity. The Ascendant rocked violently. Bulkheads twisted and snapped. Debris shot like bullets through the air. Consoles and conduits exploded, flashing fire tongues in the bridge's dark cavern. The destruction lasted less than 10 seconds. Vidia survived by raising a protective wall around herself and the Force. Then she found herself floating. Electric lights and residual fires flashed chaotically around the dark bridge. Bodies, living and dead, drifted in air. A trail of suspended blood streamed in front of her, then a severed limb. She groped for the familiar in the force. Jameneir had a presence, and she found him alive and clinging to a console. Her ears rang from the explosions, but she realized he was shouting for his son. She searched for the young man, not Faisal, but Marco. The force was chaotic with the thoughts of wounded, panicked crew, and she couldn't find his half-familiar strain in any of them. But she found him with her eyes, one body in an unmarked uniform floating in the middle of the chamber. She called for Marco with the force, and he drifted toward her outstretched hand. She grabbed the wrist, pulled him in, then turned his face toward a flickering light. His eyes were closed and fresh red burn marks mottled one side of his face. Jameneir called to her. Is he alive? She could have felt with the force, but she did it a simpler way, 2 fingers to the neck. She nodded and relief spread across Jameneir's face. His son was still alive, but the Ascendant was damaged and drifting. Most of the Imperial fleet had been consumed. Unless they could get the ship moving, they were all on borrowed time. They converged on the command center together. Kane, Jekka, and Moray, Erakas, Essan, and the crawlers. Just approaching the doors was a struggle. Virulence emanated from the room, pushing them back. The Jedi could bear it, but Kroller, Reyna, and Vadas had been forced to their knees. Erakas, without hesitation, had raised a shield in the force to protect them. He held it up even now, as they stepped through the final portal. Inside was a silent cauldron. In every descending tier, the corpses of the Forge's crew slumped in seats or collapsed to the floor. All were lifeless, their vital energies torn from them to fuel the destructive storm. On the 9th and lowest layer, they recognized Shen's body lying face up in a pool of blood. Hovering high in the center of the cauldron, bright with crackling darkness, was Jedar. It was the most horrifying thing Erakas had ever seen. This was the truth Essan had tried to tell him, revealed in full. His prophet, his master, his encouragement and strength, his architect and tormentor, his demon. Erakas wanted to lash out with infinite wrath and infinite despair, but Essan arrested him with a hand on his wounded shoulder. He groaned as she shook her head and looked at the crawlers. All 3 of them had entered the room, bravely and foolishly. They needed protection. Jedar was aware of their presence. The air in the arena began to swirl. Objects resting on derelict consoles were lifted and thrown about. The newcomers scattered and ducked for cover, some on the highest tier, others dropping to lower levels. He spoke in all their minds at once. See now what ambition and revenge descend to. A piece of this triumph you might have claimed. Regret this refusal you will. The wind grew hot and swirled faster. An object crashed into the console above Erakas's head, showering him with sparks. He crawled to another hiding place and peeked over the edge. Jedar held fast in the center of the room. Cast out from on high I was, constrained and forced among lesser beings to dwell. No more. Erakas looked around, saw Kane huddled behind another console on the same tier. The Zabrak held up his lightsaber. Erakas grabbed his. They nodded and rose. Or tried to. A flying object cracked Erakas on the side of the head. Kane's left leg simply snapped. The Zabrak howled in pain and collapsed on the floor. Erakas heard another gurgling cry. He peeked over the edge, looked 1 tier up, and saw Moray clinging to the side of a console with one arm. Her other shoulder was a stump gushing green blood. Fear death I do not, for conquered it before I have. Fear you, should I? Erakas felt another attack coming. He raised a shield around himself in the force and felt the other Jedi do the same. It was barely enough. The impact hit like a hammer and pounded him into the nearest wall. Calling on everything he had, hate, despair, anger, regret, and all the shattered loves that had brought him here, he caught the next blow and the next, but each nearly cracked his shell. He couldn't rouse a counterattack. It was like dueling an enemy who never tired, and whose blade rained constantly on yours. But it was worse than that. Jedar wasn't just battling Erakas. He was sending attacks at Essan, Jekka, even Kane, and Moray, who could barely defend through their pain. And beyond the forge his storm still roiled. It had lost some of its strength. Not even Jedar could focus on so many foes at once, but it continued to savage the scattering fleets. The path to Varl would be soon clear, and the forge's stellar core waited to unleash the demon's revenge. None of them had a chance. All of them were only Jedi, Small, fragile, breakable, or already broken. They battled an undying evil that had cultivated its wrath for centuries. Against it, they were nothing. Cain knew this and despaired. He'd allowed Jedar to lead him down this terrible path willingly, even proudly. He'd not been traumatized like Erakas to reach this point. He'd embraced it. A master but never a leader. He'd craved other ways to excel, and found it in the Starforge. This ancient monstrosity. He thought it was a miracle, and believed he could wield his darkness in the service of light. Vanity. So much vanity. It was fitting he'd die here. For the pain of his shattered leg, broken in 2 places at least, he could barely hold back Jedar's attacks. There was no point in trying. Better to let go. Be done with it. End it here in this temple to his own vanity. Jekka felt Cain giving in. She felt them all giving in. They'd placed themselves against invincible power, and nothing they could do availed them against the one they'd loved and trusted, the one who'd used and betrayed them. She understood their despair, but as she cowered behind a console she tried to save their spirits. Jedar deserved to pay for everything he'd wrought. And they, despite the ways they've let themselves be misled, deserve to live, because they might yet do better. And because inside her was another life, innocent of all this. She could feel it in the Force clearer than ever. It had parts of Jekka in it and parts of Asher. Both were strong in the Force. This new life would decide for itself what it meant to be a Jedi, without the corruption of a demon. Jekka swore that, and she did not give in. Essan had twice stood against the storms of Tython, hoping to test herself against the Force at its most dangerous. The arrogance of youth she'd realized too late. Twice it had nearly killed her. Twice she'd been lucky to escape. Now she stood against the greatest storm of all. She mustered all her strength, praying she gained something in the 20 years since she'd lost one friend to matchless power. More lives depended on her now, and she urged the others to stand firm. But it was so hard. Jedar was a force of nature all to himself. He drew on his immortal hate to savage ships in space, and every Jedi cowering in the arena. She felt Jekka willing them to hold on. Cain teetering toward surrender, Moray on the brink of physical collapse, Erakas with only hate as his shield. Jedar saw them all, knew them all, and struck without relent. Nothing escaped his wrath. Nothing except one worthless animal, forsplenda and weak, completely beneath the demon's notice. Reyna had been knocked to the floor of the highest tier. Her legs were splayed in front of her, her back to the wall. She had a clear view down one descending staircase at the creature hovering in a corona of vicious light. She couldn't feel the dark force energy swirling through the star system, nor could she feel the weight of ancient malice that was literally crushing the Jedi around her. She didn't understand the demon's deathless spite, its expulsion from higher planes, or the centuries of infernal plotting that had made this moment possible. She didn't have to. She understood that it had killed her son, corrupted her husband, and turned the Jedi's righteousness against them. That was more than enough. Never in her life had Reyna fired a shot with the intention to kill. She never thought it could be so easy. Heart pounding but hand steady, she raised the rifle from her lap. Back to wall, stock to shoulder. Breathe in deep. Cock. Steady. Aim. Shoot. The gun kicked air from her chest, but she held the barrel straight, and her bullet flew true. An inch of lead can break anyone's skull. Sprawled over the top of a gore-strewn console, delirious from blood loss, Moray saw. She saw Jedar's oversized head snap sideways. Saw it explode into fragments of bone and brain. Saw the crackling darkness vanish. Saw the tiny body, merely meat wrapped in brown robes and green skin, drop to the bottom of the chamber, where it landed beside Shin's with a wet thud. Moray didn't see anything after that. She was happy to let blackness claim her. Shin felt, rather than saw, the dark light go out. He was dying on the command room floor, but as his mother had taught him long ago, he was more than just flesh. As Shin's lifeblood drained from his body, the Starforge received him. He believed he was meant to dwell within the steel and conduits of his people's ancient weapon, because it was something only he was capable of. It had made him feel special, and he convinced himself he was fulfilling a destiny. Shin saw too late how he'd allowed himself to be led and made into Jedar's tool. The truth burned him with shame, but there was strength in truth, even to the point of dying. He poured what was left of himself into the Starforge. Its hull was his skin, its steel his skeleton, and girders his sinews. He felt, clearer than anyone, when the Force storm shuddered and died, just as he felt it when a single bullet shattered the demon's skull. But just as he was more than flesh, so was Jedar. The Star Forge was not Shin's alone. A second soul had suffused with the metal body and rose to contest his claim. Shin knew 3 things. He knew that only he could use the Forge to stop Jedar. He knew that, one-on-one, he'd never win the fight. And he knew he didn't have to. As the last life spilled from his mortal body, Shin shouted warning surviving Jedi. He told them, "Get out while you can, as fast as you can. Leave Jedar to me. Don't try to help me and don't look back." He felt their confusion and doubt. He wanted to help them more, but from here on, their fates were their own. An ancient evil roused itself to seize the ancient weapon. Shin put his very soul into stopping it. Maybe the Force had chosen him for this moment, or maybe he created this destiny for himself. It didn't matter. This was a fate meant only for him. The Force and the Forge trembled around them. Shin's parting brush left their minds, and the remaining Jedi knew they weren't safe yet. Essan rose to her feet and around the topmost circle to find Reyna seated on the floor, rifle in her lap, staring at the space where Jedar had been. She dropped to her knees beside the human, brushed her face with the red hand, and asked, "Are you all right?" Reyna blinked until her eyes found Essan's. "Better," she said at last. "Where's Erakas?" Essan rose, pulling Reyna with her. They looked around and saw Crawler and Vadas, battered but standing near the exit. The women staggered down the first set of stairs and saw Kane still on the floor, one leg shattered, breathing hard. Moray was sprawled across a console, green blood draining from her torn arm. Essan felt warmth within her but didn't know how long the Selketh would last. And they saw Erakas. He was on his feet, staring at the 2 bodies far below. There was nothing left in those broken shells. The battle between Jedar and Shin had moved to a different plane. Get him? Essan gave Reyna a shove toward Erakas. She lurched from Moray and called, "We need help here." As Vadas and Crawler shambled down the steps, Essan looked over Moray's wound. Thick, almost mucus-like blood seeped from the shoulder stump. She flicked several options through her mind and quickly chose on the least bad. Essan turned on her lightsaber and scorched Moray's wound to seal it. The pain of burning roused the Selketh awake. Her eyes fluttered weakly. A wheeze escaped her lips. Essan put away her lightsaber, wrapped both arms around Moray's waist, and pulled her upright. It turned out Selketh were surprisingly lightweight. Kane was more difficult. Vadas and Jekka were lifting him by either side. His face twisted as his broken leg dragged on the floor, but he tried to kick along with the other. As they dragged him toward the stairs, Crawler called, "Hey, can't you lift him or something?" "I'm about to," Jekka insisted. The spacer looked to his daughter. She stood beside Erakas, tugging his arm and repeating his name softly. But Erakas continued to stare at the ravaged room, unmoving. Essan said to him, "We have to go." "It's not safe." "What's not safe?" asked Crawler. "Isn't it over?" She ignored him and prodded Erakas with the Force. "Please," she said, "don't give up now." He didn't speak. Reyna released his arm and, to everyone's shock, slapped him across the cheek. Erakas finally looked at her, slack-jawed. "We lost enough people today," Reyna insisted. "Don't you dare die out of self-pity." He didn't smile, frown, or change expression, but he moved for the stairs. Jekka had already lifted Kane up the steps, where he was braced against Vadas. She motioned for Essan and Moray to come forward when the arena shook again. "What the hells was that?" Crawler said. "Why isn't it over?" That was beyond his understanding, beyond Essan's too. "We must hurry," she said, and gently passed Moray into Jekka's embrace. The crew of the Ascendant received only a few seconds warning before gravity re-engaged. For the young and nimble that was enough, but Jaminair landed hard. His knees cracked against the deck and throbbed with pain as he grabbed a console and pulled himself upright. He looked around the room. Some lights were back on, but others flickered madly, casting strobing shadows over the surreal scene. Crew tried to find equipment that had been scattered over the decks and consoles. On one side of the room, a dozen bodies lay piled. Not the dead, but those wounded or passed out, who'd been bound together lest they float away. His son was among them. He could see Marco's half-red face between 2 scuffed boots. Passed out, he looked innocent despite the burned scars. He'd carry those with him, probably, but he'd already been scarred on the inside. Those marks were of Jaminair's making. just as so many of his own scars had been gifted by his kingly father. He thought his life a closed circle. What he saw now, it was a river of sins that repeated from one generation to the next. He didn't know if he could change that, but he had to try. With Zim gone, it might even be possible. That thought, or perhaps a mild concussion, left him lightheaded with hope. The alien interrupted Jamineer's thoughts. "He'll be all right," she said. "Don't worry about him now." "You feel that, I suppose?" "I do." "Damn these magicians." "And bless them?" He rubbed a bruise on his forehead and called for Captain Kale. Looking more disheveled than Vidia, the human presented herself on Jamineer's other flank. "Captain, try and get main thrusters burning. And check on the hut." "Absolutely, sir." "Viceroy," Vidia said, but trailed off. Her eyes lost focus, like her force had distracted her. He had a bad feeling about this. "What is it?" "Tell me." Still staring into distance, she said. "Get those engines up fast. We need to get away from the Star Forge." It was a battle without weapons. Souls grappled without bodies, but their struggle reverberated in every beam, bolt, and circuit of the Star Forge. The ancient Rakata had created this behemoth to channel the Force's energies. It did so now in ways not even his makers had imagined. One opponent was ancient. Cast out from a heaven, it had reigned in hell, known death of the body, and forged its soul immortal through evil means. 5 centuries ago, during the death of his last vessel, it had forced itself on a youth of the same race. As flesh grew to maturity, the soul incubated revenge. All the while, as it plotted the destruction of the Hutts and the rebirth of his empire, it had nursed timeless dreams of vengeance against those who cast it down. Because after all, spite with spite was best repaid. The other was a youth who'd blessed by the Force, and spent his short life wondering why. Everyone said there was a purpose behind his gift, but he'd feared it was a cosmic joke. Now, gift or joke, he knew why the Force had come to him. He had passed through 3 mentors in his life, one ignorant but wise, one wise but foolish, the third a great deceiver. In a way, this last mentor was the most essential. Without the demon, Shin could have never suffused himself with the Force, embraced the Star Forge, and created his destiny. Now, joyously, he turned his lessons against their teacher. Jedar was more powerful, but the Forge was naturally attuned to the soul of a Rakata. Different as he was from his ancestors, Shin was still one of them. Here, at the end, he welcomed their legacy. Without hesitation or fear, he reached into the molten heart of the Forge, where the stolen fire of a star was sealed. He cupped it with hands that were not hands until he formed a perfect seal around it. Jedar pounded at the shell, but Shin would not release. Jedar wished to pour universal lifeblood onto Varl and burn his enemy to ash. The Rakata of old had wanted to refine and cool it into tools of infinite conquest. Shin's wish was simpler. He wanted to end it all. With hands of the Force, he compacted the captured starfire, atom by atom. Raging matter became increasingly dense as he compressed it toward the center of his own gravity. Jedar understood what he was doing and tried to break Shin's seal. The Undying One's attacks were frantic, mindless with the fear of death that had harrowed him for millennia. Shin held firm and continued to press the stellar matter upon itself. It became denser and denser until subatomic packets collapsed into their own gravitational pull and crossed the threshold to become a super-dense singularity from which nothing could escape. Not light, not matter, not even the Force. He could feel them cross the tipping point. Shin released his ancestor's weapon to his fate. Jedar, ancient and powerful beyond measure, ended with a pleading wail for mercy. He received none. The Star Forge collapsed into the black hole at his heart, taking every scrap with it. Every beam, bolt, and power cell fell into the event horizon. Jedar and Shin plunged together, demon and savior conjoined in deepest oblivion. No one actually saw the end of the battle for Varl with their own eyes, at least, none who lived to tell about it. When the Forge collapsed into a singularity and unleashed a wave of energy that bucked nearby ships, destroying some. For few, like the Ascendant, it was that lucky kick that pushed them away from the newly formed black hole. Others, not so fortunate, were pulled into an inescapable clutch. The gravity scorned was also lucky. They didn't feel blessed at the moment, for the entire ship rocked violently. Essan had just buckled into crash webbing along the wall of the secondary cargo hold. Her head smacked against the cushions, and she grabbed onto the straps for stead until the gravity finally soared free. All the Jedi to escape the Forge were in the hold. Her, Kane, Moray, Jekka, and finally Erakas. When the ship stabilized, the overhead speaker buzzed with Reyna's voice. Dad says we're clear, but that thing's playing hell with gravity all over the system, so stay buckled in. When nobody else responded, Essan raised her voice. We will. That was all. The Jedi were just passengers now. Kroller, Vidia, and Reyna, the ones who saved them from their own doom, were in the cockpit, with full control. Maybe it was best that way. Now that they were free of Jedar and the Star Forge, Essan felt her comrades more clearly. Jekka treasured the future inside her even as she mourned the past. Kane scolded himself for pride, and a dazed Mori pondered the union of opposites. As for Erakas, he was wondering what kind of man and Jedi he might become, and whether he really wanted to be either. That was ahead of them. Essan felt what lay behind them too. It was a bottomless plunge from which nothing could escape, not even ancient darkness. Outcomes. In dim eclipse, zymology is notoriously precarious. Almost no primary sources survive from the Despot's age, and the provenance of some, such as the works attributed to Ossus, have come under scrutiny. The earliest intact scholarly works date from over a millennium later. These early writers most esteemed one Tate Onderus, who apparently wrote in the decades following the Third Battle of Vter and may have experienced Zim's reign firsthand. Tragically, his invaluable writing seems lost to history. S.V. Skanks, Looking Backward, A History of Zymology. 568 LE. The voyage from Idix to the Supremacy aboard the Pilgrim, from Forbidden World to Forbidden Realm, was long, strange, and uncomfortable. But most of all, it was enlightening. Essan told Tate about the third battle. She explained why the Jedi had betrayed Zim to his enemies, and the forces that had urged them on. Then she explained what happened after that. Another battle, savage and ethereal, over the homeworld of the Hutts. Essan's explanation was halting and pained. Remembrance brought her no pleasure, especially with Brexin in the hold with them, listening to every word. Tate was surprised he'd let the Jedi aboard his ship at all. Essan had greeted him kindly. She'd said she was glad to see him well after all these years. Brexin had only nodded and gone up to the cockpit. But when she started talking about Vter and Varl, he came down to listen. Tate watched the pilot as much as the Jedi. Brexin's face shifted between consternation and revelation, and it seemed old loose pieces were fitting into place, giving him a better understanding than he'd had before. When the story seemed finished, gloom took the hold. After drawn silence, Essan looked at Brexin and asked, "You were on one of the gunships at Vter, weren't you?" "The Lancer," he said. "There was a Jedi aboard who didn't speak a lick of Taiwanese, an alien that looked like a man with two big horns on his head." "That would be Regatta," Essan said. "He's still on Ossus." Brexin didn't seem to care. "We followed you to Varl, right in that beacon of yours. Us and half of Zim's fleet. Nobody understood what was going on. I didn't realize what happened to Zim until it was long over." His face darkened. "We followed you anyway. All of us. Because we trusted you. I'm sorry." Essan's voice cracked. "We'd have done anything for you. We were ready to die, but not like that. We didn't want that to happen. We didn't plan it. But he did. The prophet. The demon," she whispered. "Jedar." Tate had never heard that name, though in his studies he'd heard mentions of an alien seer on Idix. Instead of a prophet, it had been an ancient horror who'd waited centuries to enact revenge against the Hutts and ascend over all. The Jedi, angels, gods, saviors to lost souls, had been his pawns. And Zim, despot, Derrida, conqueror, hero and villain and emperor of mankind, had turned out to be one too. If Tate tried to publish this in his book, everyone would think he'd gone mad. Dimly, he wondered what he would do with all the knowledge he'd gained if the Jedi let him keep it. "I guess that's what happens when you throw yourself in front of false gods," Brexin said, so bitter. "I want to say we got what we deserve, but no one deserves what happened to those people on the Star Forge. No one. I know. We were fools too." Essan lowered her head. "You knew all along why we've been hiding on Ossus, didn't you?" "It wasn't hard to guess." "Then why didn't you tell him?" She looked at Tate. So did Brexin. Until then, the scholar had felt like a camera eye, watching a conversation he wasn't here for. "I understand if you didn't want to tell me," Tate said. "It's been hard to hear. It would be harder to remember." "That's not it." Brexin shifted away from him. "Maybe I wanted you to find out the hard way. Or maybe I wanted one of them tell it." He glanced at Essan. I don't know. I know it's not enough to say I'm sorry, she told him. The captain sneered. I guess you want me to feel bad for you? It's hard to be a god, isn't it? I don't want anything from you. I won't tell you how to feel or what to think. Good. Brexton shoved off his couch and drifted toward the ladder. As he grabbed the rungs, he said, we should be coming out of the jump soon. We're gonna hit the cyclada, which means the worms will start noticing us. Better get your story right for them. He pulled himself swiftly up the ladder, then disappeared. Silence filled his wake. Essan leaned forward, elbows on knees, and ran hands over her red face. Fingers tugged hair strands loose from their bun, and they wavered weightless around her. I'm sorry he's so bitter, Taith told her. I guess this is harder for you, if you remember what he was like before. I don't think I ever met him. You acted like you knew him? I didn't, she said softly. But I should have. I should have known them all. Especially the ones who didn't come back from Varl. I'd heard a little about a skirmish near the Hutt homeworld, Taith said, but I never had any direct sources, and I had no idea of its scale. You'd think it would be talked about more. Only a few Imperial ships survived. Most people who were there didn't understand it, and those that did don't like to remember it, especially the Hutts. Their homeworld was nearly destroyed, and they were helpless to stop it. They're a proud people, and they don't forgive being humbled. Are you sure they won't destroy us on sight? No, Essan said simply. For some reason that didn't bother him. Taith felt strangely light, weightless. Maybe the truth really did set you free? What about your powers? The Force was never useful against Hutts. Something about them, as a species, is resistant. It's why they were always so much trouble for us. And Jedar, I imagine. But you're taking us to Varl anyway? I'm not afraid to die, she said. Taith was, yet he was coming to. He was on the verge of uncovering every secret he'd yearned for. Was it worth risking his life to see that life fulfilled? He could only say yes. Brexton, who could have refused the whole enterprise, had come with them too. What that said about the Pilgrim's captain, Taith didn't know. Will you tell me what happened after Varl now? He asked Essan. I'm curious about your partner, Erakas. Yes, I know. I might as well take you to the end. She looked up, toward the cockpit, before it takes us over the line. Chapter 19. Fading Lights. As no primary sources survive from the first centuries post-Zim, the breakup of his empire has mostly been narrated by the Despotica. One of its prominent figures is Jaminar, who built a kingdom around the world that now bears his name. But like so much else of Zim's time, little is verifiable. Different Despotica authors position him as Zim's friend who betrayed him at Vter, a ruthless power-hungry general, a low-ranking soldier who rose to glory out of chaos, an abused slave seeking revenge for the murder of his mother, and even, to the ire of Jaminir's modern population, the despot's catamite. Some scholars suggest this legendary figure was even a conflation of multiple people. Truth behind the intrigue is lost to history, but I imagine the dramatists wouldn't have it any other way. Tale spinners do love their mystery. Saul Ranson, The Despotica Revisited. A textual historiographic analysis. 538 LE. Every battle required a clean-up, and this one was more messy than most. Starships both intact and wrecked formed a loose chain across the system. The sudden appearance of a miniature singularity played havoc with gravitational patterns, shifted planetary orbits, and caused massive instability on Varl itself. The effects would have been to investigate it, and no one knew what this meant for the Hutt homeworld. Jaminar frankly didn't care. He wanted to leave this place and never look back, but first he had business to care of. Foremost among them was delivering the worm he saved back to her people. Humans, it seemed, weren't allowed to set foot on Varl, but Jaminar was happy to pass her along to one of the newly arrived Keelandians. For the sake of ensuring he got something in return for his efforts, he accompanied Chiraba to the warship. He was taken aback when they were escorted into the presence of a brown-skinned, blue-eyed Hutt he'd known only by infamy. Cossack the Mighty thanks you for saving his valued aunt, translated a snail like Vipit, whose pearly-conked shell huddled beside Cossack's armored bulk. Jaminar knew nothing about Hutt families and couldn't read emotion on either broad face. But he decided to play for favor. I hope what happened today will mark a true change for our peoples, he said. The time for fighting is over. The Vipit translated his words. Instead of replying, Cossack rumbled to Chiraba. Incomprehensible words passed between them, and Jamener got the impression of a restrained argument. In the end, Cossack turned blue eyes to Jamener and spoke. The translator said, Cossack the Mighty agrees that the war between the Supremacy and mankind has been destructive. There will be a cease in hostilities, so long as the humans withdraw from every world they've claimed. Their heroic efforts at Varl didn't seem to have bought them much, but Jamener hadn't the will to argue. We'll withdraw, he told Cossack, as long as you agree to make no incursions into the Empire. Never mind that there might not be an Empire anymore, not without Zim. The Vipit said, Cossack the Mighty accepts your terms. He suggests you depart for your space immediately. No Supremacy ship will hinder your withdrawal. Most of our vessels were destroyed. We'll need time to make repairs and recover survivors. Cossack the Mighty grants you 3 standards days, the Vipit insisted. He suggests you not take longer. So that was the thanks they got for saving the blasted worms. Jamener was glad the hideous racket of weapon had been destroyed, but he wouldn't have mourned a dead Varl either. It seemed that Cossack had dismissed him. He'd already begun speaking with his aunt. But Jamener wasn't finished. He cleared his throat and asked, what was the fate of Zim? The Emperor's name turned Cossack's head. His tail thwacked on the floor as he replied. Cossack the Mighty bested Zim the Despot in single combat on the plain of Vter, the translator said. I know. What happened to him? Is he alive? Jamener's chest tightened as he waited for the reply. He didn't know what answer he wanted anymore. Zim and his minions were taken intact. They have been brought to Varl, and here they will remain. Zim is here now. Can I see him? Zim is the property of Cossack the Mighty to do with as he pleases, the translator said. Visitors are not permitted. I am not just a visitor. I saved your world. Jamener glared. The only reason I didn't let Varl burn was because Zim ordered me to come here. Do you worms understand that? He saved you, and if you're grateful to anyone, it should be him. There was another exchange between Cossack and Chirappa. The translator said, Zim agreed to the terms of ritual combat. He will be held to them. Cossack insists you return to your ships and tend to your business. You now have 2 days with withdraw from the Supremacy. Jamener knew when to give in. He sneered, I will do so. I thank Cossack for his generosity. Maybe the translator relayed his sarcasm, maybe not. Within minutes, Jamener had departed Cossack's ship and shuttled back to the Ascendant. Through the window, he could see all the dents and burned scars in his chiron-plated hull. The dreadnought was the only home he had left. As the shuttle docked at the Ascendant's flank, he felt lighter with optimism. He knew it was irrational. Without Zim, the Empire's weight fell on his shoulders hardest. Cadenzi and the other deserters had to be dealt with. So would Kren and his scorned, and all the factions within Zim's domain that would be clamoring for power. The Empire might well fracture in the years ahead, but the war was over. His son had returned from the dead, and there was a third cause, one he only admitted to himself after he'd boarded the Ascendant and strode down his halls. Zim was gone. For the first time in 30 years, his emperor, architect, and friend held no power over him. He'd never been this free before, not as lesser prince or first viceroy. He could even shut the weight of empire if he so chose. He never thought that, after almost 6 decades of life, he might discover it anew. Jamener stopped at the bridge to meet a tired Captain Kale. Both the Imperial fleet and the messy bridge needed cleanup, and she was working hard at both. Leaving it to her, he went to the infirmary to find his son. The beds were packed with injured, and the chief medical officer informed him that Marco had been discharged and sent to his quarters. Jamener's quarters, of course. Marco had no place on this ship. But Jamener hoped he'd accept a place at his father's side. There's been no time for this conversation in the frenzy of Vter and Varl. Now, at least, they could have it. Jamener walked alone to his cabin. The sliding door was edged open, its burned-out lock unrepaired. Jamener stepped inside and closed the door as tightly as he could. Marco was sitting on his father's sofa, his lanky body sprawled half off the cushions. Scuffed boots were on the floor. His dirty uniform was unbuttoned. White bandages covered the burned half of his face, but there was space for both eyes to peer through. Father and son looked at each other a long time. Then Jamener asked, would you like some water? It took Marco a while to say, please. Jamener's knees felt stiff as he crossed the room. He flushed water into a clear glass, then handed it to his son. Finally, he sat in the soft chair beside the sofa. Marco drank half the glass before putting it down. He asked, is it over? The Hutts have given us 2 days to clean up and leave their space. What do they consider their space? Every world they claimed before the war. After almost 5 years of slaughter, mankind had nothing to show for it. Zim would have never accepted that deal, but Zim was no longer relevant. Choices seemed easier now. Marco took a gulp and asked what happened to Zim. The worms took him captive at Vter. They say they'll be keeping him on Varl. You didn't try to get him released. I wasn't in position to insist on anything. Marco nodded acceptance, but Jaminar hadn't forced the issue, not as much as he could have, as he would have once. He asked Marco, do you know where your Iduksin went? She's still aboard? But she'll be joining her own kind soon. Some of them escaped the Starforge then? A few? He didn't ask if they could be trusted. Jaminar had never trusted them in the first place. Instead he asked, were they the ones who destroyed the forge? Marco thought a long time before he said, yes. Did she tell you what they'll be doing next? I don't think they know. It was a common state. Jaminar bent forward, elbows on knees. We have to plan for the future too. By rights the Empire is mine now, but I can't be Zim. I can't even try. I'm going to need allies of all kinds to hold the Empire together. Marco turned hard eyes on him. You want me to help you? You have pull with Admiral Kren, don't you? Some. You take him back? Never. But if I have to deal with him, I want to tame him. Marco's smile was sour. Always politics. Always power. It's my life. I know. Marco swallowed the rest of his glass and placed it on the table between them. Have you ever wanted anything else? There was a slight tremor in his voice. I had it once. I thought I'd lost it forever, but I haven't. Marco, I don't want to lose you again. The young man looked away. And my mother. I didn't want that. Neither did Erisa. She always tried to keep you safe. Even in treason. I wanted that too. Then why did you kill her? Because either the victor's crown died, or Zim did. And he'd not been able to escape the thrall of the man who dominated his life. I can never make up for that. Jaminir's voice scraped. I'm not asking you to forgive me. But Zim is gone. We can be things we'd never imagined before. Marco still didn't look up. Are you glad he's gone? Jaminar was surprised by the answer in his heart, and he was slow to pronounce it. Yes. But you didn't have the strength to do it yourself. You don't understand what I was before Zim found me. What he offered and made me into, his head sunk. Words trailed off as he stared at the carpet. If you could go back and do it again, would you? It was the same question Cadenzi had asked. Despite his freedom, Jaminar couldn't find a new answer. As a young man he'd been faced with the choice, ascend with Zim, or live and die despised in his father's court. He'd chosen to rise, and at Zim's side found greater victory and greater defeat. He told his son what he'd told Cadenzi, is done. We can't think about that. We have to move ahead, together. The sofa creaked as Marco rose. Jaminar didn't look at his son. The young man touched his shoulder gently. I understand, father. I understand. Vidia was approaching the Viceroy's cabin when she heard the muted gunshot. She sprinted down the final corridor to the door with the burned-through lock, then used the force to push it aside and only halted once she was in the room. The Viceroy was in a soft chair, body curled forward, head between his knees. The carpet beneath was red with blood. His son stood behind him, a small pistol in one hand. His eyes were on his deed, but when Vidia arrived they jerked up to her. Shock softened his features, which then became hard. He killed my mother, the young man said. Some things can't be forgiven. Facile. I'm not facile. I'm Marco V. Jaminar. My mother was the Duchess of Livian, and my father, his eyes fell to the body. He was a prince of Saraska. Vidia sensed no threat from Marco. Not anymore. He'd done what he planned to do all along. The room swelled with silence, and no boot claps approached. She saw that he'd muted the shot with a discarded pillow. What now? She asked. There's a shuttle waiting to take me to Cadenzi. From there, I imagine we'll go to Saraska. Marco looked away from his father's body. I've barely been there, but it still belongs to me, as my father's heir. Is that what you want? You said power hardens people. It's already hardened me. He glanced at the pistol, as though remembering it was there. Then he tossed it on the sofa. What will you do? I don't know. She truly didn't. Nearly half the Jedi had perished in the battle at Varl, Kultitha among them. The majority of their followers had been immolated by Jedar's horrible force storm. It would take years to recover from this, and if they found firm footing again, it would be on a different path than the one they'd been led down. Marco turned from his father. His arm brushed hers as he stepped for the door. She reached out and grabbed it. He looked at her dully. You insisted on coming with me. Is this what you wanted? Of course not. She didn't look at the Viceroy's corpse, but asked, did you get what you wanted? His eyes wavered. She thought he wouldn't answer, but he managed to say it's done, then jerked free and walked out of the room. Vidia lingered long enough to find a cloth and cover the body. Then she too departed. The path of planets around Ardas and Ivona had always been complex, and the miniature black hole caused alternations in every orbit, including the binary stars. Days later, seismic quakes shuddered through Varl's surface. Weather was chaotic, and sudden storms flooded bogs into oceans. On a more densely populated world, full of fragile bipeds, millions would have been killed. Despite all this, over 600,000 Hutts assembled in the fields outside the blazing one sanctum for Cossack the Mighty's apotheosis. They came from every host and every world in the Supremacy. Despite the mud on the plain, they all wore their brightest robes, and seen from above, the great gathering of Hutts was a riot of color. It was the biggest congregation of their kind since Ardustag's declaration of the Supremacy 500 years ago. Churaba remembered that day. It had felt pure and triumphant. The victory over the demon had been fresh, and all the assembled Hutts had joyously shed the memory war to embrace the Supremacy's bright future. She wished she could feel the same today. She rested on one corner of a crescent-shaped stage, looking across the heads of the crowd to her nephew at its center. Cossack was layered in rainbow robes and surrounded by Hutt priests droning rites in low tones. Select esteemed, Tilanda Til, Yaktash, Vipit, abased themselves before the stage, but no anointed had been permitted to set foot on Varl. Only a single biped attended the ceremony, and, so as not to defile it with his 2 tiny feet, Zim was kept chained and on his knees, on a high platform for all to see. Stubborn to the last, the human kept his head low and refused to look at his captors. Clustered near Cossack was Boon to the Denier and other favored Hutts, including Mava the Blue, the Pateriai's new throne, and Excata the Pecunious, who now led the Enigig. Churaba was not among that favored clutch, but her action to save Varl demanded she have some place on the stage. So here she was, as far from her nephew as possible. Rightly or wrongly, she'd pushed against him when he'd returned from Vter. Cossack, flush with triumph, had wanted to exterminate all the humans in the home system and be in fresh conquest of the Tion. We've barely survived this war, she told him as Zim's lackey looked on. Varl was minutes away from destruction. We cannot invite more wrath. The demon is destroyed, for good this time, Cossack insisted. We should continue our triumph. We have no triumph. The demon failed because his rebel angels turned against him. Were it not for them, Varl would be ash and you an emperor of nothing. And Zim, she reminded, only fell because of the demon's schemes. I worked for years to bring Zim down. Would you take that away from me, Aunt? I know you're a masterful schemer as well, nephew. It was the wrong thing to say. Cossack had demanded she elaborate. She had not. Instead, she'd insisted, let the war end. Bask in your triumph at home, nephew. You have plenty of work to do here. Repair the fleets, rebuild the hyperspace network, re-establish control over the Cyclada, protect Varl. The Supremacy is in your hands now. You must take care of it. So he relented. Peace was declared and the Supremacy rejoiced. But Churaba was no longer Cossack's trusted favorite. The worst of it was, there was so much she didn't know. All she had was the word of a rat that Cossack had arranged for the attack on an AR Krita. Kalismar had also bound Shalve to begin this war, and perhaps arranged the death of Ontaga the Bounteous, but had those been done on behalf of the demon, or Cossack? Not even Oziaf knew. Ardustag's death was another mystery with no answer, though she noted that Chamberlain Mackle was among Cossack's favorite few. Even weather was unpredictable. The sky had been clear when the ceremony began, but mottled clouds now drifted over the field. The holy lights wavered in and out. Whenever Churaba looked at the sky, she could only see one sun but not the other. They alternate like the winking eyes of a mocking god. Hutt scientists were just beginning to understand the new singularity dancing through their solar system. Churaba retained enough privileges to read their reports. They claimed that none of the system's bodies were in immediate danger, but projected that in 900 years the third planet would loop too close to the black hole and be swallowed. Another mass orbital shift would follow, and assuming the black hole didn't collapse on its own, a possibility all prayed for, then it would devour Avona itself. Cheraba wouldn't live to see one of the holy lights die, but she'd spend the rest of her natural span knowing that the glow of their blessed binaries was mortal. Even in death, the demon had wreaked his revenge and slain a god. She heaved a sigh and watched the rite continue beneath an overcast sky. Her nephew looked so proud, and why shouldn't he? He schemed for years to bring this about. And here was another task for Cossack. He had to prepare the Hutts to live beyond their ancestral home, and without their gods. She supposed he was suited for it. He'd been godless for a long time. Cheraba didn't know how her race would be remade, and was glad she'd not find out. Age was a burden, but it could also be relief. Idix had become a planet of ghosts. Before their frantic departure, the town of Morningstar had bustled with life. Now wind whispered through the metal husks of its emptied buildings. Dust blew through its streets. When night fell, the air was bitterly cold and the stars savagely bright. Standing outside felt like drifting in space, alone with the great nothing. But it was the only place they could go. The 3 docking towers outside Morningstar, at least, were working. The gravity-scorned and 2 Ranroon gunships set down there. As dusk fell, the Jedi and surviving Idukes scoured the remains of their town to gather what they'd left behind. They still had a future. Jekka could feel it growing inside her. She just didn't know where it would take them. When night fell, the 26 remaining Jedi gathered inside a large house whose owners hadn't returned. The living room was full of tiny memorials, photographs, children's toys, discarded bowls with spoons, half-knit sweaters, coats on hooks. They were necessary, painful reminders of the innocents they'd led to Jedar's slaughter. Everyone was present except one glaring exception, Erakas. If Essan knew where he was, she did not say so as she took the center of the room and looked at their harrowed, expectant eyes. She'd bound herself tight in the Force, as she often did, but as Jekka sensed the Sith had considered her words for a long time. I know none of us meant to do harm, but we did, Essan said. We allowed ourselves to be led by a monster. We thought it was our purpose to bring peace and justice to the galaxy, because if we can't, then what is the Force for? She turned in a circle, spread arms, and repeated, what is the Force for? I'm not asking rhetorically. We all have its power, but what is the point of it? Why do we have the Force? Once, some Jedi would have dared answer. Jekka would have been among them. Now everyone stayed silent. I don't know what the Force is for. Essan's voice ached. I don't think I ever will. I don't think we'll find all the answers we've been looking for. And somehow, we'll have to accept that. She lowered her arms and let the Jedi think in silence. If she was open for questions, no one volunteered. Next she said, I've been thinking about what led us astray. When I think about the one who tempted us, I see a pattern. One thing happened again and again, and we never questioned it. Whatever our doubts and desires, Jedar told us what we wanted to hear. He said anything is possible with the Force. He said it can fix every problem. That his power is infinite and just waiting for us to use. That it lifts us above those who can't touch it. That they'll hate and resent us for having what they don't, and that we're only strong when we're together. And there's truth in there. It's why it was so easy to follow him to the edge. But everyone here today pulled back from that edge, because we aren't the demon's rebel angels. We are Jedi. And we have to cling to that. She had strength in her words, and she tried to share it with the others. Jekka tried to help her, loosely binding the gathered minds as she'd done in battles. But they were all shadowed by Jedi who weren't here today. Jedi like Asher, Talayak, and Koltatha, and Erakas. Essan said, I asked what the Force is for. I might as well have asked what Jedi are for. I don't have an answer either. Answers are dangerous. Answers nearly destroyed us. But we have to keep looking, judging, and deciding for ourselves. So I'm asking all of you now, what should the Jedi be? She stepped aside, leaving the center of the room open. Nobody took the floor, and nobody spoke at first. A minute passed before Moray lifted her remaining hand. I never believed it was our duty to right every wrong, the Selkith said. I still don't. But I also think there was truth in Jedar's lies. I think Jedi are stronger together. She added, even though it took me time to realize that. Others nodded slowly. Regatta, the two-horned Deveronian, said, "We might as well stay together. Where else can we go?" He said it flippantly and drew a few chuckles, but it was a serious question. The Dawn Chaser had been devoured by the Starforge, the Ashless Dream shot down. The Hand of Light had been badly damaged in the battle, and every Jedi who tried to pilot it since claimed they could no longer guide it through hyperspace with the Force. Without a working Titan ship, they were stranded in the Tion, separate from the other scattered Jedi, perhaps for the rest of their lives, perhaps for centuries. At the back of the room, Zephian raised a hand. "Should we stay on Idux?" the Marillion asked. "I think we should find another world," Jekka said with a shudder. "I can't imagine staying in Morningstar. This was Jedar's place. Everyone else calls us Iduxians," Vidia observed, "because we were Jedar's tools. We can't be Iduxians anymore. We need a new home, a new name, a new place to be Jedi again, whatever that means." Jekka added, "A new world to build the future on." Some Jedi nodded agreement. Others hesitated. Halazan asked, "Who else would have us?" No response. No easy answers. Kane shifted beside Jekka and winced for his cast-bound leg. Without raising his hand, he said, "This wasn't just Jedar's world. Shin was born here too. He didn't call it Idux, though. To his people, this place was Ossus. He said the name means watchtower." The word conjured images of a lonely outpost staring at empty frontier, waiting for a signal to act. But maybe that was what the Jedi needed. On Idux, they'd built a town, then made the town into a fortress when they went to war with the rest of the galaxy in the belief that they alone could save it. Maybe Ossus could be different. Essan said, "I won't ask for a decision now, but I want you all to consider. Tomorrow we'll meet again and make a choice. Together." She stepped out. Jedi shared silence, glances, and feelings. There was doubt, restlessness, fear, and regret, but Jekka didn't shirk from them. She stirred them and spread them with the Force, so that everyone could feel flecks of each other, and know that they were not alone. That would have to comfort them in the years ahead. Together was all they had. Strapped vertically to his docking tower, the gravity scorn felt like a castle turret looking out on Morningstar. At this angle, there wasn't much to see through the cockpit porthole, but Vadas could make out the town's faint glow. Essan and the other Jedi were holding conference out there. Erakas had joined Reyna in the unseen dark. Both those conversations would be intimate and invite-only. Vadas and Kroller were left out, but neither minded. The older man was down in the secondary hold, putting things in place after the Jedi abandoned it. He left Vadas with his thoughts for a little while, but in the end Kroller returned to the only place that was truly his, the gravity's cockpit. As he pulled himself up the last ladder rungs, he asked, "See anything interesting out there?" Vadas stepped away from the porthole. "Just the night." "Good. I like it boring." Essan and the Jedi, Erakas and Reyna, they're all figuring out their futures, aren't they? Vadas knew what he was getting at. "I haven't decided what I'm doing." "Well, you know what I'm hoping. It was good to have you back, son. Crazy and aggravating most of the time, too, but that wasn't your fault. And it had felt good to be back. Good to be among people who had aims beyond justice and revenge." He'd heard that Morguk and most of his Morguk had been destroyed at Varl. He'd had no contact with the survivors and wasn't sure if he wanted to. The Nikto would be cut off from Kenton, maybe for years, until somebody, inevitably the Hutts, rebuilt a hyperspace beacon. He'd heard that the leaders of the unhomed Nictus, Weequay, and Clutuanans had pledged their race's undying loyalty to the Worms as part of Cossack the Mighty's ascension to godhood, which meant all the fighting, all the killing and hating, had been for nothing. Vadas looked away from his father and said, "I think I might stay here for a while. There's no place to go back to anyway." "Well, you know how to make an old man feel wanted. I do want to stay here. But," he sighed, "I tried to leave Kenton behind. I couldn't. You seem to be doing pretty good for a while. But not so good he hadn't raced back at the first chance." Vadas felt like nothing was resolved or fixed. His life had been spent wavering between two worlds, and it seemed like it always would. "Maybe it doesn't have to be all one thing or all the other," his father suggested. "What do you mean?" Kroller smirked. "I don't know. By now you've seen more of this galaxy than even me. Maybe that means you've outgrown me, but that's okay. That's what kids are supposed to do. The point is, I know you'll think of something." His faith sounded simple, though it was anything but. Vadas considered how he could turn his divided life into a bridge. I'm not going to pretend to know what the Force wants from you, Reyna said as they walked through the dark, but maybe you don't have to be all one thing or all the other. He felt her beside him, but her words came as though from far away. Not all Jedi, and not all. A person. A real person with a real life. Not someone running around trying to save the galaxy from itself. A husband and father, with a son and a wife, all of them secure in their place. But Santasa Station had burned and wasn't coming back. Soren's death echoed after all these years, but over recent days Erakas had reviewed his memories of Jedar. It was painful to recall all the lessons and all the lies, but he was trying to determine where he'd gone wrong, where he could have done better. Reyna said he, like the other Jedi, needed to look to the future. She was right, but none of them could forget the past. As they moved through the dark, he said, I don't know if I could have done what you did. What do you mean? Killing Jedar. As they walked further through the black, he explained, I wanted to destroy him. But if I had, I think the dark might have eaten me up inside. Then it's good I'm not a Jedi. Because shooting that bastard's the best thing I've ever done. Her voice went raw at the end. They walked in silence again. The lights of the town were distant and didn't touch their dark path. Starlight overhead was stunning. The wind was very cold. Out of the black she said, you could come with us. Where are you going? I don't know. Away. Vadas too. He hasn't said it, but I think so. He couldn't get to Kenton even if he wanted to. She said it warmly. She was glad to have her family again and was inviting him to join. He didn't deserve that. Their happy lives on Santasa Station had been shattered into many pieces to be put together again. Reyna knew that but was offering nonetheless. I don't know if your father would like that. Erakas flexed his aching shoulder. He already shot me once. Extenuating circumstances. Reyna. He touched her for the first time, hand to upper arm. They turned to each other, though their faces were faint in starlight. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Not now. Probably not ever. She didn't argue, but she did ask. Why? What Jedar did, I let him do. I helped him. I have to come to terms with that. You didn't let him kill our son. I left you and Soren. I chose to be a Jedi instead of with you. And after that, everything felt so necessary. And it felt necessary so often it started to feel right. I was ready to destroy a world because I thought the Force was telling me to. And now, I need to figure out what the Force is really saying. You'll stay with the other Jedi then? No, I don't know. I don't think so. Then what? You're not meant to be alone, Erakas. Maybe that was true. When he looked on his life, he saw he'd always welcomed the influence of others. He'd been lucky to have people like Reyna and Master Sword to shape his life, but once Jedar entered it, he'd been helpless in the demon's hands. There's only one way to know for sure, he whispered. She asked, where else can you go? He raised eyes to the stars and wondered. Morning found Morning Star faint with life. Jedi and others emerged from their homes to watch dawn rise over empty streets. High clouds streaked red through a gold sky. The world seemed blank and ruined, but also like a canvas on which a new design might be drawn. Very few saw the hand of light push off. The battered Titan starship sat on the plain outside town, and only Essan and Reyna were present to see it off. They helped Erakas examine the hand inside and out, and despite all the scars and dents in his hull, it seemed like it would get him into space. Beyond that was anyone's guess. I still don't think this is wise, Essan told him. None of us were able to find paths through lightspeed. Why would you be any different? Who says I have to be? Remember, we installed a nav unit that can lock onto any beacon in known space. I can't use that. But you don't plan to stay in known space. Do you? Essan put hands on her hips. When he didn't reply, she looked to Reyna for aid, but the human shook her head. I think he needs to find his own way, she said. And if he jumps into the heart of a star, then it will be my mistake, and not my worst, he insisted. But I don't think it will come to that. When we escaped the mall, some of us could feel clear paths, even without Titan ships. But he didn't know it would work for him. That wasn't stopping him either. Essan had always thought that she'd be the one to venture alone into perilous space, while he stayed to lead the community. It was strange how fates changed. If you can clear the Tion, she said, where will you go? I'll look for other Jedi, and lead them back here. Maybe. They need to know we're out here, and what we've done. She wondered how much of his own story he'd tell these hypothetical Jedi. He'd have to decide that if the time came. Before departing, he walked them down the landing ramp. In the gold morning light, he took Reyna to a hard embrace. She buried her face in his good shoulder for almost a minute but pulled away dry-eyed. She whispered something to him, and he to her, but Essan stood respectfully distant and didn't hear. Then he turned to the Sith. With a shaky voice he said, "Forgive me." "You know I have." "Forgive yourself too." She flinched. "I'm working on it. All the others, they're yours now. You have to take care of them." "I'm not a master." "Neither was I, but I was still in charge." He smiled sadly. "Or I thought I was. But the old ranks and rules don't matter out here. What matters is what we do. A Jedi is only Jedi," she recalled, "when he or she acts." "Exactly." The smile tightened at his teacher's maxim. He lifted a hand to shake. "Goodbye, Essan." She took it, then pulled him closer. Their embrace was shorter than Reyna's, and they exchanged no more words. Then he turned and walked into his ship. Reyna and Essan stepped well clear of the hand of light. The ship shuddered on startup but rose smoothly on repulsors. They covered their faces against the dust and hot air, but bared them again to watch the starship's smooth ascent. The hand of light had carried Essan and Erakas so far, Shin and Talayak even further. Despite his condition, there seemed so better vessel for Erakas's journey than that one. It was enough to give her faint hope in the future. Then he fired engines and was off, shooting higher and higher until he'd passed out of sight, through dawn to a great unknown. Outcomes. Future days. Play me a song for crowds. Make it bawdy, even crass. Knit many into one. Till heels kick and skirt swirl. Scorning gravity like spirits. Play me a love song. Make joy and sorrow war in softness. Overflow it with longing and loss. The pain of separation. And sweet hope for dreams fulfilled. Play me a hymn. Make me fall to the ground. Knees on earth and hands to the sky. Reaching for what my tongue cannot say. Give voice to the holy within me. Play me a dirge. Churn our boots as we march to graves of those who left the path before. Stir the memory of men who won't return, so we may savor the life they've lost. Play me something any noise will do, for I dread the silence after song. There is no happiness in endings, nor hope in peace. Only time, the great destroyer. Liachusis, age of Cossack, year 30, 568 LE. As he entered the audience chamber aboard Chiraba, the Inquisitor's ship, Take Onderus wondered how many living humans had stood in the presence of a Hutt. The leaders of the Taiwanese Free Navy were all gone, claimed by age or succession wars. Nobody knew how many Imperial soldiers had been taken captive, or what had been done with them. They'd come all this way to find out the fate of a single one. They hadn't made it all the way to Varl, of course. When the Pilgrim exited hyperspace at Slaheran's beacon, a pair of Supremacy battles was waiting for it. The gunships hadn't opened fire, but voices in broken Taiwanese scratched over their cockpit speakers, threatening to destruction if they didn't turn around. Essan had explained who she was and what she wanted. After a long delay, the Pilgrim was ordered to hold position over Slaheran and wait. And after a longer wait, a Tarada had come for them. His message had been simple: prepare for prostration before Chiraba the Inquisitor. All three of them had crawled out of the Pilgrim and onto the firm gravity of the Hutt ship. Brexon had said, "I've come all this damned way. Might as well see what it was for." Well put. Tate felt like the statement applied to his entire life. His youthful ambition, his successes and mediocrities, his decades of labor and, frankly, obsession, all seemed like they'd been preparation for this. He truly didn't care about whether he got to write about what he learned today, or even if the Jedi wiped it from his mind. He felt like he was at the threshold of ultimate truth, and he savored it. A quartet of armed Nikto guards, all with green scaly faces, like Vadas, escorted them down the hall. They marched in silence to a pair of bronze double doors. The portal opened, waiting beyond it, surrounded by lush plants and flowers, warmed by artificial light, framed by fragrant soil and tinkling water, was Chiraba the Inquisitor. Her massive body was wrapped in silver silks and rested on one side, so her full length and girth was presented to her visitors. Large green eyes peered at them from half-lit sockets. Faint saliva glistened around a mouth that could have swallowed Tate whole. The entire room had a rotten smell, and the scholar didn't know if it came from the plants or Chiraba herself. When she spoke, The room seemed to rumble. Her massive eyes swept across the three visitors as she talked. Essan in the center, Taith on her left, Brexen on her right. The words were incomprehensible to the scholar, and Essan had mentioned that she didn't speak Huttese either. Taith looked around the lush room, confused as to how the parties would communicate. One of the Nikto guards, perhaps. When Shiraba ended her oration, something stepped out from behind her sprawling bulk. It stood a meter tall on two short legs, with a hairless curving tail and body covered in grizzled gray pelt. It walked with the hilt of a small cane clutched in its upper right paw. Long whiskers twitched at the tip of its snout as it took in the group with all black eyes. Compared to the Hutt, it looked especially tiny. It rested attention on Essan and said in squeaking but very clear Taiwanese, "Chiraba the Inquisitor has come a long way to meet you. She suggests you give her something to make it worth her while, because while she remembers her debt, she doesn't recall you fondly." Essan stared at the little creature. "Are you going to pretend you don't know me?" "I pretend nothing, not anymore." The rodent tipped snout to Chiraba. "Give her something. She doesn't like to wait." Essan folded hands and gave a deep bow. "We are eternally grateful for your presence, Inquisitor. You know me already. My companions are Captain Brexen, my pilot, and Taith Onderus, a scholar of renown. In exchange for this audience and what I hope are answers to my questions, I will surrender this to you." As the rodent translated her words, Essan reached into the folds of her tunic and drew out a metal cylinder as thick and long as her forearm. It reminded Taith of the object Ashertham had worn, but he still didn't know its purpose. The rodent, apparently, did, for his eyes widened and he almost stopped translating. "But he finished?" And Chiraba belched a reply. "She asks if you are serious," the rat said diplomatically. A blade of burning light emerged from the cylinder. Essan held it high. Chiraba's eyes gleamed hungrily. The blade disappeared, and the Jedi held out the device. "I relinquish this weapon as a sign that we'll never use them against your people again," Essan said. Chiraba's eyes narrowed, perhaps in suspicion, but she rumbled response. The rodent held out a paw. Essan hesitated for a moment, then bent and handed it over. As he watched the creature handle the weapon with tiny digits, Taith finally realized who the Hutt's slave must be. Chiraba spoke again. "She appreciates your gift," translated Oziaf, former special plenipotentiary to the fallen emperor. "Now she asks why you've come." "We wish to know the fate of Zim the Despot." Black eyes blinked. "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all." Chiraba looked at her visitors. Taith struggled to stand firm beneath that menacing gaze. When she spoke next, it was like a sigh. Oziaf explained, "Others have come asking before. They were turned away or destroyed. But in recognition of your debt and your new gift, she'll give you an answer. We're very grateful." Essan bowed again. Taith followed her lead and, after a second, Brexen did too. Chiraba spoke. Oziaf didn't wait for her to finish. Instead, he spoke along with her, his high-pitched voice squeaking above her low rumble. After the third battle, Zim was wounded and taken aboard Cossacks Jalandian. He was tended to by a Yaktash doctor who had limited experience with bipeds, and while his wounds healed, he was left with limited mobility and physical scars. He was brought to Varl to witness Cossacks' ascension to godhood. Oziaf added, Zim was the first and only human to ever set foot on the holy world. Chiraba kept speaking. Oziaf seemed to hesitate, then continued translating. Taith hung on his every word. The labor was difficult for Zim, physically and mentally, but he continued to serve Cossack for the rest of his life. This lasted for 7 years, at which time he came down with an illness. None of the doctors on Varl could treat it, and he died after a few days of nausea and chills. Chiraba stopped. So did Oziaf. He looked at the assembled with those all-black eyes and asked, "Any questions?" The despot's end was so mundane as to leave them speechless. Taith had always known an unglamorous end likely for Zim, simply because life was full of anticlimax. Yet he'd just heard stories of wars between gods and storms that devoured souls. Now, he'd been told that the star around which human history swung had died of fever. Yes, Essan was right. The mighty Zim was just a man in the end. For a reason he didn't understand, Taith felt close to weeping. Essan asked what was done with his body. It took Taith a second to understand the question. According to Argaean tradition, a dead king was burned in a public pyre. Even Zare 8 has accomplished that, in characteristically radical fashion, at Ranrun. But Oziaf said, The bodies of all dead slaves on Varl are processed into compost and fed to his gardens. That is the way it's always been. That might have made Taith sick. Instead, it made him even sadder. The emperor of mankind had become muck in a swamp. It was insulting to the man. To mankind. To history itself. Softly, Ossus asked, "Any more questions?" Essan looked to Brexon, who shook his head. Then she looked to Taith. The scholar swallowed the wetness in his throat. He'd waited his entire life for this moment. Now he wanted it to be over. "No," he said. "I don't." Ossus spoke to Chiraba, who replied in turn. "The Inquisitor says you are free to return to the Tion. You may even promulgate it to the rest of mankind if you wish, though she wonders aloud whether many will care. Bipeds have short lives and short memories. The Hutts like to point that out, to the chagrin of those in their service." Then Ossus said, "Tell her you want me to escort you to your ship." He appended it smoothly, blending tone with his translation. Essan understood. Looking directly at Chiraba, she said, "I would like a few more words with your slave. Can he join your guards in taking me to the ship?" Ossus translated. Chiraba made a growling noise, then spoke, first to her slave, then to the Nikto. The rodent explained, "They're to kill us all if I try to escape. But don't worry, that wasn't my plan. Tell Chiraba we understand, and only wish for a few minutes. Then we'll be on our way." Chiraba waved a thick hand. Ossus said, "She bids us go. So let's be off." Essan made one more bow. The humans followed, and finally Ossus did too. The four walked together out of the chamber, the Nikto forming a loose brace around them. "Are you sure you don't want to escape?" asked Essan as they walked down the halls. "No, I have nowhere to go, and it's not a bad fate, really. I was their entertainment for a while. I danced and sang songs, did some jesting. I was rather good at it too." He tapped the ground with his cane. "But that was a long time ago. Now I just translate. I was always good with languages." Whiskers twitched, his voice went sad. "Perhaps I should have been satisfied with modest talents." Essan said nothing. Neither did the humans. They walked slowly, for Ossus could only manage tiny, hobbling steps. Taith wondered how old he was in Standard's years, how many his species could expect. He doubted it was many more. Every step closer to the pilgrim was one they'd never get back. Taith asked, "Why did you want to speak with us? If you have something personal for Essan." "It's not that. There was never much between us except lies." Essan didn't argue, didn't speak. "Then why?" asked Taith. "You're the scholar. If you're any good, that means you want the straight truth about how Zim died. So I'll give it to you." Chiraba lied. "Let's lie all the time. Though if it's to bipeds, it doesn't really count." Ossus smiled tiredly. "They're slightly more fair with each other. The story Chiraba gave you is the official one, promulgated by Cossack. She might even believe it herself. She and her nephew aren't exactly intimate these days." He paused. "It is not, however, the real story. Then Zim's alive." It was Brexon, of all people, who blurted it out. Ossus stopped. "No, Zim is very much dead." He stared at the floor. A deep breath racked his tiny body. "Let's walk together slowly. I know how Zim really died, but it's not much better than the lie. Do you still want to know?" "Yes," Taith said. "Of course." The rodent looked up, and the scholar could see his reflection in those black eyes. There, too, was just a man. Then Ossus began hobbling again. Taith, Brexon, and Essan matched his small, slow steps, and listened as he spoke. "You should feel honored," he said, "because I've never told another soul. But the truth comes out in the end, doesn't it?" "Yes, I believe it does. Good or bad, the truth comes out." Chapter 20. End in Dust. There were times when I believed that if I were to understand Zim, as a despot and as a man, then I would know all the secrets of the universe. S.V. Skinks, My Chrysalis, Personal Reflections of a Zomologist, Age of Cossack Year 7. 545 LE. It was difficult to see the stars on Varl, if you were a slave. The bipeds brought here to serve the Hutts were never meant to leave or even live long. They spent their days toiling in the outer reaches of the palace complex, for only Hutts and Esteen could enter the inner sanctum, and come night they were locked in underground cells, not so different from the burrows of Ren or the cages of Arge. Because Ossus had certain experience in this matter, not to mention unique talents he was careful to keep hidden, he'd found a way to see those stars. He basked beneath them now as he sat on his haunches, tail curved into the soft grass of the high-walled garden. It hadn't been easy to get here. After 7 years of captivity, he'd recently found the broken locks and narrow passages that got him to this place. He was alone in the garden. Varl was a wet, warm planet, but the breeze was almost cool. Often Varl's sky was occluded by cloud drifts, but tonight it was so clear you felt like you could count the stars. It reminded him of another night almost 50 years ago. Another garden on another world. Which was no accident. He could feel Zim coming closer. The fallen king was still unmistakable in Oziaf's third eye. He could never call it the Force. That was despite 7 years of captivity, which had been especially brutal for Zim. The Hutts were determined to humiliate their proud prisoner. They'd chained Zim to Cossac's dais, made him serve food to banquets of slobbering worms, dressed him in rags, made him scrub floors and outhouses on his knees. After the first 2 years, Zim had aged a decade. His body, already lean, became thin to the point of emaciation. His hair grew long and gray. But the Hutts also had subtle means of torture. Cossack had spies amongst the humans, of course, and he enjoyed telling Zim all the ways his empire of mankind crumbled. The Cronies succession war that left Pasman wasted. The fights between factions of Scorned that raged down the spiral. The death of Admiral Felric during the battle for Barraker. The sacking of Arge by Newswatan fanatics, and the crumbling of his ancestral castle. And of course there'd been Marco IV Jaminer's murder by his own son. Zim had never recovered from that early blow. Oziaf had little opportunity to speak to his emperor and friend. Cossack kept Zim close, while Oziaf was passed around to several masters, including the bloated Chancellor Mackle and a coven of Yaktash physicians ordered to experiment on bipedal specimens. For some reason, the venomous slugs never bothered to vivisect Varl's only Tien. The only times he spoke to Zim were when he was dressed in symbols and streamers and ordered to play jester before assembled worms. It was amazing how a life, no matter how eventful, could come back full circle. In more ways than one. He remained on the grass, watching the stars as he felt Zim approach. Oziaf had found ways to pass the human messages on scraps of paper left in his bunk, another ironic echo. Over the past months he'd doled out information, explaining to Zim how to slip free of his captors, evade the guards, and work his way through the dark and narrow maze to this garden. Just yesterday, when he'd been sure of a clear night sky, he told Zim when to meet him. So close now. Oziaf was afraid he'd tremble with fear before doing what had to be done, and perhaps he would, when Zim sat beside him. But for now, he was calm. Finally, Zim emerged from darkness and, more literally, a drainage pipe. As he staggered into starlight, Oziaf could see it all, his shambling gait, the water and muck dripping off his ragged clothes and clinging to his hair, the pale snarls of his beard, the darkness of his eyes, and shadows beneath like scars. The emperor of mankind had become this. Hutts truly were exquisite in their punishment. When Zim came to Oziaf on the green knoll at the center of the garden, he dropped beside his Tien and looked at the stars without saying a word. For a second, 50 years rolled back, and they were both young, battered but unbroken, yearning for distant lights. But only for a second. Zim wheezed in the dark. You didn't tell me the pipe would be so small. I misjudged your size. You didn't mention the guards at the second intersection either. You got by them, didn't you? Not easily. I'm not as subtle as you. At least as dumb. Oziaf looked at the sky. It's a beautiful night, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is. Oziaf took a small metal bottle clipped to his belt. He opened it, turned the cap upside, and poured clear liquid into it. He held that in one paw and offered the bottle itself to Zim. His laughter was creaky but warm. A classic, he said, but I've had enough to drink, thank you. This is a vast improvement over sewer water. Trust me? I always have, Zim said neutrally. He took the bottle but didn't drink. Oziaf held the cap to his snout and sniffed the scentless liquid. He didn't drink either. I never meant to harm you. We've been over this. I wanted to say it again. I want you to understand. I was torn between two masters, and he found me first. Zim looked at the bottle, considering. We both used you for our ends. I know, but I was also your friend. Wasn't I? You still are? Zim said quietly, then tipped his head and drank from the bottle. The cap trembled in Oziaf's paw, but he didn't put it down. didn't drink. He exhaled and looked at all those pretty stars. Once Zim finished drinking, he reached skyward with his free hand, fingers splayed, like he could enclose all the lights with his fist. I know what I'll do once I'm free, he said. I've thought about it for 7 years. I never stopped thinking about it. There was the Zim he remembered, never quite broken. Ossus smiled in the dark. What? I'll go to Arge first. We'll rebuild the palace and gather old loyalists, whoever's left. Then we'll do it like we did before. Start raiding the Livians, the Saraskans, anyone who has things worth stealing. Once we're strong enough, I'll reveal myself and demand allegiance. I'm not sure to whom yet. Not Marco's boy. Probably the cronies. It worked last time. It should work again. His grin flashed in starlight. With the mangy beard, he looked like a gaunt version of his father. Zim took a final swig from the bottle, relished his last gulp, then dropped it in the grass. Now, where's the way out of here? Not far, Ossus said. You're sure I can fit through? I didn't come all this way for nothing. What about the stars? Glorious, he said, but just a preview. Do you have a ship to get us off-world? I was going to improvise that part. With my powers. As long as it gets us clear, I don't care what you use. Zim pushed off the grass, rose to full height, then wavered. His knees folded beneath him and he dropped back down, catching himself with his palms. Are you all right? Asked Ossus. Just lightheaded, Zim muttered and stroked his forehead. I'm sure it will pass. Lie back for a moment. Watch the sky. Zim lay back. Legs spread before him, he folded hands on his breast and stared at the stars. Ossus couldn't recall the man ever looking so peaceful. He soundlessly spilled his drink into the grass, took a deep breath, swallowed down tears, and said, They are beautiful, aren't they? A sight to go out on, he thought. Yes. Zim breathed heavily. I wish I could. He said nothing more. Ossus kept looking at the stars and waited until he could no longer hear the sound of Zim's breath. Only then did he look at the human's body. The hands were still folded over his heart and his eyes stared at the stars, unseeing. Ossus closed them one at a time. He sat for a while, thinking, not even about Zim and the circle that had brought him here, but the practicalities of it. There was no escape from the palace, of course. No way out, for any of them. It had taken Ossus 7 years to be absolutely certain. He didn't know what to do with the bottle. The flecks of poison inside, scentless, tasteless, had been hard to procure and might be traced back to him. He tried to decide if that mattered. Eventually he rose, picked up the bottle, then the cap. He screwed them together and placed them in his belt. Then he removed the other tools he'd brought for this occasion. He opened the small capsule first and shook its clear, scented liquid over Zim's body. Then he struck the match, dropped it, and let the pyre burn. A king of Arge should blaze before an audience. For that reason, Ossus lingered in the bushes and watched the flames leap high, like they were grasping for unreachable stars. Their smoke rose into the black, cloudless night, visible only for the waver of stars. Still, a flame in the palace gardens inevitably drew reaction. Ossus waited until he could feel them draw near, then scampered through the underbrush to the sewer pipe by which he'd come. Even then he waited in shadows, watching Zim's final blaze until Forweequay arrived to douse it. By then, the fire had done its work. Ossus wasn't sure what he would do next. He might yet present himself to Cossack, confess, and receive the only just punishment for stealing a god's prized slave. Or perhaps he would live on, toiling in the palace, a minor beast serving greater ones, for as long as he could. Sometimes he'd use his power, sometimes he wouldn't, but it would not change his fate either way. That power didn't change you, and didn't change the universe. It just made your outside reflect your inside a little more. That was all. That was more than enough. Ossus took a final look at the dying fire, then dove into the pipe and through the warrens of Cossack's maze, back to the cage where he belonged. Out comes, like a falling star. When I think of the performance of the pirate prince I saw as a fresh-eyed larva, I wonder at the lifelong passion it sparked. Through Zim, my life has been open to adventures unbelievable, and in a strange way I find myself grateful to that long-dead despot for all he has given me. S.V. Skinks, Han Solo and the Lost Legacy, a true story of a scholar and the scoundrel. Age of Cossack, year 30, 568 LE, distant lights and a great nothing. That was the view from the Pilgrim's cockpit. Essan had seen that vista countless times, but it took her back 43 years to the day she departed the Titan system, never to return. At her side, she'd had Erakas and Malobotaliak. They'd been near strangers then, but the Force and destiny had bound them together. Now she had a scholar, and a painful reminder of past failure. As companions, they couldn't be more different, but perhaps, in its ineffable way, the Force bound them too. None of them said a word after leaving Ocf at the airlock. The Tin had affirmed that he would stay where he was. He didn't have to explain, not to Essan. When Brexen went to the cockpit and began warming engines for departure, Andres stopped Essan as they passed through the hold and asked, was it all right to leave that weapon with the Hutts? It's fine, she said. That was one of your lightsabers, wasn't it? What happens if the Hutts take it apart and learn how to make their own? They won't, because it wasn't a lightsaber. It was no lie. In exchange for the story from Chiraba, what the Hutt might have even believed was the truth, she'd handed over not a lightsaber, but the Force saber. The weapon had a long history, dating back to the ancient Force wars on Titan. It had been secured for centuries, stolen by a reckless young Jedi named Correa, lost in the Old City, recovered by Essan, and taken halfway across the galaxy. She'd once tried to master its dangerous power, as the Jedi had later tried to master the Starforge. Her flirtations with the Force saber hadn't been nearly so disastrous. She'd lost it to Zim's people, and it had stayed in Abraxan's vaults for over a decade before the Jedi recovered it in the messy aftermath of Zim's fall. And now it belonged to the Hutts. They might take it apart, but they'd never understand how it worked without the Force. She found it was a relief to be done with it, after all this time. After all three of them had strapped into cockpit seats, Brexen detached from Chiraba's ship and pivoted toward the Tion cluster. It would be a long journey back. Andres would return to Chandor, Essan to Ossus. Brexen would wander the stars some more, restlessly seeking peace. They'd come so far, but nothing had changed. As the pilgrim pushed slowly away from Slaharan, Brexen asked, "Did you get what you wanted?" "Either of you?" Thoughtfully, the scholar said. "It was the truth, wasn't it?" He looked at Essan. She nodded. "Then I'm satisfied," Andres said, though he didn't look it. Essan had felt the ragged honesty in Oziev's every word, along with guilt and grief. Before departing, she told him, "You did Zim a mercy." And he said, "I know. Of course, I also know what he was and what he did. I'm not blind. Some would say he didn't deserve mercy. We'd have never stopped Jedar without him. Is that enough?" She said, "For mercy, is it?" Essan had told Oziev the truth too. Without the Imperial fleet, Jedar would likely have destroyed Varl. The Jedi, if not killed, would have been transformed into something worse. Billions owed Zim in ways they would never understand, just like they owed Reyna Kroller and a tyrant named Shen. The galaxy might need Jedi, but Jedi needed the galaxy too. Not to conquer or rule over, not even to be responsible for, but to anchor them. Because while they had the power of gods, they were mortal still. And they could never, ever be allowed to forget. It was essential they have people, likely and unlikely, mighty and small, to remind them. That was why, whenever possible, Essan sent Jedi and their children away from Ossus to wander the Tion. Asher Thom had done his turn before being granted a knight's rank. His mother was out there now, among the impoverished Thanium worlds. The Jedi almost never revealed themselves, and they used their powers only in secret. Mostly they went to watch, to observe, and learn. There had been a few surprises. They found the Force, though faint, moving through far-flung beings. A Severn Street urchin, a Bridgen farmer on Kalula, a young ex-soldier on Canaver. There were promised seeds precariously sprouting in Jedar's wasteland. The Force, it seemed, was resilient. Like life, it never surrendered. The Jedi cultivated those seeds. A few had been taken to Ossus, and a few Jedi had returned bringing mates, with whom the next generation could be made. Because Jedi couldn't recuse themselves forever. One day they would leave their watchtower. Essan's aim, for however much life she had, was to make them wiser for the next time. Stars panned through the cockpit window. Essan asked Onderis, "What will you do with everything you've learned?" "You mean will I publish the whole story, every scrap of it? Zim, the Jedi, Jedar, everything." The scholar looked into his lap. "Some of that depends on you, doesn't it?" He was asking if she'd erase his memory. When setting out on this journey, she'd been undecided. But she'd made her choice in Chiraba's audience room. What do you want to do? She asked. I think, he sighed and leaned against his headrest. If you let me remember this, and I think if I put this in a book, nobody will believe it. I know my peers. They'll say I cracked trying to reclaim my old popularity. His smile was soft, self-pitying. I would in their place. It's all so incredible. But you believe it, she said. I do. That's what matters. I know, he glanced her cautiously. I'm not saying that just because I want to keep my memories. I mean it. She could tell? She said, you have nothing to fear from me. Good, he whispered, and looked out the window. I had one more question. Yes. What happened to Erakas? You said he took that damaged ship and went off looking for other Jedi. Did he find any? I don't know. We never saw him again. Ah. His expression fell. Did you? I mean, can you, with your powers? I don't know if he's alive, she said, but I don't think he's dead. He stared at the stars and muttered, good. She hoped it was good. She hoped, in all his wandering, he found a reason to forgive himself. That was what all of them sought. Essan and the Jedi on Ossus, Ocf in his cage, Erakas among the stars. Even Vita, Reyna, and the rest. Forgiveness, and to plant more seeds for the future. Whether they had the Force didn't make a difference. It didn't make you into a god, an angel, or even a demon. It didn't transform the galaxy, or yourself. As Ocf had said, it only just made your outside reflect your inside a little more. All right, Brexton said. I'm locked on a beacon. Time to get gone. I'm ready, Andres replied, and Essan said, so am I. The galaxy was all before them, the opportunity to choose their place of rest, and the Force their guide. The pilot twisted his control yoke, then pulled his throttle. The hyperdrive flared, and through distant lights they took their solitary way.